Chapter 221 Shameful Girl. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. There were birds singing outside the window, and the sound of shout-eyed driving away sparrows. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, he felt unusually energetic. The fatigue and weakness of last night were swept away, and the world in front of him seemed brighter and clearer. He got up. He took out the Jianwu stone from the storage bag, wanting to see the results of last night's soul training. After inputting internal force, a few lines of small words lit up on the Jianwu stone. Strength, 2,500. Speed, 20. Strength to resist blows, 1,100. Spiritual power, 58. The other data did not change. Only the mental power increased. And it increased by 8 points. It seems that the effect of last night's training was very good. However, it will take some time to reach more than 100. He walked to the window and saw another drop of inky black liquid condensed on the mirror of the sun and moon treasure mirror. He stretched out his fingertips and absorbed another drop. I absorbed one drop last night, but I haven't seen any effect yet, so I'll absorb one more drop. Anyway, he had done experiments before. If the body no longer needs these liquids, it will not absorb them actively. Now it is absorbed instantly, which means that the body still needs it. Put away the treasure mirror and the martial arts stone. He walked out. Xiao Dai was wearing a green dress and holding a vase, picking freshly bloomed flowers in the yard, preparing to put them in the house for decoration. Seeing him get up, the little girl immediately put down the vase, went to bring hot water, and served him to wash. Then, she went to bring him breakfast. Luo Qingzhou ate a few buns and a large piece of beef, and told her not to let anyone disturb him before leaving the door. He jumped over the wall from the back door with ease. The alley was quiet and deserted. He took out the mask from the storage bag, put it on his face, and then left the alley and went to the Jibao Pavilion. Today, he will continue to practice outside the city. The internal force in the Danhai in his body was ready to move, and his strength was growing rapidly. It seemed that his tendon training was about to break through. The effect of practicing in the Blackwood Forest was obvious. So, he had to keep up the good work. Came to the Jibao Pavilion. Dao Jia, Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Kuei, and the taciturn young man Zhou Buyue had all arrived. Chu Xiaoxiao was still chattering, and when she saw him coming, she hurried to greet him. Dao Jia said, "Wait a little longer. There's another person." After a while, Nandong Meiju, wearing a white outfit, tied a high ponytail, walked up the stairs with long legs. "Okay, let's go." Several people followed him down the stairs. After getting on the carriage, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help looking at Nandong Meiju and asked, "Sister, what's your name today?" Several people looked at her. Nandong Meiju looked at someone sitting opposite with a cold look and said, "Bai Shueqi, Luo Qingzhou." The carriage quickly left the city and galloped on the road. Soon, they stopped outside the Black Woods. Several people got off the car one by one. Sister Dao asked again if anyone wanted to hire her, but still no one answered. Chu Xiaoxiao started to invite everyone to join a team, but was rejected. Luo Qingzhou left quickly. He had to hurry up and practice. After searching in the woods for a while, he jumped onto a towering tree, carefully observed the surroundings for a while, and then took out the sun and moon treasure mirror from the storage bag, placed the side with the sun facing the sun, and fixed it with a rope in the dense tree canopy. After doing all this, he jumped down, began to tighten his fascia muscles, and practiced jumping between the trees. Now he had established a connection with the blood dripping from the sun and moon treasure mirror, and could clearly sense its location. He didn't dare to leave it alone at home to absorb sunlight, so he could only leave it here. He would temper his fascia in the surrounding woods and would not go far. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He began to bounce and jump like a monkey, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The fascia first tightened and accumulated power, and then suddenly pulled up and bounced, gradually starting to heat up and get hot. He continued to practice like this until noon, and he was exhausted and stopped with soreness all over his body. He observed the movements around him on the tree. He went to the tree and took a look at the sun and moon treasure mirror, and saw that a dark blue juice had condensed on the mirror. He stretched out his fingertips and absorbed the juice into his body. He first felt a coolness flowing into his body along his fingertips, and then a mass of heat suddenly began to appear in the Danhai, and began to flow to his limbs. This time, the deep blue spiritual liquid was obviously different from the previous one. He felt that the exhausted power in his body was recovering rapidly. The heat flowed along the meridians and began to quickly nourish his sore bones. fascia, muscles, etc. He put away the sun and moon treasure mirror, ate 2 large pieces of beef on the tree, drank some water, and then jumped from the tree to the valley. While moving forward, he searched the woods below. It seemed that no monsters came to this forest. Boom! 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 Not long after, bursts of boxing sounds suddenly sounded in the woods in the valley. The fist cut through the air, and a sharp sonic boom sounded. Luo Qingzhou faintly felt that the internal force in his body was surging like a tide. Restless. It should be a breakthrough soon. The fascia of the whole body was no longer sore, but was beating non-stop, bursting out with even more powerful power. Boom! The punch suddenly became larger and hit a big tree in front of him. The trunk suddenly burst open with a crack sound. The whole tree tilted and fell down. Luo Qingzhou continued to practice boxing. At the same time, in the woods only 1 mile away from this valley, Nandong Meiju, wearing a white tights and a high ponytail, was silently and quickly rushing towards this side. Soon, she came to the valley and clearly heard the sound of boxing from the valley. Bitch! Today I will take revenge and make you pay with blood. She stood on the valley, looking at the figure below moving back and forth and punching fiercely, gritted her teeth in hatred, and was about to go down. But suddenly her heart moved, and her eyes looked at the ground vigilantly. There was a trap on the ground last time, and he was secretly plotted against it. Be careful today, she thought for a moment, looked up at the big tree next to her, and her eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Go over the tree, and then look down from above, and directly do a scattering of flowers, so that he has no way to dodge. And then, thinking of this, she suddenly became excited, and immediately climbed up a big tree in front of her nimbly, and then began to jump lightly, moving forward on the big trees one by one. Boom! 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 Luo Qingzhou was sweating all over, and his punches became more and more fierce. And the sonic booms he made became more and more piercing. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. 7 meters. Nandong Meiji looked at the figure below getting closer and closer. The corners of her mouth curled higher and higher, and a grim smile of revenge appeared on her face. 5 meters. Hee. She stared at the figure below and slowed down. When she was about to jump forward, she suddenly felt something soft on her head, and at the same time, she suddenly smelled a disgusting fishy smell in her nose. She was stunned for a moment and looked up. This sight scared her so much that her liver and gallbladder broke, and her soul flew away. A huge dark green python was coiled on her head. Its head exploded, staring at her with a green and extremely terrifying eye. Ah! She screamed. Her legs softened, and she fell directly from the tree. At the same time, a stream of liquid flowed from her pants. She was afraid of snakes since she was a child. Such a big one. So close, touching her head, and so hideous. Her eyes went dark, and she fainted before she landed. Bang! She fell directly on the grass, and didn't move. Luo Qingzhou put away his fist, stood at a distance and looked at her vigilantly for a while, suddenly jumped onto the tree, jumped from the tree to her head, and then threw leaves and branches at her, until her face and chest were all covered with branches and leaves. He was relieved. First went up to put the python into the storage bag, then jumped off the tree and approached her. Just when he was about to reach out to take the whip from her waist, he suddenly saw her eyelids move. Swoosh! With almost no hesitation, he suddenly jumped up from the spot, tapped his feet on the big tree next to him, and swept out directly. Snap! A crisp sound. Nandong Meiju, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up from the spot, and the whip wrapped around her waist suddenly appeared in her hand. Almost at the moment when Luo Qingzhou jumped away, the whip hit the place where he just stood. Shameless bitch. This lady wants you to die. Nandong Meiju was ashamed and angry, shocked and hateful. She immediately waved the whip, tried her best, and chased after him with gritted teeth. The originally beautiful face had become distorted at this moment. Snap! 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 The whip suddenly became longer and began to rage continuously in the woods. She was very fast and angry, and the whip hit hard. The branches around were ravaged. The branches and leaves flew everywhere, and some thin trees were directly whipped in half by a whip. Luo Qingzhou felt the danger getting closer and closer behind him, and he didn't dare to go straight forward. So he turned and ran and jumped immediately. This chase and escape lasted another half an hour. Nandong Meiju finally ran out of energy and stopped, covered in sweat. panting and saying, "If you have the guts, don't run away. Aren't you coveting my beauty? As long as you beat me fair and square, I will." Luo Qingzhou stopped at the big tree in front, turned around and looked at her and said, "What will you do?" Nandong Meiju saw that this trick really worked, and immediately said, I will let you do whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou looked puzzled and said, "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." Nandong Meiju wiped the sweat off her face. Her pretty cheeks were flushed. Her towering breasts rose and fell violently, and her long legs stood slenderly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Still pretending? You follow me every day. Aren't you just coveting my beauty? As long as you beat me fairly, I will lie on the ground and let you do whatever you want, and I will never resist." Luo Qingzhou said, "But you are in the bone refining realm, and I am in the tendon refining realm, and you have a magic weapon in your hand. I have nothing in my hands. How can I possibly beat you?" Nandong Meiju immediately jumped down from the tree, stood on the ground, raised her hand, threw the whip in her hand to the side, and sneered, "Come on! This lady doesn't need a whip. Let you make the first move. How can a man be afraid of an unarmed little girl? Even so, you still dare to covet this lady's body?" Luo Qingzhou also jumped down from the tree, frowned, thought seriously, and stared at her graceful and sexy body again. After looking at her for a while, he said, "Does the shameful lady keep her word?" Nandong Meiju immediately raised her hand and swore, "If I regret it, I will be struck by lightning. I will not die well. Also, my name is Xueqi today." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the wet marks on her white pants, nodded and said, "Oh, Miss Xueqi." Nandong Meiju immediately clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Let me make a move first." "Yes, you make a move first. I will only dodge and not fight back." "You're not lying." "If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. You'll die a miserable death." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou agreed, walked over, and said, "Then I'll try to see if the shameful girl's fist is hard. It just so happens that I've been practicing for so long, but I've never practiced with anyone." Nandong Meiju raised her towering chest, stood straight, and said, "Come on. Just attack. I won't fight back." "Okay. Then I'll use the boxing method just now. Girl, be careful." Luo Qingzhou walked closer. Nandong Meijia's mouth moved slightly, and she said, "Okay." Puff. Wow. When the distance between the two of them was just 3 meters, Nandong Meiju suddenly raised her fist and popped a large pile of lime powder. Then her body suddenly turned, raised her long legs, and laughed. "I still have legs." Ah! As soon as she threw the lime powder out, and as soon as she spun and jumped up and kicked out, a bucket of water suddenly poured in, instantly soaking the lime powder she had scattered, and all of it was splashed on her body, face, and head. Puff! 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 She kicked in the air, and her vision was blocked at the same time. At this moment, a series of lime powder was thrown at her, instantly mixed with the water stains on her body, and all stuck to her body. In a blink of an eye, her clothes, head, pretty face, and neck were all covered with white lime juice. At the same time, the lime juice began to boil and burn. Bang! In the gray vision, a fist suddenly enlarged and hit her stomach heavily. Her tall and slender body was blown away by the wind like a fallen leaf, falling more than 10 meters away. Ugh! The pain came. She opened her mouth wide, wanting to vomit, and her body was so hot. But she didn't hesitate at all, and immediately jumped up from the ground, ready to rush over and pick up her whip. As long as the whip was in her hand, she would definitely be able to. Puff! 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 Suddenly, another series of lime powder was scattered. She'd lost her vision again. Bang! Boom! Boom! 3 consecutive punches landed heavily on her stomach. Then, another punch hit her chin heavily. She fell to the ground immediately, and her eyes went black for a moment. Her body went limp, and she could no longer stand up. "You lose. Are you lying on the ground now to fulfill your promise?" The hateful, insidious, despicable, cunning and cruel voice suddenly rang in her ears. She wanted to bite him to death, but she was already in so much pain that she couldn't move. No, don't. She was desperate. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she begged with a weak breath. However, this despicable and cunning bastard has been coveting her sexy body for a long time. Now that there is such a good opportunity, How could he let her go? Swish. A hand suddenly tore her clothes. She trembled and cried. He held the clothes in one hand and wiped the lime on her face and neck. He poured some water on her body and wiped it a few more times before throwing the clothes on her chest. Then, he pinched her cheeks with both hands, pulled them hard, pinched her upturned nose, and pulled her ears a few more times. Okay. Shameful girl. I'm done with what I want. The hateful voice sounded in his ears. And then, there was no movement. Nandong Meijio trembled and waited for a while, and then slowly opened his eyes, with 2 lines of tears in the corners of his eyes and on his face. He raised his head and looked blankly in front of him and around him. The devil-like figure had left at some point. Chapter 222. It was not yet evening. Luo Qingzhou spent 1 gold coin, hired a carriage, and returned to the city. The giant python was sold directly to Jubao Pavilion, because it had just become a demon. Not only did it not have a demon pill in its body, but its flesh and blood were also not very useful. So it was only sold for 200 gold coins. Adding the previous 600 gold coins, there were a total of 800 gold coins. But in the blink of an eye, Luo Qingzhou spent it again. He spent 700 gold coins to buy 2 bottles of tendon refining potions and some basic travel supplies such as bruises and sprains. He bought candied haws. When he returned to Qin's house, it was already evening. He went directly to Yueyetingyu Garden. After entering the bamboo forest, his soul left his body and flew to the top of the attic. He bathed in the sunset and sunset glow and began to cultivate his soul. He closed his eyes and operated his mind method. This time he felt more clearly. In the sunset glow shining on his body, it seemed that there was a trace of golden light pouring into his soul and being quickly absorbed by him. The soul power in the Sea of Dan slowly fluctuated and grew. A strange light began to flow back and forth throughout his body. Before he knew it, the night had fallen. When he opened his eyes, the moon was bright and the sky was full of stars. Not only could he see farther and more clearly, but he could also hear farther. He felt everything around him more clearly. He flew back to the bamboo forest, and his soul returned to his body. Back to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was sitting in the courtyard embroidering peonies, waiting for him. When she saw him coming back, she hurried to the kitchen to heat up the food and brought it out to him. Sir, Sister Zhuer came just now. What did she say? She didn't say anything. She just came to see what you were doing. Sir, I said you were studying hard in the room and couldn't disturb you. So she left. Luo Qingzhou sat down to eat, pondered for a while, and said, Xiao Dai, let's eat together. After dinner, go to the study to help me grind ink. Xiao Dai said, Sir, eat by yourself. I've already had dinner at Sister Xiaoda's place. Luo Qingzhou quickly ate. After dinner, the master and servant returned to the house. Xiao Dai grinded ink. Luo Qingzhou spread out the rice paper, picked up the pen, and continued to write the next chapter of the 3 Kingdom story. He wrote 3 chapters in a row before putting down the pen. Okay, I'll go out for a while. After blowing the ink off the paper, he rolled up the rice paper and went out. When he passed Lingshan Moon Palace, he saw that the gate of the courtyard was open. Bailing was sitting in the courtyard in a daze, and Xia Chan was nowhere to be seen. He hesitated for a moment and walked in. Bailing heard the footsteps and immediately stood up. Just as she was about to run away, Luo Qingzhou took out the candied haws and said, Don't be afraid. I'm not here to tease you. I'm here to give you candied haws. Bailing smiled and ran over. Luo Qingzhou handed the candied haws to her. And the moment she took the candied haws, he suddenly reached out and held her slender waist, then lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Woo-woo uncle. You lied? You said you were not lewd. Bai Ling immediately struggled with a whine, but she just stood there twisting her body. Luo Qingzhou said, No. I just want to taste whether your mouth is sweeter or the candied haws is sweeter. Bai Ling pouted her lips and raised her pink face and said, Then did uncle taste it? Luo Qingzhou said, No. I need to taste a few more bites. Humph. I don't want it. Luo Qingzhou held her slender waist and kissed her lips. After kissing for a while, he let her go and said, Finally I tasted it. Bai Ling's body was soft. Her cheeks were rosy, and she looked at him with trembling eyelashes. The candied haws are sweet, Luo Qingzhou said, and left with a smile. Bai Ling stood there, her eyes blurred and her expression dazed. After a long while, she stamped her feet and muttered, Stinky son-in-law. Slutty son-in-law. This is the last time. I don't want to be terrified by you anymore. Luo Qingzhou took the scroll and went to the Meixiang garden. As soon as he knocked on the door, Zhu'er ran over and opened it, saying crisply, "Sir, come in quickly. Miss is still reading in the study, waiting for you." Luo Qingzhou followed her into the courtyard, glanced at the light in the study, and asked, "Did Miss cough again today?" Zhu'er smiled and said, "No. Miss has been coughing these days. Cough, cough, cough." A cough sounded in front of the study window. Zhu'er's smile froze, and she said, "Cough." Zhu'er walked out of the room and said, "Sir, Miss coughed up blood today." Zhu'er nodded immediately. Yeah. The window opened. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress and a thick snow-white fox fur coat. She stood in the window, holding a handkerchief in her hand, covering her mouth, and said, "Brother-in-law, come in quickly." Luo Qingzhou did not go in, but walked to the window and handed in the rolled rice paper in his hand, saying, "Miss Eyre, these are the next 3 chapters of Stories of the Three Kingdoms. If you have time tomorrow, please copy them. The princess may send someone to ask for them." Qin Weimol stretched out his jade hand, took the rice paper, looked at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law, aren't you coming in?" Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of worry between his eyebrows, and said, "Miss Eyre, I don't have enough time." Qin Weimol's thin eyebrows also frowned, and he said softly, "Brother-in-law, don't worry. If there is really no way, Weimol will ask Daddy and second brother to. Not for the time being. I'll see the situation first." Luo Qingzhou said softly. Qin Weimol said, "Brother-in-law, Daddy has already talked to second uncle and the others, and everyone agrees to move the remains of your mother to the land next to the Qin family's ancestral tomb. Brother-in-law, don't worry about this." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Thank you, second miss. Thank my father-in-law and second uncle for me." Qin Weimol looked at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law, we are all family. Why be polite? As for when to move the tomb, I asked Daddy to wait first. Weimol hasn't told him the specific time yet." Luo Qingzhou nodded, looked around, and suddenly whispered, "Second miss, Chunghua Mansion is very busy recently. There will be a banquet. Have you heard the news?" Qin Weimol frowned and shook his head. "No, brother-in-law." "What banquet?" Luo Qingzhou said. Luo Chantian was promoted, and the eldest lady was conferred the title of Lady of Imperial Concubine. Qin Weimol was stunned for a moment, and was silent for a moment, and said softly, "No wonder Mother was unhappy today and has been losing her temper. It turns out that she had heard the news a long time ago. Brother-in-law, although we said last time that we would no longer have any dealings with Chunghua Mansion, we must still attend this event in the Qin Mansion. After all, there are people from the palace, and the eldest princess will also go, and our Qin family still has a title." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I know that. So this is an opportunity. For those people, and for us." Qin Weimol looked at him. Luo Qingzhou didn't say much, and whispered, "Second miss, try to help me find out the specific time of their banquet. This is very important." Qin Weimol nodded and said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry. Weimol will go to Daddy tomorrow, and Daddy should have received the news a long time ago." "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and didn't say anything else. Qin Weimol wanted to invite him in, but knowing that he was very busy now, he must have a lot of things to do. He had to say softly, "Brother-in-law, don't worry. Weimol believes in this matter, and brother-in-law can definitely solve it." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Second miss, go to bed early." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked again, "Are you still coughing?" Qin Weimol's cheeks blushed slightly, shook his head, and whispered, "No today." Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, "If you cough again, just let Zhu'er find me." After speaking, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhu'er and Zhu'er stood aside, both with embarrassed faces. Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, told Xiaodai about it, and then went to the back garden to practice the plum blossom flying fist for half an hour. Then he returned to the house, took out the Jinwu stone, and looked at the data. He was shocked when he saw it. Strength, 3,300. Speed, 30. Strength to resist, 1,200. Spirit, 110. Strength actually increased by 700. Speed increased by 10. Spiritual power was even more terrifying. It increased from 58 to 110 in an instant. He thought there was something wrong with the Jinwu stone. So he put it down again and held it in his palm, and changed his hand again. But the data on it did not change. In just one day, these data actually flew up like wings. This is definitely not just the result of his practice. It is obvious that the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror has suddenly undergone a qualitative change, bringing him a greater effect. Last night, Senior Yu said that his current soul needs 100 spiritual power, or more than 100 spiritual power, to be able to advance. Now it seems that he has a good chance to advance directly tonight. That sun and moon treasure mirror is indeed a good thing. He took out the treasure mirror from the storage bag, observed it carefully again, and placed it on the windowsill, facing the moonlight. Then he returned to the bed, and his soul left his body. In the side of the soul, the moonlight shining on the mirror was decomposed into a strand of purple light, which was continuously absorbed into the mirror. It seems that these purple light strands are the extra things that the treasure mirror has changed this time. Luo Qingzhou observed for a while, and after seeing no other abnormalities, he floated out of the house, flew into the air, and flew towards the Yuannong Tower. His spiritual power in the morning was still 58, and now his spiritual power has reached 110. This growth rate is simply terrible. Last night, the two said that it might take him 7 days or more to advance. Tonight, if they saw him suddenly advance, I don't know what his expression would be. But no matter how exaggerated their expressions were, he couldn't see them. I don't know when everyone can remove the halo on their bodies and reveal their true faces. Anyway, he is not afraid. He removed the halo on his body and still wore a mask on his face, so no one can see his true face. I don't know what the two look like, and I can't tell their ages from their voices. I don't know if they are real sisters or aunts. But it doesn't matter, as long as they can help him practice. He flew all the way to the Mandarin Duck Tower. From a distance, he saw the moon-white figure and the red figure standing on the two eaves of the Mandarin Duck Tower. Tonight, it's his turn to pretend to be a master. Chapter 223 Breakthrough. Promotion. The moonlight is bright. The two figures are hazy, with fluttering clothes, like fairies under the starry sky. The two did not talk, nor did they move. It was as if two peerless masters standing on the top of the Forbidden City were brewing an atmosphere and preparing for a life-and-death duel. As soon as Luo Qingzhou landed on the roof, the red figure immediately turned around and landed in front of him, saying sweetly, "Brother, you came so early tonight. Has sister-in-law gone to bed?" The white figure's eyes moved. Luo Qingzhou frowned and looked at her and said, "Don't call sister-in-law. It sounds weird." The red figure smiled and said, "You are the brother. She is naturally the sister-in-law. Why can't you call her?" Then he turned his head and looked at the white figure, deliberately saying, "Senior sister, do you think I am calling it right? Should I call her sister-in-law? Humph. I will keep calling his wife sister-in-law in front of you, to see if you are jealous or angry." She thought so in her heart. I thought the other party would not answer at all, but it was unexpected. The moon-white figure said lightly, "Whatever." The red figure was stunned for a moment, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. He obviously cared a lot, but pretended not to care. "I have to keep reminding you that he has a wife in real life. Which makes you angry. Brother, sister-in-law must be very beautiful, right? Do you have to coax her to sleep every night before coming? You must be very loving, right? I'm so envious." She raised the corner of her mouth and deliberately amplified her voice. The moon-white figure stood on the eaves, motionless, and did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou said directly, "Let's talk about the scriptures tonight." As soon as these words came out, the red figure's eyes suddenly lit up. Stopped talking, walked to the side and sat cross-legged, holding his breath and listening quietly. The moon-white figure also held his breath and retracted his eyes from a distance. Luo Qingzhou recalled in his mind, and suddenly a strange airflow appeared in his chest, rushing straight to the throat. When he spoke, his voice became particularly solemn and profound, which made people feel a chill in their hearts, and they felt a little nervous and respectful, as if a disciple was teaching the Dharma to his master. Do not promote the virtuous, so that the people will not fight. Do not value rare goods, so that the people will not steal. Do not see what is desirable, so that the people's hearts will not be disturbed. Therefore, the sage's rule is to empty their hearts, fill their bellies, weaken their wills, and strengthen their bones. Luo Qingzhou's tone was sonorous, as if it had a mysterious rhythm and magic. The red figure and the moon-white figure soon sank into it, entered a state of ecstasy, and their souls floated in the air, feeling that they had suddenly entered another world. The Tao is empty, but it may not be full. It is deep. Like the ancestor of all things, it is clear. Like it may exist. I don't know whose son it is, but it is like the predecessor of the emperor. Luo Qingzhou stopped after speaking this paragraph. There was no sound on the roof. The white figure and the red figure, one standing on the eaves, the other sitting on the roof, both motionless, as if they had no breath or heartbeat, immersed in their own worlds. Their spirits were there, but their consciousness was gone. A long time passed. The white figure finally woke up, slowly turned around, looked at him, with a complicated look in the halo, and said lightly, "Today's teaching is very important to me. At least it can shorten my cultivation time by 10 years. In the next year, I will continue to help you cultivate." Luo Qingzhou was delighted and immediately bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, Sister Yu." The red figure finally came to his senses and quickly stood up and said, "Brother, although I didn't understand, I took note. The more I read, the more mysterious and exciting it became. I feel that it will be of great help to my future practice. Brother, for the next 3 years, you can use my socks, handkerchiefs, clothes, etc. as you like. And you can bite them as you like. Don't be polite." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and said to the white figure, "Sister Yu, help me practice again tonight." The white figure didn't speak and flew towards the arrow tower. Luo Qingzhou quickly followed behind. The red figure was ignored, secretly clenched his fists, and hurriedly followed, saying sweetly, "Brother, I can actually help you practice. I will help you tomorrow night, and the night after that, and I will help you the night after that. If you take turns like this, your practice will not be boring anymore." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Thank you, Xiao Ye." The red figure smiled and said, "We are family. You are welcome. By the way, do you remember the past? The things before reincarnation?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, "What do you mean?" The red figure looked at. She glanced at him and smiled. "No. It's meaningless. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. By the way, brother, when you finish practicing, why don't you go to my sister's place to rest? My sister has a lot of things that are very good for the soul. Maybe if you go a few more nights, you can break through in less than 7 days." Luo Qingzhou still refused. "No." The red figure's eyes flashed and smiled. "Brother, are you afraid that my sister has bad intentions towards you and has other intentions?" Luo Qingzhou said directly, "Yes." The red figure. Soon, the three of them arrived at the arrow tower. The white figure reminded, "It may be more painful tonight, and it will take longer. If you can't hold on, call me." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." The red figure on the side hurriedly said, "Brother, don't be afraid. I have my spiritual silk stockings. Brother, as long as you bite it tightly, you will be fine. By the way, brother, in fact, the best way is to put the other stocking on your head, so that you can protect your whole head. Brother, don't be shy. We are not outsiders. Put it on. It's okay." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, took out the spiritual silk stockings, grabbed one in one hand, and looked at the arrow tower with determination. Swish. Just when he got close, the round beads inlaid on the arrow tower suddenly burst out a red light, instantly enveloping his entire soul. A sharp pain came. It was like being cut by thousands of knives, and it hurt the soul. The whole body was instantly torn apart, shattered, and began to dissipate like smoke. The pain tonight was indeed more intense. He hurriedly bit a stocking in his mouth, closed his eyes, guarded the last bit of clarity in his mind, and silently recited the formula in his heart. Brother is so pitiful, so hardworking, so motivated. Sister-in-law is so happy. The red figure looked at it for a few times, turned his head, and said to the moon-white figure beside him, "Senior sister, have you seen brother's sister-in-law? She must be very beautiful. Right? You and brother have a spiritual connection. Does sister-in-law know?" The moon-white figure seemed to have heard nothing, staring at the figure in the red light that was shattered and full of pain. "Poor sister-in-law. My brother's soul is about to have an affair, but she doesn't know it. She must be alone at home every night. How lonely it must be. It's a pity that my brother didn't tell me where he lives. Otherwise, I would go to comfort my poor sister-in-law." The red voice saw that she ignored it and directly mocked it. The moon-white figure looked at the red light with a look of suspicion, and then gradually became solemn. Then, it became a little incredible and unbelievable. "Sister, When do you think this guy can catch up with us with such cultivation? Although he may be the reincarnation of a great man, he is only in the night wandering realm now. I feel ashamed to call him brother every day. I feel sick in the mirror several times every night when I go back. I am a great... Wow. At this moment, the fragmented figure in the red light suddenly burst into a strong white light. And then, a wave of air swept around. The broken figure suddenly condensed and merged in an instant. And suddenly a strange colorful light flashed around it. The round bead on top of the arrow tower once again shot out a more powerful red light. However, as soon as it hit the figure, it suddenly disintegrated and turned into nothing. Swish, swish, swish. The round bead seemed not to give up, and continued to flash and burst out more red light, shooting towards the figure. But without exception, none of them had any effect. As soon as those red lights landed on the figure, they broke like bubbles and turned into nothing. The round bead seemed to have run out of energy, and the flashing light became weaker and weaker, and the figure seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and the flashing light on his body became brighter and brighter. Breakthrough, breakthrough. The red figure was stunned when he saw the scene. How so fast? Seen your sister, that guy. Ugh. How come there is a colorful light on my brother's body? Sure enough, he is the reincarnation of a great man. Sure enough, he is the brother of my great fairy Sioya. Brother, you are awesome. I am proud of you. The white figure couldn't help but glance at her without saying anything. The light on Luo Qingzhou's body gradually faded, and the pain of the tear just now suddenly disappeared. Now that he felt the soul power in his body surge, the perception and control of the soul seemed to have reached a higher level. He clenched his fist and tried to punch with the thunder fist. Boom! With a loud bang, a purple lightning flashed in the dark night and disappeared in a flash. The red figure's heart trembled, and he was secretly shocked. Lightning? Isn't lightning specifically used to defeat the soul? The soul punched out lightning, and it was just a soul in the realm of controlling things? Sister, I seem to have made a breakthrough. Luo Qingzhou felt as if he had been reborn. After punching out, he felt that the power was incomparable to before. Excited, he put away his silk stockings and flew towards the two. The red figure immediately rushed to meet him and said happily, "Brother is so amazing. Sister said a long time ago that brother will definitely make a breakthrough. But I didn't expect that he would make a breakthrough so soon. Brother, sister is proud of you. Sister is proud of you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, ignored her, passed by her, and flew towards the white figure of you. Brother, brother. The red figure didn't care at all, and chased after him happily. Luo Qingzhou came to the white figure of you, and said excitedly, "Senior you, did I make a breakthrough?" Brother, brother. Yes, I have made a breakthrough. You have now advanced to the realm of controlling objects. So amazing. Sister has never seen such an amazing brother. The red figure came to the side to answer again, calling several brothers, as if she was afraid that he would forget that he was her brother. Chapter 224. Let's meet in the flesh. The three returned to Yuanyang Tower. Luo Qingzhou began to humbly ask about the techniques that can be practiced in the realm of controlling objects. Of course, he didn't have any techniques, so he had to ask for advice. The book only recorded that the realm of controlling objects required the refining of flying swords and other weapons that were exclusively used by the soul, and did not mention any techniques. Now there were two soul masters in front of him, and they looked very rich, so he had some ideas. If he could be given a few techniques to practice, it would be the best. The red figure said with embarrassment, "Brother, I practiced the techniques of the original sect, although I have left now. According to the regulations, I cannot pass it on to others. And there are actually not many techniques to practice in the realm of controlling objects. The main thing is to practice controlling objects." Luo Qingzhou asked, "I read in the book that only some things that are exclusively used by the soul can be used to control objects." Right? The red figure said, "Yes. Only things made of special materials, and specially made for the soul can be pulled by soul power, and can be directly touched by the soul. My sister and I's handkerchief, and my socks are. If you want to control other things, need to reach a higher level. Brother, I suggest you refine a flying sword now. Practice more, and use it as your own soul weapon." Luo Qingzhou said, "What materials are needed? How to refine it?" The red figure pondered for a moment and said, "The most common flying sword probably needs thunder wood, black iron essence, nether flower juice, your own blood, hair, and needs a special refining furnace and a refiner to refine. If you want a higher quality one, the black iron essence can be replaced with Gingjin, And you can also add some runes specially refined by the master of refining. Luo Qingzhou listened to her talk and frowned. He didn't have any of these things. Brother. That's it. In fact, an ordinary flying sword is enough. When you have a high level of cultivation, you can add some good materials to upgrade it. The red figure stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, That do you have it? Sister. The red figure was stunned. What do you have? Luo Qingzhou had to say shamelessly, materials for making flying swords. A master of refining. A refining furnace, sister. Red figure, no brother. The two looked at each other in silence. After a moment, the red figure suddenly said again, Brother, how about you come home with me tonight? And I will help you find it. Or ask someone. Maybe you can find it. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and asked, Maybe you can find something? The red figure thought for a while and said, Lightning wood. Black iron essence. Refining furnace. Luo Qingzhou was silent. The red figure's eyes suddenly lit up, pointing to the moon-white figure on the eaves and said, Brother, senior sister can refine weapons. And she also has a very good quality refining furnace. She must have a lot of good materials. Luo Qingzhou's eyes looked at the moon-white figure. The white figure was silent for a moment. Then said calmly, I can help you refine the weapon. But you need to find the materials yourself. Luo Qingzhou looked at the red figure in front of him again. Sister. Red figure. Sister. Brother. I didn't. Lightning wood. Black iron essence. Brother. We are family. I will go back and help you find it. Lightning wood. Black iron essence, I believe I can find it. Brother. You don't want to see you have no intention to practice every night because you don't have the materials. And you can only stay at home with your wife. Right? You don't want you to find other sisters to tell stories to because of the materials. Right? Lightning wood. Black iron essence, can I go back and look for it? Okay. I will go back and look for it. Well, thank you. Sister. Thank you, Celia. Luo Qingzhou thanked sincerely and bowed. The red figure clenched his fist in his sleeves and glared at the moon-white figure on the eaves, feeling very depressed. She had clearly put down her dignity and called him brother. But she didn't expect that she would have to bleed so much money to give gifts continuously. She had just given him the spiritual silk stockings last time, and the flame handkerchief the time before that. Now she wants to give it again. Every few days, she would be robbed of a treasure. Damn it! She felt that she might soon be emptied by this cheap brother. Senior sister did this. Wouldn't she be jealous of her treasures? So she deliberately let her recognize her brother, and then let her be taken advantage of by this poor brother every day. Shall you? When I find other treasures in the future, I will definitely return them to you. Handkerchiefs, silk stockings, and these materials. I remember them all. Don't worry. Brother won't take your things for nothing. Luo Qingzhou said sincerely. The red figure felt better and smiled sweetly. Brother, we are family. Why should we be polite? I don't need these things now. It's my duty to give them to you. It seems that this brother is still good, and he didn't think of taking her things for free. Then he looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves and said, Sister, I should be able to find lightning wood, black iron essence, the remaining netherworld flower juice, and refining tools. I'll give them all to you. Is that okay? I tell you stories and teach you the Dharma every night. You can't be stingy. The moon-white figure was silent for a moment and said, I only refine tools. He needs to find the netherworld flower juice himself. Luo Qingzhou asked hurriedly, Where can I find that thing? The moon-white figure did not answer. The red figure thought for a while and said, It should be sold in the shop, but it will be very expensive. Also, it seems to be in the Blackwood Forest outside the city. Speaking of this, she suddenly had an idea and looked at him and said, Brother, how about I go out of the city with you tomorrow to have a look? Luo Qingzhou said, Soul? The red figure smiled and said, Of course, it's the physical body. As for the soul, even if you see the netherworld flower, you can't take it away. Brother, let's agree to meet the physical body somewhere tomorrow, and then I will accompany you. Okay? The moon-white figure's eyes moved. Luo Qingzhou directly refused and said, No need. After a pause, he continued, Xiao Ya, we know each other in spirit and soul, and we will be spirit friends in the future. I don't think it is necessary to involve reality. We don't know who we are now, so we can speak freely and do whatever we want. But once we are in reality, maybe we won't have such a harmonious and relaxed atmosphere. What do you think? The red figure was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother is right. Then he shrugged, forget it. I'll disappear. Anyway, my life is very hard in reality. I can only endure everything. It's better to be free and unrestrained like now. Brother. It's really good now. Now I can call you brother, and call you whatever I want. But in reality, it's absolutely impossible. Luo Qingzhou said, in reality, I will never ask for your handkerchief and socks. And of course, it's even more impossible to bite your socks. Puff. The red figure chuckled. And then it was like a dam that had been held back for a long time suddenly opened the gate. Chuckle and laugh non-stop. Laughing forward and backward. Standing unsteadily. After laughing for a long time, Fawn stopped, looked at him and said, Brother, I am very lucky to meet you here. Luo Qingzhou said, I am also very lucky to meet you. Otherwise, how could I get so many things for free? Of course, even if I was paid, it can't be considered free. The roof suddenly fell into silence. The two stood together, looking at each other. Although they couldn't see anything due to the halo, they could clearly feel each other's eyes and sight. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. I have a skill here. The moon-white figure on the eaves suddenly turned around and said in a cold voice, the breath-fixing and breath-collecting method can be practiced in the realm of controlling objects. It can conceal the breath and the cultivation, whether it is the soul or the body. It can be used. Do you want to learn it? Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Please teach me. Sister Yu, if you can conceal your breath, you could approach the enemy silently and launch an attack. If you can hide your cultivation, you can confuse the audience and launch an attack unexpectedly. He is now refining his body, and his physique is getting stronger and stronger. His body and breath are slowly changing. Now he is only in the realm of refining tendons, which is not too obvious. As long as he pays attention to his breathing rhythm and movements, he will not be exposed. But when he enters the realm of refining bones and organs, his breath will change greatly, and his temperament will also be different. If he encounters a slightly stronger or mentally powerful warrior, he will be exposed if he is not careful. If he practices this technique, then in the future, as long as he wears a white Confucian robe, he can still pretend to be a weak scholar even if he encounters a powerful warrior. So this technique is very useful for him. Sister Yu, teach me. He bowed again. The white figure did not speak, and looked at the red figure beside him. The red figure looked at her meaningfully, turned his head, and said sweetly, Brother, then I will leave first. Senior sister is very stingy. If I were here, she would definitely not teach you. She is afraid that I would learn secretly. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay. Xiao Ya. See you tomorrow night. Remember to bring the things tomorrow night. Yes, brother. See you tomorrow night. The red figure smiled, and the figure flashed and disappeared. The roof was quiet. After a while, the white figure said lightly, Sit down. Close your eyes, and circulate the soul power in your body. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly sat down, closed his eyes as he said, calmed his mind, and urged the soul power in his body. The night passed quietly. Before I knew it, the eastern sky had turned white. When the first ray of light rose from the horizon, Luo Qingzhou still sat cross-legged on the rooftop, entering a state of selfless cultivation. The golden morning sun sprinkled down and penetrated his entire soul. He seemed like a golden shadow, condensed on the roof of the attic, motionless. The moon-white figure still stood on the eaves to accompany him, in the golden morning sun and the cool morning breeze, with black hair dancing and white skirt fluttering, like a fairy, until the morning sun showed half of its cheek from the green hills, and the golden light sprinkled into the entire Mo city. Luo Qingzhou rushed all the way back to the Qin mansion. The soul returned to the body. Unprecedented comfort. After a sleepless night, he was still full of energy and vigor. He looked at the desk in front of the window. 2 black spirit liquids had condensed on the mirror of the sun and moon treasure mirror. He walked over and tried to stretch out his fingers to touch it, and the 2 spirit liquids actually drilled into his fingertips in an instant and disappeared. I just absorbed 2 drops yesterday, but I didn't expect that I could still absorb it today. It seems that the soul has entered a state of rapid energy absorption and rapid progress. After thinking about it, he took out the 2 porcelain bottles from the storage bag and poured out all the remaining spiritual liquid. One kind only had 5 drops, all of which fell into his palm. As soon as it came into contact with the palm, it was all absorbed into the body. Luo Qingzhou was not surprised but happy. It can be seen that the body and soul are now in need of more energy. His cultivation speed should be faster. However, he still has to collect a drop of spiritual liquid every day and every night and put it in the porcelain bottle. In addition to his cultivation needs, Miss Jean Eyre also needs it. I just don't know if the spiritual liquid after the qualitative change will be more useful to the girl's body. But this matter must be careful. Maybe the effect is too good and too intense, and the girl's weak body may not be able to withstand it. He has to test it bit by bit to be safe. Put away the treasure mirror. He ate some breakfast casually, said something to Xiao Dai, and went out. Last night, the soul broke through and advanced. Today, it's time for the body. Chapter 225. Unfortunately, I don't like you. The morning sun has just risen when Luo Qingzhou came to Jubao Pavilion. Except for Sister Dao and the taciturn young man Zhou Boyue, no one else had arrived yet. After looking at the warrior supplies downstairs for a while, Luo Qingzhou walked to the counter. In front of the counter, the waiter who always received him was holding a snow-white rag and carefully wiping a pair of warrior gloves. Luo Qingzhou came to the counter and asked directly, "Youth flower. Do you sell it here?" The waiter was stunned for a moment. Youth flower. Then he shook his head and said, "I've heard of it. But we don't sell it here. This thing should not be a warrior supply." "Right," Luo Qingzhou said, "it shouldn't be. Do you know where it is sold?" The waiter thought for a while and shook his head and said, "This little guy really doesn't know. Mr. Chu, you should go up and ask Sister Dao. She knows more than me." "Okay. Thank you." Luo Qingzhou thanked him and went upstairs directly. Sister Dao, with short silver hair, was holding a sharp warrior dagger and trimming her fingernails. Luo Qingzhou approached and asked directly, "Sister Dao, do you know where to buy the nether flower?" Sister Dao was slightly startled when she heard this, and thought about it carefully, and said, "It should not be sold in the shops in this city. The nether flower grows in places with extremely strong yin energy. Apart from some medicinal effects, it is almost useless for warriors, and it is difficult to pick. So few shops will sell it. But I heard that the juice of this thing can be used to make some special weapons, and it is sold very expensively in Kyoto shops. Why do you want this thing?" Luo Qingzhou was secretly disappointed and said, "My friend needs it. Let me ask." Sister Dao glanced at him, said nothing more, and continued to trim her nails with her head down. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Sister Dao, I heard that there is this kind of flower growing in the Blackwood Forest. Do you know about it?" Sister Dao said lightly, "I haven't heard of it, nor have I seen it. But this thing grows in places with extremely strong yin energy. There are several places in the Blackwood Forest that are very suitable for it. But those places are very dangerous. And you, a warrior in the Tendon refining realm, can't go in." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "What is the minimum realm required to go to such a place?" Sister Dao pondered for a moment and said, "At least 2 warriors in the bone refining realm are required to accompany you. Because the monsters that appear there are almost intermediate monsters. If you encounter it alone, you will die." Luo Qingzhou frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Sister Dao, how many gold coins do I need to hire you to go to such a place?" Sister Dao raised her head and looked at him, saying, 200. If you encounter monster attacks and other warriors, you need to increase the price. It's expensive." Luo Qingzhou muttered secretly. All the gold coins he has now are only 100. And the rest are bought for tendon refining potions. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Not long after, Wu Kuei, a short and sturdy middle-aged man, came up. After a while, Chu Xiaoxiao, a petite and cute girl, came up with Nandong Meiju. Nandong Meiju was wearing a black leather jacket and skirt today, with black stockings wrapped around her slender and sexy legs, and her long hair was still tied into a neat high ponytail. When Luo Qingzhou and her eyes met, she had a blank expression, as if nothing had happened between them in the past 2 days. But Luo Qingzhou knew that she would never forget this hatred and resentment. Everyone was there. Sister Dao got up, took a few people downstairs, and got on the carriage at the door. After the carriage started moving, Chu Xiaoxiao began to chatter again. Except for Sister Dao's serious answers, everyone else was perfunctory. Nandong Meiju ignored her directly, picked up the small mirror again, stretched out her sexy long legs, and began to look in the mirror as if no one was around. When Chu Xiaoxiao asked her what her name was today, she said coldly, "Qian Dao Shueqi. From now on, I will call myself this name until someone dies." When she said the word die, her eyes looked at someone opposite. The eyes of the other people in the carriage looked at Luo Qingzhou. As long as they were not fools, they would understand that the someone Miss Qian Dao was talking about seemed to be him. Several people were very curious about what happened between the two, but no one gossiped. Chu Xiaoxiao wanted to gossip, but Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju ignored her. I have good news for you all. I'm about to break through. I estimate that in another month, I will be able to break through to the bone refining realm. Chu Xiaoxiao happily said this good news, which was good news only for her. The carriage was silent for a while. Sister Dao said sincerely, Xiaoxiao, congratulations. The others were silent and did not speak. Chu Xiaoxiao glanced at Luo Qingzhou and the young man named Zhou Boyue, and smiled. Brother Chu, Brother Zhou, you all have to work hard. When Xiaoxiao is promoted to the bone refining realm, only you two will be in the tendon refining realm here. Nandong Meiju suddenly sneered, trimming her fingertips with a knife, and sarcastically said, some people have dirty things in their minds all day long. Every time they fight, they only dare to sneak attack and escape. I'm afraid they will be like this for the rest of their lives. Still want to advance? Dream on. The eyes of several people all looked at Luo Qingzhou again. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, why are you all looking at me? You don't think the person she's talking about is me, do you? Everyone looked away and said nothing. Not long after, the carriage stopped outside the Black Woods. Everyone got off the carriage one after another. Sister Dao continued to repeat the matter of hiring her, and when she spoke, she looked at Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. He didn't have any money yet. Several people went into the woods separately and walked in the directions they had chosen. Luo Qingzhou entered the woods and was about to jump onto a tree to start practicing tendon training when he suddenly heard a slight sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that the sexy girl, who was called Qiandox Weshi today, was following him. Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned around and looked at her, saying, do you want to continue? Nandong Meiju continued to walk towards him, and said coldly, my previous methods were all wrong. My cultivation is higher than yours, so there is no need to sneak attack. Today, I will use my true strength to let you know what it means to defeat 10 skills with one force and break all methods with one whip. If you are a man, don't run. If you are a man, fight with me in an upright manner. If you win, I can agree to any request you make. Luo Qingzhou said, any request? Are you sure? Miss Qian Dao? Sure. Nandong Meiju gritted her teeth. Her long and sexy legs suddenly tightened and gathered strength, then suddenly bounced up and pounced on him with a whoosh sound, like a female cheetah that suddenly exerted strength. Luo Qingzhou turned and ran. He was not that stupid. The difference in cultivation level was 1 level, and the other party had a magic weapon in his hand. Now he was at the peak of anger and strength, and was unstoppable. He must not stop to fight her unless he exhausted her physical strength and panted. Plop! Who knew that he had just turned around and ran a few steps, and was about to accumulate strength to jump onto the tree to use her to practice fascia, when the ground suddenly collapsed. He was caught off guard and fell into a pit in an instant. The pit was not too deep, only about 2 meters deep. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he bounced up and jumped up without any hesitation. Who knew that as soon as his head emerged from the pit, a black whip suddenly jumped like a venomous snake, and with a whoosh, it instantly wrapped around his neck. When he jumped out of the pit and landed on the ground, the whip had already wrapped around his entire body, and then tightly wrapped around him and a big tree next to him. His arms and legs were all tightly wrapped around him, and he couldn't move. Run! Why don't you run? Keep running? Nandong Meiju held the whip handle, walked over with long legs, and stood in front of him with a sneer on her face. She said proudly, yesterday, I paid people to dig a lot of pits here, waiting for you to come today. You can use conspiracy and tricks, but I can't. Swish. She pulled out a warrior dagger with a cold blade from her waist, and said with a grim smile, Chu Feiyong, today, I will make you open your eyes and watch you being cut into pieces by me. Oh, where do I start? She came close to him, her towering breasts almost touching his chest, and the dagger in her hand was pressed against his face, rubbing it gently, her red lips like fire, her expression charming, complacent, and full of satisfaction. Then, the dagger suddenly slid down along his chin, across his chest, across his stomach, and finally, it stopped between his legs. The grim smile on her face became more intense, and she raised her eyebrows and said, how about we start from here? Let's make the first cut here. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou was motionless, staring at her coldly and said, you will regret it. Ha ha ha. Nandong Meiju suddenly laughed. And laughed so hard that she was bent forward and backward. And her body was shaking. After laughing for a long time, Fong stopped. And the dagger in her hand was against his lower body. And she said sinisterly, "Will this lady regret it? Will I regret turning you into a eunuch first? Or will I regret cutting you into pieces and sending you to the underworld?" Luo Qingzhou stared at her calmly and said, "Kill me. Will you still have fun in this blackwood forest in the future? You are full of valuable things. And you don't need monster beasts and monster pills at all. You come here, in addition to honing your skills, just to have fun and relax. Right? You were born into a noble family. And the storage ring on your finger is enough for us to struggle for many years. But you appeared in this small MO city. And come here with us all day. You must have encountered something very depressing. But you can't solve it. So you can only escape. Right? You are talking nonsense. I didn't. Let me think about it. I can't solve it. I can only escape. You are such a beautiful lady of a noble family. And you are at this age. The answer is obvious. You are running away from marriage." Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes, and said it calmly. Nandong Meijia's face suddenly showed a trace of astonishment. She opened her mouth and suddenly said angrily, "No! I didn't. You are talking nonsense." Then she gritted her teeth and said, "I will cut off your tongue first." As she said that, the dagger in her hand reached his mouth. Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted coldly, "Look into my eyes, and tell me the truth. Am I right? You don't like that man. But your parents forced you to marry that man. So you ran away. Escaped here. In fact, you already have someone you like in your heart now. Right?" Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, staring at his eyes, and was about to shake her head. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said in a shocking tone, "The person you like is me." Nandong Meiju? Right. Say it. At the moment when she was staring at his eyes in a daze, Luo Qingzhou suddenly concentrated his soul and poured his strength into his throat. And the sound burst out like thunder in Nandong Meiju's ears, brain, and soul. There was a boom sound, and the explosion was roaring, and her pupils were instantly absent-minded. The internal force collapsed, and the whip in his hand that had grown longer by relying on the internal force suddenly loosened and shortened rapidly. Snap! Luo Qingzhou used his arms to break free, then tightened his fascia, poured strength into his arms, and with a boom sound, he suddenly hit the belly of the girl in front of him. Bang! He punched her out and fell heavily more than 10 meters away. The severe pain made her wake up instantly, but as soon as she jumped up from the ground, boom! Another huge and domineering fist fiercely hit her belly. Then, bang! Boom! Boom! 5 punches in a row. She was instantly limped to the ground by the tyrant punch. Eyes wide open, mouth wide open, drooling from the corners of her mouth, unable to stand up again. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched her chin hard again. Nandong Meiju raised her head. Her eyes went black. She rolled her eyes, and almost fainted. Unfortunately, I don't like you. After seeing that she had no power to resist, Luo Qingzhou rode on her and began to search her whole body. He searched her body inside and out, but there was nothing. Only the storage ring on her finger. Hand over the gold coins, and I can let you go. Luo Qingzhou held her slender fingers and said coldly. Nandong Meiju gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes moved, and after a moment, they focused, staring at him, her lips trembling, gritting her teeth and saying, "This lady would rather die. If you have the guts, then. Swish. Luo Qingzhou tore her underwear out from inside. Then, he put his hand inside her skirt. I'll give you gold coins. Nandong Meiju trembled, and suddenly said weakly. She bit her lips. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she looked like a poor little sheep being pressed under her crotch and having its wool pulled out. Unable to resist. Unable to move. Can only silently endure. Chapter 226 The Tame Girl. Pa! A bag of gold coins fell out of the storage ring and landed on the ground. Luo Qingzhou picked it up and weighed it. There were about 1,000 coins. That's all I have. I swear. Nandong Meiju said pitifully with tears on her face. Luo Qingzhou put away the gold coins and looked at her and said, This is not enough. You said before that as long as I beat you fair and square, you could agree to any request of mine. Does this still count? Nandong Meiju shed 2 more tears. Can you not count? Woo. That won't work. Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, stared at her towering breasts for a few times, and said, I'll give you two choices. First, accompany me to the depths of my blackwood forest and help me find the netherworld flower. Second, accompany me to the cave in front, and I'll give you something. First, I choose the first. Nandong Meiju chose the first option without hesitation. Luo Qingzhou took the storage ring from her slender fingers and said, after the mission is completed, the things will be returned to you. Also, you have to swear a poisonous oath that you will not attack me later. And you must help me with all your heart and soul today. It's just today. After today, you can still attack me and take revenge. Nandong Meiju immediately shook her head with tears in her eyes. No. I won't. I will never take revenge again. Then she cried and swore a poisonous oath. I Qiandoksu I Qinjinjin swear that I will help you with all my heart and soul today, and will never attack you and move your feet, whip, and mouth. Luo Qingzhou helped her add a sentence. Nandong Meiju had no choice but to cry and say, I, Qinjinjin, swear that I will help you with all my heart today, and will never touch you, whip you or talk to you. If I break my promise, I will be struck by 5 thunders and die a miserable death. Luo Qingzhou said coldly. If you break your promise, you will fail to escape the marriage, and you will marry that person after the new year. You will be tortured by that person every night, and your life will be worse than death. Nandong Meiju's face suddenly changed, and she looked at him with tears in her eyes, not daring to speak. Swear! Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted angrily, and then punched a big tree next to him. Bang! There was a loud bang. The big tree broke on the spot with a crack. Luo Qingzhou stared into the depths of her terrified pupils, and said sinisterly, there is a god above us. Don't think that swearing is just a matter of words. If you don't keep it, retribution will come. Nandong Meiju was frightened and shivered, and hurriedly swore, if I break it, I will fail to escape the marriage, and I will marry that man after the new year, and be tortured by him every night. Well, I would rather die than live. She suddenly cried in fear and humiliation. Luo Qingzhou got up from her, took a look at her underwear, hesitated for a moment, and threw the storage ring to her, saying, change clothes, tidy up, and let's go find Sister Dao. After that, he picked up her whip from the ground and put it into his storage bag. Then, he walked not far away and stood with his back to her. Woo daddy. Mom. Big brother. Sister, where are you? Meiju is being bullied by the bad guys. And the bad guys are so scary. Woo. Nandong Meiju had completely collapsed and could no longer muster the courage to resist. Several consecutive defeats and humiliations had left her with a serious psychological shadow on this bastard. And she began to tremble when she saw him. Especially the threat from the soul just now, which completely broke her psychological defense. She climbed up from the ground crying, walked behind a big tree, and began to change clothes, tidy up her hair, wash her face, and look in the mirror. Are you done? Don't dawdle. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and began to urge impatiently. After waiting for a while, he couldn't help but turn around and said, I have limited time. You'd better hurry up. Nandong Meiju had changed her dress and stood behind him. The leather jacket and skirt on her body were gone, replaced by a noble purple long skirt, soft purple stockings wrapped around her slender legs, a purple sachet hanging around her waist, and her high ponytail, now scattered into a long black hair, draped behind her, just falling on her slender waist, and a purple butterfly hairpin was inserted in the hair beside her ear. Noble and beautiful. Her figure is still tall and slender, with sexy curves. The tear marks on her beautiful face have disappeared, replaced by a cold face. Let's go, she said coldly. It seemed that her embarrassment just now was not her embarrassment. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, walked in front, walked a few steps, and couldn't help looking back at her a few times. Nandong Meiju clenched his fists and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou walked side by side with her and said, I'll give you a whip later, as long as you behave well today. I won't bully you in the future. Of course, the premise is that you don't provoke me. Nandong Meiju gritted her teeth and walked quickly in front. The two of them quickly left the Blackwood Forest and came to the woods beside the main road, where they found Sister Dao. Sister Dao was carrying her broadsword and wandering in the woods. She was a little surprised to see the two of them coming together. Luo Qingzhou took out the bag of gold coins directly from the storage bag, counted out 200 coins to her, and said, Sister Dao, I need your help. Sister Dao took the gold coins and nodded. Okay. She led the way in front, and glanced at the purple-dressed girl behind her. She tried to hold back, but couldn't help but asked in a low voice, She was also hired by you. With her wealth. It's unlikely. Right? Luo Qingzhou replied in a low voice. Nothing is impossible. Although some people don't need gold coins. Will they need something else? Sister Dao was very curious and asked in a low voice. What will she need? Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist and said. The release of love. Sister Dao was confused. She didn't understand at all. However, she did not ask any more questions. And focused on leading the way. She said. There is a valley in the valley over there. There is no sunlight all year round. And the yin energy is thick. Various exotic flowers and plants grow there. Most of them are beautiful and medicinal. Occasionally, 1 or 2 spiritual medicines of extremely high value will appear. As for the netherworld flower you mentioned, I don't know if there is one there. Let's go and have a look. The 3 of them were silent all the way, and soon came to the entrance of the valley. Before they approached, they felt a chill coming towards them. The surrounding mountains were majestic. The trees were tall and deep, and there was a valley in the middle. The light was dim, and the yin energy was eerie. But it was full of various strange flowers. Be careful. There may be monsters in this place. There are monsters guarding many spiritual flowers and herbs. And they are also waiting to eat them. Before entering the valley, Sister Dao carefully warned. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Took out the whip from the storage bag. Handed it to the girl behind him. And said, Be careful. Sister Dao looked at this scene. And a look of surprise appeared on her face again. How come this whip is in his hand? Nandong Meiju took the whip and held the handle tightly. She immediately felt the power of her whole body stirring. And her heart began to stir. She looked at the person in front of her coldly. However, when her eyes met the other person's eyes, she saw the coldness and teasing in his pupils. And her heart trembled again. And she immediately became timid. She avoided his gaze. And the whip in her hand flashed and wrapped around her slender waist. She still maintained the last bit of dignity and stubbornness. And said coldly, You should be careful. Refining tendons. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and followed Sister Dao into the valley. Nandong Meiju looked at his back, hesitated for a moment, and followed him in with long legs. At the same time, she secretly said in her heart, sleeping on straw and tasting gall, enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. Endure it first. And this lady will definitely have a chance to take revenge. When this lady advances again, it will be his death. Sister Dao carried a broad knife and walked in front, looking around vigilantly, keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions. The two searched in the valley for a while, but did not find the nether flower. Sister Dao asked, Do you know that flower? Luo Qingzhou said, I read about it in a book. It's purple. Like. He pointed to the purple-dressed girl behind him and said, It's the color of her stockings. The petals are thick and the flower juice is full, but there is no fragrance. Nandong Meiju clenched his fists. Sister Dao nodded and said, I've also read about it in a book. It is said that there are no other flowers and plants growing around the nether flower within 3 or 4 meters. While talking in a low voice, the two continued to walk towards the depths of the valley. Nandong Meiju felt that the surroundings were gloomy and cold. So he quickly quickened his pace and followed the two closely. They searched for more than an hour. They almost walked through the entire valley, but still couldn't find the nether flower. Luo Qingzhou was disappointed. Sister Dao said helplessly, It seems that there is no more here. Let's go to another place. At this moment, Nandong Meiju, who was following behind, suddenly pointed to the hillside next to her and said, Is that the one? Then she said coldly, It doesn't look like it. Luo Qingzhou looked up, stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly her eyes lit up, saying, It looks very similar. Sister Dao. Sister Dao also stared at the purple flower carefully for a few times, nodded and said, It should be. Nandong Meiju sneered. Didn't they say that the petals are thick and the juice is full? It looks withered. Not at all. Luo Qingzhou walked over and said, The petals outside are old, but the inside is still fresh and tender. We should be able to get a lot of juice. He took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag and prepared to use it to store the juice of the netherworld flower later. At this moment, Sister Dao suddenly shouted, Be careful. Luo Qingzhou paused and looked up. Sister Dao pointed to the right side of the netherworld flower and said, There is a poisonous snake. Green. Nandong Meiju said coldly, There are more than one. Luo Qingzhou looked closely and saw 2 green snakes crawling in the grass next to him. They were about 2 meters long and as thin as green bamboo, entwined and wriggling. Boom! Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched it. A thunderclap sounded. The two entwined snakes were frightened and jumped into the grass with a whoosh sound and disappeared. At the same time, the purple netherworld flower also shook suddenly. Then, a purple little snake emerged from the pistol and fled in panic. Luo Qingzhou frowned. They actually stole my flower juice. He carefully observed the surroundings and walked up. Sister Dao and Nangong Meiji followed. The three of them came to the netherworld flower, stared at it for a while, and Sister Dao nodded and said, "It is indeed a netherworld flower." Luo Qingzhou was excited and immediately squatted down, put on the bamboo film gloves bought at Jubao Pavilion, pinched the fresh petals in the pistol directly with his hands, aimed the mouth of the porcelain bottle, and began to squeeze the flower juice hard. It is indeed thick and juicy. The purple flower juice immediately merged into a thin line and flowed into the mouth of the porcelain bottle. The flying sword is about 5 inches long. The main materials are lightning wood and black iron essence. And the netherworld flower juice is not much. So this netherworld flower is definitely enough. Luo Qingzhou quickly squeezed all the juice from the petals of this netherworld flower, leaving no drop. Filled half a bottle. Put it under the nose and smell it. And there is indeed no smell. Just as the porcelain bottle was put into the storage bag, Sister Dao's face suddenly changed and said, "Listen. What's the sound?" A rustling sound came. The flowers and grass around them suddenly began to shake. Then, the sound became louder. A terrifying and horrifying noise suddenly surged towards the three people from all around. Chapter 227. The light was dim. A strong fishy smell wafted into the nose. The three of them looked intently. And suddenly a dense group of poisonous snakes appeared in the swaying flowers and grass. Some were big, some were small, and of different colors. They rushed towards the three of them like a tide. "Run! It's a group of snakes." Dojia's face suddenly changed, and she immediately dragged her knife with one hand, trying to rush down the hillside. But at this moment, there were not only a dense group of snakes at the bottom of the hillside, but also a giant green python about 10 meters long. Nangong Meiji was afraid of snakes since she was a child. Seeing so many snakes spitting out scarlet tongues and crawling up, she was immediately frightened. Up. Daojia saw that the road below was blocked, and there were groups of poisonous snakes on both sides. She immediately made a quick decision, and turned around and ran up the mountain. Luo Qingzhou immediately followed behind her. Wait for me." Nangong Meiji's face turned pale, and she hurriedly chased after him, grabbed his clothes, turned her head and looked. The mountains and plains were full of colorful and ferocious venomous snakes. And her legs were immediately frightened, and her heart was trembling. Wow! At this moment, a black giant python suddenly jumped out of the bushes above, opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Sister Dao in the front. Sister Dao held the handle of the knife with both hands, did not avoid or give way, and suddenly swung the knife and chopped the head of the giant python in half with a swish sound. Right! She took a look up and immediately turned around. The mountain above was too steep and difficult to climb, and the grass was lush, and venomous snakes jumped out to attack from time to time. If you are not careful, you will be hit. The right side is the direction leading to the deepest part of the valley. In this situation, the three of them could not escape to the entrance of the valley, and could only run to a place with fewer venomous snakes. Luo Qingzhou and Nangong Meiji followed closely behind. The flowers behind her rustled, and the mountains and plains were filled with the hissing sounds of poisonous snakes. Even Luo Qingzhou, who was strong in spirit and courage, was frightened by this scene and this sound, not to mention Nangong Meijiao, who had been afraid of snakes since childhood. Just after running for a distance, her legs suddenly softened, and she fell to the ground with a cry of awe. Just behind her, a thick python jumped down from the bushes above. The ferocious and huge python head pounced directly at her. She widened her eyes, and was already scared silly. Boom! There was a loud bang. A purple arc flashed and disappeared. The head of the python exploded instantly, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Luo Qingzhou killed the python with a punch, and then grabbed her and clamped her under his armpits. The fascia of his legs was tense and ejected, and his body was like a monkey, running and jumping whoosh 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 behind Sister Dao. The stones, flowers and plants under his feet flashed by. No, there are snakes ahead. Sister Dao suddenly stopped and her face turned pale. The whole valley was full of snakes, surrounded on all sides, and everywhere there were rustling sounds of poisonous snakes rubbing against the flowers and hissing sounds coming from their mouths. The three of them had no way to escape. Luo Qingzhou suddenly pointed upwards and said, Sister Dao, there is a cave over there. Let's go into the cave. Sister Dao looked up and said with a grim face. Once we enter the cave, there is no way to escape. If we are blocked by the poisonous snakes and all jump into the cave, we will definitely die. Luo Qingzhou didn't give any explanation. He directly held his frightened cousin under his armpit and rushed to the cave, explaining, after entering the cave, we only need to guard the entrance. As long as we guard one side, there is a glimmer of hope. If we don't enter the cave, there will be poisonous snakes on all sides, and we will definitely die. Sister Dao thought it made sense and followed with her broad knife. At this time, the snake group was only 3 or 4 meters away from the 3 people. Several giant pythons mixed in the snake group looked even more terrifying. The 3 of them rushed to the cave at the fastest speed. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, Luo Qingzhou suddenly threw a fire starter into it. The weak sparks rubbed against the oxygen in the air and instantly ignited light. Boom! Luo Qingzhou suddenly hit the cave with a thunder-like thunder fist, accompanied by a ray of purple lightning and surging air waves. Several colorful centipedes and a spotted poisonous snake suddenly jumped out of the dark cave. Luo Qingzhou then took Nandong Meijiao and rushed in, observing the cave carefully again. The cave was very shallow, only 4 or 5 meters deep. There were rocks all around, and no other wild animals or poisonous creatures. He was relieved, and with a loose arm, he threw the girl under his armpit to the ground and walked towards the cave entrance. At this time, the venomous snakes, led by several giant pythons, rushed over with murderous intent. Sister Dao waved the broadsword in her hand, and a fierce wave of air burst out. Shua shua, guarding the cave entrance alone, with her silver hair flying and her sword energy like a rainbow, killing the venomous snakes and making them fly everywhere, with blood splattering everywhere, with the momentum of 1 man guarding the pass and 10,000 men unable to open it. However, her swordsmanship was domineering and fierce, which consumed a lot of physical and internal strength. In less than a moment, she gasped and said, "It's your turn." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Hold on for a while. I have no weapons, and there are poisonous snakes on the other side. I practice fists and can't stop them." Sister Dao immediately shouted, "Avenge the shame with 1,000 swords. Come on." Nandong Meiju stood in the cave, trembling, and said palely, "I am afraid of snakes and my name is Qin Jinjin." Waste. Sister Dao gritted her teeth and cursed, and continued to swing the sword to kill the snake. She felt something was wrong behind her, swung the sword, looked back and said, "What are you doing?" Luo Qingzhou was holding a large bucket and pouring lamp oil on the ground at the entrance of the cave. At the same time, in the corner next to it, there were 3 large bags of lime powder. Luo Qingzhou replied, "Set up a defense line." He left half a bucket of lamp oil, looked at the venomous snake corpses on the ground outside the cave, and said, "Sister Dao, hold on for a while and kill more snakes." After that, he put down the lamp oil, went to get a bag of lime, approached her and said, "Sister Dao, I will throw this bag of lime out later. Remember to cut it with your knife and let it fall down." "Okay." Sister Dao did not ask the reason, and answered while killing the venomous snake. Swish. Luo Qingzhou threw a large bag of lime in his hand out. Sister Dao saw it flying in the air, and immediately cut it with a knife. With a puff, the lime powder fell all over the sky. She quickly closed her eyes and stepped back. Luo Qingzhou threw the second bag, the third bag, and shouted, "Sister Dao, puff, puff." Sister Dao swung her knife and accurately cut the 2 bags of lime powder flying in the air. A large amount of lime powder fell down. A thick layer of lime powder immediately accumulated on the ground at the entrance of the cave. The lime powder that fell on the corpses of the venomous snakes was stained with blood and immediately began to boil. Luo Qingzhou poured out another large bucket of water. The lime powder on the ground quickly began to heat up. Smoke and bubbles like boiling water. The snakes are extremely sensitive to temperature and are most afraid of high temperatures. Seeing this scene, they immediately stopped attacking and retreated in panic. The venomous snakes that crawled onto the lime water were immediately scalded and rolled over, and soon a layer of skin was peeled off, and the flesh and blood were blurred. The venomous snake bodies on the ground began to be quickly corroded by a large amount of lime powder. The giant pythons were frightened and immediately moved away. Sister Dao finally had time to rest. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, wiped the blood on her body, turned around and looked at him and said, "If you have some skills, how long can you last?" Luo Qingzhou said, There are only these 3 bags. Then he pointed to the half bucket of lamp oil on the ground and said, the last line of defense is the fire wall. Use it when you have no choice. If the lamp oil on the ground burns, we will be uncomfortable inside. Sister Dao frowned, looked outside for a while, and said coldly, you have to pay more. Okay. I'll give Sister Dao 500 after we get out. Luo Qingzhou said generously. It's not his money anyway. Originally, he was going to return the remaining gold coins to his cousin when he went out. But now, he doesn't need it. After all, he saved her life. And now he pays Sister Dao to protect her. So it's natural to let her pay. Suddenly, he remembered something, turned around and walked inside and said, Miss Qingjinjin, I suddenly remembered that you seem to have lime powder there. Right? Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, nodded, and said with a pale face, yes. Take them all out. Luo Qingzhou immediately stretched out his hand and said, in this way, we can hold on for a while longer. 1 bag or 2 bags. Nandong Meiju lowered his head and touched the storage ring on his finger. Bang! Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, 20 large bags full of things fell to the ground, almost drowning the 2 of them. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Dao at the entrance of the cave. There was a silence in the cave. After a while, Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl in front of him and said, how much do you hate me? Nandong Meijia's pale face flushed with 2 blushes, as beautiful as a flower, and whispered, there are still 10 bags in it. Luo Qingzhou. Daojia laughed and said, okay, now we are safe. But what do you carry so much lime with you for? Neither of them answered her. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl in front of him again, and suddenly felt a chill in his spine. He silently carried 2 large bags of lime powder out, and poured them at the entrance of the cave. The venomous snakes outside were scared and began to disperse. Only a few big pythons were still wandering around, unwilling to leave. Sister Dao couldn't help but complain. Could it be that the 2 venomous snakes mating on the hillside just now are the Snake King? It doesn't look like it, but it's really abominable that you disturbed their mating. Luo Qingzhou had nothing to say. He walked into the cave, looked at his little cousin who was still frightened, returned the bag of gold coins to her, and said, let's shake hands and make peace. When will the revenge end? Today I saved you again, and the past things will be written off. What do you think? Nandong Meiju took the purse in silence, put it into the storage ring, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said, remember to give Sister Dao another 500 gold coins later. Nandong Meiju stared at him, and clenched his fists. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes. Oh! Nandong Meiju lowered her head and said pitifully. Sister Dao, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, opened her mouth and looked at the 2 in disbelief. How did this rich lady, who had always been arrogant and domineering, become so cowardly now? Chapter 228 I Can. In the afternoon, all the snakes retreated, and the 3 of them left the valley. Sister Dao took the 500 gold coins given by Nandong Meiju, happily left the Blackwood Forest, and continued to wander outside. Luo Qingzhou went to the valley and continued to practice the mountain-shaking fist. The internal force in the Danhai was ready to move, and the fascia of the whole body seemed to have accumulated enough energy. It seemed that a breakthrough was about to happen. It was almost evening. He climbed up a big tree next to him, and took the sun and moon treasure mirror from the top of the tree canopy. A dark blue juice had condensed on the mirror surface and laid with the sun. After Luo Qingzhou absorbed it, he felt that the power in his body was more and more restless, and the internal force in the Danhai was surging and could not calm down. He put away the sun and moon treasure mirror and got down from the tree. First, he closed his eyes and calmed his mind, carefully watching the tendon training picture that was slowly playing in his mind. Then, he began to practice. The body made various strange movements of pulling up the fascia and suddenly ejecting. But I always felt that something was missing. Sense of crisis, explosive power, the ultimate potential that can only be unleashed between life and death. He stopped. After thinking about it, he decided to go find Nandong Meiju. In fact, he could also find Sister Dao. But sparring with Sister Dao might cost some gold coins. Unless he punches her first. Just after walking out of the call, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing under the big tree in front. Nandong Meiju was wearing a purple dress, holding her fists, standing there with a tangled face. When she saw him, her face suddenly changed, and she turned around and left. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly chased after her and said, Miss, Please stay. Nandong Meiji ran away. Luo Qingzhou ran after her, tightening his fascia. Suddenly jumped up, bounced to a big tree in front, and jumped out again with his legs stretched and bounced. Nandong Meiji panicked when she saw him chasing her. She ran away while looking back and saying, "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Chase me." When these words came out, Nandong Meiji was frightened and her face turned pale. With a whoosh, her long and beautiful legs suddenly tightened, and then her whole body shot out. She jumped onto the tree and turned around and said angrily, "Despicable bitch. Even if I go to chase the rabbit spirit, I won't chase you. You're dreaming." After that, she ran away desperately. "Then I'll chase you," Luo Qingzhou said in his heart, and immediately jumped between the trees and chased her closely. The two chased and ran for another half an hour. Nandong Meiji suddenly stopped. Her figure flashed, and she jumped to the ground. And then with a whoosh she pulled out the whip at her waist. Luo Qingzhou jumped down from the tree and stood in front of her. Nandong Meiji panted, her towering chest heaving, and gritted her teeth and said, "I almost forgot that you don't have any lime powder on you. I have a higher level of cultivation than you, and I still have 10 bags of lime powder on me. So why should I be afraid of you? Now, I will take revenge." "Very good. Come and chase me." Luo Qingzhou turned and ran. After he ran a few steps, he found something wrong, and turned around to see that the girl who was holding a whip and was looking for revenge on him just now had already turned around and fled far away. Luo Qingzhou, sure enough, has it left a psychological shadow? In fact, if he didn't have lime powder, and the other party didn't give him the opportunity to speak and use the skill of shocking the soul, he wouldn't be able to beat the other party at all. After all, there is a realm difference. Unfortunately, the little cousin is probably scared by him now, and she no longer has the courage to fight him. Weak body, weak soul, small courage. In front of him, the little cousin's soul may always be weak. Forget it. Go find Sister Dao. He continued to walk forward. Just after walking a distance, he suddenly saw the little cousin standing under a big tree in front of him to rest, holding a kettle in her hand and drinking water. He immediately walked over with light steps. When he was only 4 or 5 meters away from the other party, his face suddenly changed, turned around suddenly, and punched behind him. Bang! A huge fist just appeared from behind and hit his fist fiercely. A dull sound of flesh hitting flesh suddenly sounded. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a shock all over his body. His arms went numb, and his body involuntarily swooshed back. But he still couldn't quickly remove the huge force from his fist. His body suddenly threw back and fell to the ground. As soon as he touched the ground, he suddenly turned over and jumped up immediately, with his knees slightly bent, his body slightly arched, his fascia tightened, and his eyes looked solemnly at the person who attacked from behind. He felt a sharp pain from his fist. Looked down. His face changed slightly. The membrane on the back of his hand was broken, and a trace of blood had already overflowed. The opponent's strength was so strong. The reaction is good, but the cultivation is really low. Behind the tree, a young man in black tights, with an upright figure and handsome appearance, walked out. Nandong Meiji stood with him, and said coldly, "Second cousin, I want to live." "As you wish." The young man suddenly jumped out with a whoosh sound, and punched out, and a sharp sonic boom sounded in the air. The speed was too fast. Luo Qingzhou had no time to react, so he had to cross his arms across his chest. Bang! He was directly punched out, just like he had punched the little cousin out before. He just fell heavily to the ground, and a huge fist suddenly enlarged in his sight. "Second cousin, don't hurt him." Nandong Meiji suddenly ran over and shouted. The huge fist shadow suddenly shrank and retracted. The handsome young man stood in front of Luo Qingzhou, turned his head, looked at her with a puzzled look, and said, "Didn't you just say that this kid often bullied and beat you? I was about to break his 2 arms to vent your anger for you. What's wrong?" Nandong Meiji ran closer, took a look at the boy lying on the ground, clenched his fists and said, "Second cousin, it's not fun to break his arms. I want to torture him every day. Can you bring him back for me and tie him up in my yard? Handsome young man? Can you?" Nandong Meiji begged again. The handsome young man said with embarrassment, "It's okay to beat and kill people in the Blackwood Forest. But how can you kidnap people back home? That's the inner city. And this is illegal. And if my father and mother know about it, I will be beaten with mixed doubles again, Nandong Meiji whispered. No one will know. We will secretly transport him back. The handsome young man frowned and said, Cousin, you just want to take revenge on him. Just beat him up, cripple him, or cut off his tongue and ears, etc. Isn't that enough? Why do you have to take him back to torture him? I don't think it's necessary. That would be too easy for him. I will torture him every day. Nandong Meiju gritted his teeth. The handsome young man smiled bitterly and said, Don't do it every day. You will return to Kyoto in a few days. How can you torture him then? Do you want to sink him into the well? Nandong Meiji was silent for a while, and said, I will take him back to Kyoto with me. The handsome young man was stunned when he heard the words. And when he was about to persuade, puff puff puff, suddenly a series of white powders were thrown at the two people. At the same time, there was a boom sound, and a wave of air pushed the white powder towards the two people. Back off, the handsome young man shouted coldly. And instead of retreating, he advanced. Boom boom punched out, and suddenly a vortex was generated. With a swish sound, the white powder that was splashed was instantly drawn into it and fell on the ground. A trifle. He snorted coldly and was about to chase. Unexpectedly, the figure running away suddenly shouted to the front, Luo Yu. Young Master Luo, Qin Chuan, the second son of the Qin family, is here. Come quickly. As soon as these words came out, the handsome young man's face suddenly changed. He stopped and looked ahead with doubtful eyes. It turned out that this person was Qin Chuan, the second son of the Qin family. Today he came out to find monsters to replenish his blood. He immediately took out a mask from his arms, put it on his face, and said to Nandong Meiji next to him, Who is that person? How can he know me? Nandong Meiji also looked at a loss. I don't know either. He said his name is Chu Feiyong. The name should be fake. Qin Chuan made a prompt decision and said, Let's go home. Nandong Meiji didn't say anything else. Followed behind him. Looked at the woods where the figure escaped. Clenched his fists. Gritted his teeth secretly and said, Wait. This lady will definitely tie you back. Luo Qingzhou escaped from the Blackwood Forest and found Sister Dao. And he was relieved. You can kill people in the Blackwood Forest. But if you kill someone outside and are seen, it is illegal. I didn't expect that Brother Qin would come today. Judging from the opponent's strength and breath just now, it is estimated that he is at least at the level of refining internal organs. And it is possible that he has already reached the level of martial artist. The opponent obviously did not use his full strength. Feeling the pain on his fists and arms, the internal force in Danhai was stirring again. No! I should break through today. I have to find an opponent who is not too strong to stimulate me. Sister Dao saw that his face was not right, and she walked over with a broad knife and asked, What's the matter? Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly looked at her and said, Sister Dao, can I kiss you? Sister Dao? Her face froze, and she suspected that she might have heard it wrong. What did you say? Say it again. She clenched the handle of the knife. Luo Qingzhou's face was hot, but he had to say shamelessly again, Sister Dao, I want to kiss you and bite your tongue. Is that okay? Shua. With a flash of cold light, the broadsword on his shoulder chopped at him fiercely. Okay. Let me chop off your head first. Sister Dao shouted angrily, the broadsword in her hand whirring. And in an instant, she had slashed at him 22 times. Luo Qingzhou dodged and ran away, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. This knife technique was too fierce and too fast. If he was hit by it carelessly, he would definitely end up with his head and body separated. Swoosh! He jumped onto the tree, used the tree as a cover, began to burst out his potential, tightened his fascia muscles, and jumped around to avoid it. Swish! 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 Sister Dao jumped onto the tree and chopped all the way. Furious. It would be fine if he kissed her, but he actually wanted to bite her tongue. This is intolerable. What can't be tolerated? Crack! Crack! The surrounding trees were in trouble. The ground was soon covered with branches, and some trees were directly chopped in half and fell to the ground. It was already evening. Wu Kuei, Chu Xiaoxiao, Zhou Buiyue, and other warriors who returned empty-handed without finding the monster, all came out of the woods one after another. Seeing this scene, they all gathered below to watch the excitement. Chu Xiaoxiao said with a surprised face, Why did Brother Chu provoke Sister Dao? Naturally, no one answered her. Everyone had just arrived, and no one knew the situation. At this time, Luo Qingzhou clearly felt that a force in his body was about to burst out. Nandong Meijiao and Qin Chuan, who was wearing a mask, also hurried out of the woods at this time. The two saw so many people gathered together to watch the excitement, and they were about to leave in a hurry. However, Nandong Meijiao looked up and stopped immediately. Hey, it's that kid. Qin Chuan took a look and couldn't help laughing. That kid looks ordinary. And his cultivation is also ordinary. Why does he always like to provoke girls? He just provoked you. And now he provokes others. I think he is tired of living. Nandong Meijiao looked up, squinted his eyes, and unconsciously clenched his fists. At this moment, seeing that Brother Chu was in danger, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly shouted, Sister Dao, fighting and killing are prohibited outside the Blackwood Forest. You said so. Sister Dao slowed down her movements after hearing this. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou clearly felt that the things in her body were about to burst out, and she was reluctant to stop. She immediately turned around and shouted, Sister Dao, I want to bite your foot. Everyone under the tree. Swish. Sister Dao's face flushed red. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly swung her knife again, angrily saying, Come on. I'll kick you to death. Outside the crowd, Nandong Meijiao's pretty face froze, and her cute toes wrapped in purple stockings moved unconsciously. Chapter 229 advanced to the bone refining realm. Shwa. The knife flashed, and the momentum was fierce. The branches and leaves of the surrounding trees groaned in pain, falling like rain. Shwa. 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 The knife shadows were heavy, and the crowns of several large trees were directly cut off, and they fell squeaky. The people under the tree avoided them. That kid is really perverted. Someone talked. I want to. Someone whispered in agreement. You are perverted too. Someone cursed. Then, someone shook his head and said, No. No. Since ancient times, many talented men and heroes love their feet. Have you ever heard of the poem Luo Pu Lingbo? For whom do I walk lightly? Light dust rises. Remember stepping on the flower path. The scattered reds are not damaged. Stepping on the mossy steps. The tender green leaves no trace. Someone nodded and said, The jade silk is so narrow. It can't carry a spring. Someone else immediately echoed. The beauty sings and dances on the couch. Her silk socks and embroidered shoes disappear with her steps. Then, someone else said, The beautiful eyes are bright as stars, and the jade feet are white as snow at this time. Another man looked up at Sister Dao, who was swinging a knife above his head, and said in a rough voice, You are talking about the slender feet of the daughters of wealthy families, which are naturally fragrant and beautiful. But Sister Dao, she walks and practices martial arts every day, wearing thick leather boots. I'm afraid her feet are a little smelly. After this, everyone was silent. Shwa. The blade flashed, and another tree was chopped in half. That kid can't hold on any longer. After all, he's one level behind. Sister Dao has been showing mercy, but now I guess she's going to use her knife skills for real. Hey, that kid looks a little strange. At this time, the warriors with higher cultivation and good eyesight all found something wrong. Boom! A loud bang. On the tree, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped and stopped running. Instead, he punched the broadsword that was chopped down. A huge fist shadow appeared. At the same time, the air wave burst out, and the momentum was surging. Boom! The blade and the fist shadow air wave chopped together, making a sound of metal and stone hitting each other. And then, there was a piercing sonic boom. Deafening. The branches around were rustling. Luo Qingzhou's black hair was flying. His clothes were fluttering. And he didn't retreat but advanced. Boom, boom, boom. And punched 3 more times in a row. Sister Dao swung the knife and chopped. Equally domineering and fierce. Not avoiding or giving way. The two of them suddenly fought evenly. That kid actually broke through. Everyone under the tree was amazed. So that's it. That kid probably had a lot of restless energy and power. And he had nowhere to vent. So he deliberately angered Sister Dao and used it as a tool for breakthrough. That's right. If he broke through alone, it would probably take a few days. Someone cut him with a knife, which naturally stimulated all the potential and resistance in his body. So the breakthrough was faster. That being said, I still think this kid is a pervert. There are so many places on a woman that you can bite. Why bite her feet? Can't you bite the shoes with socks? I think you are the pervert. Everyone felt bored when they saw that the two were not really fighting and Sister Dao was not really going to kill anyone. They talked and dispersed one after another. On the tree, after Luo Qingzhou threw a few more punches, He suddenly felt comfortable all over. His ears and eyes were sharp. And he felt refreshed. He stopped immediately and bowed to apologize. Sister Dao. I admit my mistake. I was a bad mouth. Sister Dao glared at him with lingering anger. But she didn't care anymore. She put away her knife and jumped off the tree. Luo Qingzhou also jumped down quickly. After the breakthrough, she now felt lighter and more powerful. She could clearly feel the more powerful explosive power contained in her tendons and muscles. As soon as she landed, Chu Xiaoxiao ran over to congratulate her. Brother Chu, congratulations on your breakthrough. It turns out that you and Sister Dao were not really fighting. You made me worry for nothing. Wu Kuei also came over and smiled. Brother Chu, congratulations. The taciturn Zhou Buiyue hesitated for a moment, then came over and bowed, saying, Brother Chu, congratulations. Luo Qingzhou thanked them one by one. Sister Dao carried her knife and said coldly, Let's go! Several people followed her out of the woods and got on the carriage one after another. On the roadside outside, Nandong Meiju hesitated for a moment and said to Qin Chuan beside him, Second cousin, you go first. I'll take this carriage. In case you are exposed because of me. Qin Chuan's lips moved. But before she could speak, she had already walked away quickly with her long legs and got on the carriage of Jubao Pavilion. In the carriage, when Luo Qingzhou saw her coming up, his heart tightened and his eyes looked at the door again. He was relieved when he saw that Qin Urge didn't catch up. He thought secretly in his heart, Qin Urge is so powerful. Then Luo Yu's cultivation and strength must be higher. Maybe he has really broken through to the martial artist realm. He has to work harder. Nandong Meiju sat with Sister Dao, crossed her long legs, crossed her arms, and looked at someone opposite with cold eyes. Sister Dao had a cold face, holding a broad sword in her arms, and also looked at someone opposite coldly. Luo Qingzhou had to apologize to Sister Dao again. Sister Dao, I was wrong. I was just trying to break through, and I was just one step away. Sorry, Sister Dao said coldly, in addition to apologizing. Shouldn't you also thank me? Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, Thank you. Sister Dao. Sister Dao stretched out her hand directly. Give me money. Luo Qingzhou. Chu Xiaoxiao said weakly on the side, Brother Chu. It should be. After all, Sister Dao has always contributed money. Sister Dao has contributed a lot to your breakthrough just now. Luo Qingzhou had to say, How much money does Sister Dao need? Sister Dao narrowed her eyes. At least 200. Luo Qingzhou only had 100 gold coins in his pocket. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at the purple-dressed girl sitting next to her. Nandong Meiji was looking at him coldly with her arms folded across her chest. When she saw him looking at her, she was stunned for a moment. And her face suddenly changed. What? The voice couldn't help but tremble. Luo Qingzhou said, I saved you today. But you hired someone to plot against me. Shouldn't I give you some money as compensation? Nandong Meiju saw that everyone was looking at her, and immediately said stubbornly, You are dreaming. I am not your money bag. Luo Qingzhou looked at her coldly and stopped talking. The carriage fell into silence. The carriage ran quickly on the road and entered the outer city. Then, it entered the inner city. From beginning to end, Luo Qingzhou looked at the opposite side coldly. Motionless. Arrived at the Jubao Pavilion. Wu Kuei and Zhou Bo asked a few people. All looked at the two, and got off the car one after another, until there were only 3 people left in the carriage. Nandong Meijiao gritted her teeth and said, Seeing that you look at me so pitifully, I will be merciful and give you alms again. The last time. Then, he took out 200 gold coins from the storage ring and gave them to Sister Dao next to him. Then he got off the carriage in humiliation. Bitch. This is the last time. If it happens again, I would rather die than surrender. She left in hatred. Sister Dao put the gold coins away. And then, there was a faint smile on her face. She looked at him and said, You actually made this proud noble lady subdue her. You are good at it. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, got off the carriage, and entered the treasure pavilion. He found a book on the bookshelf that introduced the nether flower, and read it carefully for a while. After confirming that the nether flower he picked was correct, he was relieved. When he was about to leave, Sister Dao came over from the side, handed him a book, and said, You can buy one. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand and took a look. There were a few big words on the cover, Jade Foot Illustration. Sister Dao, you really misunderstood. Sister Dao ignored him and turned away. Luo Qingzhou put down the book and looked at other books for a while. When the sun was half covered by the green mountains, He bought some candied haws on the street and walked through the streets and alleys, preparing to go back to the mansion. In the alley only one street away from the Qin mansion, he unexpectedly met the little cousin again. Nandong Meiji was wearing a purple skirt, and her slender and sexy legs were wrapped in purple stockings. She stood tall and graceful at the entrance of the alley, looking at him coldly and said, "Now, do you have anything to say?" This lady left first. Not only walked around the outer city a few times, but also walked around the inner city a few times, but still found you following behind. If this is not called stalking, then tell me, what is stalking? Luo Qingzhou. The alley fell into silence. After a moment, Nandong Meiji spoke again coldly. "Tell me, what do you want? You have already robbed me of my money and my body. What else do you want? Do you want to know where my home is? And then marry into my family and live off me?" Luo Qingzhou. Why don't you say anything? I guessed it. Didn't I? Wishful thinking. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply. Waved his hand, turned around and left. Nandong Meiji looked at his back coldly and said, "Don't feel guilty or embarrassed. I will always remember what you did to me, and I will never forget it. You want to play hard to get to please me. You are dreaming." Luo Qingzhou walked out of the alley quickly and went around several streets. When it was dark, he returned to the Qin mansion. After dinner, he boiled hot water, returned to the room, and dripped all the remaining tendon refining potions into the water. Although he had been promoted to the bone refining realm, these potions still had some effect and could not be wasted. The clear water quickly turned green. He entered the water, closed his eyes and rested, and circulated his inner energy. The green potion in the water was quickly absorbed. Very strange. He felt that the inner energy in the Danhai was stirring again, and the energy in each acupoint began to become restless. This feeling was very familiar. In the past few days of breaking through to the bone refining realm, the body had this reaction. Could it be he was going to break through again? How could it be so fast? He suddenly thought of the elixir that had mutated the sun and moon treasure mirror, and the sudden surge in strength and mental power during this period of time. He had long guessed that the strength of mental power might affect the quality and speed of body refining. Could it be related to the advancement of the soul? He decided to continue using the black and blue spiritual liquids in the next 2 days. If he could continue to break through to the refining state, it would be better. Xiao Dai was rubbing his back from behind, still stretching her neck, looking into the water with wide eyes, and whispered, "Sir, are you going out tonight? I want to practice musical instruments tonight." Before Luo Qingzhou answered, there was a knock on the door. Zhuer's voice sounded outside the door. "Xiao Dai, is your young master here?" Xiao Dai hurried out to open the door and said, "The young master is taking a bath." "Sister Zhuer, what's the matter?" Zhuer glanced at the small courtyard and said, "My young lady asked him to go over. My cousin and the second young master are there, and the lady has also gone. As for what happened, I don't know." Luo Qingzhou heard it in the room, and immediately got up from the bathtub, dried his body, put on a white Confucian robe, and walked out. So many people gathered at Miss Qin Er's place. Could something big be happening? Chapter 230 Husband and Stranger. Plum Fragrance Garden. Under the eaves, there stood many maids and nannies holding lanterns. In the living room, Song Ryua sat in the main seat with a serious face, talking to Nandong Meiji next to her. Miss Qin Er sat aside, silent. Qin Chuan frowned, stood at the door with his hands behind his back, and seemed to be thinking about something. Not long after, Zhuer led Luo Qingzhou into the courtyard. Qin Chuan saw it first, and smiled and said, "Qingzhou, I've been waiting for you. Come in quickly. Mother has something to discuss with you." Luo Qingzhou walked closer, bowed his head and called out, "Second brother." Qin Chuan patted his shoulder and smiled. "How have you been recently? Are you bored reading in the room all day?" "Not bad," Luo Qingzhou answered, and secretly said in his heart, "I'm not bored, but it hurts a little." "Second brother, you were too cruel today." Entered the house. He bowed and said, "Mother-in-law." "Second miss." "Cousin." He didn't bow today. Song Ryue frowned slightly, but didn't care. She said directly, "I asked you to come tonight because I have 2 things to discuss with you. First, the night after tomorrow, Zhenghua Mansion will hold a banquet. The doctor will be conferred the title of Lady of Imperial Concubine. You should go. However, your father-in-law and I don't recommend you to go. Anyway, you have nothing to do with them. You need to decide this matter yourself." After a pause, he said, The second thing is about Waymo going to Kyoto for treatment. In 2 days, someone from Kyoto will come to pick up Meiju, your father-in-law, and I mean to let Waymo go to Kyoto for treatment. You are the whole. Studying at home all day is probably boring. People say that studying is not just for fun, but you should travel more to gain more knowledge. So I discussed with your father-in-law and wanted you to go to Kyoto with Waymo. Live in your cousin Meiju's house first, and study there. Kyoto has many academies and many scholars. When you go there, you can make friends and see more things, which will be good for you in the future. You can come back when the autumn exam comes. Of course, this matter also requires your own decision. Song Ryue finished speaking, looked at him, and stopped talking, waiting for his thinking and decision. Qin Chuan said from the side, Qin Zhou, my second brother also suggested that you go out to broaden your horizons. Originally, my second brother also wanted to go out, but my father and mother did not allow it. You can also go to see my eldest brother when you go to Kyoto this time. Your eldest brother only knew about your marriage with Jinjia in a letter, and he also wrote back to bless you. He really wants to see you. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said respectfully, Mother-in-law, have you told the eldest lady about this? Song Ryue said with a cold face, why tell her? Don't worry. She won't care about you. Luo Qingzhou was silent. Song Ryue wanted to speak, and Qin Weimo, who was sitting next to her, said softly, Mother, you go back first. Weimo wants to talk to my brother-in-law alone for a while. Song Ryue frowned, stood up and said, Qingzhou, this is also for your own good. You should think about it carefully. Also, your second uncle and others have agreed. You'd better choose a day in the next 2 days to move your mother's grave. After that, she didn't stay any longer and left with a serious face. It can be seen that she is in a bad mood today. It was obviously about the First Lady of Chunghwa Mansion being conferred the title of Lady of Imperial Concubine. Nandong Meiju was obviously worried too. She stood up and said, Waymo, I'll go back first. Whether he goes or not, I hope you can go with me. You can't delay your illness any longer. After saying that, she left coldly without looking at Luo Qingzhou. Qin Chuan also came over and patted Luo Qingzhou on the shoulder, saying gently, Qingzhou, think about it. The situation in Maching is a bit complicated now. So many things have happened in our Qin family recently. It's too dangerous for you, a weak scholar, to stay here. Second brother still suggests that you leave with Waymo. Kyoto is full of flowers and is very suitable for you. Thank you, second brother. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head to thank him. Yeah, Qin Chuan said low to his second sister again and turned to leave. The living room was quiet. The maids and nannies in the corridor were all gone. Only Zhuer and Chior were still standing outside. Qin Weimo stood up and said softly, Brother-in-law, let's go to the study and talk. It's a bit cold outside. Chior hurried in and went over to help push open the door of the study. Qin Weimo frowned slightly, obviously worried, and walked into the study in front. When Luo Qingzhou followed to the door, Chior squatted down, helped him take off his shoes, and whispered, Son-in-law, the young lady coughed again last night. Luo Qingzhou frowned and nodded silently. Entered the study. Qin Weimo walked to the table in front of the window, picked up the ink block, ground the ink in the inkstone, and said softly, Brother-in-law, write a poem falling into mud and peach blossoms for Weimo. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, nodded, walked to the table and sat down, and spread out the snow-white rice paper. Take the pen and dip it in ink. By the broken bridge outside the post station. Lonely and ownerless. When he wrote the last sentence, fallen into mud and dust. Only the fragrance remains the same. He suddenly looked up, looked at the weak girl beside him, and said, Second miss, don't worry. You will be fine. Believe me. Qin Weimo grinded the ink with her bare hands, smiled slightly, and said softly, Weimo of course believes in brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, was silent for a while, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and wrote the poem I don't know where the face is gone. The peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze on the rice paper. When she goes to Kyoto, she may never come back. When she comes back, I'm afraid that everything here has changed. Is she worried about these? After Luo Qingzhou finished writing, he silently blew the ink on the paper dry. After hesitating for a while, he mentioned the name at the end, Luimo. Qin Weimo looked at these 2 words, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Brother-in-law. Ink on paper is like ink in the heart. Weimo will never forget the first time brother-in-law wrote for Weimo. Luo Qingzhou put down the pen and ink, stood up and said, "Second miss. You are a little sad. Is it because of what happened to the Qin mansion recently?" Qin Weimo sighed slightly and said, "Maybe soon. The Qin mansion will no longer exist. Brother-in-law, if Weimo goes to Kyoto with Sister Meiji this time, he may not come back. Daddy and Mother will leave together after they finish dealing with things here. Weimo has lived here for so many years. To be honest, I am a little reluctant." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "It's really good here." Qin Weimo smiled and said, "But for Weimo, things here have only gotten better since my brother-in-law came." Luo Qingzhou helped her sit down and said softly, "Second miss, you can go to Kyoto with Sister Meiji first." Qin Weimo lowered his head slightly. "Weimo knew that my brother-in-law would not leave now." Luo Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "I still have some things to do." Qin Weimo looked up at him. "Brother-in-law, if my sister, Beiling and Xiachan all go with Weimo, will my brother-in-law go?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "Not for the time being." Qin Weimo looked at him softly for a while and said softly, "Brother-in-law, Weimo believes that my brother-in-law will succeed." She didn't ask anything, but she seemed to be able to guess. Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly. "Thank you." Qin Weimo stretched out his hand and held his wide sleeves, and said with concern, "Brother-in-law, is your hand injured?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "How did the second lady know?" He raised the back of his hand, which still had cracks on it. Qin Weimo's face was full of heartache. He stretched out his slender white fingertips, gently stroked it, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, does it hurt?" "No," Luo Qingzhou said calmly. "For people who practice martial arts, injuries are inevitable." Qin Weimo looked up and said, "But brother-in-law is wearing a Confucian robe and is a scholar." Luo Qingzhou had nothing to say. Qin Weimo smiled, looking at his eyes full of sparkling light. "Brother-in-law always bows to see mother every time he sees her. Today, both hands are shrunk in the sleeves and dare not take them out. Are you afraid that the second brother and Meiju's sister will see it, and see that brother-in-law is secretly practicing martial arts?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Second miss, if I tell you that the injury on my hand was caused by the collusion of the second brother and Meiju's sister, do you believe it?" Qin Weimo. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more. Qin Weimo didn't ask any more questions, just nodded gently and said, "Believe. Weimo believes whatever my brother-in-law says." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Second miss, who will go to the Chunghwa mansion banquet the day after tomorrow?" Qin Weimo said softly, "Dad, Mother, just the two of them. If my brother-in-law wants to go, Weimo will go too. When the time comes, bring Xiachan with you, and there will be 3 more people." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, "Second miss, I want to see how proud they are." Qin Weimo's eyes flashed and smiled, just like the last dinner. "Right?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and nodded, "Yes." "Brother-in-law, are you sure? You can try. Then Weimo must go." "Yeah." "Brother-in-law, go tell my sister and persuade her to go to Kyoto with you this time." "Will the second lady go?" I'll think about it." In the study, the temperature was suitable and the atmosphere was gentle. The two talked for a while. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye and left. Brother-in-law Weimo knows that brother-in-law is very busy recently, so he will not bother him anymore. Brother-in-law does not need to come every day. Weimo is fine. "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou left the room and put on his shoes with Chior's help. When he walked to the corridor, he suddenly walked over and opened the window, looking at the weak girl who was in a daze in the room, and said, "Second miss, I will come to feed you medicine tomorrow night. If you cough again tonight, let Jur come to find me. Don't worry about disturbing me." A happy smile bloomed on the girl's face. "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, helped her close the window, and turned to leave. When they walked to the small courtyard, Jur suddenly asked, "Son-in-law, will you accompany my lady?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the flying knife in her hand, was silent for a moment, did not answer, and left directly. Schwa! The flying knife shot out and accurately pierced a flower under the opposite courtyard wall. 3 more flying knives suddenly appeared in Jur's hand. She threw them out with a cold face, snorting coldly, "The heartless man must die." Lingshan Moon Palace. In the back garden, Xiachan was wearing a light green dress and practicing sword. Bai Ling was holding a freshly picked flower in her hand, leaning against the round door, tearing the petals boredly, counting 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 in her mouth. In the pavilion, Qin Jianjia, wearing a white dress, sat quietly in front of a stone table, looking at a volume of poems written in beautiful small characters. Sister, these are all written by my brother-in-law. You can take a look. When the weak girl handed her the volume of poems, there was tenderness and a hint of expectation in her eyes, as if it was written by her, and she wanted to hear her praise. Sister, my brother-in-law is very talented, and he is very good. Really very good. Not only to Wei Mo. Qin Jinjiao looked at it carefully, word by word, as if she wanted to get to know the familiar yet strange boy again from these beautiful poems. Chapter 231 Refining a Flying Sword. The night wind blew, and the chill hit people. Beiling, who was wearing a thin pink dress and standing at the gate of the garden, shivered and prepared to go in. But at this time, she suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps. She looked up. The familiar figure came over, with a gentle light in his eyes, and then raised a finger and silently pointed at his lips. Beiling's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned and walked into the garden, shouting to the cold girl who was practicing sword, Chan Chan. The son-in-law's mouth is itchy. Stab him with the sword. Under the peach tree, a girl in a light green dress, with a sword in her hand, danced more fiercely. Luo Qingzhou entered the garden, glanced at her, then glanced at the girl hiding in the eaves, and walked straight to the pavilion. Mississippi. When he came to the pavilion, he bowed and saluted, still respectful. The flawless girl in a snow-white dress raised her head and looked at him coldly, as if she was sizing him up. But she didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and asked, Miss, I just came from Miss Tu. Miss Tu said she might go to Kyoto in a few days. Are you going? Outside the pavilion, under the peach tree, the girl who was dancing with a sword stopped. The sword in her hand reflected a cold light in the moonlight, which fell into the pavilion and landed at his feet. Qin Jinjiao was silent for a while and said, No. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her flawless and cold face and said, Actually, Miss, there is nothing to do here. It's better to go with Miss Tu so that you can have a companion. Qin Jinjiao didn't say anything else. Beiling suddenly walked over silently and asked, Son-in-law, are you going? Luo Qingzhou said, I'll go later. Probably after the autumn exam. Beiling frowned and said, Are you going to accompany the second young lady? Luo Qingzhou said, If the eldest young lady doesn't accompany her, my cousin Meiji will naturally accompany her. The garden fell into silence. After a while, Beiling said, Son-in-law, my young lady won't go for the time being. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more and prepared to leave. The snow-white figure in the pavilion suddenly asked, How are you and Wei Mo? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, looking at her and said, What do you mean by eldest young lady? Qin Jinjiao looked at him with cold eyes and said lightly, The family should agree. It depends on you. If you agree, I can write a divorce letter to make you happy. Huh? The night wind blew, and the petals fell. The clear water in the pond created layers of ripples, breaking the moonlight, crushing the stars, and sparkling. The girl under the peach tree outside the pavilion clenched the sword in her hand. The garden fell into silence again. This time the silence lasted longer. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted, saying respectfully, Miss, I don't agree. If I have done anything wrong, please point it out and I will correct it. If not, you have no right to divorce me. Even if a man marries a wife, if the wife is innocent, he cannot divorce her casually, unless she is a concubine. But I am not a concubine. Beiling on the side suddenly said, Son-in-law, you went to the brothel last time. Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, Did you see it? Beiling said, Son-in-law admitted it himself. Luo Qingzhou said, Do you have evidence to prove that I admitted it? Do you have any evidence? Bai Ling immediately said to the girl under the peach tree, Chan Chan, did the uncle admit it? Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. The girl under the tree looked at him, was silent for a moment, and whispered, No, he didn't go. Bai Ling glanced at her and said, The uncle stayed at the second lady's place, and was unfaithful to the lady. This can be divorced. Right? Chan Chan. You saw it more than one night. Right? The girl under the tree, still with a cold face, whispered, No, I didn't see it. Bai Ling immediately stamped her feet and said angrily, Chan Chan, then you must have seen the uncle being lecherous with me. Right? The lady hasn't agreed to let me serve the uncle. But the uncle is lecherous with me, which is also unfaithful to the lady. It can be divorced. The girl under the tree still said, I didn't see it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Bai Ling said angrily, Chan, you have changed. You never looked at your uncle before. And you never lied before. But now? You actually defend your uncle so much. You even lied for him. Are you in love with your uncle? The girl under the tree didn't say anything. The garden fell into silence again. I don't know how long it took. The girl in the pavilion spoke again. Are you sure you don't agree? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I'm sure. Why? She asked, with a hint of doubt in her cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment. Then he looked up at her, met her gaze and said, the eldest lady and I were formerly married. Although the eldest lady doesn't like me, we are still real husband and wife. If the eldest lady doesn't want to be with me anymore and wants to leave, I have said before that I will not stop her, let alone pester her. The eldest lady can leave whenever she wants. However, if the eldest lady wants to divorce me for your sister, I'm sorry, I can't accept it. I am a person, not a commodity. If I like the second lady, I will fight for it in my own way, instead of needing the eldest lady's charity and distribution. Paused. He stared into her dark and deep eyes, and said calmly, eldest lady, you have already given me charity once. The garden fell into silence again. Bai Ling's lips moved, as if she wanted to help explain. But after taking another look at the girl in the pavilion and the figure under the peach tree, she had to hold back. Qin Jinjiao was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, how are you going to fight for it? Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, after the autumn exam next year, I will take the initiative to ask the eldest lady to cancel the engagement. I will go to burn incense and inform my mother first. And then no matter what happens at that time, I will leave the eldest lady and let the eldest lady be free. Okay? Qin Jinjiao stared at him for a while, and said lightly, okay. Luo Qingzhou did not stay any longer and prepared to say goodbye. He glanced at the girl next to him, and suddenly said to the girl in the pavilion, eldest lady, I have another request. I don't think this request is too much. Qin Jinjiao did not think about it, nor did she ask, and directly said, I promise you. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, bowed his hands, and said goodbye and left. When he walked to the round gate, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, turned his head, and looked at the girl holding a sword under the peach tree and said, Miss Xiao-chan, your sword dance is really beautiful. After saying that, he left quickly, and soon disappeared into the night outside. The garden was quiet for a while. The sound of sword practice sounded again. Qin Jinjiao lowered her head, and continued to look at the poem on the paper. Bai Ling stood aside, hesitant to speak. After hesitating for a long time, she sobbed and said, Miss, I don't want to leave you. Qin Jinjiao raised her head, looked at her and said, he wants Xiao-chan, not you. Bai Ling. Swish, swish, swish. Petals flying. Sword lights all over the garden. Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard. After talking to Xiao Dai in the room for a while, and guiding her on the style of making underwear, he went to the back garden and started practicing the plum blossom flying boxing. He practiced for half an hour. Back in the house, he took out the martial arts stone from the storage bag and checked the data after today's promotion. Strength, 4,300. Speed, 50. Blow resistance, 1,500. Spirit, 180. The speed of data growth shocked him again. Strength actually increased by another 1,000. The most terrifying thing is the spirit. In just one day, it increased by 70. It seems that the mutated spiritual liquid is not only amazing, but can even be described as abnormal. In this way, the feeling he had when he was taking a bath just now may be true. He may break through again soon. Now it is the bone refining realm. If he breaks through again, it will be the organ refining realm. Once the organ refining breaks through, he will be a martial artist. At that time, he will have more opportunities. Thinking of this, he was suddenly overwhelmed and decided to continue to seize the time to practice. He put away the martial arts stone, took out the sun and moon treasure mirror from the storage bag, and placed it on the desk in front of the window, with the side inlaid with moonlight facing the moonlight. Collect 2 more drops tonight. One for himself, and the other for the second lady. I hope the second lady doesn't cough again tonight. He returned to the bed, his spirit leaving his body. He flew through the roof and flew into the air. He first patrolled and searched the entire Qin mansion. After seeing nothing unusual, he flew to the Meixiang garden. penetrated the roof of the study, entered the study, and took a look at Miss Jean Eyre. In the study, red candles burned and incense curled. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, a thick fox fur, and snow-white silk stockings. She was sitting in front of the desk and reading a book seriously. Luo Qingzhou was curious and took a closer look. He found that it was Yan Luan. There were several other books placed next to it, including the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Principles of the State, etc., which were all necessary books for the imperial examination. Thinking of what the girl said, looking at her slightly pale face and weak body, Luo Qingzhou was moved and distressed. At this time, the girl was still thinking about him and worried about his autumn exam. Under the dim oil lamp, the girl turned the pages one by one, reciting in a low voice. Tirelessly, Luo Qingzhou floated beside and read silently for a while before leaving the roof quietly. He returned to the house. His soul returned to his body, and he took out the spiritual silk stockings and a small porcelain bottle from the storage bag, stuffed the porcelain bottle into the stockings, and then his soul left his body, holding the stockings and flying out of the window. Although it is a realm of controlling objects, not everything can be touched and moved. Only things made of special materials can be used. Tonight, he will give the nether flower juice to Senior Yu, asking her to help refine the flying sword. His soul cannot hold the porcelain bottle, so he can only wrap it with a spiritual silk stocking. Of course, a handkerchief can also be used, but the stockings are more convenient. When he flew to the Yuanong Tower with the stockings, the moon-white figure and the red figure were already waiting on the eaves. Seeing him coming, the red figure immediately changed from the cold state just now to a lively state, and said sweetly, "Brother, you are here. Hey, brother, what did you put in my sister's silk stockings? It's bulging. Full. Why is there so much?" Luo Qingzhou floated down to the roof, carefully poured the contents of the silk stockings on the roof, and said, "It's the juice of the netherworld flower." Then he looked at her and said, "Did you bring your things? Lightning wood and black iron essence?" The red figure nodded quickly. "I brought it. I have given it to my senior sister. Brother, let my senior sister help you refine the flying sword. By the way, you also need my brother's hair and blood essence. And the blood essence must be fresh." Luo Qingzhou took out another silk stocking and said, "The hair is in the socks. And the blood essence. Is it fresh blood?" The red figure shook his head and said, "It's not fresh blood. Luo Qingzhou, that I may have misunderstood. How to get the blood essence out?" He was stunned for a moment and asked again. The red figure explained, "It's very simple. First, stretch your muscles and bones to make your body warm. Then cut a wound on your fingertips or palms. Then punch or wave your hands hard to get the blood with essence out of the wound. You don't need too much. 2 drops are enough." Luo Qingzhou asked again, "Can it be put in a porcelain bottle?" The red figure said, "It may be possible. Brother should ask the weapon refining master first." Luo Qingzhou looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves. The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and then said in a cold voice, "Put it in a porcelain bottle and bring it to me." The red figure shrugged and said, "Yes. It's just an ordinary flying sword. There is no need to be so particular." "Okay. I'll go back and get it." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou put away his silk socks and prepared to leave. The moon-white figure suddenly said, "I don't have a weapon refining furnace." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and looked at her. The red figure was immediately puzzled. "Senior sister, I remember you have several kinds of refining furnaces. Right? And didn't you say last night? Do you have them?" The moon-white figure looked into the darkness in the distance and said lightly, "No more." Chapter 232 Another Promotion. The rooftop fell into silence. Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to look at the red figure next to him and asked, "Xiaoya, do you have it?" The red figure shook his head. "Brother, I don't know how to refine weapons, so I didn't prepare anything. But I can go back and get the blood essence." At this time, the white figure on the eaves suddenly spoke again. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately and said quickly, "Okay. Thank you, Sister Yu." He quickly took the stockings and left. On the rooftop, it was quiet. The red figure narrowed his eyes and looked at the white figure on the eaves with interest. After watching quietly for a while, he suddenly asked, "Senior sister, your emotions seem to be fluctuating recently? Is there something wrong with your practice? Or has your mentality changed?" The white figure looked into the distance and did not answer. The red figure showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and said, "Yes, Such an excellent reincarnation of a powerful person is not yours. He actually has a wife in reality. And he has to go back to accompany his wife every night. As you who once gathered glory, loved by everyone, and admired by everyone, you really feel a little uncomfortable in your heart. Right? Obviously. His wife is definitely not worthy of him. Senior sister, how about you remove the halo and show your true face and true cultivation? In this way, he will definitely fall at your pure white skirt and kneel down to lick you every day. I believe that with your appearance, no man can refuse it. When the time comes, he kicks his wife in reality and combines with you. Senior sister, you are equal in flesh and blood during the day, and in spirit and soul at night. Isn't it beautiful? On the eaves, the moon-white figure looked into the distance. As if he didn't hear it, the red figure was silent for a moment. Then slowly said, Sister, don't misunderstand me. I didn't say this on purpose to move your heart. Nor did I deliberately seduce you to give up your previous cultivation method. I just think that the man seems to have appeared specifically for you. His stories and scriptures are very useful to your cultivation. And they seem to be of great use. Even if you don't have to take the original path. It doesn't seem to matter. And you may live a more exciting life. And you may go more exciting, farther, and faster on the road of cultivation. What do you think? Sister? The moon-white figure was silent for a while. Then turned his head to look at her. I didn't realize that you talk so much. The red figure couldn't help but smile. The flesh has been suppressed for a long time. It is inevitable to want to vent. Then he sighed again and said, I am in a high position. I can't do many things. I can't say many words. I can't lose my temper easily. I have been very depressed. In fact, I am the same as my senior sister. Very contradictory. I don't know if the path I am taking now is right. I want to ignore everything. But I can't let it go. The white figure said lightly, I am not contradictory. The red figure smiled. Whether it is contradictory or not, you know it in your heart. You would never do this to anyone before. If I am not mistaken, you will help him refine the flying sword. And I am afraid you will add your runes. Right? The white figure looked at the dark night in the distance. And after a moment of silence, he said lightly, self-righteous? Just think of me as being self-righteous. The red figure suddenly flashed and stood beside her, looking at her stunning face hidden in the moonlight. With a slight smile on his lips, Senior sister, I am looking forward to your cold and peerless face showing a shy pink color at that time. And I am also looking forward to you biting your lips one day, with blurred eyes, and begging softly, husband. Want? That must be very beautiful and touching. Right? The moonlight figure did not speak again, as if he had treated her as air. Not long. Luo Qingzhou came all the way with the red stockings in his hand. The red figure took a look and whispered, Senior sister, if you are not interested, Junior sister can do it for you. After speaking, he smiled, and the figure flashed and floated to the roof behind. Sister, the blood essence is coming. Luo Qingzhou floated down to the roof, raised the silk stocking in his hand and said, I'm afraid it's not enough. I got 5 drops in total. The red figure immediately said sweetly, Brother, you've worked hard. It must be painful? Luo Qingzhou said, It doesn't hurt. It's just a few drops of blood essence. For a warrior, it's like scratching an itch. The red figure smiled and said, Brother is so brave. Sister admires you so much. Seeing that the things he had just put on the roof were gone, Luo Qingzhou immediately stepped forward a few steps, looked at the white figure on the eaves and said, Sister, can it be refined? The white figure was silent for a while, and stretched out a snow-white jade hand from the halo. The silk stocking in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly flew over, automatically poured out the porcelain bottle inside, and fell into her palm. The silk stocking flew back again. Luo Qingzhou held it in his hand and said, There is another one? The red figure took it out and said, Brother, it's here. Luo Qingzhou took it and said, Thank you. The red figure smiled and said, Brother, are my stockings easy to use? Are they soft, smooth and elastic? And can they hold a lot of things? Luo Qingzhou said him and looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves. Come and get it tomorrow night. The moon-white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou was excited and bowed his hands to thank him. Thank you. Sister, The red figure smiled and said, Brother, Senior sister needs to take the things back and use her body to control the refining furnace and flames. Although it is just an ordinary flying sword, it is also very energy consuming. Brother can go with you and maybe help senior sister get something. Wipe the sweat. massage shoulders, and beat legs. All are fine. Luo Qingzhou looked at the moon-white figure. No need. The moon-white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou said nothing more. Then let's start telling the story. Great. The red figure immediately went to the side and sat down, holding his breath and preparing to listen to the Dharma. On the eaves, the moon-white figure also calmed down and focused. Life and death are predestined. Short and long. Each has its own years. Lu Quanjin returned to the world of the living, and Li Tzuilian resurrected by borrowing a corpse. The red figure suddenly interrupted excitedly, resurrecting by borrowing a corpse? Isn't that the state of possession by the soul? What the senior sister said is indeed right. Every chapter in this story is related to practice. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and continued to talk. The supreme virtue is vague, and the Zen sect is silent, pure and spiritual, circulating in the three realms. Thousands of changes, governing yin and yang. The body and function are true and constant, infinite. When reading this paragraph, the moon-white figure on the eaves suddenly said, "Read this paragraph again." After a pause, he said, "Read it a few more times." Luo Qingzhou said, "Okay." He started reading again. The red figure was confused and didn't quite understand. But he also knew that what the senior sister valued was definitely not simple. So he immediately listened attentively. The night passed quietly. The bright moonlight fell on the three people. The three people were talking and listening to the Dharma, breathing in the moonlight silently, and cultivating the soul silently. Luo Qingzhou talked about 3 chapters in a row tonight. Many paragraphs were repeated many times during the period. The 2 soul masters all listened with bated breath and motionless, as if they had entered a state of ecstasy. At the 4th watch, seeing that both of them were immersed in their thoughts and silent, Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Goodbye, Sister Yu. Xiao Ya. I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll take my leave first." The red figure woke up and quickly stood up and said, "Brother, remember to come tomorrow night. Sister will wait for you." "Yes." Luo Qingzhou flew into the air and left with the wind. "Of course, I have to come tomorrow night. Just now, I heard that Senior Yu said that she would be able to refine the flying sword in 1 day tomorrow. Tomorrow night, he should be able to hold his own flying sword and try it out." Back to Qin Mansion. He went to Miss Qin's room first. Miss Qin didn't go to bed, but laid down on the beauty couch, covered with a thick blanket, holding a book in her hand, looking like she had just slept for a while. Cough, cough. As he was watching silently, the sleeping girl on the couch suddenly coughed a few times, and a faint blood color surged on her pale cheeks. But soon, the blood color faded and her face became paler. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly surged with pain and pity. Senior Yu was right. The girl's body was beyond help. Even the spiritual liquid produced by his sun and moon mirror, which had been used for this girl for so long, could only stop her coughing for a short time. After a few days of no use, the disease recurred. Fortunately, she didn't seem to cough up blood again. He watched silently for a while before passing through the house and leaving. Returning to his own room, the soul returned to the body. On the desk in front of the window, 2 drops of spiritual liquid had condensed on the mirror of the sun and moon mirror. He took out the porcelain bottle from the storage bag, carefully put it away, and decided to try it on Miss Qin air tonight. Then, he turned the sun and moon mirror over again, with the side and laid with the sun facing up, facing the window. When the sun rises later, it should be able to produce some more. Looking at the time, it will be dawn in about an hour. He went to Xiaodia's room opposite, took off his clothes, shoes and socks, got on the bed, got into the quilt, hugged the little girl's petite and smooth body, and fell asleep quickly. When he woke up in the morning, the sun was already full in the yard. He dressed and washed up. He had a simple breakfast. He went to collect the sun and moon treasure mirror, and saw that half a drop of spiritual liquid had condensed on the mirror. He put it into a porcelain bottle, put it into a storage bag, and went out. The internal force in the Danhai has not calmed down since the breakthrough yesterday, and it is still stirring. It seems that the various acupoints in the body are also gathering strength. All kinds of feelings are the same as before the breakthrough yesterday, even stronger. He felt vaguely that he might have to continue to break through, so he decided to go to the Blackwood Forest to practice for another day today, and look for monsters by the way. There were only 100 gold coins left. Now he has reached the bone refining realm, and he will need more advanced potions and food in the future, and he can't do without gold coins. When he arrived at the treasure pavilion, everyone else had already arrived. It was strange that the little cousin not only did not come late today, but actually came earlier than him. And her dress today made her look more ladylike and more cool. Let's go! Seeing that everyone was there, Sister Dao got up and went downstairs. When she walked to his side, she whispered, "The jade foot illustration last night disappeared. Did you really buy it?" "It wasn't me." Luo Qingzhou immediately denied it, and subconsciously touched his storage bag. Chapter 233 Two Sons-in-Law. In the carriage, only Chu Xiaoxiao was still chattering. Everyone else was silent. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes to rest. But he could clearly feel that someone opposite him was looking at him. Sister Dao was also a little strange today. Her face was still calm, but her sitting posture was a little strange. It turned out that every time she sat opposite him, she would stretch her legs, her feet almost touching his feet, and her sitting posture was very relaxed and generous. But today, she bent her legs inward and tucked her feet tightly under the seat. Such a cautious and restrained sitting posture was very inconsistent with the big knife next to her and her majestic demeanor. Luo Qingzhou wanted to explain to her again that he was really not interested in her feet. Chu Xiaoxiao was asking the young man named Zhou Boyue with concern, asking him if he was beaten yesterday, why there were nail marks all over his neck. At this time, the eyes of several people in the carriage turned to the taciturn young man together. Sure enough, his neck was full of nail marks. But judging from the situation, it should have happened last night, because when everyone returned to the city from the Blackwood Forest in the evening, there was no nail mark on his neck. Zhou Boyue was introverted and didn't like to talk. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at him, his face suddenly turned red. After a moment of silence, he said, "He was caught." Wu Kuei next to him smiled as only men can understand, and whispered, "A woman caught him? It was too intense last night." Zhou Boyue lowered his head and said awkwardly, "Mother-in-law?" As soon as these words came out, the smile on Wu Kuei's face froze. Other people in the car were also shocked and looked at him in disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Silence for a long time. Dao Jiefang opened her mouth to help him explain. "Don't think wrongly. Zhou Boyue is the son-in-law of a certain mansion. I have seen him several times in the inner city. His mother-in-law has a bad temper and once insulted and beat him in the street. After that, she hurriedly apologized." Zhou Boyue, "I'm sorry. I don't think I should say these things." Zhou Boyue smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay. Dao Jie, I'm not afraid of being recognized. I often follow my mother-in-law to the street, and I am often insulted and beaten by her. I guess everyone knows me, and there is nothing to hide." Everyone looked at him with sympathy. Chu Xiaoxiao clenched her little fist and said angrily, "Brother Zhou, why is your mother-in-law so bad? You are not a warrior. Why don't you resist?" Zhou Boyue remained silent. Wu Kuei on the side said bitterly, "You also heard that Sister Dao said he was a son-in-law. I guess this surname is taken from someone else. A man who marries into someone else's family has no dignity and rights to resist. Sometimes he is worse than a slave." Sister Dao also nodded and said, "It is better for a man not to get married than to marry into someone else's family. Not only will he be embarrassed and have no dignity when he enters someone else's family, he will also be exploited like a cow or a horse, and even insulted and beaten. A son-in-law has the least dignity and status. We are fine now. A son-in-law can go out to help the mansion do business, and even take the imperial examination and the martial arts examination. In the previous dynasty, a son-in-law could not even go out casually, let alone take the imperial examination. If he did something wrong in the mansion, he might even be beaten to death." Zhou Boyue's eyes were red, and he lowered his head and said nothing. Wu Kuei sighed and said, "These days, it's good enough to have a place to live, food to eat, a wife and a child. These things are given by the family. How can he resist? Moreover, the law does not allow a son-in-law to disobey his elders and his wife's family. For someone like Brother Zhou, he can only wait until he is really capable in the future and then run away from home, or become successful and have an identity, so that he can be proud of himself." Several people talked about the pity of the son-in-law. At this time, Nandong Meiju, who had been silent, suddenly said coldly, "Not necessarily. Some sons-in-law, even if they have not yet made a name for themselves, may be doing well in their wives' families." Seeing that several people were looking at her with disbelief, she snorted coldly and crossed her arms and said, "Anyway, I know a family. The son-in-law in that mansion is a weak scholar with some talent and good looks. He is doing as well as anyone in that mansion. The women in the mansion, including his mother-in-law, are around him all day long. He has so many maids in the same room every night that he can't keep up. Even his father-in-law and his wife's brothers are very good to him. His father-in-law is also going to hand over the entire mansion's industry to him to manage. After these words came out, several people looked at each other. There is such a son-in-law? I've never heard of it. Wu Kuei was surprised and envious. Zhou Boyue also raised his head and said with red eyes, "Is there really such a son-in-law?" Sister Dao said, "It doesn't sound very reliable. Unless the son-in-law is a martial arts master, the top scholar. But how could such a man be willing to be a son-in-law?" Nandong Meiju sneered and said sarcastically, "No vision." After that, he stopped talking. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at the young man with red eyes sitting in the corner and said, "Brother Zhou, your mother-in-law isn't her name Zhou Lan?" Zhou Boyue suddenly looked up at him. "You, how do you know?" Then he smiled bitterly. "Sure enough, everyone knows." Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, what a coincidence. It turned out that every time his mother-in-law scolded him, she would mention how the unlucky son-in-law of Zhou Lan's family worked like a cow and a horse. Unexpectedly, it was this poor man in front of him. It seems that this person is also enduring humiliation and keeping a low profile. The few people talked along the way and soon arrived at the destination. The carriage stopped on the road outside the Blackwood Forest. Sister Dao led several people to get off the car one after another. Zhou Boyue probably felt a little embarrassed, so he left quickly alone after getting off the car. Chu Xiaoxiao invited everyone to form a team again, but was still rejected. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave, Sister Dao stopped him and said coldly, "Next time you want to ask me for help, make it clear in advance and pay the gold coins in advance. Don't deliberately say such disgusting words. If I hadn't shown mercy last night, I would have cut off your head with one knife." Luo Qingzhou apologized again awkwardly and said, "Okay, Sister Dao." After he left, the others also left one after another. Swoosh. He tightened his body and muscles, tried to bounce a little, and it was indeed higher and farther than before. Boom. He punched again in the air. The explosive power and power of this punch were incomparable to the previous ones. The sound of the sonic boom could kill the previous punch in seconds. Crack. A big tree in front of him was smashed by his punch, and the upper half fell down. A strong smell of burning wafted from the broken part. It seems that the power of the Thunder Fist has also increased a lot. Swoosh. 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 He jumped quickly in the woods, as agile as a monkey, and soon jumped to the towering tree before. After observing the surroundings and seeing that there was no one around, he took out the sun and moon treasure mirror from the storage bag and carefully placed it on the treetop, facing the sun. He then continued to jump forward and began to search for monsters. This time, he enlarged the range, but until noon, no monsters were found. After eating beef and fruit on the tree and drinking water, he continued to search forward. Unknowingly, he had left the periphery of the Blackwood Forest. While jumping on the tree, he suddenly heard the bang 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 sound of punches and fierce fighting from the woods next to him. At the same time, the trees over there fell to the ground one after another. Judging from the sound and the momentum, the strength of both sides in the battle should not be underestimated. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay. When he was about to leave quickly, he suddenly saw a familiar figure wearing a mask appearing from the forest next to him. He retreated while punching. Chasing behind him were two young men, one tall and one short, who were wearing black tights like him. The two cooperated tacitly. One punched and the other kicked. With amazing power, the thick trees that were kicked by fists and legs all broke and fell down with a crack. The three of them fought and stopped all the way, and soon they came under Luo Qingzhou. The man wearing a mask was Qin Chuan, the second son of the Qin family. In addition to the same body shape, Luo Qingzhou also recognized his mask, because when he went back yesterday evening, he saw Nandong Meiju standing with this masked man, and he talked to him when he left. Who else could it be if not Qin Chuan? And Luo Qingzhou still remembered his punching posture and momentum. When he taught him the Thunder Fist by the lake, he remembered it clearly. Qin Chuan seemed to be stronger, but the two men on the other side were not much weaker than him. And the two men's fists and kicks were very tacit and smooth. The three seemed to have been fighting for a long time, all panting and sweating. Qin Chuan probably ran out of internal strength and physical strength, and was ready to retreat. But the two men on the other side followed very closely, and did not give him any chance. Luo Qingzhou hid on top, holding his breath, concentrating his breath, and quietly watched the wonderful fight of the three men. More than 10 minutes passed. Qin Chuan punched the short man in the chest, knocking him against the big tree behind. But he was also kicked in the shoulder by another tall man, and stepped back a few steps. Who knew that the tall man had great legs and feet? And he succeeded with one kick, and suddenly jumped up. Shwa 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 was another series of fierce kicks. Qin Chuan blocked with his arms in front of him. And when he was kicked by the last kick, he staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, the short man had already rushed up, and he and the tall man punched and kicked, hitting his face and kicking his right abdomen where the kidney is. A piercing sonic boom broke out in the air. Puff! Who knew that at this moment? A large bag of lime powder suddenly fell on the heads of the tall man and the short man, covering the sky with white mist, instantly blocking their vision, covering their front, back, left and right, although many of them were blown away by the strong wind around them. Some of them even fell on them faster due to the large number of them. The two were caught off guard and were immediately sprinkled with dust, instantly turning into two snow-white people. Qin Chuan took the opportunity to turn over and stand up, while retreating, punching the lime powder that was coming towards him. There is an ambush! Go! The two men, one tall and one short, turned around and retreated quickly without any hesitation, and disappeared in the woods in front of them in a blink of an eye. Qin Chuan punched away the lime powder in front of him, looked up, and saw a familiar figure jumping on the big tree above his head like a monkey, and quickly went away and disappeared. He stood there, frowning, with a look of doubt on his face. At this moment, Nandong Meijiao and a short old woman ran quickly from the woods next to them. Nandong Meijiao saw that he was covered with white powder, panting, and looking at the big tree above his head in confusion, and asked hurriedly, "Second cousin, where is the enemy?" Qin Chuan retracted his gaze, patted the lime powder on his body, and said, "Run away. By the way, Meiju, did the boy I helped you beat yesterday really bully you?" Nandong Meiju was stunned when he heard it, and said, "What happened?" Qin Chuan said with a puzzled face, "That boy just helped me. If he hadn't spread the lime, I would have been injured. I almost crippled him yesterday, but he suddenly helped me today. So I want to ask, is that guy a bad guy who bullied you? Or your friend? Obviously, he should have helped me for your face." Nandong Meiju's face froze, and he was stunned. The old woman next to her had a gleam in her eyes, and immediately said with a vigilant expression, "Princess, you made a friend? A man? Whose son is he? What is his cultivation? What is his character?" Nandong Meiju ignored her, and looked at the ground next to her in a trance. The grass there was covered with white lime powder. The old woman also took a look, and immediately said with disdain, "It seems that his character and strength are not very good. As a warrior, he actually relies on such a low-level method to fight. Princess, you? Shut up." Nandong Meiju suddenly got angry, turned his head and glared at her with a cold look, saying, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will ask my mother to cut off your tongue when I go back." The old woman immediately covered her mouth and stopped talking. Chapter 234 Breakthrough again. Boom! In the woods beside the mountain valley, there was a sudden explosion. A scream sounded. Then, it was quiet again. Under the broken tree, a strong demon leopard was lying on the ground. Its head cracked and it was dead. Luo Qingzhou stood aside, panting slightly. The aura of fighting on his body had not completely receded. Just when he was about to come to the mountain valley to practice boxing, he suddenly found this demon leopard. It looked like the one that escaped last time. The demon leopard was very fast and very alert. After seeing him, it did not sneak attack like last time, but turned around and ran away. But now he has been promoted, and his speed and explosive power are not comparable to that day. After chasing for several times, he killed the demon leopard with one punch. Last time, the demon leopard did not have a demon pill, and it was only sold for 800 gold coins. I don't know if it can be sold for more this time. He did not dissect it on the spot, and planned to take it out later and let Sister Dao and Jubao Pavilion dissect it themselves. He waited for a while. When the body of the demon leopard gradually cooled down and the demonic aura gradually dissipated, he took out the storage bag he picked up from the Blackwood Forest last time and put the demon leopard in it. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. He did not go to the valley to practice boxing again. He went back to get the sun and moon treasure mirror. After collecting the 2 drops of liquid condensed on the mirror, he prepared to go out to find Sister Dao. After a chase and fight with the demon leopard just now, he felt that the power in his body was becoming more and more restless. The internal force in the Danhai, like the sea water encountered by a storm, began to set off waves, which were impacting his limbs and various acupoints. The bones of the whole body began to ache and swell. He clearly felt that he might break through again. When he was refining the flesh and tendons, he split the rocks at the bottom of the lake to make a way, and the skin, flesh and bones collided with the rocks, which was equivalent to refining the bones. Now the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon treasure mirror has mutated and upgraded again, and it is estimated that it has been quietly tempering and changing his bones. He clearly felt that his strength and explosive power were improving almost every moment, especially today. The feeling was particularly clear. He decided to go out to find Sister Dao to ask about his current physical condition and how to break through. After all, the other party had already entered the bone refining realm and had quite a lot of experience in this realm. Just as he was thinking about things and walking quickly, a sword light suddenly appeared behind the big tree next to him, and then a sharp sword stabbed out and instantly came to his throat. Bang! Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he didn't avoid or give way. When the sword light appeared, he suddenly punched it. The fist suddenly enlarged, with a phantom, flashing with lightning, and collided with the sharp sword tip that was stabbing quickly, and it actually made a sharp sound of metal collision. Ding! A domineering air wave burst out from the fist. The person who was hiding behind the tree and attacking immediately dodged and retreated. It turned out to be a young woman in black tights with a good figure. Hey! You reacted pretty quickly. The young woman stood still, holding a red-handled sword in her hand, looking at him in surprise. Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked behind him again. A young man in black tights walked out of the woods behind him, barehanded, with a sneer on his face. Leave the demon leopard here, and we can let you go. The man stopped 5 meters behind him, his eyes flashing. For Sister Dao's sake, we won't hurt you. The woman holding the sword also said, we followed Sister Dao several times before. Sister Dao is a good person. I saw her help you break through yesterday. You? Swoosh. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly clenched his fist and rushed towards her. Aing! Be careful! The young man behind him shouted angrily, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards his back. Who knew that Luo Qingzhou had just rushed a distance, suddenly turned around and jumped up, and punched the man behind him with a boom. The huge fist flashed with lightning and a harsh sonic boom. The young man's heart jumped, and a layer of black iron color suddenly surged on his fist, and he rushed forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists collided heavily. The two men landed and took a few steps back. The young man showed a trace of surprise on his face, waved his fist and said, you just broke through the bone refining realm yesterday, and you have such strength. Boy! Not bad. Schwa! The young woman has already rushed over with a sword. Although the speed is very fast, it seems very slow to Luo Qingzhou, because Chanchan's sword is faster than hers. Luo Qingzhou ignored the sword behind him, clenched his fist again, and rushed towards the young man in front. This couple, the man is in the bone refining realm, and the woman is in the tendon refining realm. For him, it's just right. Bang! The fists of the two collided again. At the same time, a chill came from behind Luo Qingzhou. He didn't even look back, but turned his body to the side, easily avoiding the sword stabbing from behind. Even he was stunned for a moment. It seems that although he didn't learn those sword moves when watching Chanchan practicing sword and killing people, he already knew how to dodge in his heart. So he subconsciously used it just now. The most important thing is that Chanchan's sword is too fast, and the sword behind him is too slow. Boom! He used the mountain-shaking fist directly, and his fists enveloped the young man in front of him like a storm. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed head-on, and after a few punches, Luo Qingzhou felt more and more clearly that the power in his body was surging and about to burst out. Boom! He used the thunder fist again and hit him. Swish! 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 The swords behind him flashed coldly and stabbed at his back, but he easily dodged them one by one. The sword-wielding girl was secretly shocked and had to grit her teeth and continue to stab. Since this place was very close to the outside of the Blackwood Forest, this movement soon alarmed Sister Dao, who was strolling outside. Sister Dao carried her broadsword and walked over leisurely, ready to watch the excitement. But when she saw the man being attacked by two people, she frowned and shouted, Chu Feiyong, do you want to hire me? Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched out and said, no need. Sister Dao leaned against a big tree nearby and said, you're just being tough, right? One of them is refining bones, and the other is refining tendons. You just broke through the bone refining realm yesterday. Let's see how long you can hold on. After a pause, she said, I'll give you a discount this time. 200 gold coins. How about that? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and punched the young man in front of him with his fists as loud as wind and thunder. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the young man was secretly frightened and wanted to retreat. However, the boy's attack was too fierce, and he couldn't get away at all. Sister Dao looked for a while, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on her face, secretly saying, This kid has practiced sword? The sword-wielding girl behind him drew her sword quickly and fiercely. But he ignored her and didn't even look back. He just listened to the sound and felt the sword energy, and easily dodged it. This kid's perception is also extraordinary. He doesn't even need to look back. It seems that he is very familiar with swords. Sister Dao was more and more surprised. And the more she looked, the more she felt that this kid was not simple. At this time, 3 people suddenly walked out of the woods next to her. Sister Dao took a look and found that it was the rich girl who changed her name every day. Behind her, there was a man wearing a mask and a short old woman. The identity is indeed not simple. And there are guards. Sister Dao sighed in her heart. Mei Jiao. It's that boy. Do you want help? Qing Chuan looked at the 2 sides of the fight and asked in a low voice. Nandong Meiji looked at him for a few times and said coldly, I said, I don't know him. And he is not my friend. Do you think he is qualified to be my friend? Of course not. The old woman next to him interrupted. With a face full of sarcasm, how can he be qualified to be your friend at the mere bone refining realm? Besides, that boy has an ordinary appearance and looks like a miserable person. Nandong Meijio turned her head and stared at her coldly. Did I let you speak? Believe it or not, when we go back, I will let my mother turn you into a miserable person. The old woman immediately covered her mouth. Bang! With a loud bang, the young man was suddenly knocked out. No! Qin Chuan's face suddenly became solemn, and he stared at the boy whose punches were getting more and more fierce, saying, Why does this kid look like he's going to? He immediately turned his head and asked, Meiju, is it the kid from yesterday? Did I recognize the wrong person? Why do I remember that he broke through yesterday evening? Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, and looked at the figure again, with a trance, and said, It's him. Qin Chuan's facial muscles twitched, and he looked at the figure again, saying in disbelief, He just broke through last night. And tonight at this time, the old woman couldn't help but say, There are people who break through 2 levels in a row, but they are all peerless geniuses, and people who have great opportunities. Of course, there are also some people who are temporarily out of luck. This kid is gone. Nandong Meiju stared at her with cold eyes. A peerless genius with great luck, and a peerless genius with great opportunities. The future is limitless. Limitless. The old woman immediately changed her words and nodded in praise. Sister Dao's face also changed. Boom! Suddenly, there was another louder explosion, and there was even a streak of purple lightning. The terrible power in Luo Qingzhou's body finally burst out from this punch, rushing forward like a tidal wave. The fist of the young man opposite him had almost no resistance, and his bones were instantly broken by him. The remaining strength was not weakened. Luo Qingzhou's fist suddenly enlarged, and boom, a punch hit him heavily on the chest. Crack! The ribs were all broken, and the chest was sunken. The young man finally fell to the ground. Brother Song. The sword-wielding woman screamed, and the sword in her hand slashed at Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou still ignored her, and at the moment when the young man fell to the ground, he had already followed him, and punched him several times in a row, and fell heavily. Bang! Boom! Boom! The young man's face was smashed and his head was cracked, and he died on the spot. Ah! Brother Song, I will avenge you. Shwa shwa shwa. Boom! Luo Qingzhou turned around and punched, and his fist suddenly became bigger after the promotion. He broke the sword she stabbed with one punch, and then hit her chest hard again. The young woman immediately floated backwards, like a leaf in the wind. Before she landed, Luo Qingzhou had already followed her. Bang! 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 And hit her face and head with 3 consecutive punches, smashing her beyond recognition, her brain bursting, and she died on the spot. She didn't show any mercy to the previous sneak attack. If Luo Qingzhou hadn't often watched Chan Chan practice swordsmanship and kill people, he would have been killed by a sword just now. So he naturally wouldn't show mercy to her. He killed 2 people, searched their bodies, and took out a storage bag. He didn't count the things inside immediately, because there were other people standing not far away. In addition to Sister Dao, there were Nandong Meijiao and Qin Chuan, and behind them stood a short old woman. Several people looked at him, and their expressions looked a little complicated. Sister Dao. Luo Qingzhou immediately ran to Sister Dao, ready to tell her about the prey and find a cheap companion by the way. I don't know if Brother Qin will attack him again. Unexpectedly, when Sister Dao saw him running over, her face suddenly changed. She picked up her big knife, turned around, and ran quickly out of the Blackwood forest. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Chapter 235 Then Never See You Again. Outside the Blackwood forest, Sister Dao, carrying a large sword, stopped beside the carriage. Su Qi, the man driving the carriage of Jubao Pavilion, was lying on the carriage with his eyes closed. When he heard the noise, he opened his eyes and looked at her. Seeing that her face was not right, he quickly stood up and asked, Sister Dao, what's wrong? Someone is chasing you. Sister Dao clenched the knife in her hand, looked at the entrance of the Blackwood forest, and said with a complicated expression, Ah Qi, Chu Feiyang has broken through again. Su Qi was stunned for a moment and said, it's a breakthrough. Isn't it normal, huh? Who are you talking about? Chu Feiyang? That kid? His face changed immediately, and he jumped off the carriage at once, and said in shock, is it the kid from yesterday? Didn't he break through last night? Sister Dao looked at the figure walking quickly out of the forest. With a complicated expression, it's him. He broke through to the bone refining realm last night, and just now, he has broken through from the bone refining realm to the organ refining realm. Su Qi opened his mouth immediately, with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Sister Dao, I have gained something again today. Luo Qingzhou walked quickly towards the carriage. Sister Dao unconsciously tightened the knife in her hand, and the toes in her shoes shrank nervously. With a stubborn sneer on her face, I saw you kill 2 more people and rob a storage bag. Luo Qingzhou came to her and said, they blocked the road and robbed me first. Sister Dao narrowed her eyes, and was about to speak. But Luo Qingzhou opened the storage bag and poured the demon leopard on the ground, saying, when I killed the demon leopard, I guess they saw it. So they were going to rob me. If I was not about to break through or just broke through, I might have been killed by them before Sister Dao went over. For such a person, do you think I shouldn't kill it? Sister Dao looked at the body of the demon leopard on the ground and was silent. Su Qi smiled and said, Brother Chu, congratulations. I heard that you have advanced again. You are really a young genius. Your future is limitless. Luo Qingzhou thanked him and said, Brother Qi, can you help me look at this demon leopard? See how much it can be sold for. He really needs gold coins now. Su Qi pulled out a dagger from his waist, squatted down with a smile on his face and said, Great. Brother Chu's luck today is really good. Not only did he get a demon leopard, but he also broke through. It can be said to be a double happiness. As he spoke, he began to stab the demon leopard's abdomen accurately where the demon pill was hidden. It's a pity, Brother Chu. This demon leopard doesn't have a demon pill either. Su Qi's face was full of regret. Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed and said, It doesn't matter. Let's see how much it can be sold for. Su Qi carefully observed the demon leopard's fur, lifted it up and weighed it, then smiled and said, It's heavier than the last demon leopard, and the quality of the fur is slightly better. Brother Chu, it's still a fixed price. 1,000 gold coins. If you think it's not worth it, you can go to the market later. I can guarantee that no one will pay more than me. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at Sister Dao, who was silent next to him, and said, Sister Dao, how much do you estimate? Sister Dao looked at him again, squatted down, carefully examined the demon leopard's fur and flesh, and lifted it to weigh it, and said, 900 to 1,000. It's within this price. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate any more and nodded, saying, Okay, I'll sell it to you. Jubao Pavilion. For 1,000 gold coins. Brother Chu is so straightforward. Su Qi laughed and put the demon leopard on the ground into the storage bag, then took out a big money bag from the storage bag, lifted it with his hand, and handed it to him, saying, Brother Chu, it's exactly 1,000. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand, lifted it, and did not count it again, and put it directly into the storage bag, saying, The main thing is to trust Sister Dao. Sister Dao should not lie to me. Su Qi smiled ambiguously, went to check the carriage, and prepared to set off. Sister Dao tried to hold back, but still couldn't help her curiosity and asked, "How did you do it? You just broke through yesterday. How come you broke through again today?" Luo Qingzhou thought about it and said, "I don't know. Maybe this is talent." "Ha ha ha, yes. It's talent." Su Qi, who was squatting on the ground checking the horse's hooves, laughed. Sister Dao was silent and didn't say anything. Not long after, Wu Kuei, Zhou Boyue, and Chu Xiaoxiao all came out of the black woods one after another. Chu Xiaoxiao ran over excitedly, took out a gray-haired wild rabbit from her storage bag and said, "Sister Dao, I caught a rabbit monster. How much can you sell it for?" Sister Dao just took a look and said, "It's just an ordinary rabbit. It can't be sold for money." "Ah?" Chu Xiaoxiao was disappointed when she heard it, and muttered, "How can an ordinary rabbit run so fast? I chased it for a long time." Luo Qingzhou said on the side, "Is it possible that you ran too slowly?" Everyone else fell silent. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned, looked at him, and said unconvincingly, "Brother Chu, you underestimate me. Although my legs are short, I can run very fast with a hop. How about we compete now to see who runs faster? If you lose, I will treat everyone to a big dinner at the restaurant tonight. Do you dare?" Wu Kuei smiled and said, "I agree." Zhou Boyue sighed, "I still have to go back to help my sister-in-law wash clothes." Luo Qingzhou glanced at him. Sister Dao said directly, "Xiaoxiao, there is no need to compete, you have already lost." Chu Xiaoxiao was even more unconvinced after hearing this. "No, Sister Dao. Although Brother Chu advanced yesterday, I will also be promoted soon. My speed? He just advanced again." Sister Dao interrupted her and said with a complicated look. Chu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but the words in her mouth stopped abruptly. But she seemed not to hear clearly, and blinked her big eyes and said, "Sister Dao, what did you just say? Who has advanced again?" The smile on Wu Kuei's face suddenly froze, and his eyes also looked at Sister Dao. Zhou Boyue also raised his head, his face full of astonishment. Sister Dao was silent for a while, looked at someone and said, "Chu Feiyong? He just broke through again, and now he has advanced to the refining realm." Several people were shocked and speechless. The carriage fell into a long silence. "Okay, everyone should get on the carriage and go back to the city." After an unknown period of time, Su Qi shouted in the carriage. Several people got on the carriage one after another. Chu Xiaoxiao muttered when she got on the carriage, "How come it's so fast he suddenly got 2 levels higher than others?" In the carriage, everyone was still very silent, seeing that the people who usually hang out with you are not even as good as you. But in just 2 days, they suddenly become 1 level higher than you, or even 2 levels higher. Who would feel good? Aren't you waiting for that Sister Qian Dao? I forgot to ask her name today. Chu Xiaoxiao was in a good mood and recovered quickly. Sister Dao opened the curtain, looked outside and said, "It's time. I won't wait any longer." The carriage slowly drove away from the intersection. The atmosphere in the carriage was very strange. Of course, Luo Qingzhou felt that their sitting posture today was also very strange. Except Chu Xiaoxiao still stretched out her short legs carelessly. Sister Dao still bent her legs inward and tucked her feet under the chair. Even Wu Kuei and Zhou Boyue, 2 big men, tucked their feet under the chair. Luo Qingzhou was speechless. It's okay for Sister Dao to be afraid. After all, he said yesterday that he would bite her feet. But what are these 2 big men afraid of? Even if he is perverted, he won't touch their big stinky feet. Right? Ugh. I want to vomit just thinking about it. No words along the way. Arriving at the gate of Jubao Pavilion, several people got off the carriage one after another. When they were about to separate, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, "Brother Chu, you are now in the refining zone realm. Will you go on missions with us in the future?" Sister Dao also looked at him. It is said that warriors at this level can find more advanced leaders in teams, and can directly follow them into places with more monsters. Wu Kuei and Zhou Boyue also looked over. Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course, as long as it is convenient to enter and exit the city, and the price of Jubao Pavilion is not expensive." More importantly, he looked at the silver-haired woman carrying a big knife next to him and said, "Sister Dao is a good person. I trust Sister Dao." Sister Dao faced his gaze, and the toes in her shoes shrank nervously again, and snorted coldly, "Flattering is useless. I only care about money." Luo Qingzhou smiled and said nothing. Several people left one after another. Luo Qingzhou followed Sister Dao into the treasure pavilion. He first went upstairs, and spent 1,000 gold coins to buy 2 bottles of refining potion. Then he went downstairs, read a book, and wandered around the bookshelves for a while. When he was about to leave, Sister Dao came over with a book in her hand, and then handed the book in her hand to him and said, "Are you looking for it?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, took the book, and looked at the cover. The cover was painted with a small and exquisite, very realistic little foot, white feet, red nails, and a few familiar big words on it, jade foot illustration too. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Dao. You misunderstood. I'm just looking here. There's nothing. Sister Dao didn't listen to his explanation and turned away. Luo Qingzhou paused, put the book in his hand on the bookshelf next to him, and went to other bookshelves for a while. Not long after, he left the treasure pavilion. Sister Dao came down from upstairs, walked to the row of bookshelves, and took a look. Sure enough, it was gone. Luo Qingzhou bought a few strings of candied haws on the street. When he was about to go back, he suddenly looked at the street and alley ahead. After thinking for a while, he thought to himself, I won't run into her by chance again. Will I? Forget it. I'll walk around for a while. He walked around the street for a while. When the night was about to fall, he took a shortcut back through the alley. Who knew that just as he was about to leave an alley, he suddenly saw that familiar figure at the entrance of the alley. She was wearing a purple skirt. Her lips were red like fire. Her figure was tall and slender. Her figure was ups and downs. She looked delicate and arrogant. A black whip was wrapped around her slender waist, and her slender and straight legs were wrapped in purple stockings, which was sexy and seductive. Are you going to quibble today? Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said, I came back tonight, but I walked around the inner city again, and sat in the tea house for a while, and came back when it was almost dark. But I was still followed by you. Chu Feiyang. What is your purpose? Just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Luo Qingzhou. He still didn't speak. Turned around and was about to leave. Nandong Meiju suddenly said, You haven't asked my name today. Luo Qingzhou had to stop and turned around to ask, What's your name today? Nandong Meiju looked at him, was silent for a while, and said, Nandong Meiju. This time it's true. Luo Qingzhou showed a hint of surprise on his face. He actually told the truth today. Oh! He said oh, and prepared to leave. Her voice came from behind again, Chu Feiyang. This lady will never go to Haimulan again. Luo Qingzhou said. Oh! Nandong Meiju said again. Chu Feiyang. You have bullied this lady for so long. Do you feel guilty? Luo Qingzhou turned around and said. A little bit. Nandong Meiju looked into his eyes and said. I'm going back to Kyoto. And I may not come here in the future. As for the hatred with you, this lady will never forget it. If in the future. She was silent for a while and said. There should be no future. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while and said sincerely. Miss Nandong. I wish you a safe journey. Night fell. A silver moon rose in the sky. Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer. Waved his hand, and prepared to leave. He still had a lot of things to do tonight. He had to go back to take a bath, go to see the eldest lady, and give medicine to the second lady. When it was late at night, he had to go to Yuanyang Tower to meet Dayue and Xiaoya, thinking that his flying sword might have been successfully refined. His heart was full of excitement and expectation. Just after walking a distance, Nandong Meijia's voice suddenly came from behind again, Chu Feiyang. Will you go to Kyoto in the future? Luo Qingzhou paused and said, No. After that, he left quickly. Nandong Meiju stood there, staring blankly at his back quickly disappearing at the end of the alley in the distance. After standing for a long time, Fong lowered his head, turned around and left, muttering in a low voice, Then never see you again. Chapter 236. Take good care of yourself. In the courtyard, Xiao Dai was collecting clothes that were hung outside. After Luo Qingzhou came back, he greeted her and went straight into the house. First, he took out the sun and moon mirror from the storage bag, put it on the desk with the moonlight facing up, facing the moonlight outside the window. Then, he took out the martial arts stone from the storage bag, held it in his palm, and checked the data after the promotion. Input the internal force, and the value appears. Strength, 6,300. Speed, 100. Strength to withstand blows, 2,000. Mental strength, 200. All data have increased significantly. The strength has increased by 2,000. The speed has also increased from 50 to 100. The strength after entering the refining organs realm has obviously been greatly improved. It is estimated that if he punches now, The warriors in the refining tendons realm will be killed directly. And 2 days ago, he was only a warrior in the refining tendons realm. In just 2 days, he jumped 2 levels, which was not only unexpected by Dao Jia and the others, but also by himself. He looked at the sun and moon treasure mirror on the desk in front of the window, wondering secretly, how could such a heaven-defying treasure appear at the bottom of the lake in Yiting Yuan? What secrets are hidden in the secret passage and dark room at the bottom of the lake? What about the skeletons of so many monsters in the cave? Could this treasure mirror and the mask have emerged from the underground secret passage? It seems that there are still many secrets hidden in the Qin mansion. The treasure of the Qin mansion that Yu mentioned is very likely true. His father-in-law should know all these things. Right? Or is it that even he, the head of the family, has been kept in the dark? Luo Qingzhou was full of doubts. He decided to continue to open the way while practicing at the bottom of the lake tomorrow. If he can successfully open that passage, he may find something. There is no need to go out to refine the internal organs. Just practice the mind method. Breathe. Do strenuous exercise. Control the heartbeat, blood, breathing, etc. And soak in potions to slowly temper the internal organs. This level takes much longer and is much more difficult to break through. Many warriors are stuck here for their entire lives until they die. After breaking through the internal organs, you will be a martial artist. Due to the qualitative change of the internal organs, not only will the strength be greatly enhanced, but the lifespan will also increase to about 150 years. Those with strong internal organs can even live to 200 years old. That's why there are so many warriors who risk their lives, run around, look for cultivation resources, and practice desperately. No one doesn't want to live longer. Luo Qingzhou certainly wants to. So he has to continue to work hard to practice and climb higher. Sir, can I come in? Shijia's voice came from outside the door. Luo Qingzhou put away the Jianwu stone, went over to open the door and said, "Come in." Xiao Dai put the folded clean clothes neatly in his closet, and then said, "Sir, Sister Zhuer came just now. She asked you to come over in the evening." She didn't say what it was about. Luo Qingzhou frowned. Did the second young lady cough again? Xiao Dai went to the kitchen and heated up the food. When Luo Qingzhou went out to eat, he asked her to boil the hot water quickly. He had killed someone today, so he had to take a bath before he could see the second young lady. Otherwise he would carry the evil spirit on his body, which might cause harm to the girl's fragile body. After dinner, he went into the house to take a bath. A drop of red potion for refining dirt was dropped into the bathtub, and the clear water in the tub immediately turned red, like blood. Luo Qingzhou took off all his clothes, entered the tub, immersed himself in the water, closed his eyes, and circulated his internal energy to absorb it quickly. When Xiao Dai came in with a towel to help him rub his back, she accidentally glanced into the tub and was immediately shocked. "Young master, you are bleeding." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said speechlessly, "It's potion. I'm not a woman. How can I bleed so much?" Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth, and her face turned red. She asked shyly, "Young master, how do you know that women bleed? Have you seen me?" Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and ignored her. Xiao Dai pouted and whispered, "It turns out that the young master often peeks at me." Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and rubbed his body and said, "How can it be often? It's every day." He didn't lie. Every night when he was out of his mind, he would sneak a peek at her. Ah! The little girl was frightened. After taking a bath, Luo Qingzhou changed into a loose and clean Confucian robe, went out, and walked towards Meixiang Garden. When he passed Lingshan Moon Palace, he wanted to go in and say hello, but the gate was locked. Did he go to Miss Qin Er's place too? He walked quickly towards Meixiang Garden, thinking about what he said to Miss Qin last night, wondering if she understood. When he arrived at Meixiang Garden, he found that Miss Qin was not here. Shuer was practicing flying knives in the courtyard with a flying knife in her hand. When she saw him, she quickly put away the flying knife and said, "Son-in-law, go in quickly." Miss just coughed again. Luo Qingzhou's expression froze, and he walked into the house quickly. Chior had just come out of the study. Seeing him coming in, she quickly squatted on the ground, helped him take off his shoes, and whispered, "Son-in-law, the young lady is reading on the couch and coughed several times. She refused to take medicine or rest. Please go in and persuade her." Luo Qingzhou nodded and went into the room. The room was filled with heat. A delicate girl in a plain white dress was sitting on the beauty couch, reading the book in her hand seriously. She frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something seriously, and did not notice his coming in. Second young lady. Luo Qingzhou called softly, and walked over. Qin Weimao suddenly came to her senses, turned her head to look at him, and suddenly, there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. On her slightly pale and beautiful face, she showed a happy smile. Brother-in-law. You are here, come up quickly. Luo Qingzhou walked over, stood in front of her and said, Second miss. Are you coughing again? Is it serious? Qin Weimao shook her head slightly and said softly, It's not serious. Just coughed a few times. No blood. Brother-in-law. Don't worry. Luo Qingzhou took out a small white porcelain bottle from his arms, uncorked it, and said softly, Second miss. Stretch out your hands. Qin Weimao obediently took out both snow-white jade hands, spread out her palms, stretched them in front of him, and smiled. Brother-in-law. Do you have time tonight? Luo Qingzhou carefully poured a drop of spiritual liquid from the porcelain bottle into her palm, and said seriously, Second miss. Today's medicine is different from last time, and the effect may be more intense. Once you feel unwell, you must say it, and you must not bear it. Seeing that he was serious, Qin Weimao nodded obediently and said, Well, Weimao will remember it. Then he looked at him eagerly and said, Brother-in-law, can you stay here tonight and accompany Weimao? The effect of this medicine may only come out at night. At that time, if brother-in-law is not here, Weimao will feel uncomfortable again. What should I do? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, glanced at the imperial examination strategy on the table, and said apologetically, Second miss. I have something to do tonight, but I can leave later. The effect of this medicine is very fast. It is estimated that it will take effect in an hour. Qin Weimao lowered his head slightly, and said softly, Brother-in-law, my sister came to see Weimao during the day. Luo Qingzhou looked at her pale face and said, What did she say? Qin Weimao bit her pink lips and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and then took the initiative to say, She should have told you about what happened last night. Right? I did refuse. Qin Weimao raised her head, looked at him softly and said, Brother-in-law, Weimao knows you refused. Weimao knows that brother-in-law wants to decide his own affairs with his own ability, instead of being led by others all the time. Brother-in-law, in fact, Weimao has never thought of asking you to break up your marriage with my sister. My sister came to Weimao several times before, but Weimao refused. Luo Qingzhou was silent. Qin Weimao frowned slightly and whispered, Brother-in-law, Weimao is too weak to cannot serve brother-in-law, so Weimao just wants to watch quietly by the side like now. Often see brother-in-law. Often listen to brother-in-law telling stories and reciting poems. That's enough. Weimao is already very satisfied. Luo Qingzhou looked at her softly and said, Second miss. Don't be pessimistic. Your body will definitely get better. Don't worry. Qin Weimao smiled softly. Yeah? The study room was quiet. Xiaoer knocked on the door gently outside. Son-in-law, can you help me feed the young lady some medicine? Luo Qingzhou walked over and opened the door, took the medicine, walked to the bed, handed it to the girl and said, Drink it. Qin Weimao lowered his head obediently, put his mouth in front of the bowl, but did not raise his hand to take it. A playful smile appeared in his eyes, and he pursed his lips and said, Brother-in-law, you feed it. Weimao will drink it. Xiaoer whispered at the door, Son-in-law, it depends on you. After that, he closed the door. Luo Qingzhou picked up the spoon and fed the medicine in the bowl into the girl's mouth, one spoonful at a time. Qin Weimao drank a few sips, frowned slightly and said, Brother-in-law, bitter. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, suddenly took out a string of candied haws from his arms, handed it to her mouth, and said, Drink a sip. Eat a sip. Qin Weimao looked at the candied haws in front of him with surprise. A happy smile appeared on his face, and looked at him softly and said, Brother-in-law, is this bought specifically for Weimao? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. I bought several strings. Xiao Dai, Beiling, Xiaochalan, they all have them. Qin Weimao, brother-in-law, I don't want to drink. If you don't drink, I'll leave. Wu, do you want to drink it? Drink. Finally, Miss Qin drank all the medicine in the bowl. Luo Qingzhou waited for another hour, and when he saw that she didn't cough anymore and was fine, he said goodbye and left. Tomorrow night, there will be a banquet at Chunghua Mansion. Qin Weimao knew that he still had a lot of things to do, so he did not try to keep him, but just gently reminded him, Brother-in-law, take good care of yourself. The Qin mansion cannot live without brother-in-law. Weima. She did not say anything more. Luo Qingzhou left in silence. She opened the window and stood in front of it, watching his back with gentle and reluctant eyes, as he gradually walked away until he disappeared into the darkness outside the door. Jure, pack up your things. Miss, have you really decided? The girl stood in front of the window, bathing in the white moonlight. After a long silence, she said, well, I've decided. Luo Qingzhou returned to the courtyard. After telling Xiao Dai, he returned to the room, and his soul left his body. His soul passed through the roof, flew into the air, and carefully searched the entire mansion. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he could not wait to fly towards the Yuanyang Tower. I hope his flying sword will not let him down. Chapter 237, On a dark and windy night. The flying sword is ready to kill. Huh? The wind is a bit strong tonight. When Luo Qingzhou rushed all the way to Yuanyang Tower, the moon-white figure and the red figure had already been waiting on the eaves. Brother, your flying sword is ready. Before landing on the roof, the red figure had already called out sweetly. Luo Qingzhou floated behind the moon-white figure, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and bowed his hands and said, Sister you. Under the moonlight, the moon-white figure on the eaves was as light as a fairy. She moved her sleeves, and a flying sword about 5 inches long floated out of the halo and hovered in front of him. Luo Qingzhou stared at it. The flying sword was dark black, as thin as paper, with 2 sharp blades. The tip of the sword was cold, and the tail had no handle, which was only 1 finger wide. The whole sword body did not reflect any luster under the moonlight. If it weren't for the strong vision of the soul, and the flying sword was under the moonlight, it would be difficult to see its existence. If this flying sword flew at night, not to mention ordinary people, even warriors would probably find it difficult to detect. No wonder it is said that the flying sword attacks people silently and kills people invisibly. This is simply an invisible killing weapon at night. Brother, the flying sword has your blood and hair. Now you touch it with your fingertips and input a trace of soul power into it. You can establish a connection with it. And then, you can control it with your mind and soul power. The red figure instructed beside him. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his finger, as he said, and touched the blade of the flying sword. A chill came through the blade. He slowly input a trace of soul power from his fingertips, and the flying sword suddenly trembled and made a buzzing sound. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou immediately felt that his soul had established a connection with it. The two seemed to be connected by blood. The red figure immediately said, Brother, try to pull it with your mind, just like commanding your arm. Luo Qingzhou followed his instructions, concentrating his mind on the flying sword, slowly pulling it forward. The flying sword trembled and began to fly forward. Although it was a bit slow and dull, it was very obedient. Brother, with your current soul strength, you can only pull it within a range of 3 meters at most. Beyond 3 meters, the effect is very weak, and it consumes your mind and soul power very much. The red figure explained on the side. Luo Qingzhou continued to practice with concentration. The speed of the flying sword began to gradually increase, and the flight became more and more smooth. At first, it could only fly in a straight line. Slowly, it began to turn upward and downward. Then, it suddenly turned around and turned back. Then, it suddenly turned and turned around while flying forward. The red figure approached him, and stretched out a snow-white slender jade finger from the halo, and said sweetly, Brother, look, like this. Raise a finger to pull it. Turn the finger in a circle, slowly at first, and then start to speed up. When brother practices proficiently, if you encounter an enemy, you only need to turn your finger in a circle, and the flying sword will circle around the enemy's neck, and the enemy's head will fall off. Luo Qingzhou listened to her instructions, immediately raised his finger, and tried to pull the flying sword. Under his command, the flying sword began to stumble and circle in place. After practicing for half an hour, the speed of the flying sword circle finally became faster. Swish! The fingers spun in circles quickly, and the flying sword also began to spin in circles quickly. Brother, do you know why this flying sword is so thin and so thin? And there is no handle? It is to kill people instantly. Penetrate the enemy's body at the fastest speed, and then disappear. Brother, the color of the sword blade is black, and it can't reflect light. Do you know why? It is to approach the enemy silently at night. Brother, although your flying sword is made of ordinary materials, it looks very sharp. Even the bones of monsters can be cut off instantly. Senior sister may have added something else to it for you. and it is very precious. Luo Qingzhou practiced the flying sword while listening to her tireless explanation. At 3 o'clock. He has practiced very skillfully. Although he has not yet reached the state of unity between man and sword, he can basically control it smoothly. At this time, he remembered that he had not thanked the two yet. Xiaoya, thank you for your materials. Sister Yu, thank you for helping me refine the flying sword, and thank you for your refining furnace. By the way, Xiaoya said you added something else to the flying sword. What is it? Sister Yu, can you tell me first? Although I can't pay it back now, I will remember it, and will definitely pay it back to you when I have the chance in the future. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands, his face full of gratitude and sincerity. On the eaves, the moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, "No need." The red figure suddenly smiled and said, "Brother, senior sister may want you to pledge yourself to me. After all, those things are too precious, and brother may not be able to pay them back in his lifetime." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and bowed his hands and said, "Sister Yu, then I will come to tell you stories and scriptures every night as long as I have time in the future. If Sister Yu wants to listen to other books, you can tell me. Maybe I have them here." As soon as these words came out, the red figure on the side suddenly brightened up and hurriedly said, "Brother, can I also enjoy the love that brother has for senior sister?" Luo Qingzhou stepped aside and said, "After I finish telling that story and that scripture, if you still want to listen, I will continue." "But?" The red figure immediately said, "Brother." "But what?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I don't know when I will leave here. Maybe I won't be in Mo City in the future." There was silence on the roof. The red figure sighed immediately, "Brother, after the new year, I will leave too." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "Where are you going?" The red figure hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe Kyoto. I have something to do and need to go there for a while." "Where are you going, brother?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Yangzhou." The red figure was silent for a moment and asked, "What about brother's wife and family? Will they go with you?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves and said, "Sister Yu, will you leave here by then?" The moon-white figure said lightly, "No." The red figure glanced at her and couldn't help but said, "Senior sister, are you sure you won't?" The moon-white figure stopped talking. The rooftop fell into silence again. Seeing that it was getting late, Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Sister Yu, Xiaoya, I have something to do tonight, so I won't tell you stories. As for tomorrow night, let's see the situation. Sorry, I'm a little busy recently." The red figure was a little disappointed, but he didn't say much. He nodded and said, "Brother, it's okay. Then you go and get busy. It just so happens that I didn't understand what was said yesterday, so I'm going to ask senior sister for advice." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer, flew into the night sky, and flew directly out of the city. The moon-white figure looked at the night sky where he disappeared, and there was still no expression on her beautiful and flawless face. "Senior sister, I will leave after the new year, but I think I may have a breakthrough, and I can't live without him." After a moment of silence, the red figure suddenly said. The moon-white figure said lightly, "You don't have to leave." The red figure shook his head, "I'm going to Kyoto. There are important things to do, which are related to the people of the world." The moon-white figure didn't speak again. "Sister, can you lend it to me for a while? Just 1-2 months. Okay?" The red figure paused, then said, "I will pay you. I won't use it for nothing." The moon-white figure said, "It's not mine. You don't have to borrow it from me." The red figure raised her eyebrows and said, "Sister, if you say that, then I won't be polite. I'm going to use the beauty trap to lure him away, or just use force to abduct him. Do you have any objections?" The moon-white figure didn't say anything, but the moonlight suddenly flashed on her body. Her white skirt fluttered, and her black hair moved without wind. The red figure sneered and said sarcastically, "I know you can't bear to part with it. You say it's not yours, but in fact you have already regarded it as a forbidden delicacy, and you watch it more closely than anyone else." Silence for a moment. She sighed again and said, "It seems that I can only give it to him, although I am a little reluctant, in order to continue to listen to his teachings. However, I don't know if his stories and scriptures can be transmitted and displayed on it. Sister, what about yours? Take it out and try it?" Outside the city, the night wind was howling, and there was no one in the wilderness. Luo Qingzhou rode the wind and soon arrived at the foot of Zixia Mountain. Not long after, he found the people of the Song family in the woods. However, there were only 3 people left in the woods, and no one knew where the others had gone. The three of them gathered together, and seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou approached slowly from the big tree above his head. One of them said, "Tomorrow afternoon, we will enter the city, and someone will pick us up. Then we will hide in." Ah! At this moment, a beast's scream suddenly came from the mountainside. Then, a cold light flashed in the woods on the mountainside. Luo Qingzhou was floating high up and saw it clearly. At this time, the people under the tree stopped talking and looked up at the mountain together. Old Five and the others seemed to have encountered a beast. Will they be in trouble? It's okay. It sounds like an ordinary beast, and they should have been killed by them, the people whispered again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the place on the mountainside where the cold light had just flashed, and his heart was suddenly shocked. He immediately rose into the air and flew over quickly. That place seemed to be where his mother was buried. Swish! He flew over at the fastest speed and fell into the forest. In the forest next to his mother's grave, two figures were checking a beast on the ground. The beast's head was broken and it was completely dead. Both of them were holding hoes. "Let's go. It's just an ordinary beast. Its flesh and blood are of no value. Let's dig up the grave quickly and go back to rest. There are still important things to do tomorrow." The two of them walked to the grave with hoes. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed with a ferocious cold light, and he stretched out his fingers. His soul power fluctuated, and quietly approached the two. One of them raised the hoe, and with a click, he dug up the wooden sign standing in front of the grave and fell to the ground. Another person hurriedly said, "Don't break the wooden sign. Uncle said that tomorrow we will bring this sign and the bones in the tomb into the city, and then we will discuss the Qin mansion. If they don't move the tomb of that kid's mother, then let us, the Song family, help. Move it directly to their mansion." The man who cut the wooden sign bent down and picked up the wooden sign on the ground. He took a look at it in the dim moonlight and sneered. "Qingzhou's mother Lin's tomb humph. The Chunghua mansion is stingy. They don't give a place to bury the dead, and they don't even allow the surname Luo to be left on it. That lady is really cruel and ruthless. She even wants to borrow our hands." His words stopped abruptly. The man opposite was digging the tomb with a hoe. Seeing that he suddenly stopped talking, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" The surroundings of the tomb suddenly became strangely quiet. A strange sound suddenly sounded slightly. It was like the sound of water rushing. The man holding the wooden sign stood still, motionless. His mouth was still open, but he didn't say a word. A thin red line appeared faintly on his neck, and blood was gushing out. "Luin, brother Luin?" The man opposite began to turn pale, and his voice began to tremble. "Gulu." The man holding the wooden sign suddenly tilted his head and rolled down from his neck. Chapter 238 Xiaochan. "The son-in-law likes you very much. Pa!" The wooden sign in his hand fell to the ground. The headless body froze in place. The blood spurted out from the broken neck like a fountain, making a sizzling sound. In the silent woods, the sound was particularly clear. Swoosh! The man on the opposite side hurriedly dropped the hoe in his hand, suddenly jumped out like a sharp arrow, and fled in horror. At the same time, he shouted to the mountain with a terrified face, "Uncle! Enemy attack!" A black shadow that was invisible to the naked eye followed him silently like the wind. In the halo, a thin black flying sword as thin as paper was trembling slightly and accumulating power. Warriors are not ordinary people. Whether it is the powerful blood or breath, they have the effect of automatically rejecting and blocking ghosts and the things used by ghosts. And their skin, flesh and bones have been tempered to be as tough as iron. Luo Qingzhou had just learned to control the flying sword tonight, so he had to input the maximum soul power and get at least 2 meters close to ensure that he could kill with one blow. In the woods at the foot of the mountain, the three members of the Song family were discussing things in a low voice. Suddenly, they heard shouts from the mountainside. Their faces changed immediately, and they all rushed up the mountain. One of them was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, named Song Yan. He was the cousin of Song Fu, the head of the Song family, and the most powerful warrior among the survivors of the Song family. He was already in the middle stage of the martial arts master. He was the fastest, and he had already rushed to the mountainside in almost an instant. In the dark night, his vision was still clear. He saw his nephew rushing from the mountain, and also saw the terrified expression on his nephew's face. When he was about to shout, his pupil suddenly shrank. His nephew, who was running fast and was about to meet him, suddenly fell forward for some reason and fell on the steep steps with a bang. Then, he rolled down. It just stopped at his feet where he had stopped quickly. "Uncle, uncle." The young man raised his hand with difficulty, and only shouted these two words tremblingly. Then his hand dropped, and he died completely. Song Yan's face changed drastically, and with a whoosh, the gray robe on his body suddenly swelled up and rustled. He tightened his muscles and membranes. His eyes flashed, and he looked around vigilantly. "Uncle!" At this time, a young man and woman rushed up quickly, and when they saw the corpse on the ground, their faces changed drastically. "Come closer to me," Song Yan shouted urgently, his eyes still searching around. The young man and woman hurriedly approached him. One of them drew out the sword in his hand, and the other clenched his fists, his face full of fear, and his eyes also searched in the darkness around him. The surrounding woods were dead silent. There was only the whimpering of the night wind and the occasional cry of the night owl in the distant forest. The three of them stood back to back, their bodies tense, not daring to move. On a big tree 10 meters away, Luo Qingzhou held a flying sword between his fingers, hiding in the dark treetops, looking down at them. In his sight, the three people's bodies were full of vigorous blood and energy, surging, especially the middle-aged man in the gray robe, whose blood and energy were burning like flames. And there was even more energy surrounding him, protecting his body, like a shield covering his whole body. Energy forming a shield. This is a skill that only martial artists have. With Luo Qingzhou's current spiritual strength, as long as he approaches him within 5 meters, he will touch his external energy and be detected by him immediately. Just like that night when he went to Chunghwa Mansion, he was almost beaten to death by Luo Yinyan's punch. The martial artist has strong blood and energy, and is surrounded by energy. Ordinary ghosts dare not get close to him. Even if he has now cultivated to the realm of controlling objects, he dare not approach directly. If he is hit by a punch, he will either die or be injured. After all, ghosts are ghosts. If they do not pass the thunder tribulation and become young gods, they will still be afraid of, and cannot defeat the powerful warriors, who are extremely strong and young. Luo Qingzhou watched from a distance on the tree, and did not approach again. Even if he sneak attacked the two warriors who were only at the martial arts level just now, he had to get close to 2 meters to ensure that the flying sword could penetrate their bodies. Now there is a warrior and 2 martial arts students on the opposite side, who have been prepared. So of course he dare not move again. The 3 people were also frightened, and did not dare to act rashly, because they didn't know who the enemy was, what level the enemy was at, where they were hiding, and how many people they had. The corpse on the ground had blood gushing out of its neck. It looked like it was stabbed by a sword or other sharp weapon. But the enemy's strength should be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed the 2 of them silently in the blink of an eye. "Go!" Song Yan persisted for a while and retreated decisively. "Stay close to me. Watch out for the forest on both sides." The 3 of them immediately got together and retreated quickly down the mountain. As for the bodies of the 2 men, no one dared to look at them again. Luo Qingzhou immediately floated into the night sky and followed behind. Not far away, not close, so that he could see them and hear their voices. "We can't stay here any longer. The other party should have discovered us long ago and has also found experts. Let's go. Notify the city immediately, and we will enter the outer city now. Let Sunner and the others gather together, and stop monitoring the Qing mansion. We can't give the other party the opportunity to kill one by one. We will act together tomorrow night and make them pay with blood. Let Sunner notify the eldest lady of Chunghwa Mansion to borrow that old man Mei. Also, let the people of the Zhang family come quickly." The 3 of them went down the mountain and immediately rushed towards Maching without staying for a moment. Luo Qingzhou followed quietly in the air, and followed them all the way to the outer city of Maching. After seeing them enter a shabby courtyard, he stopped. At this time, they were still able to enter the city. It seems that there are also their people among the guards guarding the outer city. I don't know what treasures the Qin family has, which made so many forces in Maching willing to collude with the Song family at the risk of being beheaded. Luo Qingzhou carefully observed the nearby streets and alleys and the empty shabby houses for a while, and then turned back to Zixia Mountain. When he reached the middle of the mountain, he floated down. His feet landed lightly, as if he had not stepped on anything, but he could not penetrate the ground. Looking at the wooden sign lying on the ground, he subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to pick it up and put it back in front of the grave. But as soon as his hand touched it, it went through the wooden sign, and he could not hold it at all. It is called the realm of controlling objects, but in fact it is only a small realm of the initial realm. You can only touch things specially made for the soul, and most real objects cannot be touched. Only by breaking through to the next great realm, the realm of refining the soul, can you begin to truly drive all objects. And at the same time you can practice the method of possession. At that time, the spirit can not only speak and do things with the help of other people's bodies, but also those animals and monsters can borrow their bodies temporarily. That is when you can achieve some success. Luo Qingzhou retracted his hand, looked at the grave in front of him, and knelt down slowly. The night wind passed through the forest, and there was a sad sob, as if someone was crying alone in the middle of the night. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said softly, "Mother, don't worry. I will definitely get back the humiliation for you today. I will never forget the hatred of your life. I swear to you that I must make her family destroyed and pay blood debt with blood. Whatever she likes, I will make her lose it. Whatever she cares about, I will destroy it, and I will let her enjoy the greatest and deepest pain in this world." The night passed quietly. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a bird's cry in the forest. The sky in the east began to turn white. Luo Qingzhou left Zixiao Mountain and flew back to the city. He went to Chenghua Mansion first, and landed on the eaves of the neighbor's house, silently looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar mansion. There were 2 red round beads on the highest eaves of the mansion. It was obvious that his last soul spying made Luo Yanyan alert. So he installed these 2 things specifically to restrain the soul. However, this thing is no longer useful to him now. But even so, he didn't dare to enter Chenghua Mansion casually, because Chenghua Mansion is now full of warriors, patrolling everywhere in the mansion. Obviously for the banquet tomorrow night. The dinner to congratulate the eldest lady on being conferred the title of the Lady of the Imperial Edict tomorrow night will not only be attended by various nobles in Mo City, but also by the eldest princess and people from the court. Luo Yanyan naturally dared not be careless and must strengthen the guard, where warriors gather, even if they don't need to take action. The blood and chi burning like a sea of fire will make the soul dare not approach. Luo Qingzhou looked silently on the roof next to him for a while, and then floated into the air and returned to Qin Mansion. He went to Meixiang Garden first and took a look at Miss Qin Air. Miss Qin Air was sleeping soundly on the bed. Her beautiful face was still pale, but she looked better than last night, and she didn't cough anymore. I don't know if the spiritual liquid has taken effect. Luo Qingzhou stayed for a while before passing through the roof and floating back to his own courtyard. Just as he was about to enter the house, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing under the big tree outside the courtyard. She was wearing a light green dress, holding a sword in her arms, with a slender body and a cold face. At this time, she was staring at the closed courtyard door in a daze, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while, then returned to the house, and his soul returned to his body. First, he collected the 2 drops of spiritual liquid on the sun and moon mirror into the porcelain bottle, then turned the mirror over and put it back on the table in front of the window. After doing this, he put on his coat and went out. When he walked to the courtyard, he lightened his footsteps and walked to the door quietly. And then with a creak, he suddenly opened the door. The girl who was in a daze under the tree suddenly woke up and was about to turn around to avoid it when Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, "Chan Chan, I bought you a candied Haws." Xia Chan paused, but still walked away quickly. Luo Qingzhou quickly said, "I bought it for you alone. Bailing doesn't have it." Xia Chan stopped, but did not turn around. Luo Qingzhou took out the candied Haws from the storage bag, walked over and said, "Chan Chan, I need your help with something." Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand, still with her back to him, and whispered, "Killing people." "Huh?" Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "How do you know?" Xia Chan lowered her head slightly. "I can only help you kill people." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "Of course not only killing people. Chan Chan can help me with many things." Xia Chan turned around and looked into his eyes, and said, "What are they?" Luo Qingzhou tilted his head and said, "Wait. Let me think about it." This thought took a long time. "Humph." Xia Chan turned and left. Luo Qingzhou immediately chased after her, and said with a smile, "Chan Chan, I'm just teasing you. Don't be angry. Take the candied Haws, and I'll tell you what you can do to help me. There are really many things. I didn't lie to you." Xia Chan stopped and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou handed the candied Haws to her and said, "Look. First, it's very cool when I'm with you in the summer, and I don't need to fan myself or go to a shady place. Second, your sword is very fast. I'm not afraid of mosquitoes when I'm with you in the summer. And I'm not afraid of insects when I go to the wild. Third, you don't like to talk. I'll be very quiet when I'm with you. And I'm not afraid of noise. 4. Xia Chan turned and left. This time, her steps were fast. Her pretty face was colder. She held the sword tighter. And her cheeks were puffed up. She was really angry. Luo Qingzhou stood there, not chasing her, watching her back quickly going away, and suddenly shouted, 4th, Xia Chan, you are very cute. I like you very much. I feel very good every day when I see you. The figure who had walked away angrily suddenly froze and stopped. Chapter 239. Oh, Brother Qingzhou. The night quietly faded away. A ray of morning light lit up the sky. And suddenly, there were many more birds singing around. Even the wind that blew had a hint of morning flower fragrance. The sky finally brightened. Luo Qingzhou looked at the slender figure. And when he was about to say 5th, she held the sword and walked away quickly without stopping. Soon she disappeared in the first ray of light in the morning. It should be agreed, Luo Qingzhou said to himself. He stood there for a while, then turned around and returned to the courtyard. Although he hadn't slept all night, he didn't feel sleepy at this time, and his spirit was still full. Back to the courtyard. Diligent Xiao Dai had already gotten up and was standing under the eaves combing her hair. Seeing him coming in from outside, she was surprised. Young master, are you up so early? Then she said, Young master, didn't you just come back from outside? Luo Qingzhou walked over and pinched her delicate face, saying, Yes, just came back from the brothel. After that, he went into the house. Ah! The little girl froze in place, then pouted and muttered, You lied to me again. So I didn't dare to go. Last time, I was almost scared by Sister Xia Chan and didn't dare to come back. Luo Qingzhou went into the house, sat down at the desk, and thought carefully about today's plan for a while. Then he went out to say hello to the little girl in the yard and went out again. He went directly to Yueyedingyu garden and entered the bamboo forest in the corner. Then, he was out of his mind and began to practice flying swords. Swish, swish, swish. The flying sword flew quickly around him, turning left and right, rushing up and down, and then circling rapidly in place. Ka! With a slight turn of his fingers, the flying sword instantly circled around a green bamboo, and then the green bamboo was directly cut off and fell down. After practicing in the bamboo forest for an hour, he took the flying sword and flew into the air, facing the golden morning sun, flew to the moon viewing tower in the lake, and began to practice the flying sword on the roof again. During the day, the soul is out of the body, driving the flying sword, which requires more soul power and consumes faster. At the same time, the flying sword will be more obvious. So, it must be fast. If the distance can be extended, it will be better. He first practiced within 3 meters, and after becoming proficient, he tried to expand outward by 2 meters. As Celia said, when the flying sword is a little farther away, his soul power and divine consciousness are consumed faster, and it is not as easy to drive as before. The speed and power of the flying sword are also greatly reduced. It seems that his current soul realm is still too low. Schwa. He continued to practice within 3 meters. Under the scorching sun, his soul became hotter and hotter, and his soul power was consumed faster and faster. At noon, he put away his flying sword, floated back to the bamboo forest, and his soul returned to his body. Then he took out beef water from his storage bag, had a simple lunch, and after a short rest, his soul left his body again and left the Qin mansion. Flying during the day, he was more cautious. Not long after, he came to the outer city, followed the streets and houses he had memorized yesterday, and soon found the dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard door was closed, and there was no one in the courtyard. The wooden doors of several houses were also tightly closed, as if no one lived there. Luo Qingzhou flew to the roof, landed carefully, searched for a few houses, and found the figures in the woodshed. In addition to the 3 people from the Song family last night, there was an old man and 2 other young men. Luo Qingzhou knew the old man. He was the bodyguard of the second son of the Chenghua mansion Luo. He was called Mei Lao, and should be at the martial arts master level. The other 2 were unfamiliar faces. Luo Qingzhou saw 2 martial artists in the house, and did not dare to approach. He hid at the highest point of the roof and observed carefully. The 3 people from the Song family were wolfing down their lunch. It seemed that they had not had a full meal for a long time. The old man surnamed Mei stood at the door, looking out the window with a frown, as if thinking about something. The other 2 men, one with a sword hanging on his waist, and the other holding a knife in his hand, were talking in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou vaguely heard one of them mention our Zhang family, and so on. It turned out to be someone sent by the Zhang family. Both the Chenghua mansion and the Zhang family sent people over. I don't know if there are any other people. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then passed through the roof and rose into the air, looking around from a high position. Suddenly, he saw a familiar beggar at the alley not far away. The beggar was sitting under the big tree at the entrance of the inner city. He was the one who informed the Song family. Now he should be helping to keep watch. Apart from him, there were no other suspicious people outside. If there were other people, they might have been waiting somewhere in the inner city, preparing to meet up with these people in the inner city, and then wait for an opportunity to enter the Qing mansion. That opportunity, of course, was the dinner held by Chenghua Mansion tonight. At that time, all the nobles in Mo City would go there, and Qing Mansion would naturally go there as well. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, then carefully returned to the woodshed and looked down. The middle-aged man of the Song family was talking to the old man surnamed Mei. Brother Mei, when you go there tonight, you only need to deal with Qin Chuan of the Qin family. His current cultivation is probably at the level of a martial artist. You are in the middle stage of a martial artist, which is more than enough to deal with him. Kill him, and the other people in the mansion should not pose any threat to us. When your second son takes the exam, he will have one less powerful opponent. As for the treasures of the Qin mansion, we only want revenge, and have no interest in those treasures. You can distribute and dispose of them. Well, the old man surnamed Mei had a gleam in his eyes, but did not reply. We will set off at dark, and go to the inner city to meet them, and wait for the old man Qin Wenjin to go out. Luo Qingzhou listened for a while, passed through the roof, rose into the air, and left quickly. At first, he planned to find a way to kill these people first, eliminate the threat, and take the heads of the Song family to Chenghua Mansion to discuss the eldest lady, who was happily accepting the title. However, when he saw the old man surnamed Mei just now, he suddenly thought that the man often appeared in the Blackwood Forest with the second son of Luo, and even Sister Dao knew that he was Luo Yu's guard. He suddenly had a bold idea. Not only will the eldest princess go tonight, but the court has also sent people to Maching, and will also attend the banquet tonight. At that time, Chenghua Mansion will be the most glorious, and the eldest lady will be the most proud. Thinking of that picture, and thinking of the hatred of his mother's tragic death, and the fact that his mother's grave was almost dug up last night, he gritted his teeth. So he decided to give that vicious woman a bigger gift tonight. He rushed all the way back to the Qin Mansion. After his soul returned to his body, he went directly to Lingshan Moon Palace. As soon as he reached the door, he saw the cold girl in a light green dress leaning against the door frame, holding a sword, in a daze, as if she had been standing there for a long time. When Luo Qingzhou approached, she came to her senses, looked at him coldly, and prepared to enter the house. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Chan, I need your help. After a pause, he said, it's urgent. Xiaochan stopped, turned around and looked at him, still without speaking, but went out the door and walked in front of him. Luo Qingzhou's heart warmed up, and he followed and asked, Chan, do you know a warrior? A warrior in the middle stage of the martial arts master. Are you sure? Xiaochan stopped, thought for a while, and said, it needs to be unexpected. Within 10 steps? Luo Qingzhou asked. Xiaochan shook her head slightly and whispered, 5 steps. Luo Qingzhou suddenly realized, the higher the opponent's cultivation, the easier it is to avoid your sword. You can only be sure if you are 5 steps away. Right? Xiaochan nodded. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, the opponent has 2 martial artists. One is in the middle stage of martial artists, and the other is in the early stage of martial artists. It's a bit tricky. I can deal with the others, but the martial artists I'll think about what to do. If it doesn't work, I can only go to my second brother. No. Xiaochan suddenly looked at him and shook her head. No. Go to him. You will find that you're... Luo Qingzhou looked at her in a daze. Xiaochan saw him looking at her, lowered her head slightly, clenched the sword in her hand, and whispered, Chan. It's okay. Looking at her beautiful face and her slightly lowered head and restrained appearance, listening to her suddenly gentle words, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a strange emotion in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out and want to touch her face. But when his hand got close, he didn't dare to move, and quickly retracted it, saying softly, Chan, after this mission is completed, I will take you shopping and eat delicious food. Okay? Xiaochan raised her head and said, take bailing? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile and said, "No. Just take the lovely Chan Chan. We will go secretly without telling her." Xia Chan stared at him for a while and shook her head gently. "No. Take Bailing. Bailing is cute." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and his lips moved, as if he wanted to ask her a few questions, but he thought that she would not answer, and now was not the time to chat. "Let's go. Go to the second lady. I have something to tell her." He didn't delay any more and walked in front quickly. Xia Chan held the sword and followed him obediently. After reaching the gate of Meixiang Garden, she stopped on her own initiative, walked to the big tree next to her and stood, waiting for him silently. Luo Qingzhou turned to look at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Perhaps you can try to get close to the second lady a few more times to see if it will be the same as before. Maybe it won't be the same anymore." Xia Chan shook her head, slowly lowered her head, and lowered her thick eyelids. She looked a little inferior, apologetic, and sad. After getting close to her several times, the second young lady coughed up blood. Luo Qingzhou looked at her thin, slender, lonely and silent figure under the tree, and felt a sudden pity and distress in his heart. He whispered, "Then you wait here obediently, and Brother Qingzhou will come out soon." After that, he walked quickly into the courtyard. The girl under the tree raised her head and looked at his back quietly. When his back disappeared in the courtyard, she murmured in an inaudible voice, "Oh, Qingzhou, brother." The breeze passed by, gently caressing her hair, bringing the fragrance of flowers in the afternoon. The sunlight was cut into pieces by the branches and leaves, and fell on her body and her pretty cheeks, bright and moving. Chapter 240 Chan Chan. Do you still remember that night? Plum Fragrance Garden. In the study, the heating was overflowing and the cigarette smoke was curling. Miss Qin, dressed in a plain white dress, sat in front of the desk, slightly frowning her thin eyebrows, listening to Luo Qingzhou's words carefully, and her expression looked quite solemn. Luo Qingzhou stood aside and whispered. Qiu'er stood at the door, looking at the shoes on the ground, sighed inaudibly, and didn't know what she was thinking. Qiu'er had a cold face and practiced flying knives in the courtyard. The flying knives were moving faster and faster, hitting the bullseye more and more times, and the force was getting more and more fierce. Unfaithful man. Go to H.L. When Luo Qingzhou came out of the house, he heard her muttering. Qiu'er squatted on the ground, helped him put on his shoes, looked up at him, moved her lips, and wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't say it until he left the courtyard. Qiu'er, let's go to my second brother. Qin Weimo's soft voice came from the study. Qiu'er quickly agreed, went into the study, went over to help her get her coat, and helped her up. In the courtyard, Qiu'er immediately collected all the flying knives and hid them at her waist. Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan out of the door. He quietly went out from the back door. In the secluded courtyard, he took out the mask in front of the girl next to him, put it on his face, took off his loose Confucian robe, and put on a blue slim-fitting long gown. Then he turned around and looked at her and said, "Do you still know your son-in-law?" Xia Chan looked at him in a daze and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou took out a small blue long gown from the storage bag, handed it to her, and said, "Yours. Put it on." Xia Chan took a look, hesitated for a moment, took it, and put it on. Although it was a small size, it still looked very loose on her slender body, making her look even more fragile. The girl was not short, but her bones were thin, which made her face small and thin, and she looked very weak and frail. If her cheeks were a little pale, she would be comparable to Miss Qin. However, who would have thought that she was a master who could kill with one sword? Chan Chan, can you leave your sword with me first? It's too conspicuous to walk on the road with a sword, which is not conducive to our operation this time. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. He knew that the sword in the girl's hand never left her hand, even when she was sleeping. Only when she was planting flowers in the garden a few nights. She put it behind her. This girl lacked a sense of security since she was a child. The sword in her hand was her only support. Now that she is out, there are so many people on the street. She will definitely be nervous and uneasy. Only by holding her sword will she feel more at ease. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Luo Qingzhou was about to give up, but the sword in the girl's hand was already in front of him, and she looked at him calmly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, took the sword, put it in the storage bag, looked at her and said, "Thank you. Thank you for her obedience, and thank you for her trust." Luo Qingzhou took her out of the alley. Walking on the busy street, the hawker shouts came one after another, and the pedestrians were bustling. Luo Qingzhou felt the nervousness of the girl beside him, hesitated for a moment, reached out his hand, held her cold little hand, led her, and continued to walk forward. The girl was startled for a moment, turned her head and looked at him, without speaking or struggling, and quietly approached him. The two, one tall and one short, wore the same blue gown, holding hands, like a silent couple, walking in the crowd in tacit understanding. The afternoon sun was a little lazy. The wind blew, bringing the aroma of wine hidden in the alley, and the aroma of cakes on the roadside stalls. Tangilu, Tangilu, a vendor shouted. Luo Qingzhou took a look, took the girl beside him and walked over, bought a string, and handed it to her. The girl stretched out her other hand to take it. Without speaking, the two held hands and continued to walk forward. When they reached the arch bridge in and out of the inner city, they stopped at the same time. Luo Qingzhou took her and walked to the bridge, looked at the bridge hole below, and said, Chan Chan, do you remember that night? The girl beside him had a candied haze in her mouth. Her cheeks slightly bulged, blinked, and swallowed hard. After a while, Fawn said, yeah. Luo Qingzhou recalled the scene of the two hiding under the bridge and leaning against each other in the stormy night, and said softly, Chan Chan. The girl's pink lips were stained with sparkling sugar juice, and she tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her dark and clear eyes. Under the bright sunshine, the face with the mask was ordinary, not as beautiful as before, but it still made her daze for a moment. Your feet are so beautiful. Luo Qingzhou held it in for a long time, but he managed to say this, and immediately felt a little embarrassed, and took her hand and continued to walk forward. Forget it. When I go back, I will throw away the two books that disturbed his mind. But when I recalled what happened that night just now, under the dark and cold bridge, next to the warm and jumping bonfire, the girl's pair of white feet after taking off her stockings was indeed a very unforgettable scenery that night. A cute girl is cute everywhere, isn't she? Xia Chan was led by him, turned her head to look at the expression on his face. The expression in her eyes moved, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Entered the outer city. The streets of the outer city were obviously much dirtier and messier. The houses were dilapidated, and there were few shops. There were also more beggars. Many pedestrians were pale and thin, and it was obvious that they had trouble even eating. However, even in the poorest places, there were brothels. Luo Qingzhou led Xia Chan, and just crossed a street, when he saw a beautifully decorated brothel. At the door and upstairs, there were charming women wearing light gauze and gorgeous clothes, and the quality was obviously much worse than that of the Tianxian building in the inner city. Young master, come in and have some fun. It's free for the first time. We have fat and thin people, tall and short, big and small, white and black, young and beautiful girls, sexy and charming women, and old women with charm. We have everything. As Luo Qingzhou just passed by the door with Xia Chan, a woman came over with a small round fan in her hand, twisting her slender waist and introducing enthusiastically. However, Xia Chan only turned her head to look at her, and she immediately shut up. Crossed several more streets. Luo Qingzhou led her to the alley in front, looked at the beggar leaning against the wall at the entrance of the alley, and whispered, Chan Chan, we're here. Be careful later. If you can't beat him, run. With your speed, no one can catch up. Don't worry about me. I run faster than you. Xia Chan clenched her empty palms and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou led her to the beggar, took out a piece of silver from his pocket, and threw it into the bowl in front of him. The beggar immediately reached out to pick up the silver from the bowl, and hurriedly bowed his head and said, Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The moment he bowed his head to thank him, Luo Qingzhou's hand flashed with a cold light, and the sharp dagger pierced his neck with a swish. The beggar's body stiffened, his mouth opened wide, and before he could raise his head, Luo Qingzhou grabbed his clothes, looked around, and dragged him directly into the alley, and threw him into a pile of garbage. Chan Chan. Here. Luo Qingzhou took out the sword from the storage bag, handed it to the girl beside him, and reminded again, Be careful. Don't be stubborn. Run away if you can't beat it. Do you hear me? The girl nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou took her into the depths of the alley, and came to the outside of the wall of a small courtyard with ease. Wait a minute. Watch me. Luo Qingzhou stood at the corner of the wall and immediately left his body and went in to investigate the situation. The few people were still hiding in the dark woodshed, talking in low voices, but there seemed to be one person missing in the house. After a closer look, the old man surnamed Mei from Chunghwa Mansion was gone. Luo Qingzhou was suspicious and immediately flew to other houses carefully to look for him. But he couldn't find him. Could he have entered the inner city in advance? He searched the entire courtyard carefully again, and after seeing no other abnormalities, he made a prompt decision and floated out immediately, returning to his body. Action! Luo Qingzhou jumped directly from the courtyard wall. Then he stuck to the wall and approached the woodshed silently. He turned his head and looked behind him. Xia Chan had followed him silently. Guard the door. Luo Qingzhou pointed. Then jumped onto the courtyard wall next to him, and climbed up the low roof of the woodshed along the courtyard wall. Suddenly, the voice of the middle-aged man from the Song family came from the house. There's someone on the roof. Bang! There was a loud bang. Luo Qingzhou punched down suddenly, smashing a big hole in the fragile green tile roof. And then a cold light flashed in his hand, and a large bag of lime powder was thrown down with a puff sound. In the narrow woodshed, white powder was scattered all over the sky. Several people reacted slowly, and were immediately sprinkled all over their heads and bodies. Get out! Song Yan shouted anxiously. And with a bang, he was the first to break out of the door. Shwa! A cold light instantly pierced his throat. Song Yan's face changed drastically, and it was too late to avoid it. He had to raise his hand to protect his throat and grasp the sharp sword tip. A pain suddenly came. Taking this opportunity, he immediately dodged and jumped out. At this moment, his palm had been pierced by the sword, and blood was dripping. However, he narrowly avoided the fatal blow, and his robes bulged immediately, and his fist smashed forward with a bang. The two Shangs had already rushed out of the woodshed. The young man and woman from the Song family followed them, and just as they were about to rush out, a slender black shadow suddenly flew out of the white air behind them, and with a swish sound, it instantly pierced through the calves of the two. The two screamed "Ah!" and fell to the ground at the door with a thump. Just as the two were about to stand up with gritted teeth, the slender black shadow suddenly swished and quickly spun several times, and instantly cut off one of their feet. The two screamed again. The slender black shadow suddenly flew onto the roof and disappeared. Boom! The Zhang family men who came to the yard and were about to besiege Xia Chan suddenly heard a blast above their heads. Their faces changed immediately. Just as they looked up, a huge fist suddenly fell from the sky. With a bang, one of the men's heads was directly blown open. The man next to him was so scared that his soul flew away, and he slashed with the sword in his hand. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, and his sword speed was not as fast as the girl next to him. Boom! Another punch came down, breaking his ribs directly, knocking him out, and hitting the wall not far away, and he fainted on the spot. In a blink of an eye, the four young men and women in the martial arts realm were lying on the ground, one dead and three injured. Luo Qingzhou looked at the middle-aged man of the Song family, who was punching fiercely. When he was about to go up to help, his heart suddenly jumped, and he turned around and punched. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly hit his fist. With a crack, his arm was broken on the spot, and then his whole body was hit by the huge force and flew backwards, falling under the corner of the wall in the distance. He endured the severe pain and looked up. The old man surnamed Mei in a gray robe suddenly appeared without knowing when. Boom! The old man surnamed Mei didn't even look at him, and immediately punched the girl who was swinging the sword fiercely. Two martial artists, one in the middle stage of martial artists, and the other in the early stage of martial artists, besieged the girl who was swinging the sword very quickly. But even so, the middle-aged man named Song Yin from the Song family was still hit by another sword on the shoulder, and blood gurgled out. The old man surnamed Mei punched the girl and sent her flying. Then he followed up with a few more punches, saying, "Brother Song, step back. I'll take care of the girl. Go and finish off the guy in the corner." "Okay. Thank you, Brother Mei." Song Yin withdrew from the fight, touched the wound on his shoulder, and glanced at the girl who was drawing the sword very quickly. A trace of fear appeared on his face. He immediately turned around, clenched his fist, and walked to the corner with a ferocious look on his face. Luo Qingzhou had a broken arm and blood on the back of his hand. He was sitting in the corner, enduring the pain and holding his arm with his other hand. When he saw him walking quickly, his face changed. Shwa! The sword in Xia Chan's hand suddenly became faster. He ignored the fist in front of him at any time. His figure flashed and swept towards Song Yin, who was walking towards him. Bang! The old man surnamed Mei took the opportunity to punch her in the back. But she didn't dodge or give way. She stared at the figure closely. At the moment when she was punched in the back, she whooshed and rushed up at the speed of teleportation. Brother Song, be careful. The old man surnamed Mei's face changed, and he shouted urgently. Song Yin already felt something was wrong and was about to dodge urgently. But he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. The sharp sword went straight through his entire neck. He never thought that the speed of this girl would suddenly reach this level. He had no time to react. Chapter 241 Chan. It seems that the son-in-law can't leave you. Boom! Because Xia Chan's speed was too fast. The fist that the old man surnamed Mei threw behind her exploded. And the terrifying air wave directly blew her away. And she fell heavily at the door of a house not far away. At this time, Song Yin was covering his neck, and the blood gushing out from the wound. He was frozen in place. His eyes widened. And he opened his mouth in fear and despair and said ho ho. Boom! Luo Qingzhou, who had connected his arm, suddenly pounced. And a cold light flashed in his hand. The warrior's dagger pierced his heart fiercely. And then he quickly pulled it out and turned over to avoid his weak punch. Song Yin staggered a few steps in place, and finally fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died. A large amount of blood gushed out from the neck and heart quickly, instantly dyeing the ground red. The old man surnamed Mei was terrified. He didn't even look at him again. He immediately rushed to the girl and punched her hard. Too fast. The speed just now scared him. If it was him just now, he would probably find it difficult to dodge. Right? But it seems that she can only use that terrible teleportation speed once. Kill her. He must kill her first regardless of everything. Thinking so in his heart, the internal force in the Danhai surged, and his fist rumbled and turned gray and white. He punched the girl on the ground with a bang. At this time, a strong wind suddenly came from behind him. As a martial artist in the middle stage of martial arts, he was sensitive and instantly caught the fist behind him. But he had to get rid of the girl in front of him, who posed a huge threat to him first. So he didn't look back. And the other fist banged back, accurately facing the fist that attacked from behind. But suddenly, that fist turned into a sharp dagger with a cold light. Swish! The fist he punched out fiercely was instantly pierced through the flesh by the sharp warrior dagger. He trembled in pain, shocked and angry, and had to turn around suddenly. And his other fist also turned around and punched back. Puff! There was no one behind him. Only a puff of white powder. The warrior dagger that pierced his fist was not even pulled out. And the person who attacked from behind disappeared. Boom! The old man surnamed Mei punched out a surging wind, sweeping away the scattered white powder. When he looked carefully, he could no longer find the trace of the young man. Without any hesitation, he shook his fist suddenly, shook off the dagger piercing his flesh, and then turned again and pounced on the girl who had stood up from the ground. Swish! 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 Xia Chan stabbed 3 times with an extremely fast speed. But he still avoided it. She immediately turned around and rushed into the house. The old man surnamed Mei clenched his fist and chased in. Xia Chan ran into the next room and stood in a dark corner, holding the sword tightly in her hand. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Panting slightly, and looking at him coldly, the old man surnamed Mei stood at the door and looked at her gloomily. Then suddenly walked to the window next to him and pulled open the curtains. The light shone in, and at the same time, with a puff, another large pile of lime powder came towards him from the window. You bastard! He roared suddenly, and punched him with a bang, directly knocking the lime powder out again. Shwa! At this time, Xia Chan's sword also stabbed at him. The old man surnamed Mei reacted very quickly, dodged and punched. Xia Chan's sword stabbed into the air, and he dodged and stabbed from another angle. Shwa! 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 The room was filled with sword shadows and sword energy. Bang! The old man surnamed Mei dodged and punched. Xia Chan stabbed a few more times, and his figure flashed, and he ran out of the house and ran towards the yard. The old man surnamed Mei chased him closely, and just as he jumped out of the door behind him, with a puff, a pile of lime powder suddenly appeared next to him. Bang! He punched, and a warrior's dagger suddenly appeared in the lime powder and stabbed into his fist again. And at the moment when the dagger pierced his flesh, the man holding the dagger had dropped the dagger and jumped back. and after a few more jumps, he jumped into the woodshed from the window and disappeared. The old man surnamed May could no longer bear the buzzing fly next to him. He roared, rushed over with a whoosh, and directly punched his fists. Then he jumped in from the window, ready to kill him first. Boom! Who knew that as soon as he jumped into the woodshed, a flame suddenly lit up in the dark and narrow space. And then a terrible explosion suddenly sounded. The flame instantly turned into a fierce sea of fire, and the terrifying air wave rushed like a huge wave. A deafening explosion sounded. The entire short woodshed was instantly torn into pieces. The old man surnamed May, who had just jumped in from the window, was instantly blown out of that place and fell heavily to the ground. He was instantly charred all over, and his hair, beard and clothes were all turned into nothing. Shwa! A cold light flashed, and the sharp sword pierced his throat. Even though he was dizzy and his blood was in chaos, he still reacted quickly. He hurriedly rolled on the ground and jumped up. Shu, who knew that just as he stood up and clenched his fist, a slender black shadow suddenly flew from behind, instantly piercing the charred flesh on the back of his neck, passing through his entire neck directly, and flew out from the front of his neck. Then it suddenly turned back and flew around his neck with a swish. Gulyalu. His head suddenly tilted and fell off his neck. The headless corpse stood in place, puff gushing blood, spraying several streams, and the corpse tilted, pop, and fell to the ground, completely dead. The couple of Song family, who had broken their legs, and the young man of the Zhang family, who had just woken up with broken ribs, all looked at this scene with wide eyes, horrified. The slender black shadow that cut off the head of the old man surnamed May suddenly flew to the ruins behind the woodshed and disappeared. A figure suddenly jumped out from there. Xia Chan leaned against a big tree in the yard, holding the sword in her hand tightly, and looked at him. Let's go! It's too noisy. Luo Qingzhou picked up his warrior dagger from the ground, quickly cut off the heads of Song Yin and another young man from the Zhang family, and put them into the prepared sack. Then he put the whole body of the old man surnamed May into the sack. Living people can't be put into the storage bag, but dead people are no problem. He put the sack into the storage bag, walked over quickly and punched the couple from the Song family unconscious, picked up the two people, walked over and kicked the young man from the Zhang family, who was unable to move with broken ribs in the corner, carried him on his back, and then jumped out of the courtyard wall and ran deep into the alley. Xia Chan held the sword, her face tense, and followed him closely. Luo Qingzhou jumped over the wall at the end of the alley, entered another alley, and then jumped into an uninhabited dilapidated courtyard, went straight into the house, and left the three living people on the ground. When he came here late last night, he had memorized the nearby streets and alleys and empty houses, so he was familiar with them just now. Xia Chan followed in and looked at the three people on the ground. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said softly, "You take a rest first. I will interrogate them." Xia Chan closed the door and stood at the door, holding the sword, without moving. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, separated the three people, and placed them in the living room and the houses on both sides. Then he came to the living room first and rubbed the acupoints of the young woman from the Song family. The young woman from the Song family slowly woke up from her coma, looked at him confusedly for a while, then suddenly widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and was about to scream. Luo Qingzhou punched her in the mouth with a bang, which made her mouth full of blood and her big teeth fall out. After closing her mouth and trembling in fear, Fawn looked at her and said, "I ask. You answer. If the answer is wrong." He took up the dagger, grabbed one of her fingers, and the sharp tip of the dagger suddenly pierced into her fingertips. The woman opened her mouth and was about to scream, but Luo Qingzhou's hand flashed with a cold light, and the dagger pierced into her mouth. But nothing was pierced. The woman opened her mouth. Her eyes bulged, and she dared not make any sound or move again. "If you scream, I will pierce your throat." Luo Qingzhou had a gloomy expression on his face and pulled the dagger out of her mouth. The woman shed tears in fear. Luo Qingzhou stared at her pupils and asked, "How many people are there in the inner city? Who are they?" The woman's lips trembled. Her face was pale, and she said in a trembling voice, "You, if you have the guts, just kill me with one knife eye." Swish! Luo Qingzhou's hand flashed with a cold light, and directly cut off one of her fingertips. The woman trembled all over, and just as she was about to open her mouth to scream, she suddenly closed her mouth in fear and pain. 9. Right? Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? Don't you want to hear who betrayed you? Since we know you are hiding here, we naturally know where those people are hiding in the inner city. Your companion has confessed. I am asking you now because I want your confession. And you will need your signature later. Of course, you can refuse. And you can die rather than surrender. But I won't let you die. I will cut you into pieces one by one. I will be careful to keep you awake and watch your flesh fall off your body piece by piece. The woman's eyes widened. Her whole body trembled violently, shaking like a sieve, her teeth trembling, and her face full of horror. Now, it's time. The dagger in Luo Qingzhou's hand was against her other fingertips. After half an instant's stick of time, he walked into the room on the left, closed the door, and woke up the young man from the Song family. I ask, you answer. If the answer is wrong, do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? Don't you want to hear who betrayed you? Since we know you are hiding here, we naturally know where those people are hiding in the inner city. Your sister Chuier has confessed. After a while, Luo Qingzhou took 2 pieces of paper signed with blood and fingerprints, left the room, and went into the next room. I ask, you answer. If the answer is wrong, do you think we won't know if you don't say it? Don't you want to listen? They have all confessed. You can try. Keep talking hard. After a while, Luo Qingzhou walked out of the room with the 3rd piece of paper signed. Xia Chan still held the sword and guarded the door. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. His cold eyes became gentle, and his tone became gentle. Chan. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Look at the time. The second brother will soon bring people here. But we have changed places. He probably can't find where we are. You will bring them over later. Remember? Keep it a secret for me. Xia Chan looked at him with dark eyes, nodded, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou looked at her still tense and serious face, couldn't help but smile, and said, Smile? Let the son-in-law see. Xia Chan was slightly startled, then turned her face away, looked away. Her pretty face became cold again. Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly, did not tease her anymore, looked at the paper in his hand. The smile on his face gradually faded, and whispered, Tonight is her most glorious day. I hope she will like the gift of my bastard. I hope my mother can see it in heaven. Xia Chan turned her head and looked at him. A trace of heartache appeared in her dark eyes, clenched the sword in her hand, and said coldly, I will help you kill her. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her, startled, stretched out his hand to help her put the hair on her temples, gently gathered it to behind her ear. She whispered, No need. Killing her is too easy for her. I want to destroy everything she likes in front of her, one by one, leaving nothing behind. Xia Chan looked at him tenderly, was silent for a moment, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, Well, Chan, I'll help you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her messy hair and the blood at the corners of her mouth, looked at her still young and tender face, and thought about the scene where she just protected herself at all costs. Suddenly, his heart was warmed, and he approached her and held her in his arms. Chan. It seems that the son-in-law can't leave you. Chapter 242. Chan is enough. In the evening, in front of Chunghua Mansion, there are lights and decorations, and cars and horses are flowing like water. Guests are coming in an endless stream. The nobles and big families of the entire Mo city are invited or take the initiative to come here tonight to congratulate the eldest lady of Chunghua Mansion. Of course, some people come for the eldest princess and the imperial envoy, in addition to inspecting the border cities. The imperial envoy sent by the imperial court this time also has to investigate the Song family's conspiracy to rebel. The rest are on the way to deliver the sealed documents to Chunghua Mansion. The envoy had already entered Maching in the morning. Then he entered the city lord's mansion. And it was not until the evening that he came to Chunghua Mansion with the eldest princess. At this time, people were surprised to find that the imperial envoy sent by the court this time was actually a county king. When it was getting dark, the people of Qin Mansion began to set off. Qin Wenzheng persuaded for a long time before Song Ryue put on new clothes, dressed up beautifully, and prepared to go out with a gloomy face. At this time, Shuer hurried over to tell them that the second young lady was also going, and asked them to wait. Why is she going? Song Ryue was already full of anger, thinking that going tonight would be embarrassing and humiliating. When she heard that her daughter was also going, she immediately said anxiously, It's windy outside. Don't let her go. She was afraid that her daughter would see her embarrassment. Jewel lowered her head and said timidly, Madam, the son-in-law is going too. Song Ryue became even more anxious when she heard it, and immediately said angrily, Why is he not studying at home? Tonight is the time when others are in high spirits. Has his brain been damaged by studying? He deliberately went over to ask for trouble. And was ridiculed and bullied? Qin Wenjing also frowned and said, Qingzhou really shouldn't go tonight. Song Ryue twisted her slender waist, picked up her skirt and said angrily, I'll go to Weimo to ask. After that, she left angrily with the maid and the nanny. Qin Wenjing frowned. And after she walked away, he said to Zhou Tongdao, who was standing beside him, Is everything ready at the mansion? When we go out this time, those people should seize this opportunity. Butler Zhou came closer and whispered, Master, everything is ready. But what? Qin Wenjing looked at him majestically. Housekeeper Zhou bowed his head and said, The second young master took Zhou Xing and the others away. I don't know where they went. I didn't dare to ask. Qin Wenjing's face darkened when he heard it. And he was furious at this time. That kid still dared to take people out? Doesn't he take the lives of other people in our Qin mansion seriously? Did his brain get stuck in the door when he was practicing martial arts? You bastard. And you, knowing that the mansion was dangerous tonight, why didn't you stop him? Is your brain also master? It should be the second young lady who let him out. Housekeeper Zhou hurriedly reported, in the afternoon. The second young lady went to the second young master. And then Weimo asked him to go out. Qin Wenjing was stunned when he heard it. And the anger on his face disappeared immediately. That's okay. Since Weimo asked him to go out, there must be other important things. Don't worry about him. Then he suddenly asked, Where is Xia Chan? Housekeeper Zhou whispered, It seems that she is not at home. She should have gone out too. Qin Wenjing's eyes gleamed. Butler Zhou whispered, Master, tonight, according to the plan, don't worry about anything else. Just guard the mansion. If there is any movement, I will come back immediately. Yes. The sunset in the sky has set. Night fell. The maids and servants in the mansion hung up lanterns. When Song Ryue came to Meixiang Garden angrily, Miss Qin was wearing a snow-white fox fur, standing under the peach tree, looking up at the petals blooming on the branches with a slightly pale and beautiful face, staring at the petals blooming on the branches, dazed, as if thinking about something. Seeing this scene, Song Ryue unconsciously slowed down her steps and quickly suppressed the anger in her heart. Madam. Zhuer and Qiuer saw her coming and hurriedly saluted. Qin Weimo came back to his senses and looked at her. Without waiting for her to speak, he smiled and said softly, Mother, don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. Song Ryue had a lot of complaints in her mind. At this time, after seeing her weak appearance and hearing her gentle words, she immediately stopped and couldn't say anything. After a pause, she could only say softly, Weima, you don't have to go tonight. That lady will definitely embarrass us. Especially Qingzhou. Mother doesn't want to. Mother, it's okay. Qin Weima still had a soft smile on his face. Weima is here. Weima will never let anyone bully my brother-in-law. Mother, rest assured. Song Ryue looked at the look in her eyes and fell silent. The mother and daughter stood under the peach tree, and neither of them spoke. A crescent moon rose above the branches, casting a piece of white moonlight, like frost in autumn, and like a piece of light gauze spread on the ground. Song Ryue was silent for a while. Then she said softly, Have you decided? The girl under the tree paused and nodded slightly. I have decided. Song Ryue did not speak again. After a while, Qin Wenjing sent someone to urge. Qin Weimo said softly, Mother, you go first. I will go with my brother-in-law later. Song Ryue hesitated, looked at Zhuer and Qiuer beside her, and said, Take good care of the young lady. After that, she turned around and hurried away surrounded by the maids and nannies. The couple met at the door, walked down the steps with the maids and servants, and got on the carriage parked below. After entering the carriage, Qin Wenjing said in confusion, Where are Weimo and Qingzhou? Didn't they say they would go together? Song Ryue looked dazed and ignored him. Qin Wenjing looked at her for a while and said nothing. The couple were silent, each with their own thoughts. Not long after, there was a lively conversation outside. The carriage stopped. The driver's voice came from outside, Master, Madam, we're here. Song Ryue came back to her senses. Her face darkened, and she clenched her fists in her sleeves. But soon, she forced a smile on her face, bit her lips, and said in a crying voice, Master, we can't let others laugh at us. I have to control myself. I don't care about the title of Madam at all. Qin Wenjing showed a bitter look on his face, reached out and held her hand, sighed, and comforted, Ryue, I can't count on you. I can only rely on Langer and Chuaner in the future. If they become successful, maybe they can also earn you a title of madam, like the eldest son of Chunghwa Mansion. Song Ryua sniffed and said, Master, why do I feel that those two brats can't be relied on? Qin Wenzheng paused and said, Then we can only rely on Qin Zhou. Although you are only his mother-in-law. As long as he has the ability, he should be able to call you mother. Qin Zhou is very talented and resourceful. If he passes the imperial examination and becomes an official, he should have a bright future. What do you think? Song Ryua took a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes, which were not tearful. When she heard this, she rolled her eyes, got up and got off the carriage, sneered and muttered, If that boy doesn't secretly sell me, I'll be blessed. How dare I ask him to help me earn a royal lady? Then where? He is a son-in-law. Obviously a master. I can't afford to offend him. Qin Wenzheng got off the carriage and said with a smile, You think too much. Although Qin Zhou is a quiet kid, he is very honest and kind. And he knows how to repay kindness. He is also wholeheartedly devoted to my Qin mansion. You are his mother-in-law. So he naturally knows to respect you. Every time he sees you, he is always respectful. Song Ryua sneered and rolled her eyes and said, Every time you see Luo Yanyan, you are also full of smiles. As a result, are you cursing his ancestors in your heart? Qin Wenzheng immediately said seriously, Am I that kind of person? Brother Wenzheng. Welcome. Welcome. Luo Yanyan, who was standing at the door to welcome guests, immediately came over enthusiastically. Qin Wenzheng glanced at him, and seeing that other guests were also looking at him, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face, and said with his hands folded, Brother Yanyan, congratulations. At the same time, he couldn't help cursing in his heart, I congratulate you. You immortal. Dig up the dog graves of your ancestors. Dog raised things. Curse your wife to have an affair. Put a few big hats on you. Curse your son to have no children. Ba ba ba. Curse your legitimate son to have no children and grandchildren. And can't get hard. Brother Wenzheng. The princess and the prince of Nangwa are here. You guys go in quickly. Luo Yanyan said enthusiastically. When these words came out, Qin Wenzheng was stunned. Prince of Nangwa? Luo Yanyan smiled and said, Brother Wenzheng. Don't you know? The holy envoy sent by the emperor, this time is the Prince of Nangwa. Then his eyes flashed, and he glanced at Song Ryua next to him, and smiled, By the way, I remember that the princess of Nangwa seems to be the distant sister of your lady? Qin Wenzheng smiled and said nothing. Song Ryua said coldly, They are not related at all. They are cousins who are as far away as they can be. We have no contact for a long time. What she said was actually the truth. There is actually no kinship between the two families. They are not cousins. It was just that her father in the previous generation shamelessly forced them to be related. As for the young lady living in their house, she came to Machan unintentionally and had nowhere to go. Thinking of the young lady, Song Ryua suddenly had an idea. There was a letter from Kyoto saying that someone would come to pick up the young lady in the next 2 days. Could it be the Southern Kingdom prince? The other party came here. Should he be ordered to come? Or, because of his daughter, he took the initiative to ask the emperor for this task? Song Ryua really wanted to hold on to this thigh. But she also knew the situation of the Southern Kingdom prince's family, and knew that such a royal relative, who was in the midst of storms, was not so easy to cling to. If it goes wrong, it will harm their Qin family. So, she has always been polite to the eldest lady, and has not taken the initiative to flatter her. But why didn't her father send someone to the Qin mansion to inform her when he came today? She should have known about it a few days ago. Right? Why didn't she come with him tonight? Or is it because of the escape from marriage? Song Ryua thought in her heart while following her master and walked up the steps. After entering the gate and walking in the spotless courtyard covered with red carpet, she saw the elegant and luxurious lady in the hall at a glance, looking at the deliberately pretended indifference and humility on the other's face, and then looking at the smugness in the other's eyes. Song Ryua suddenly felt a blockage in her heart, and felt a kind of suffocation and discomfort. Ugly. Old woman. Sagging breasts and flat buttocks. Frustration. She cursed in her heart. At the same time, in the dark alley behind the Qin mansion, 2 figures walked in, then stopped at the back door, and began to take off their clothes. Chan, do you want to take a bath together later? No. I won't peek at you. Let's stand further away. Don't. Ah, you really don't trust your uncle. Your uncle is so sad. Humph. Chan. Your uncle is not an outsider. Maybe you will be your uncle's concubine in the future. Let me tell you secretly. Bailing has secretly agreed. You are? The two entered the mansion. They separated at the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace. Bailing, who had been waiting at the gate for a long time, looked at the two meaningfully, and suddenly said in surprise, Uncle, what's wrong with your eyes? Were you beaten? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. Back to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was surprised and asked, Sir, what happened to your eyes? Were you beaten again? Luo Qingzhou said, Are you helping me to get revenge? The little girl was about to nod, but immediately asked cautiously, Is it Sister Xiaochan again? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Xiao Dai didn't dare to say anything else, and turned around to do her own thing. Luo Qingzhou went to the lake in Yuetingyu Garden, took a good bath, changed into a clean Confucian robe, went back to the house to put away the sun and moon mirror, and then went out, waited for a while, at the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace. Xiaochan finished her bath, changed into another light green long skirt, and walked out of the yard. Her hair was still a little wet, and she exuded a faint girl's fragrance. Her skin after the bath was even whiter, tenderer, and smoother like jade. Bailing stood at the door and said quietly, Sir, I want to go too. Luo Qingzhou said, Then let's go together. Bailing glanced at the girl behind him. Two shallow dimples appeared on her face, and said, Forget it. I'd better stay at home with the young lady, and Chan will accompany you. Luo Qingzhou saw that it was getting late, so he waved goodbye without saying anything more. Bailing watched the two figures, one big and one small, gradually walk away and disappear in the night in the distance. She was stunned for a while and murmured, Sir, Chan is enough, you must treat her well. Chapter 243 The First Counterattack of the Bastard. Rebellion of Chunghua Mansion? The hall was brightly lit. On the main seat above sat the eldest princess Nangong Huiyue, who was dressed in a fiery red dress and had a dignified face. On her left sat a middle-aged man in a pale golden python robe. The middle-aged man was tall, white-faced and beardless, handsome, gentle, and with a gentle smile on his face. This man was the holy envoy sent by Kyoto this time, Nandong Yufeng, the Prince of Nangua. According to seniority, he was still the uncle of the eldest princess Nangong Huiyue, but let alone the prince. Even if he was a prince, he could only sit below under the status and power of the eldest princess now. After all, the eldest princess is not only the ruler of Huiyue country, but also the general of Tiants of Dian, and the elder sister of the emperor of Dian. In the time of the previous emperor, her status was already above that of all the kings. At this time, the two were chatting about what happened recently in Kyoto. Other guests, even Meng Jinan, the lord of Emo's city, could only stand below and speak in a low voice. Mrs. Wang, the eldest lady of Chunghua Mansion, was dressed in luxurious clothes, and was slightly bowed, smiling to welcome the guests entering the hall. When she saw Qin Wenzheng and his wife coming in, her eyes flashed, and she immediately greeted them warmly, Lord Qin, Sister Song, welcome, welcome. Qin Wenzheng just nodded politely. Song Ryu immediately smiled and said, Sister Wang, congratulations. You really raised a good son. At such a young age, you have earned the title of consort. Alas, unlike my sons, none of them are useful. Mrs. Wang smiled modestly and said, No, it's all the grace and love of the emperor, and Cha Tian is just doing his duty. Song Ryu pursed her lips with a fake smile, and said nothing more. She followed Qin Wenzheng into the hall to pay homage to the princess and the prince of Nangua, with her fists clenched tightly in her sleeves. The princess just nodded lightly, and didn't say anything. The prince of Nangua smiled gently and said, Lord Qin still looks young. When I went to Dragon and Tiger Academy some time ago, I also met your eldest son Qin Lang. That young man is very good. I heard from the teachers in the academy that he has now broken through to the late stage of martial arts. He is really young and promising. Qin Wenzheng hurriedly thanked him, and said a few humble words. Song Ryu's depression and frustration finally subsided a little. The Prince of Nangua smiled again and said, Lord Qin, are you and your wife the only ones here today? I heard that your Qin family and Lord Luo's family have an alliance. When I went to visit Uncle Jing last month, I heard him mention this matter. At the beginning, the marriage contract between your two children was witnessed by Uncle Jing. Right? As soon as these words came out, not only did Qin Wenjing's face change slightly, but Wang, who was standing beside him with her head bowed, also changed her face. Luo Yanyan, who had just brought in the guests, also heard this and hurried forward to say respectfully, Your Highness, I have already written to Prince Jing about this matter. And Prince Jing has already known about it. Oh! Nandong Prince smiled and nodded. That's good. Seeing that the two families looked a little strange, he guessed that the matter might not be that simple. So in front of so many guests, he did not ask any more questions. The guests came in waves one after another. Song Ryue entered the inner room and talked with other women, discussing in low voices the fact that Wang was given the title of Imperial Lady. All with envy on their faces. Hey! Her sons are so hardworking that they have made it to the palace and become a favorite of the emperor. Their future is limitless. And her second son. I heard that he is the most likely candidate for our matching to be admitted to the Dragon and Tiger Academy next year. Hey! Look at her two sons. And then look at my useless son. I wish I could go back and beat them with a stick. Tell me. They are both human beings. With the same head, mouth, 2 arms and 2 legs. Why are her 2 sons so hardworking? In the future, Chunghwa Mansion will really be very successful. By then, I am afraid that our small matching will not be able to accommodate this big Buddha. Ryue, why don't you say anything? Are you feeling bad? Hey, look at it more openly. We can't compete with them. If we can't compete with them in this generation, we will definitely not be able to compete with them in the next generation. Your Qin family and Chunghwa Mansion are relatives and old friends. As long as you hold on to this thigh, your Qin Mansion will definitely regroup and become successful in the future. Song Ryue had a wooden face and didn't answer. A woman suddenly remembered something. By the way, Ryue, I heard that your Qin Chuan will also participate in the Dragon and Tiger Academy entrance examination next year? When this was said, the other women looked at each other and understood. It turned out that what they just talked about hurt this person. One of the women hurriedly comforted, Ryue, we are just talking casually. Next year, the Dragon and Tiger Academy will recruit students. With so many warriors participating, no one can be sure who will win. Your Qin Chuan works so hard. There must be hope next year. Yes, there must be hope. Chuaner is so hardworking. Even if he doesn't pass the exam next year, he will still have a chance the year after next. The other women comforted one after another. Song Ryue forced a smile on her face. At this time, the guests outside had all arrived. The Prince of Nangwa stood up, took out the Imperial Edict, and prepared to announce it. In the hall, except for the eldest Princess Nangong Huiyue, who just stood up and bowed slightly, everyone else knelt on the ground. When the women in the inner room heard this, their faces changed, and they hurriedly stood up from their chairs, walked out quickly, and knelt on the ground in unison. The guests outside the door also knelt down in a hurry. The entire Chunghwa Mansion was immediately silent. The Prince of Nangwa unfolded the Imperial Edict and began to read the Emperor's will aloud. The general idea was that Luo Changtian, the eldest son of Chunghwa Mansion, was loyal to his duties, killed assassins, and guarded the safety of the palace, etc. He also mentioned the achievements of the ancestors of Chunghwa Mansion. In order to show favor and reward, the First Lady of Chunghwa Mansion, Wang Yun, was specially granted the title of Imperial Lady. After reading the Imperial Edict, the Prince of Nangwa took the peacock crown made specifically for Imperial ladies from the eunuch, walked to Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, and handed it over. Wang took it with trembling hands, and tears suddenly filled her eyes. Her forehead touched the ground, and she trembled in gratitude and tears of gratitude. Luo Yannian also took Luo Yu and other people in Chunghwa Mansion to kneel down and kowtow to thank them. The Southern Kingdom Prince said in a gentle voice, Madam, please put on the colorful crown. The Emperor also gave you a peacock robe and a double phoenix robe. Tonight is your most glorious moment. You must wear these things to show the Emperor's grace. Your Majesty, I am grateful to you. Wang kowtowed again, holding the colorful crown in her hands, shaking with excitement. The Prince of Nangwa smiled and said, now I am not a commoner, but a lady of honor. Madam, please get up quickly. The Imperial Edict has been announced. You don't have to kneel anymore. Wang was so excited that her body became weak and her tears blurred. For a moment, she couldn't stand up. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly stood up and bowed over to help her up. Then, he took the colorful crown in her hand and carefully put it on her head. The other women kneeling in the hall were envious when they saw the scene. Song Ryue's eyes were red. Her lips were trembling, and she gritted her teeth. She tried to tell herself in her heart, I don't envy. I don't envy. I don't envy at all, madam. This is a xiaopi. Wear it too. The Prince of Nangwa pointed to the plate in the eunuch's hand. Wang bowed her head and thanked him again with a trembling voice. Luo Yu bent down and took the shawl from the plate, put it on her, and said softly, "Mother, you are so beautiful today." Wang's eyes suddenly became hot, and her face was full of tears. She couldn't help kneeling down and kowed out again to thank her. The Prince of Nangua quickly helped her up, and said to the others who were still kneeling on the ground, "Get up." Everyone got up one after another. The eldest princess Nandong Huiyue glanced outside and said, "Lord Luo, can the dinner start? I have something to do tonight, and need to go back early." Luo Yanyan hurriedly said respectfully, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. The dinner will start soon." Then, he hurriedly ordered the housekeeper and servants to start serving wine and food, and personally arranged the seats for each guest. The table in the middle of the hall was naturally where the eldest princess and the Prince of Nangua sat. Accompanying this table were several nobles with titles. Qin Wenzheng and his wife were also arranged here. The eldest wife, Wang, wearing a colorful crown and a rosy dress, stood respectfully behind Nandong Huiyue, ready to pour wine for her personally. The Nangua County prince on the side said with a smile, "Madame Luo is the protagonist today. How can she stand to pour wine? Let the maid do it. Please sit down." "Madam." Wang was about to decline. Luo Yu came from the side, took the wine pot in her hand, and said with a smile, "Mother, just sit down. Accompany the princess and the prince to drink a few cups, and the child will pour wine for you." Wang looked at him gently, and had to sit down next to the princess. But she only dared to lower her buttocks, lowered her eyebrows and looked obedient, still maintaining a cautious and respectful look on her face. Nandong Huiyue suddenly looked up at Qin Wenzheng and said, "By the way, Lord Qin, your family's #1 talent in Mo City, Miss Qin Air, didn't come tonight?" As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Wenzheng and his wife. Wang, who should have been the focus of the night, suddenly twitched the muscles at the corners of her eyes and looked over. Nandong Huiyue said with a smile, "Seventh uncle usually loves to communicate with scholars and poets, and he also likes poetry the most. After coming to Maching today, I heard about your second lady Qin's amazing talent and praised her highly. I really want to meet her." "Right. Seventh uncle?" The prince of the southern kingdom beside him said with a smile, "The poems written by the second lady Qin are indeed amazing. I have seen them when I was reading the files on the Song family's rebellion in Kyoto. Today, I came to Maching and heard about several other poems. I am really itching to see the style of the most talented woman in your mansion." Maching. Qin Wenzheng was a little embarrassed. This little girl, he turned his head and looked at Song Ryue next to him, whispering, "Why haven't Weima and the others come yet?" Song Ryue was also anxious, when she was about to get up and go back to the mansion to call them. Wang suddenly smiled and said, "Your Highness, the prince of the county doesn't know that the second young lady of the Qin family is very weak. Once she catches a cold, she will cough non-stop and even cough until she faints. It's cold and windy at this time of the night, so I'm afraid it's inconvenient. So she didn't come." The prince of the southern kingdom frowned and said, "I see. In that case, Lord Qin, there's no need to bother." Wang said respectfully, "Your Highness, have you ever seen my eldest son Chantian when you were in the palace? That child has not been back for 2 years, and he only writes once every 6 months. Alas, as a mother." Before she finished speaking, a servant's voice suddenly came from outside the door, "Master, Madam, the second lady of the Qin family and the son-in-law of the Qin family are here. Which table should they be arranged to?" Before Luo Yanyan spoke, Nandong Huiyue said, "Let them come in and sit here." Luo Yanyan immediately said in a deep voice, "Go quickly." The servant immediately withdrew. Wang's eye muscles twitched and stopped talking. Luo Yu stood behind him, squinted his eyes, and looked outside the door. Not long after, the second lady of Qin, wearing a snow-white fox fur, lowered her head slightly and walked in slowly with the support of Chiuer. Luo Qingzhou followed behind with his head down. Song Ryue stood up and went to support her daughter, saying to them, "Go and see the princess and the prince." Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin immediately bowed their heads and paid their respects to them. Nandong Huiyue nodded slightly without saying anything. The prince of Nangua stared at Miss Qin for a few seconds, frowned and sighed. "Sir Qin, your daughter is indeed born beautiful, gentle and dignified, and charming. It's a pity that her body is indeed a little weak." Qin Wenzheng sighed and said, "This child has been like this since she was a child. She has seen too many doctors and taken countless medicines, but she has not improved." Nandong Prince sighed again. "What a pity. What a pity." The little prince originally had a son who was not married yet. At this point, he noticed the young man behind him and asked, "Is your daughter married?" He seemed to remember that when the servant came to report just now, he said that the second lady of the Qin family and her son-in-law were here. Could it be that this young man is the husband of the most talented woman in Mo City? Qin Wenjun said. Not yet. Nannong County Prince was stunned for a moment. And just as he was about to speak, Song Ryue quickly added, "Your Highness, although we haven't gotten married yet, it will be soon. My daughter already has a lover, and it is estimated that she can get married next year." As soon as these words came out, someone who was standing behind the mother and daughter looked up at her. Wang suddenly smiled and said, "Sister Song, who is Wei Mo's lover? Don't you introduce him to your Highness?" Song Ryue ignored her and pointed to someone behind her and said respectfully, "Your Highness, this is my son-in-law, the husband of my eldest daughter. Of course, he has another identity. He is the illegitimate son of Mr. Luo of Chunghua Mansion." As soon as these words came out, Wang's face changed. Nannong County Prince showed a hint of surprise on his face, looked at both sides carefully, and thought about the awkward attitudes of the two families when he mentioned the marriage before, and suddenly understood. He smiled faintly, without asking any more questions, and said, "Sit down. Eat first. Xiao Wang is a little hungry." Song Ryue didn't dare to say anything more, and helped her daughter to the table and sat down. Qin Weimo was about to sit down, and quickly turned around and said, "Brother-in-law, come here." Luo Qingzhou was about to walk over, and Wang suddenly scolded with a cold face, "Qingzhou, didn't we teach you the rules when you were in Chunghua Mansion? Now the princess and the prince are here. You are a bastard and a son-in-law. How dare you sit down?" As soon as these words came out, the hall was silent. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then at Luo Yu standing behind her, and continued to walk forward, standing behind Song Ryue, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Madam." Qingzhou did not say he wanted to sit down. Qingzhou stood here, pouring wine and tea for his father-in-law, mother-in-law and the second lady. "Isn't this allowed?" Wang's face suddenly sank. "How dare you be stubborn?" Luo Yu's face also sank and said, "Qingzhou, how do you talk to your mother? Don't forget your identity." Song Ryue suddenly stood up, looked at the two and said, "We have already talked about Qingzhou's identity last time. He is now a member of our Qin family. He came here tonight to be a guest of your Chunghua Mansion, not to be scolded by you." "Why? A guest of your Chunghua Mansion can't even speak?" Wang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and said, "Of course he can speak, but it depends on who he is talking to. He is just a bastard, with a low status. Even if he is from your Qin Mansion, he is just a son-in-law. Today, the eldest princess and the prince of the southern kingdom is sitting here. Ask him yourself. Is he qualified to be presumptuous here?" Miss Qin suddenly said, "Madam Wang, you said my brother-in-law is presumptuous. But where is he presumptuous? First, he did not sit in front of the princess and the prince like you did. Second, he did not scold anyone with a stern face in front of the princess and the prince like you did. Third, he did not spit at the dishes and wine glasses in front of the princess like you did. Madam Wang, do you think it is my brother-in-law who is presumptuous? Or you who is presumptuous?" After these words came out, Wang was so angry that she trembled all over, and the colorful crown on her head kept shaking. She could no longer hold back and said with gritted teeth, "Miss Qin, you are the most talented woman in Mo City. I am not as eloquent as you. I am an elder, and I don't want to argue with you. I will only ask you a few questions. What is his last name? Is he the son of my master? Did he marry into your Qin Mansion from my Chunghua Mansion?" Miss Qin looked calm. "So what?" Wang sneered, adjusted the colorful crown on her head, stood up, and said coldly, "If so, then I have the right to teach him a lesson today. He doesn't know the rules, has no education, is unruly in front of me, and disobeys his elders. According to the family rules and laws, he should be punished." After that, she suddenly glared and shouted, "Luo Qingzhou, come here and kneel down." Everyone's eyes were on the young man behind Song Ryue and her daughter. Luo Qingzhou looked at her somewhat hideous face, and remembered clearly in his mind that his mother often heard such scolding. "Kneel down, bitch. Can't you even make tea? Country bumpkin. It turns out to be a fool from the mountains. Kneel down and admit your mistakes. Study? Your son also wants to study? He is a slave now, and will be a slave for life. What? Do you still want to rely on your son to turn over and suppress me? You are dreaming. Bitch. Whore. You and your son should be beaten to death for seducing my master. Kneel down. Kneel until dawn. Kneel down. Kneel down. Kneel down. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's head was filled with these two vicious words. That hideous and vicious face. And that thin and pitiful figure. Seeing that he ignored his mother. And seeing that the princess and everyone else were watching, Luo Yu shouted angrily, Luo Qingzhou, come here and kneel down for my mother and apologize. Luo Qingzhou slowly raised his head and looked at him. And suddenly said, Luo Yu, do you think you are qualified to order me now? As soon as these words came out, Luo Yu's pupil shrank. His eyes widened. And he clenched his fists. This was the first time he heard this lowly, humble, cowardly, and timid bastard call him by his name. It was also the first time he saw the other party's disrespectful attitude. He was a little unbelievable. At this moment, he suddenly had an illusion that the person in front of him suddenly looked a little strange. Little beast, are you going to rebel against the heaven? Wang suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. And the colorful crown of the imperial lady on her head and the shawl on her body all trembled slightly. Song Ryue was about to stand up when a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pulled her. She was stunned for a moment, turned her head and looked. Her daughter was still calm, but on her pale face, two faint blood-red colors surged without knowing when. I am not rebelling against the heaven. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly replied calmly, looking at the woman opposite with a sullen and somewhat ferocious face, and said word by word, Madam, it is you. It is you who are rebelling against the heaven in Chunghua Mansion. Wang was about to grit her teeth and shout angrily. And he continued calmly, you and the Zhang and Wang families colluded with the Song family fugitives, who committed treason and prepared to rebel. Now the evidence is conclusive. And there are witnesses and evidence. This should be a rebellion against the heaven. Right? When these words came out, everyone at the table was shocked. The Prince of Nan was stood up directly from his seat and changed color. Chapter 244 The Revenge of the Bastard. A fatal blow. Rebellion? Collusion with the Song family fugitives? Crime of treason? Zhang family. Wang family. Chunghua Mansion? Witnesses and evidence. This series of terrible words immediately frightened everyone in the hall, including Qin Wenxiang and Song Ryue. Even the eldest princess Nandong Huiyue frowned, and her expression became solemn. Bang! At this moment when everyone was shocked and silent, Luo Yanyan suddenly slapped the table, stood up from his seat, looked at him gloomily and said, even if you are now a member of the Qin family, my Chunghua Mansion will not tolerate your slander and rumors. If you don't give me an explanation today, even if someone protects you, I will kill you with one palm. Wang gritted her teeth and said, Master, kill this rebellious son with one palm. Just pretend that you have never given birth to this ungrateful little beast. Luo Qingzhou looked at the strange man in front of him, who he once called his father. For the first time, his eyes were clear. She looked into his cold eyes without avoiding them. Her face still calm. Are you sure you want this explanation? Luo Yanyan looked at his calm and cold eyes. The muscles on his face twitched unconsciously, and he seemed to have a sudden premonition of something in his heart. He slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves and gritted his teeth and said, at the beginning, you, the rebellious son, should have died with your bitch mother. Luo Qingzhou looked at his hideous face, was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled faintly. I knew that you had a share. At least, you know it. The hall suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou looked at Wang, whose face was even more hideous, and suddenly smiled, Madam, you are wearing a colorful crown and a rosy dress tonight, and your makeup has been carefully dressed up. But you still look old and ugly. Disgusting. Luo Qingzhou. Luo Yu suddenly shouted angrily, his clothes fluttering, and murderous aura was rising. Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly and said, I said that the rebels are old, ugly and disgusting. Luo Yu, are you dissatisfied? Are you also rebelling? Perhaps you are one of them? Luo Yu's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. Wang suddenly shouted angrily, Wang Chung, hurry up and catch this crazy little beast. Wang Chung came with people immediately. However, he stood at the door and did not dare to come in, because the silver-armored guards of the eldest princess and the guards of the Southern Kingdom prince were standing at the door, all staring at them coldly. The prince of Southern Kingdom looked at the young man behind the mother and daughter of the Qin family, and suddenly said, you can't just say someone is rebelling. You said you have witnesses and evidence. So show them. This time, I was ordered to come to Mo City specifically for the case of the Song family's treason. If you catch the fugitives of the Song family, or help me find other accomplices, it will naturally be a great achievement. If you are just talking nonsense, just for the sake of speaking quickly and slandering others at will, then I will never forgive you. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, I am just a messenger. There is someone else who catches the fugitive. I will let him in now, and ask the guards outside the gate to make way. The Prince of Southern Kingdom looked at the eldest princess. Nan Gonghuiyue said lightly to the outside, Let them in. The guards outside the door, in the courtyard, and outside the gate quickly made way. Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted to the outside, Second brother, come in. When the word second brother came out, Luo Yu, who was clenching his fists, was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then his face became even gloomier. Song Riyue stood up from her seat, opened her eyes wide, and looked at the yard outside. Qin Chuan, who was dressed in black and had a tall figure, walked into the courtyard with 3 men. Then, he strode in. Your Highness, the princess, the holy envoy, I, Qin Chuan, have captured 2 fugitives of the Song family who were conspiring for treason and killed 6 fugitives of the Song family. I also captured 2 people from the Zhang family and the Wang family who colluded with the fugitives of the Song family and killed several people. There is also 1 person who is from Chunghua Mansion who colluded with the fugitives of the Song family. Qin Chuan finished speaking loudly and said to the back, Pour it out. The 2 men behind him were both strong and burly, each holding 2 large sacks in their hands. Upon hearing the words, they immediately opened the sacks and poured out all the contents. Suddenly, heads fell all over the floor. Blood was splattered everywhere. At the same time, several painful groans were heard, and several living people were also dumped out of the big sacks. Everyone in the hall changed color and stood up suddenly. Guests from other halls outside also stood outside, craning their necks to watch. The maids and female relatives were so scared that they screamed and covered their mouths. Qin Chuan picked up a middle-aged man's head from the ground, held it in his hand and said, This is the head of Song Yin, a fugitive from the Song family who plotted rebellion. I believe many people know him. His portraits are all over the walls of the inner and outer cities. Then he threw the head on the ground, kicked the young man and woman whose feet were cut off, and said, These 2 people are from the Song family, and they are also in the portraits. Everyone can recognize them at a glance. There are also 6 fugitives from the Song family. They are not in the portraits, but you can find them if you check. After that, he picked up another head of an old man with burned hair from the ground, held it up and said, As for this man, he is from Chunghua Mansion. Everyone calls him Old Mei. He mixed with these traitors from the Song family and planned to go to my Qin mansion to kill people tonight. Wang suddenly screamed, shouted, You are talking nonsense. You are slandering. We don't know this person at all in Chunghua Mansion. Your Highness. He deliberately framed her. Qin Chuan sneered, glanced at her, and then looked at Luo Yu beside her, saying, Madam Wang, this Old Mei is your Luo Yu's personal bodyguard. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Your Highness just needs to send people to various warrior shops and ask other warriors who have been to the Blackwood Forest outside the city, and they will naturally know whether I am telling the truth or a lie. Luo Yu often takes this Old Mei and a burly maid to hunt monsters in the Blackwood Forest. Not only I saw it, but many people saw it. Luo Yu, tell me yourself, did I wrong you? Luo Yu's face turned pale, and the fists in his sleeves clenched and unclenched, unclenched and clenched again, and his body began to tremble. Wang's teeth began to tremble. Her whole body began to tremble, and the colorful crown on her head shook constantly. Qin Chuan sneered. Your personal guards were mixed up with those treasonous fugitives of the Song family. Don't say you didn't know. Even if you didn't know, your mother should know. After that, he took out the 3 pieces of paper with handprints from his personal arms, stepped forward, bowed and handed them to the table, saying, Your Highness, Princess, Lord Saint Envoy, I have evidence here to prove that this old man surnamed Mei was indeed sent by the eldest lady of Chunghua Mansion to collude with the treasonous fugitives of the Song family. There is also evidence to prove that people from the Wang family and the Zhang family are involved. The Prince of Nangua immediately said with a gloomy face, Bring it here. A servant immediately took the confession evidence from Qin Chuan's hand and handed it over. The Prince of Nangong looked solemn and looked at it carefully one by one. Wang suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, Please understand. Slander. It's all slander. He framed us. Chunghwa Mansion. At this time, the people of the Zhang and Wang families outside the door also knelt on the ground in fear and kowtowed to cry out for injustice. Qin Chuan sneered and kicked a young man of the Zhang family on the ground, shouting, "Did you slander them?" The young man's chest ribs were broken, but he was not dead yet. But he had been scared out of his wits. Hearing this, he trembled all over and cried, "My lord, please spare me. My lord, please spare me." It was Zhang Sui who asked us to meet up with the fugitives of the Song family. He forced us to go. Zhang Sui was the third master of the Zhang family. The Zhang family members kneeling outside the door turned pale and continued to cry out injustice, slander, slander, confession under torture, confession under torture. Qin Chuan bowed to the gloomy Nangua County king and said respectfully, "Saint Envoy, whether it is a confession under torture or a slander, I believe you must have brought people to distinguish it." Nangua County king narrowed his eyes, glanced at the few people still alive on the ground, and nodded. This king can indeed distinguish it. This time I came here to try the case, and brought a few masters from the yamen in Kyoto. Whether these people were tortured into confessing or not, we will soon know. Qin Chuan pointed at the young man and woman of the Song family whose feet were cut off and said, "Sir, these two Song family treason fugitives both testified that the old man surnamed Mei was sent by the eldest lady of Chunghwa Mansion to meet them. You can focus on the investigation." Nandong County King looked at Luo Yannian with cold eyes. Plop! Luo Yannian knelt on the ground, his forehead touching the ground. Without saying a word, Luo Yu and the rest of the Luo family were also pale, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. If the situation is true, and the charges are established, the entire Chunghwa Mansion will be considered as accomplices in treason and the whole family will be executed. At this time, Qin Wenzheng suddenly spoke again. "By the way, Your Highness, I remember that I forgot to bring gifts when I came to Chunghwa Mansion for a banquet last time. So I asked someone to bring a few heads, all of which were the heads of Song family fugitives. I gave those heads to Brother Yannian, and wanted Brother Yannian to go to the government to receive a high reward. I don't know if he went. By the way, one of the heads is called Wang Zhao, who is from the Wang family, and is also the nephew of this Mrs. Wang." As soon as these words came out, not only did Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, tremble, but Luo Yannian also suddenly raised his head and stared at him with red eyes. Qin Wenzheng said righteously, "Why are you staring at me? Anyone who is involved in treason shall be punished. I really regret trusting you and handing you the head of the Song family fugitive. You definitely didn't hand it over to the government, right?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly saw what his father-in-law was thinking. Great. Ha ha ha. At this time, a woman's shrill cry suddenly came from outside the door. "Jower. My Jower. It turns out that you have been killed a long time ago. Wang Yun. Bitch. You actually lied to me and said that you didn't know where my Jower went." Pa! There was another slap outside and a man's trembling roar. "Shut up. That's not Jower." The Prince of Southern Kingdom immediately said in a deep voice, "Come here. Take away the heads and prisoners on the ground. I will interrogate them overnight." Then he looked at Meng Jinan, the Lord of Mo City, and the Lord of Guanfu who were kneeling on the ground and said, "Send people to surround the residences of Zhang, Wang and Luo families immediately. Not a fly can fly out without my order." "Yes." Meng Jinan and the Lord of Guanfu immediately stood up and hurried to gather people. The Prince of Southern Kingdom put away the confession paper in his hand and looked at the people in Chunghwa Mansion with a gloomy look. At this time, Song Ryua suddenly couldn't help it, blinking her eyes, and said boldly, "Your Highness, that Mrs. Wang is suspected of treason." Her imperial wife Wang had already collapsed on the ground, and she suddenly trembled again when she heard the words, and continued to tremble all over. The Prince of Southern Kingdom frowned, and while he was pondering, the old eunuch who followed him from the palace hurried to him and whispered, "Your Highness, I mean to take it back first. Otherwise, when the evidence is incontrovertible, the person lost is the Emperor's person." The Prince of Southern Kingdom's eyes flashed, and he nodded. The old eunuch immediately pointed at Wang and shouted sharply, "Come here. Take off the colorful crown on her head, and the shawl on her body." "Yes." The two eunuchs immediately stepped forward and rudely took back all the things that had just been sent out. Wang crawled on the ground, trembling a few times, and suddenly her body softened and fainted. Song Ryua's breath in her heart was finally unblocked. Luo Yu knelt beside him, his forehead touching the ground, and his fists supporting the ground were clenched tightly. Luo Yanyan knelt on the ground, still motionless and silent. Princess Nangong Huiyue stood up, looked at the sky outside, and said with a bow, "Seventh uncle, I have something else to do, so I have to go back first. I'll leave the things here to you." The Prince of Nangwen nodded slightly. Nangong Huiyue glanced at the Qin family, and then looked at the young man next to the second lady of the Qin family. When she met his eyes, she smiled slightly, bowed her hands and said, "Mr. Luo, I'll take my leave first. I'll invite you to the palace in 2 days when I have time. I hope you don't mind me bothering you again." After that, she left quickly, dragging her red skirt, surrounded by the maids and guards. The Prince of Nangwen narrowed his eyes, and looked at the young man next to the second lady of Qin again. Chapter 245 The Treasure of the Town. It was early morning. The Chunghwa mansion was still brightly lit, but it was silent. On the deserted streets of the inner city, noisy footsteps, and the sound of weapons and armor colliding could be heard from time to time. The Wang family, Zhang family, and Luo family of the 4 major families in Maching were all surrounded by a large number of soldiers. The family members, who were sleeping in the mansion, woke up from their dreams in fear. For a while, people were in panic. In front of the gate of Chunghwa mansion, Qin Wenzheng brought his family out of the yard and got on the carriage at the door. Surrounded by guards and maids, they drove away slowly. The Prince of Nangwen directly set up a court in Chunghwa mansion and began to try the case overnight. As the first person to arrest the criminal and obtain the evidence and confession tonight, Qin Chuan was naturally called in alone and asked many questions. When he came out, it was early morning. The carriage slowly drove onto the empty street. In the carriage, it was quiet for a while. Song Ryue finally couldn't help it, and looked at her son sitting opposite with a smile, and said excitedly, "Chuaner, your performance tonight really impressed me. I always thought you were simple-minded, strong-limbed, and useless except for martial arts. I didn't expect you to bring me such a big surprise tonight." Qin Chuan was frowning and thinking about something. Hearing this, he muttered with resentment, "Mom, if you can't speak, just say less, or don't say anything." Song Ryue's depressed mood that had been suppressed in her heart for a few days was all vented tonight. So now she was in a bad mood. She was very happy, and didn't blame him for his attitude. She laughed and said, "Chuaner, tell mother quickly. How did you find those fugitives from the Song family? How did you know where they were hiding? How did you catch them? And how did you interrogate those people hiding in the inner city? Tell mother quickly." Qin Chuan looked up at her and said with a depressed face, "Mother, if I say I don't know these things, I am still confused until now. Do you believe it?" Song Ryue? Qin Wenzheng on the side didn't say anything and looked at his daughter. Qin Chuan had a complicated expression, and he slowly recounted what happened today. "I was practicing in the backyard in the afternoon, and Wayamo came to find me and asked me to take people to the outer city to catch the Song family fugitives in the evening. When I went there, the small courtyard was blown up, and there were many people around. Then Xiachan appeared and led me to another small courtyard. When I entered the house, I found that there were heads on the ground and 3 living people. Those 3 living people looked tortured beyond recognition. Before I asked them any questions, they said, 'I confess. I confess.' Obviously they had been beaten and interrogated. But definitely not Xiachan. That girl only knows how to kill people. I know. Then I asked Xiachan what happened and who helped her do it. She ignored me and only gave me 3 confessions and a blueprint. The blueprint drew a route and said that the remaining thieves were in a small courtyard in the inner city. She asked me to take people there to kill them all. Then I put the head and the 3 prisoners into a sack and took them away. I went to the small courtyard in the inner city with Xiachan. As a result, I smelled blood as soon as I arrived. When I went in, there were already 3 corpses lying on the ground, all with their heads and bodies separated. The rest of the people huddled in a corner in fear, looking at the sky. And then Xiachan and I killed them all. Then, Xiachan gave me another piece of paper, on which was written what I should say when I go to Chunghwa Mansion in the evening. I recited it several times before I remembered it." At this point, Qin Chuan spread his hands and looked at Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue opposite him and said, "Dad, Mother, you see, I was like a puppet from beginning to end, being led all the time. Even the words I said at the end of Chunghwa Mansion were recited from the paper. Do you think I am confused? Do you think I am depressed? Although what happened tonight is very gratifying, I feel a little sad, because I seem to have done a lot, but it seems that I have done nothing." After listening, Song Ryue remained silent. Luo Qingzhou, who was sitting next to Miss Qin Er, glanced at her and heard the mother-in-law sighing in her heart. Sure enough, she is still a fool. And she looks even more stupid than before. It seems that the lady of the imperial family, can't rely on this big fool. Qin Wenzheng was silent for a while, looked at his daughter sitting opposite him, and asked, Weimo, did you plan all this? Qin Weimo smiled slightly, and did not answer. Qin Wenzheng's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the young man next to her, and asked, besides Xia Chan, who else went? The old man surnamed Mei is at least a martial artist. Song Yen is also a martial artist. And there are so many martial artists. Xia Chan can't deal with them alone. As for interrogating the prisoners and asking them to press their fingerprints and sign, that girl is even more impossible to do. Wei Mo, there is no need to hide this from us. Right? Qin Chuan also looked at her eagerly and said, Wei Mo, tell my second brother quickly. Who else went with Xia Chan? How many people? My second brother really wants to know who it is. Who is so powerful? Song Riyue also immediately urged. Wei Mo, tell me quickly. Qin Weimo pondered for a moment, looked at them and said, if I tell you, I'm afraid you won't believe it. Believe it? Of course we believe it. Wei Mo, as long as you say it, it will never be false. My second brother knows that you never lie. Wei Mo, Dad believes you too. Tell me. Song Riyue didn't say anything. Qin Weimo was silent for a while, and then he said softly, it's Beiling. As soon as he said this, the carriage fell into silence. Bai Ling? After being stunned for a while, Qin Chuan was shocked. How could it be her? Hasn't she ever practiced martial arts? Doesn't she know nothing except giggling and ruining flowers? Song Riyue frowned, glanced at him and said, Xia Chan is so powerful. She can even subdue Xia Chan. Do you think she really can't do anything? It turns out that she is simple-minded and strong-limbed. Qin Wenzheng also said, I have seen it for a long time. That girl is not simple. Qin Chuan looked stunned and stopped talking. Qin Weimo glanced at the three people, and then said softly, Bai Ling doesn't want everyone to know about her, so she didn't show up. Dad? Mother? Second brother? Just think that Weimo didn't tell you anything tonight. When you go back, don't tell her about her. Otherwise she will be angry. Understand? Qin Wenzheng nodded. Song Riyue snorted. If she wants to pretend, then let her continue to pretend. Who would be so bored as to talk about these things? Qin Chuan was still in a daze. Qin Weimo looked at him and said, Second brother, what's wrong with you? Qin Chuan was silent for a while, then suddenly looked up at her and said, Weimo, can you help my second brother? Qin Weimo was slightly startled and said, Second brother, please speak. Qin Chuan hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fist and said, Weimo, can you help my second brother talk to Jinjia and ask Beiling to be my maid, okay? Qin Weimo. Qin Wenzheng's face suddenly darkened and he scolded. Chuaner, I told you a long time ago that Xia Chan and Beiling are not ordinary people. What's wrong with you to let them be your maid? If what Weimo just said is true, Beiling is the benefactor and treasurer of my Qin mansion. To be your maid? Why don't you go to heaven? Qin Chuan blushed and didn't dare to say anything. Song Riyue frowned and was silent for a while, then suddenly said, Master, with Beiling's appearance and ability, she definitely can't be a maid for our Chuaner. But Chuaner has grown up and hasn't married yet. I have an idea, hee. The water doesn't flow to outsiders, and the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. What do you think, Master? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something was wrong, and her eyes subconsciously looked across at the boy sitting next to her daughter, who hadn't said a word since getting on the carriage. Qin Chuan was shocked when he heard her words. Mother. What do you mean? Song Riyue rolled her eyes and said, What do you mean? Qin Chuan clenched his fists and said, I want. What do you want? Song Riyue curled her lips and immediately changed her words. I just teased you on purpose. Just joking with you. Do you think that girl Beiling will like you? You're dreaming. Qin Wenzheng was surprised. Chuaner, have you finally come to your senses? Are you starting to have feelings for women? Qin Chuan's mouth twitched and his face flushed, and he quickly explained, Dad, Mother, you misunderstood. I saw that girl Beiling was so powerful that even martial artists were beaten to death by her. I was thinking that I just needed someone to practice with, so I wanted to take her over to practice temporarily. It's boring to beat wooden people all day long. I want to beat living people hard. Song Riyue. Qin Wenzheng. The couple stroked their foreheads and bowed their heads together. Looking sad, Qin Weimo smiled secretly. She seemed to suddenly remember something, turned her head, and looked at the boy beside her. He was silent all the way, not saying a word. Was it because his heart suddenly felt empty after his revenge? Or was he recalling every bit of his time in Changhua Mansion? Brother-in-law? I'm fine. Luo Qingzhou came to his senses, turned around and lifted the curtain, stretched out his head, looked at the lonely figure following behind, and after a glance, he put down the curtain and said, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, second brother, second lady, you guys chat. I'll go talk to Xia-chan. After that, he lifted the curtain, got off the carriage, and walked to the back. Xia-chan looked at him, stunned for a moment, and stopped. There was silence in the carriage for a while. Song Ryu suddenly said, Wei Mo, tell me honestly, was that boy planning today's events for you? Although you are smart and wise, such cruel things as killing and beheading, and wiping out the 4 major families, are not something that a weak woman like you can plan. Qin Wenzheng also looked at his daughter, his eyes flashing. Qin Weimo did not answer, but just suppressed a smile and said, Mother, you seem to be very afraid of your brother-in-law tonight. Since you got on the carriage, you dare not look at him. Are you afraid that he will remember the things you scolded him for before? I didn't. Chapter 246. Your husband is so awesome. At the gate of the Qin mansion, the maids and servants were holding lanterns and had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Qin Wenzheng and his family got off the carriage. Song Ryu had glanced at someone behind her, walked up the steps with a cold face, and was the first to enter the gate surrounded by maids such as me. Qin Wenzheng walked to the door. Butler Zhou hurriedly came up and whispered, Master, there is nothing to do in the mansion at night, and those people did not come. Qin Wenzheng glanced at the 2 figures behind the carriage and sneered. It's not that they didn't come, but they can't come. Those people. Don't worry about it. Just withdraw everyone, and the usual vigilance will be enough. Yes, Master, the 2 of them whispered while entering the gate. Qin Chuan and Miss Qin Er stood on the steps, looking at the 2 figures, one big and one small, at the back, and whispered, Wei Mo, do you think Qin Zhou has taken Xia-chan? Second brother, you should go back to practice martial arts. Miss Qin Er smiled softly and interrupted him. Qin Chuan glanced at her, seemed to understand something, shrugged and said, Okay, then I won't say much. But Wei Ma, next time there is such a fight, it's better to let the second brother go earlier. The second brother didn't have enough fun today. He just helped you clean up the garbage. It's a complete waste of the second brother's talent. Qin Weimo chuckled and said, Well, Weimo will remember it. Qin Chuan suddenly whispered again, Good sister. The second brother knows that you can't make the decision. Please help me tell the good brother-in-law. In the future, he will be the military advisor to make plans, and I will be the soldier to charge into battle. There are 2 men like us in the Qin mansion to do things, and you girls can just rest. Qin Weimo turned his head to look at him, with a smile in his eyes, and raised his eyebrows and said, Second brother, why can't I make the decision? Qin Chuan grinned, glanced at someone not far away, and whispered, Second brother is not a fool. Can't you see this? You lowered your head and obeyed him with just one look. How dare you be stubborn? I heard that last time that guy went to the brothel, you not only didn't hold him accountable, but also helped him conceal and explain. Right? TSK. This is impossible in any mansion. Not to mention that the boy is a son-in-law. Second brother. Actually that night you asked him to go. You asked him to go to the brothel to find other women. You deliberately wanted him to hang out with other women. Right? Okay. Sister. No need to explain. Second brother understands. Qin Chuan smiled meaningfully, waved his hand, and said, You continue to wait. Second brother will leave first, and won't disturb you. Then, he waved to the 2 people not far away and said, Qingzhou. Second brother will go in first. Luo Qingzhou waved in response. Qin Chuan smiled and turned to enter the mansion. Qin Weimo smiled as he looked at the 2 figures that suddenly stopped 10 steps away. He was slightly startled for a moment, raised his hand and waved gently, then whispered to the person beside him, Chiu. Let's go. Chior didn't ask any more questions, and supported her into the mansion. Zhuer walked in front with a lantern, glanced at the 2 people at the bottom of the stairs, and muttered in dissatisfaction. After they all entered the courtyard, Luo Qingzhou and Xia-chan went up the stairs together and entered the gate. Chan, you've worked hard tonight. You must be injured. Right? Is it your back? Do you want me to apply some medicine for you later? Let's go to the lake with me and take a hot bath. It will be more comfortable. Does silence mean you agree? Or agree? I'll take it as your agreement. Let's go to the lake later, and I'll help you apply medicine and rub your back. Okay? Don't worry. I won't peek at you. If you're worried, we can call Bailing to help. The two separated at the entrance of Lingshan Moon Palace. Bailing leaned against the door and waited. When she saw the two people coming back, she was about to say hello. But suddenly she stared into his eyes and said, My dear, what's wrong with your other eye? It's okay. I just met a greedy cat who wanted to steal sausages in the mansion. I scolded her. But she punched me. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he ignored her, covered his eyes, and left in a hurry. Bailing looked at his back, stunned for a moment, and muttered, Don't kittens only know how to scratch people? When can they also fight? Xiao-chan ignored her and walked in quickly. When Luo Qingzhou returned to the room, Xiao Dai had already fallen asleep, standing in front of the bed, quietly looking at the sleeping face of the little girl. His mind couldn't help but think of the depressing and miserable days when they were in Chunghua Mansion. He was fine. After all, he had the identity of a young master, and those servants could only mutter behind his back or give him a cold face. But this little girl was miserable, being bullied all day long. Fortunately, the two of them depended on each other, ushered in the dawn, and finally got out of that dire place. Think about the past, and then think about the present. One HL, one heaven. So, what reason did he have not to be grateful? And what reason did he have not to be devoted to the Qin family? Standing for a while, he took off his clothes, shoes and socks, got on the bed, got into the quilt that the little girl had already covered very warmly, and hugged her gently from behind. Xiao Dai opened her sleepy eyes, turned her head to look at him drowsily, and said with her eyelids drooping, Master, you are here. Do you want me to serve you? Go to sleep. Oh! The little girl said oh, and fell asleep again soon. Luo Qingzhou hugged her petite and soft body, buried his cheek in her fragrant and soft hair, and thought about it for a while, and found that he was not sleepy at all. Looking outside, the moonlight was bright, and the stars were twinkling. After hesitating for a while, he left his body and decided to go to the Yuanyang Tower to practice in the moonlight, while telling the two of them 2 more chapters of the story. After all, he was short-handed. If it weren't for the flying sword today, things would never have been so smooth. At this time on the Yuanyang Tower, on the eaves on both sides, the moon-white figure and the red figure were standing there. I don't know how long they have been standing there, seeing that the night was already late and the guy hadn't come yet. The red figure couldn't help but complain, if I had known earlier, I would have stayed there to watch the excitement for a while. I hurried over here, but the guy hasn't come yet. It's too much. The moon-white figure was bathed in the moonlight, and the light on his body flickered slightly, as if he was practicing. The red figure glanced at her and said, Senior sister, I have to say that your husband is very powerful. He just used his brain and tricked all the 4 major families in Mo City. Although I have no evidence to prove that he was behind this tonight, I can be sure that except for him, there is no such powerful and ruthless person in your mansion. To be honest, putting such a person in your Qin mansion is like putting a dragon in a pond. Don't you think it's a pity? As long as he is given a chance, he can soar into the sky and earn countless honors for your family, and even bring countless wealth and power to your family's descendants. How about it? Do you want to consider letting me take you away and follow me? The white figure finally turned around and looked at her. Do you think you will succeed? The red figure was silent for a moment, and said, If you fail, you will die. Ren? The white figure looked at her coldly. The red figure sneered, Of course it is Ren. I am the righteous side. I am right. They are all wrong. I can give to Yen a better future, give the people a better life, and save more people, even if there is bloodshed and sacrifice. It is worth it. What I have done is the real accumulation of Inda. Senior sister, you don't understand these things except cultivation and immortality. So I don't want to play the lute to a cow. The white figure was silent for a while, and said lightly, You shouldn't have said that to him deliberately tonight. You should let him choose for himself, instead of forcing him to choose. The red figure suddenly laughed. So senior sister is here too. I thought you really didn't care about that home and that husband at all. The white figure looked at the night in the distance again and stopped talking. Don't worry. I'm not ready yet. If it can be resolved peacefully, it would be the best. After all, The red figure looked cold, with a firm and cold light in his eyes. That's my brother. Almost half an hour passed. It seems that he won't come tonight. The red figure frowned, after taking our things. He didn't say anything last night, and he won't come tonight. Sister, will that guy run away by then? By the way, sister, did you do anything to the flying sword? Did you drip your own blood? In this way, as long as he uses the flying sword, you can know where he is at any time. The moon-white figure said lightly, no need. As she said that, her eyes looked at a place in the outer city. The red figure pouted and said, stupid woman. You trust him so much. Don't be deceived by him. After leaving Qin's house, Luo Qingzhou did not go to Yuanyang Tower immediately. While practicing flying swords on the road, he went to Zixiang Mountain, outside the city, and looked at his mother's grave. After seeing that there was no problem, he went to the outer city, and searched everywhere. After seeing that there was no other abnormality, he entered the inner city. He checked the streets and alleys near the Qin mansion again, and then he flew to the Yuanyang Tower. When he arrived at the Yuanyang Tower, the red figure just floated up, and was about to leave. When he saw him, he immediately called sweetly, brother, brother, you are finally here. I thought brother would not come tonight, and sister was preparing to go home. 3 brothers in one sentence. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, thinking back to the past. Not the past or a few nights ago. Luo Qingzhou still clearly remembered her cold and unruly little appearance, and the gritted teeth when she said I would rather die. And now, do you want to listen to a story or a scripture tonight? Luo Qingzhou landed on the roof and asked. The red figure immediately said, stories, brother. I want to hear stories. The scriptures are too complicated, and I still only have a vague understanding of them. Brother, tell me stories first. I will be promoted soon. After I am promoted, brother will tell me scriptures. Luo Qingzhou looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves. Seeing that she did not object, he nodded, sat down on the roof, bathed in the moonlight, and began to tell the story. Shadows move near the stars. The moon is bright without a speck of dust. The sound of geese cries in the distant Han dynasty. The sound of anvils echoes in the west. The elder washed his hands, lit incense in front of the Taibao's family hall, and worshipped the family hall. Sanzang then struck the wooden fish. First chanted the mantra to purify the mouth, then chanted the mantra to purify the body and mind, and then opened a volume of the sutra for the deliverance of the dead. After chanting, Wichin asked to write a memorial for the dead, and then chanted the Diamond Sutra and Avalokitesvara Sutra. The white figure suddenly turned around and said, mantras and mantras are all spiritual exercises. Do you have the sutra for the deliverance of the dead? Diamond Sutra, Avalokitesvara Sutra that you just talked about? After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou searched in his mind and said, yes. The books of his previous life seemed to be hidden deep in his mind. He could read them clearly in his mind with just a search. Just like photographic memory and reading the voice of the heart. They should all be his golden fingers. The white figure looked at him with complicated eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said lightly, if you need anything else, you can tell me directly in the future. The red figure was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted, and hurriedly said, brother, if you need socks, handkerchiefs, and other magical tools in the future, you can tell your sister. It doesn't matter if you have a belly band. I have them here. Even if I don't have them, I will find a way to bring them to you. Don't be polite to me. It seems that those scriptures are extraordinary for the senior sister to say this. She must hold this thigh tightly, and must make him remember that she calls him brother. Also, he must remember that her socks have been bitten by him. Girls' socks are worn on their feet, and feet are very private things for girls. He bit her socks, which is equivalent to biting her feet. The relationship between the two is naturally extraordinary. Even the senior sister can't compare to this kind of relationship. The senior sister only let him touch the handkerchief at most. Chapter 247 The Princess's Enemies and Slaves. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. After Luo Qingzhou got up, he went directly to the bottom of the lake in Yueyetingyu Garden to practice. Now he has reached the stage of refining organs. He must continue to work hard and strive to break through to the martial artist stage as soon as possible. Only when he reaches the martial artist stage can he be considered to have made some achievements on the road of martial artist practice. And he will feel more secure. Refining organs requires breathing, blood circulation, and the cooperation of potions. So there is no need to go out of the city to practice in the Black Woods. The bottom of the lake is enough. After arriving at the bottom of the lake, He did not enter the stone room, but went directly to the block passage in the middle of the three-way road and began to split the stone to open the way. Punching and splitting the stone can easily mobilize the blood and qi in the body, and can breathe deeper and faster during the attack to temper the internal organs. Boom! 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 When he came to the huge rocks blocking the passage, he began to circulate his internal force, tightened his fascia muscles, and punched hard. The blood and qi in the body quickly surged. He followed the pictures in the book and controlled the blood to flow through the acupoints, and then pass through the internal organs, circulating endlessly. His fists were more powerful now. With one punch, the rock in front of him was broken into pieces and sunk a lot. At the same time, on the top floor of Jubao Pavilion, all the people who went out of the city to do the mission today had arrived. Today, except for Sister Dao, there were only Chu Xiaoxiao, Wu Kuei and Zhou Buiyue. When Sister Dao was about to take them downstairs, a familiar sound of footsteps coming upstairs suddenly came, and then a tall figure in a purple skirt came up, and her eyes swept around among the few people with cold and arrogant eyes. Sister Dao said in surprise, "Are you going today too?" Nandong Meiju did not answer, but asked coldly, "Are all the people here?" Sister Dao nodded and said, "We are all here, ready to go. If you go, you have to pay again." Nandong Meiju was silent for a moment, turned around and went downstairs, and said lightly, "No, I'm here to buy something, and I'll come upstairs to take a look." Sister Dao led the three people and followed her downstairs. Seeing her looking at the counter, her eyes flashed, and she turned to Chu Xiaoxiao and the other two behind her and said, "You go to the carriage and wait for me first." "Oh," Chu Xiaoxiao agreed, and continued to walk downstairs with the other two. After the three of them went downstairs, Sister Dao walked to the tall and slender figure, followed her gaze, looked at the goods on the counter, and said, "The things here may be very necessary for ordinary warriors, but for you, you will definitely not like them. So there is no need to look at them anymore." Nandong Meiju turned her head and looked at her coldly, and took a step with her long legs wrapped in purple stockings, ready to leave. Sister Dao suddenly said, "He didn't come today, and he probably won't come in a few days. He has now broken through to the refining realm, and it is estimated that he will not come out again in a short time." Nandong Meiju paused, turned her head and looked at her coldly and said, "Who are you talking about? Is it related to me? Do you think I came here today to find someone?" Sister Dao looked at her and said, "Isn't it?" Nandong Meiju sneered immediately, "It's ridiculous. What identity do I have to come to find someone? Who has this qualification?" After speaking, she left quickly. Sister Dao suddenly looked at her slender back and said, "I know where he lives and his real name, since you are not here to find him." "Forget it." Nandong Meiju stopped at the stairs, paused, turned her head and looked at her and said, "Self-righteous." After that, she went down the stairs with a thump thump thump. Sister Dao stood there for a while, and then went down the stairs. The carriage at the door was waiting. Just as she was about to walk towards the door, a figure suddenly walked out from the bookshelf next to her and said coldly, "This lady and that bitch have an irreconcilable feud. Tell me his real name and where he lives, and this bag of gold coins will be yours." As she said that, she handed a bag of gold coins to her. Sister Dao took a look and saw that there were at least 500 gold coins in it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "I really want it. But miss, I'm sorry. Those words I said just now were just teasing you. I don't know his real name, let alone where he lives." After that, she walked towards the door. Nandong Meiju stood there, stunned for a moment, clenched the gold coin in her hand, and suddenly saw her turn around and walk back. "By the way, there is something I think you might be interested in knowing." Sister Dao turned around and said to her, then quickly walked to the corner of the bookshelf next to her, took 2 books from there, walked back and handed them to her, saying, "He bought these 2 books secretly. You can take a look." Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, subconsciously reached out to take it, and stared at the covers of the 2 books. There were a few big words written on each: "Jade Foot Illustration. Jade Foot Illustration 2. Nandong Meiju." Sister Dao smiled faintly, said nothing more, turned around and walked away quickly. Boom, boom, boom. In the secret room at the bottom of the Qin Mansion Lake, Luo Qinzhou was still splitting stones to practice. Half an hour later, he had opened up another 7 or 8 meters of road ahead. At this time, it was obvious that the internal organs were hot, and a stream of air was flowing rapidly between the internal organs. using the mountain-shaking fist. His internal and physical strength were consumed very quickly. After another half an hour, he was finally exhausted. After a short rest, he ate some beef, took out a porcelain bottle, and dripped 2 drops of potion. After recovering his internal and physical strength, he continued to practice. This time, he persisted until noon. After a rough estimate, he opened up a road of more than 20 meters in the whole morning. More monster skeletons appeared on the ground. The passage in front became more winding, and the terrain began to extend downward, and a fishy smell filled the air. The temperature also became strangely higher. Luo Qingzhou rested for a while, left the passage, and went to the bottom of the lake. He took a shower, went ashore, and changed into clean clothes. He returned to the courtyard. Refining the internal organs also requires enough time every day to breathe quietly. The air underground is turbid and smelly, which is not suitable. In the afternoon, he decided to take another hour to read and practice calligraphy. If he wants to pass the autumn exam, it is not enough to just remember everything he has seen. He must continue to study in depth, understand and think about the content of the book, and at the same time practice his handwriting better. Any extra points are important. After a simple lunch, when he was about to return to the study to practice, Zhuer suddenly came over in a hurry and said, "Son-in-law, the second young lady asked you to go over. There are distinguished guests in the mansion. The master, the mistress, and the second young master have all gone to the hall. The second young lady asked you to go over and accompany her." "Distinguished guest?" Luo Qingzhou asked curiously. "Do you know who it is?" Zhuer whispered. "Son-in-law, it seems to be the prince of the southern kingdom. And my cousin has also gone." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became solemn. "Let's go!" The two of them left the courtyard together. When they arrived at the Meixiang garden, Miss Qin Air was waiting under the big tree outside the door with the support of Zhuer. The plain white dress and snow-white fox fur, as well as the weak body and beautiful face, seemed to be the purest and most gentle scenery in the Qin mansion. When people look at it, their hearts will be as calm as water, and all troubles and emotions will subside. "Brother-in-law, the prince of the southern kingdom is here." When the girl saw him, a soft smile appeared on her slightly pale cheeks, like the sunshine in winter. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side, walked side by side with her, and said, "It may be because of the case last night." When he asked last night, the second brother's answer was unclear, and he probably doubted it. Qin Weimao smiled slightly and said softly, "Brother-in-law, in addition to the case, there is also Sister Meiju. The Prince of Nanhua is Sister Meiju's father. Brother-in-law should not know yet?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, his face full of surprise. Qin Weimao smiled and said, "Sister Meiju came to Maching to escape marriage. She had nowhere to go, so she came to live in our house. In fact, our Qin family has no relationship with them. As for the so-called cousin relationship, it is as far away as it can be, and it is not a cousin at all. It's just that my mother's ancestors lived with Sister Meijia's mother's ancestors, and then they established a relationship. So, brother-in-law, the Prince of Nanhua will not have any favoritism towards us." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I know. In fact, even if there is a relationship, he should not dare to deal with such a case." The two talked all the way, and soon came to the hall. Sitting in the middle of the hall, the gentle and elegant prince of the southern kingdom, dressed in a dragon robe, was talking to Qin Wenzheng. Qin Chuan stood aside, sweating profusely. The prince of the southern kingdom asked about the capture of the Song family fugitive yesterday, and he hesitated and could not answer clearly. Song Ryue stood aside, also anxious. After Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin entered the hall, they bowed to the prince of the southern kingdom. The prince of southern kingdom glanced at the two of them, and a gentle look appeared on his face. He asked, "Second Miss Qin, I heard from your father that you plan to capture the fugitives of the Song family and the accomplices of the Zhang family, Wang family and Changhua mansion yesterday. Is that true?" Qin Weimou bowed her head and said respectfully, "Your Highness, it was indeed planned by me." The prince of southern kingdom smiled and said, "Women are as good as men. The talent and wisdom of the second Miss Qin have impressed me. Unfortunately, if she were a man, she would have a bright future." Qin Weimou was silent for a while, looked up and asked, "Your Highness, can I ask about the result of the trial last night?" She knew that her brother-in-law was waiting for this result. The living room was quiet for a while. The southern kingdom prince hesitated for a moment before saying, "The mansions and properties of the 4 major families have been sealed. and the people have been arrested. However, whether it is treason or not, the final result still needs to be determined by the emperor after I bring the main suspects to Kyoto. Those people have admitted that they wanted to murder your Qin family, but they have not admitted to treason. And according to my investigation, they do not have the motive or action of treason. The Song family must be convicted. And as for the other families, I am not sure yet. Qin Wenzheng, who was standing aside, could not help but say, Your Highness, the people of Zhang's and Wang's Chunghua mansion have all colluded with the Song family's treasonous fugitives. This alone should be enough to convict them. Right? The Prince of Nangua looked at him and said, Sir Qin, this matter needs to be decided in Kyoto. This prince is only conducting a preliminary trial now, and cannot convict anyone at will. Qin Weimo asked softly, Your Highness, did the people of Chunghua mansion confess? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, and could not see the expression on his face. The Prince of Nangua glanced at the two of them and said, The eldest lady of Chunghua mansion took all the crimes on herself, and insisted that no one in Chunghua mansion knew about it. Of course, she only admitted that she sent people to collude with the Song family fugitives to deal with you, and admitted some insignificant charges. As for treason, she certainly did not admit it. And according to my investigation, Liu Yanyan and others in Chunghua mansion did not know about it. So this time when I return to Kyoto, I will only take her there and continue the investigation. After a pause, he said, No matter what the result is, she will. The identity of Madame Ming is definitely gone. And Luo Changtian, the eldest son of Chunghua mansion, may also be demoted and investigated again because of her. As for whether she will be sentenced in the end, it depends on the emperor. Qin Weimo was silent for a while, and said, Thank you, Your Highness, for telling me this. The Prince of Nangua glanced at her and smiled. The second daughter of Qin is not asking for herself, nor is she thanking for herself. It seems that your Qin family is full of hidden talents. It is not simple to be treated like this by the second daughter of Qin. Qin Weimo lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, a guard suddenly walked to the door and said, Your Highness, the princess is here. The eyes of the Prince of Nangua lit up, and he seemed to want to stand up. After thinking about it, he sat there, and his face became serious. Nandong Meiju, who was wearing a purple dress, walked in, with a cold face, lowered her head slightly to him, and called out lightly, Daddy? Then he stood there, without saying a word, without the excitement and enthusiasm of seeing his father. The Prince of Southern Kingdom looked at her slightly thin face, and the seriousness on his face suddenly became a little bit unbearable. He sighed and said gently, Mei Jiao, Daddy has already helped you to turn down the marriage. In the future, Daddy and your mother will not force you to do anything about your affairs. Let you make your own decisions. This time, Daddy took the initiative to accept this task from the Emperor. Just to take you back. Your mother, your elder brother, and your sister are all very worried about you and miss you. Don't be angry. Go back with Daddy. Unexpectedly, this time, his stubborn daughter did not argue again. Nor did she say another word. She just whispered oh and agreed. She seemed to be a little depressed. Mei Jiao, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? He frowned and asked worriedly. Nandong Meiji was silent for a moment, then raised his head and asked, Dad, when are we leaving? The Prince of Nangua said, Tomorrow evening. Dad will go to the wine city. After all, Dad has other tasks this time. Nandong Meiju hesitated for a moment, then said, Then Dad will send someone to pick us up tomorrow evening. I still have some things to do. The Prince of Southern Kingdom said in a gentle voice, Do you need Daddy's help? Nandong Meiju was about to shake his head, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, Dad, then help me find someone. The Prince of Southern Kingdom's eyes moved, and said, Okay. Who? Nandong Meiji was silent for a moment, clenched his fists and said, Enemy. Daddy, if I find him, I will take him back to be my slave. Okay? The Prince of Southern Kingdom was slightly startled, and smiled, of course. Someone standing next to Miss Qin Air suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Unexpectedly, the Nandong princess suddenly turned around and walked towards him and said, Mr. Luo, can you draw? Luo Qingzhou was startled when he heard this. Before he could answer, Qin Weimo said softly, Sister Meijiao, do you want to draw a portrait? Weimo will help you. Nandong Meiju nodded and said, Okay, let's go. Go to your place. Then he turned around and said, Daddy, you go first. Leave someone here. And when I finish painting, let him send it over. The Southern Kingdom prince nodded and looked at the young man next to Miss Jean Eyre, thinking of what the princess said to him before leaving last night, and the respectful attitude of calling him Mr. Brother-in-law. Go and help Waymo with some reference. Waymo may not draw very well, Miss Jean Eyre suddenly said to the young man next to her. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, followed the two of them, and left. The prince of the Southern Kingdom looked at his back and narrowed his eyes. After the three of them left, he turned around and asked, Master Qin, is your son-in-law very familiar with the eldest princess? Chapter 248. Plum Fragrance Garden. In the study, Miss Qin, dressed in a plain white dress, sat in front of the desk, spread out the rice paper, held the pen in her hand, and listened with her head tilted. Nandong Meiju stood beside her, frowning and recalling. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the table, lowered his head, and quietly helped to grind the ink. The room was silent. After a while, Miss Qin finally couldn't help asking, Sister Meijiao, your name, height, fatness, clothes, facial features, temperament, can all be described. Don't you remember these? Nandong Meiju frowned, thought carefully for a while, and then said, My name is Chu Feiyang. I look good. And my height. She looked at the son-in-law who was respectfully grinding ink next to her. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he bent his legs unconsciously, lowered his head and bit his waist, and continued to grind the ink with a calm face. Taller and stronger than your brother-in-law. Nandong Meiju looked at him, frowning, and recalled carefully in her mind, wearing black tights. Ordinary appearance. Nothing particularly eye-catching. Temperament vulgar. Mean. Vulgar. Cheap. Second Miss Qin. Nandong Meiju paused for a while, and suddenly shook her head and said, Forget it. Wayma. I won't draw it. Qin Weimao looked at the changing expression on her face, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, Sister Meijiao. In fact, some people are better left in memory. You are a princess. In this Imo city, the people and things encountered in the world, Weimo felt that they might all be accidental passers-by in scenery. It was enough to have seen them, and there was no need to keep thinking about them, because in the end, there might be no result. Nandong Meiju was stunned, looked at her and said, Weimo, I am looking for my mortal enemy. What are you talking about? Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, Sister Meijiao, Weimo is talking about your enemy. Forget him. Sister Meijiao has not lost anything, but has gained a wonderful and unforgettable experience and memory. Right? Nandong Meiju fell silent. After a long time, she nodded, and said coldly, You are right. I should forget the villain's faults and forget him. This lady is a princess. What virtue and ability does he have to let this lady go to find him so ostentatiously? Ridiculous. After speaking, she turned and left, and said at the door, Weimo, I will come to you tomorrow evening. Remember to bring all your favorite poems and stories. Xiaoer squatted at the door and helped her put on her shoes. Nandong Meiju looked down at her slender jade feet in silk stockings, and suddenly turned to look at the young man, who was still standing at the table with his head down, and said, Luo Qingzhou, I'm going to ask you something, and you have to answer me honestly. Luo Qingzhou quickly put down the ink block, bowed his head and said, Princess, please ask. Since her identity has been revealed, it is inappropriate for him to follow Miss Qin Eyre and call her Sister Meiju. The more noble the family, the more they care about rules. After all, he is just a son-in-law, and the Qin family is not really cousins with them. Nandong Meiju stared at him with burning eyes and asked coldly, Do you men like women's feet? Luo Qingzhou. Miss Qin Eyre was slightly startled when she heard the words, turned her head, and looked at the young man next to her. Her slender feet in snow-white silk stockings under her skirt moved unconsciously. Xiaoer knelt on the ground, pricked up her ears, and looked into the room secretly. The room was quiet for a few breaths. Luo Qingzhou replied respectfully, No. Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes, paused, and suddenly asked again, If the hands and feet of the second lady of your family were stretched out in front of you at the same time for you to touch, what would you want to touch the most? Miss Qin's fair face was immediately stained with two blushes. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Princess, this doesn't seem to be what you should ask. Nandong Meijia's face sank, her chin slightly raised, and said with a condescending look, This princess asks now? So what? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said nothing. TSK? Nandong Meiju sneered. and said with contempt, "If you dare not answer, it means you agree. You are really a group of perverts." After that, she walked away quickly with her sexy long legs wrapped in purple stockings. Chior got up, took a look at the room, and closed the door. Luo Qingzhou straightened up, raised his head, and explained, "Second miss, I'm not a pervert." As soon as the words came out, he suddenly felt that the explanation was a bit redundant. Miss Qin's eyes were smiling, and there were still 2 faint blushes on her fair face. She bit her pink lips and whispered, "Brother-in-law, then do you want to touch Wei Mo's hand or foot?" Luo Qingzhou, "Second miss, if it's okay, I'll go back to study first." He turned around and prepared to leave. Miss Qin suddenly shouted, "Chu Feiyang." Luo Qingzhou paused, stopped, turned his head, and looked at her. Miss Qin pouted, looked at him with a faint look and said, "Brother-in-law, why are you provoking Sister Meiju again? Isn't this enough?" Luo Qingzhou was full of confusion. "Second miss, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Miss Qin snorted softly, "Chu Feiyang, can you understand now?" Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, nor did he make any more excuses. Miss Qin raised her eyebrows and said, "Since Sister Meiju told me for the second time that the pervert named Chu Feiyang had bad intentions towards her and wanted to rob her of her money and sex, and had been secretly following her, I suspected it, brother-in-law. Wei Mo actually knows that you go out every day. Sister Meiju will come back first every night, and then brother-in-law will come back. And sometimes Sister Meiju's body and hair have the smell of brother-in-law. And today, brother-in-law was very scared. Wasn't he?" Luo Qingzhou, after a moment of silence, he said, "Miss Air, that's why you said that. To persuade her to forget about the people and things here. Right?" Qin Weimo looked at him softly. No matter what brother-in-law did outside, no matter whether brother-in-law offended someone, or teased a girl, or bullied a girl, Weimo would help brother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou's heart was suddenly tender. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin Air suddenly pouted and said, "But brother-in-law, this time, Weimo is jealous, brother-in-law. You can do whatever you want. Miss Air, call me Weimo. Weimo. Tell Weimo. Do you like Weimo's hands or feet? Both. You can't say you like both. You can only choose one. Then hands. Humph. You're lying. When you were talking just now, you were clearly looking at someone's feet. Say it again. Then feet. Humph. What Meiju said is indeed correct. Brother-in-law is indeed a pervert. Brother-in-law, Weimo is sleepy." When Luo Qingzhou was being confused by this girl, Chior suddenly knocked on the door and said anxiously, "Son-in-law. Miss, hurry up. Madam is here." Miss Qin Air also hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, hurry up. Go to bed." Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he subconsciously prepared to run to the bed in the inner room. But he suddenly realized that he and Miss Qin Air were just talking in front of the table, and it seemed that he didn't do anything inappropriate. Right? Besides, it was daytime now. Why should he hide? "Brother-in-law, get on the bed quickly." Miss Qin Air started to push him, with an anxious look on her face. Urging him, Luo Qingzhou ignored her, approached the table, picked up the ink block on the table, and continued to grind the ink with a calm face. Once again. Twice. But not 3 times. Every failure makes you wiser. How can you be deceived every time? He is not a fool. Miss Qin pouted slightly, looking at him with her eyes dimly. Familiar footsteps and Chior's respectful voice came from outside the door. "Madam." Song Ryue's majestic voice sounded outside. "Is Weimo asleep? Is there anyone else in the room?" Chior squatted on the ground to help her take off her shoes, and said respectfully, "Miss has gone to bed. There is no one else in the room." In the study, Luo Qingzhou. Miss Qin. Squeak. The door opened. In front of the window, next to the table, Miss Qin, dressed in a plain white dress, was sitting at the table, quietly writing with a pen. Luo Qingzhou stood beside her, holding an ink block in his hand, and was grinding the ink carefully with his head down. The atmosphere was harmonious and pure. At the door, Chior. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, turned her head, glared at her fiercely, walked into the room, and said coldly, "Weimo, didn't Chior say that you went to bed? Didn't she say that there was no one else in the room?" Qin Weimo raised his head and said softly, "Mother, you come here at this time. Is there something wrong?" Song Ryue walked to the table, glanced at someone, and then looked at her and said, "Mother is asking you a question." Qin Weimo looked at her and said, "Mother, It was my brother-in-law who asked Chior to say that. You should question my brother-in-law. Song Ryue. Wei Mo. Have you finished painting for Meijio? She showed a kind smile on her face. Approached the table. And looked at the rice paper on the table. Qin Weimo suppressed his laughter and said. Sister Meiji said no. Mother should have other things to do. Right? The smile on Song Ryue's face gradually faded. And after a pause, he said coldly, Your father asked me to ask you. When does your brother-in-law's mother's grave need to be moved? So that he can prepare. Qin Weimo was silent for a while. Looked up at the young man who was grinding ink next to him. And said softly, Brother-in-law, tomorrow. Is it okay? Luo Qizhou looked up and said, The second lady has decided. Qin Weimo was slightly startled. And the look in his eyes became more gentle. Brother-in-law. Then tomorrow morning, we will go out of the city together to help your mother move the grave. After a pause, she continued, Wei Mo should go and tell her tonight about my sister. It's supposed to be. No need. Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly and said, Second miss, I can go by myself. You and the eldest miss don't have to go. Brother-in-law. Song Ryue suddenly interrupted. Wei Mo. Listen to Qingzhou. You and Jianjia don't have to go. Your father and second brother can accompany him. You will need to kneel down and burn incense at that time. Jianjia will definitely not do that with her personality. If she goes, others will see her and talk behind her back. As for you, mother, Wei Mo has to go. Second Miss Qin said in a tone of resolute, Wei Mo must go. If my sister doesn't go, Wei Mo will go on her behalf. If Wei Mo and my sister don't go, it will be embarrassing if they are seen by others. My brother-in-law will be looked down upon and laughed at. And our Qin family will also be gossiped about. Song Ryue frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said, Wei Mo, you should ask Jianjia first. I will tell your father to prepare people and things, and we will set off early tomorrow morning. Miss Qin was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Mother, are you going with us tomorrow? Song Ryue did not answer, but glanced at someone next to her lightly, turned around and left quickly. When she walked to the door, Chior squatted down to put on her shoes. And she suddenly snorted, Chior, you are not young anymore. I will find a family for you in a few days. And you can get married. Ah? Chior trembled suddenly, raised her head, and her face turned pale. Song Ryue said coldly, Lu'er, the tofu seller on the street ahead, is not bad. I'll marry you to him. We'll rely on you to eat tofu in the Qin mansion in the future. Chior, madam. Aye. Song Ryue stared at her coldly and said, What? Do you have someone in your heart? Or have you been cheated on by someone? Chior immediately knelt on the ground, blushed and lowered her head, trembling, I didn't. Humph. If you dare to lie to me again next time, watch out for your skin. Song Ryue snorted coldly, with a stern face, and walked out quickly. Mare and other maids walked out from under the eaves, surrounded her and left quickly. After they left the door, Zurfang took the flying knife and entered the house. She looked at Chior, who was still kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes, and said, See, Chior, I told you that you were too obvious. Even the lady noticed it. Okay. Get up quickly. The lady was just trying to scare you. Didn't you see that now the lady saw the son-in-law cough? No more. I will continue to practice the flying knife. Crack. The flying knife pierced into the tree trunk. Zhuer's gritted teeth sounded in the yard. Unfaithful man. Go to H.L. At this time, Luo Qingzhou's voice sounded in the study. Second miss. I want to go to the eldest princess. What? To peek at her feet? No. I have something to ask her. Chapter 249 The Eldest Princess's Request. The Second Lady's Revenge. In the palace. In the study. The sunlight shines through the window lattice and falls on the red carpet in front of the window. Bright and beautiful. The red curtains in the room are swaying. And the fragrance of flowers is everywhere. In front of the desk, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress and her soft waist-length hair, is frowning slightly and quietly reading 39 strategies. Under the red skirt, a pair of slender feet without stockings are white, tender, and beautiful in the bright sunshine, adding a unique landscape to the entire red-decorated house. Not long after, Yuo's voice came from outside. Your Highness, Mr. Luo and Miss Qin are here. Do you want to see them? Nandong Huiyue was slightly startled when she heard the words, and a hint of doubt appeared on her face. After thinking for a while, she said, Let them in. Yes, Your Highness. Yuewu turned and left. A moment later, led by Yuewu, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er came to the door, bowed their heads, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Princess. The two bowed side by side. Nan Donghuyue looked at the two people walking side by side through the beaded curtain, paused, stood up, and said enthusiastically, Sir, Miss Qin Er, please come in. She personally greeted them. Under the red skirt, the snow-white jade feet appeared and disappeared while walking, and the long black and smooth hair swayed slightly like flowing water around the slender waist. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er took off their shoes, lowered their heads to push aside the beaded curtain, entered the house, and stopped to pay homage again. Nan Donghuyue stopped in front of the two people, with a faint smile on her face. Sir and Miss Qin Er came uninvited today. It should not be for the Three Kingdoms story matter? The two lowered their heads and looked at the red carpet on the ground. The snow-white jade feet under the red skirt in front of them could be clearly seen from the corner of their eyes. Miss Qin Er slightly tilted her eyes and glanced at someone next to her. Luo Qingzhou looked at the red carpet on the ground, not looking away, and said respectfully, Your Highness, I came to disturb you today because I have something else to do. Nan Donghuyue smiled faintly, bowed slightly, and held out his hand as a disciple, saying, Sir, please. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and bowed, and walked to the table. Nan Donghuyue followed him, walked to the table and sat down, and picked up the teapot on the table. A maid had already brought the teacup. Nan Donghuyue personally poured tea for him, stared at him with burning eyes, and looked at him carefully, completely ignoring the second Miss Qin, who was standing beside him. Luo Qingzhou knelt down and said, Your Highness, I have something to ask for, and I hope Your Highness can help me. Nan Donghuyue put down the teapot and smiled. Sir, please tell me what you want. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. There is a mother and daughter in Chunghua Mansion who have been kind to me and my mother. I am afraid that they will be implicated in this incident, so I would like to ask Your Highness for help to see if they can be rescued. Nan Donghuyue picked up the teacup, took a sip, and did not answer immediately. Luo Qingzhou said again, Your Highness, I will definitely finish writing the story of the Three Kingdoms. In addition to the story of the Three Kingdoms and 36 strategies, I also have a set of military books here, called Tai Gong 6 Strategies. After a pause, he said, If Your Highness feels that it is not enough, I have another military book here, called Sima Bing Fa. The tea in Nan Donghuyue's hand rippled slightly. She had a calm face, slowly put down the teacup, looked up at him and said, Sir, the crime of treason is not an ordinary crime, and my identity is sensitive, so it is not appropriate for me to intervene in this matter. Many people in the court are watching me. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Your Highness, you can give a condition. Nan Donghuyue stared at him for a while, and said in a gentle voice, I regard you as my confidant and teacher. Your stories of the Three Kingdoms and 36 strategies have benefited me a lot. It is my duty to do things for you. So why would I put forward any conditions? This matter is really of great importance, and it is inconvenient for me to intervene. Not because you don't give enough. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and then stood up and bowed. In this case, it's presumptuous of me, Your Highness. Then we say goodbye. Nan Donghuyue paused, suddenly turned to look at the weak girl next to him, and said, Miss Qin Er, can you go out first? Qin Weimo's eyes moved, bowed his head and bowed, Yes, Your Highness. She glanced at someone and retreated. The room was quiet for a while. Nan Donghuyue said, Sir, please sit down. Luo Qingzhou immediately knelt down again. Nan Donghuyue picked up the teapot and said, Sir, please have some tea. Luo Qingzhou picked up the teacup and drank it all. Nan Donghuyue filled his teacup with tea again. After putting down the teapot, Bong suddenly asked, Sir, do you have time tonight? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, narrowed his eyes, and said, Your Highness, do you want to listen to the story of the Three Kingdoms or other military books? Nan Donghuyue had a faint smile on her face, and her beautiful eyes looked at him and said, It's all right. Sir, just stay with me for one night. Tomorrow morning, after you leave, I will write a memorial to plead for the mother and daughter. As for whether it will succeed or not, I can't guarantee it. The room fell into silence. Nan Donghuyue picked up the teacup, took a sip, then picked up the military book on the table, continued to read it, and waited quietly. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Your Highness, if you just want to talk about military books and battles, I can agree. Nandong Huiyue put down the military books in her hand, looked at him and said, Of course it's not just these. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly. Nandong Huiyue smiled in her beautiful eyes and looked at him and said, I almost forgot that you are not free now. If you want to stay overnight outside, you must get the consent of your wife and parents-in-law. Sir, you can go back and ask for their consent first, and I will wait for you here. Anyway, it's still early. She looked at the sky outside the window and said, It's still some time before dark. Luo Qingzhou frowned, and was silent for a while before he stood up and said goodbye. Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly, picked up the military books on the table, and continued to read them seriously. The B curtain rang. Luo Qingzhou walked out the door, put on his shoes at the door, and helped Miss Qin Er to leave together. Nandong Huiyue looked at the two people's backs as they left through the swaying B curtain. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she murmured, Senior sister, this is what your husband asked me for first. After a moment, her eyes flickered. Her slender jade fingers stroked the military book in her hand, and she said with a complicated expression, Taigong Lu Tao. Sima Bingfa, it seems that this palace must snatch him away. Luo Qingzhou took Miss Qin Er out of the palace and got on the carriage. The two of them were silent all the way. It was not until the carriage was on the street that Miss Qin Er spoke softly in the carriage. Brother-in-law, what did the princess say to you alone? Is it convenient to tell? Luo Qingzhou sat next to her, was silent for a while, and said, Let me stay with her for one night and sleep with her. Miss Qin Er was stunned and said, Brother-in-law, are you kidding Wei Mo? Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Qin Weimo looked at the expression on his face, and her thin eyebrows frowned immediately. Her expression became solemn, and she asked in confusion, The princess should not be such a person, and she has always been polite and respectful to my brother-in-law. She also said before that she wanted to keep my brother-in-law, but she just wanted to discuss military strategy with him. Why did she suddenly make such a request today? Weimo doesn't quite understand. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, I can't understand it either. In my impression, the princess is not interested in anyone except leading the army to fight and national affairs. I didn't expect that she would suddenly make such a request today. It's really strange. The two frowned and fell into silence again. After a while, Miss Qin Er suddenly looked at him and said, Brother-in-law, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou met her eyes, paused, and said seriously, Of course I rejected it. I am a man of the Qin family. How can I let her defile me? Miss Qin Er laughed, stared at him with bright eyes and said, Did brother-in-law reject it on the spot? I was going to reject it. The main reason is that the other party is the eldest princess. I can't be too direct, so I'll be more tactful and say that I'll discuss it with my family when I come back. Of course, my family won't agree, so she should also know that I have rejected it. Brother-in-law, who told you that my family won't agree? Miss Qin Er suddenly said. Luo Qingzhou? The carriage soon arrived at the gate of the Qin mansion. Yue's voice rang out outside, Master Luo. Miss Qin Er. We're here. Miss Qin Er stood up in the carriage, and as he supported her, she said softly, Brother-in-law. Wei Mo agreed anyway. Compared to brother-in-law's innocence, Wei Mo thinks that the lives of Xiaolu and her daughter are more important. But Wei Mo's opinion doesn't count. Brother-in-law. After returning home, Wei Mo will go to find father and mother, and brother-in-law will go to sisters. Let's not say it clearly. Just say that the eldest princess admires brother-in-law's talent and will leave after the new year. So she wants to keep brother-in-law there tonight for a long talk. Wei Mo will get dad and mom to agree. As for my sister, there should be no problem. But brother-in-law, you need to get Bai Ling and Xia Chan's consent. After all, they are very protective of my sister and care about my brother-in-law's attitude towards my sister. More importantly, they are both not easy to mess with. We can't afford to mess with any of them. Luo Qingzhou. Brother-in-law, think about it before you say it. Otherwise, Xia Chan's sword and Bai Ling's mouth are not vegetarian. Miss Qin said softly, and there seemed to be a playful expression in her eyes that seemed to be gloating and wanted to watch the fun. Luo Qingzhou felt heavy in his heart. Miss Qin whispered again, Brother-in-law, don't be secretly happy first. The princess should just be testing. Luo Qingzhou. The two got off the carriage, walked up the steps, and said goodbye to Yuewu. Yuewu rode on a white horse, turned the horse's head, looked at them with a smile, and said, Mr. Luo, the palace will close on time at midnight. After that, she left with the carriage. After the team left, Luo Qingzhou suddenly found that there was a familiar figure standing under a big tree not far away, wearing a light green long skirt, with a slender body, holding a sword in her hand. She stood there alone, motionless. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. When he and Miss Qin Er left the house before, he didn't ask her to follow. After all, it's safer now. And there are guards of the eldest princess. Chior whispered on the side, son-in-law. When we just came out of the eldest princess, I found Xia Chan following behind. I guess she followed us when we went. Luo Qingzhou stared at the frail figure in a daze. Miss Qin Er was silent for a moment, and said softly, brother-in-law, go ask her first, and tell her brother-in-law can tell the truth. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, Miss Er, are you sure? Miss Qin Er nodded and said, yes. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, went down the steps and walked over. Xia Chan, my uncle wants to tell you something. Someone coveted my body. My uncle wanted to die rather than surrender. But in order to repay my gratitude, my uncle had to endure humiliation and agreed with tears. Tonight, my uncle wants to Luo Qingzhou turned back, covered his eyes, and went up the steps. Miss Er, I think you may have done it on purpose. Brother-in-law is so smart. Miss Qin Er smiled and turned to flee into the mansion, then turned back and said with a smile, Wei Mo went to find his father and mother. Brother-in-law, go ask Bailing again. Do you think my brother-in-law looks like a fool? Luo Qingzhou covered his eyes and stared at her with one eye. Like. Miss Qin Er laughed and nodded, with bright eyes and white teeth, playful and cute, and fled into the yard. While Luo Qingzhou was rubbing his eyes, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Turning around, Xia Chan was standing behind him silently like a ghost. Chapter 250, a gift that will never be forgotten. In the evening, the setting sun was slightly drunk. In the courtyard of Lingchan Moon Palace, Qin Jinjiu was wearing a snow-white dress, sitting in front of a stone table, quietly reading a book. Her spotless and beautiful face was as beautiful as a painting under the reflection of the sunset. Bailing was wearing a pink dress, standing under the peach tree, stretching out her slender jade fingers, poking the pink petals that had just bloomed on her head out of boredom, muttering in a low voice, it's even pinker than me, poking you. After a while, familiar footsteps sounded at the door. Luo Qingzhou followed Xia Chan, lowered his head, and entered the small courtyard. Bailing picked a peach blossom and put it on her pink cheek, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her face. She said crisply, son-in-law, do you think I am more beautiful or this peach blossom is more beautiful? When Luo Qingzhou looked up at her, she was stunned for a moment. And then she chuckled, son-in-law is the most beautiful. Ha ha ha. Then the girl laughed under the peach tree, laughing so hard that she leaned forward and backward, and the branches of the peach tree trembled. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked to the stone table, and bowed to the flawless white figure. Miss, there is something I want to tell you. Xia Chan, wearing a light green dress, holding a sword, stood under the eaves not far away, looking at him coldly. Qin Jinjiu raised her head. Her face was cold. Her eyes were deep, and her beauty was breathtaking. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and without hesitation, he lowered his head and said, Miss, I went to the princess's place with the second lady in the afternoon. Something happened in Chunghua Mansion last night, and the whole family might be executed. But the second wife of Chunghua Mansion and her daughter Xiaolu have done favors to me and my mother. So I went to ask the princess for help today, hoping that she can save the mother and daughter. Then, Bai Ling seemed to realize something suddenly, and immediately stopped laughing, walked over, and said vigilantly, son-in-law, then what? What did the princess ask you to do? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, lowered his head and said, the princess asked me to stay with her tonight, to accompany her to have a long talk. The courtyard was silent. The breeze blew, bringing the fragrance of peach blossoms and an unusual smell. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes and said, what is a long talk? Is it hugging each other? Knees touching knees? Or one up and one down? Knees pressing knees? Son-in-law, please explain it clearly. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, raised his head, and looked at the girl in front of him. Qin Jinjiu was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, are you asking for my consent? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, yes. Qin Jinjiu still looked calm. What did Wei Mo say? Luo Qingzhou said, the second lady said that the eldest princess should be testing me and asked me to go. The second lady also said that the lives of two people are more important than the innocence of one person. No! Bai Ling immediately objected. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Facing his gaze, Bai Ling felt guilty for a moment, and quickly turned her head to look under the eaves and said, Chan. The son-in-law is shameless and shameless. He wants to take the initiative to be played by other women. Do you agree? Xia Chan was holding a sword under the eaves, with a cold face, and said nothing. Anyway, I don't agree on behalf of the lady, Bai Ling said angrily. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, waiting silently. After a while, Miss Qin in front of him nodded slightly, and said calmly, Go. Listen to Wei-mo. Thank you, Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to leave, he glanced at the pink and tender girl behind Miss Qin, and said softly, Bai Ling, come out for a moment. The son-in-law has something to say to you. Humph. No way. Bai Ling twisted her body, pouted her little mouth, and walked into the house angrily. The peach blossom she had just picked in her hand had been thrown on the ground at some point, and the pink petals were also torn off and drifted on the ground with the wind. Luo Qingzhou didn't stay any longer, and said goodbye and left, back to his own courtyard. Xiao Dai had not come back yet. He thought carefully for a while in the courtyard, then went into the house, sat in front of the table, spread out the rice paper, ground the ink, and picked up the pen. Lingshan Moon Palace. Not long after Luo Qingzhou left, Bai Ling came out of the house and walked to the girl, who was still standing there stupidly under the eaves. She looked at her and said, Chan, my son-in-law is trying to save people. Don't be sad. Xia Chan turned her head and glanced at her red eyes without saying anything. Bai Ling sniffed and said, I'm sad for you, thinking that my son-in-law will be pressed on the bed by other women tonight, put in various humiliating positions to play with. Maybe like the pictures in the book. Tied up, dripping wax and smearing oil. Chan, are you really not sad at all? Xia Chan was silent for a while, looked at her, and finally said, What? Book? Bai Ling, the sunset quickly set. When night was about to fall, Luo Qingzhou took the scroll, went out, and went to Meixiang Garden. Miss Qin Air had returned and was standing under the peach tree in the courtyard, looking up at the peach blossoms above her head with a trance. And I don't know what she was thinking about. Luo Qingzhou entered the courtyard and saw the scene, so he walked lightly. Zhuer stood under the eaves and looked at him coldly. The flying knife in her hand turned quickly between her 5 fingers, and the cold light was cold under the falling moonlight. Chior was holding a vase in her hand. When she saw him, she still had a gentle smile on her face and greeted him softly, Son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou nodded slightly and walked under the peach tree. The girl under the tree came back to her senses, looked at him, and a soft smile appeared in her eyes. Brother-in-law. Father and mother agreed. Luo Qingzhou asked, What did the second lady say? Qin Weimo smiled slightly, and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, The second lady probably didn't tell them at all. Right? It's hard to say about this. Qin Weimo said softly. Brother-in-law. It's still early. Can you accompany Weimo to go shopping on the street? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. Go shopping? Qin Weimo raised his head, glanced at the quietly shrouded night and the bright moon in the night sky, and said, Brother-in-law, Weimo hasn't gone shopping with you yet. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Then I'll go call Xia Chan, or take 2 more guards. Qin Weimo shook his head slightly, looked at him and said, Brother-in-law is enough. Weimo believes that brother-in-law will definitely protect Weimo. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. The Song family has been destroyed, and the people of the 4 major families have been imprisoned, because of the relationship between the eldest princess and the prince of the southern kingdom. There are many more soldiers and guards in the inner city, so there shouldn't be any problems. The 2 of them left the courtyard. Chior and Zhuer followed not far behind. When they reached the door, Butler Zhou stopped them and said respectfully, Second miss. Son-in-law. It's dark. If you go out at this time, I have to tell the master and the lady, and send a few guards. Otherwise, I dare not let you go. Qin Weimo smiled and said, Butler Zhou. Xia Chan is following. Are those guards more powerful than Xia Chan? Butler Zhou was stunned for a moment, looked behind, and only saw Zhuer and Chior, with a puzzled face. Qin Weimo said, You can't see her. Just like you can't see her sword clearly. Butler Zhou hesitated again, then bowed and stepped back. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin went out. When they went down the steps, Chiora hurried up and supported her own lady. Miss Jean turned her head and said faintly, "Brother-in-law, why don't you help me?" Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and pointed to the yard behind. Qin Weimo was slightly startled and looked back. In the courtyard inside the gate, a young woman wearing a snow-white fox fur coat was standing there, looking at them coldly. Qin Weimo froze for a moment and stopped. Song Ryua looked at her eyes, but did not speak and turned away. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back as she disappeared into the courtyard, wondering, "Second miss. Mother-in-law doesn't look right." Qin Weimo smiled slightly. "It's okay. Mother won't say anything." The two walked down the steps and walked towards the street in front. It was just night, and the street was still bustling. The hawkers shouted and the pedestrians were busy. Luo Qingzhou approached her and looked around vigilantly. As soon as the two walked into the busy street, Miss Jean suddenly looked at the alley in front and said, "Brother-in-law, look." Luo Qingzhou followed her gaze. At the entrance of the alley not far away, a familiar figure stood there. She was wearing a purple dress, tall and slender, with two long legs standing straight, a slender waist, a perky buttocks, a towering chest, and black hair hanging down to her waist. The whip that was always wrapped around her slender waist. No one knew where it had gone. She stood there silently, motionless, under the swaying lights. The expression on her beautiful face could not be seen clearly. "Brother-in-law, let's go. Don't disturb her." Miss Jean too retracted her gaze and said softly. Luo Qingzhou walked side by side with her in the flowing crowd, not daring to speak. Miss Jean Eyre didn't let him go easily after all. She turned her head and asked in a low voice, "Brother-in-law, what did you do to Sister Meijiao? Did you kiss her or touch her?" Or, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "I didn't kiss her or touch her. I just sprinkled lime on her and then beat her hard with my fist until she fainted." Miss Jean Eyre asked again, "What did you do to her after she fainted?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I didn't do anything. I just left." Miss Jean Eyre, "You lied." Luo Qingzhou looked at her. "I didn't lie." Miss Jean Eyre said, "Then brother-in-law swears." Luo Qingzhou raised his hand without hesitation and said, "If there is a lie, God will punish." "Brother-in-law?" Miss Jean Eyre interrupted him. The maids who served Sister Meiji burned a lot of underwear during this period. In addition to those with lime, there were also several pieces that were torn into pieces. Obviously, Sister Meiji didn't tear them herself. Luo Qingzhou, "Second miss, is it possible that she tore it herself? Or someone else tore it?" "Brother-in-law, don't you admit it?" "I didn't. But Sister Meijio has already told me that her underwear was torn by Chu Feiyang. In addition to the underwear, there are also socks on her feet. She said that Chu Feiyang especially likes to tear her socks and touches her feet." "Second miss, she slandered me. I swear, I only tore her underwear and never touched her socks." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the smug smile on the corner of the girl's mouth beside him. "Luo Qingzhou, brother-in-law, you finally admitted it." Luo Qingzhou closed his mouth and dared not speak again. The girl laughed, stretched out her hand, got into his wide sleeves, gently pinched his fingers, and said playfully, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. Although the second lady can do whatever she wants to you, she will never hurt you." At this point, she stopped, turned her head and looked at him, her eyes sparkling, and whispered, "Brother-in-law, if you can come back tonight, go to Weimo's place. Weimo wants to give you a gift that you will never forget. Okay?" On both sides of the street, the lights are on, and the lights are brilliant. The girl's bright eyes are tender and gentle under the lights. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and nodded. "Okay." The two continued to stroll on the street. When they came back, they looked at the alley again. The figure had left. At the gate of Qin's house, the beautifully decorated carriage had been waiting there for a long time. Yuewu, who was riding on a white horse, saw the two people coming back from shopping, smiled slightly, and said with a cupped hand, "Master Luo, Yuewu is waiting for your reply." Chapter 251. This queen can't sleep at night. At the gate of Qin's mansion, a weak girl in a plain white dress, supported by a maid, stood silently on the steps, staring at the empty alley in the distance in a daze. The night was getting darker, and the lights were dimming. The carriage had already left, and the people in the carriage had already disappeared in the night in the distance, getting farther and farther away from her. The night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness. She couldn't help coughing a few times, but still stood there stubbornly, refusing to leave. A burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. A snow-white fox fur was draped over her body, wrapping her weak body tightly inside. A warm jade hand tightly held her cold hand. A gentle voice rang in her ears. It's okay. Wei Mo. You have to believe in him. With his ability, no one can force him. The girl was stunned and whispered, Mother. Wei Mo is just thinking, can Wei Mo hold on until my brother-in-law is in high school? Yes. I can. The young beautiful woman hugged her tightly in her arms. Her eyes red, and her voice trembling. Believe in Mother. You can do it, Wei Mo. Mother wants to see you wearing a wedding gown. It must be very beautiful. Very beautiful. The girl murmured in a low voice, Wei Mo. I also want to. It was late at night and quiet. The carriage ran on the empty street. Not long. It was already at the gate of the palace. Yu turned over and got off the horse, walked to the front of the carriage, lifted the curtain, and whispered, Mr. Luo. We are here. Luo Qingzhou, wearing a white Confucian robe, came out of the carriage with a calm expression, holding a thick roll of rice paper in his hand. Yu glanced at his delicate face, stretched out her delicate hand and said, Mr. Luo, I'll help you. Luo Qingzhou jumped down from the other side. Yu. The two entered the palace, stepping on the soft red carpet. Yu turned her head and looked at him, and couldn't help asking, Mr. Luo, aren't you afraid at all? Luo Qingzhou looked strange. Why should I be afraid? Yu's eyes flashed, and said, after entering, you may not be able to come out again. Aren't you afraid of what will happen? Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. Will His Highness kill me? Yu said. Of course not. Luo Qingzhou smiled faintly. That's it. Since His Highness won't kill me, what else should I be afraid of? With His Highness's status, he would not bother to do something to me that I don't want to do. Right? Yu moved her lips and said nothing. At the same time, in the study, the curtains were covered and the fragrance was curling. Nandong Huiyue was wearing a fiery red dress, sitting in front of the desk, holding a wolf brush, and practicing calligraphy seriously. Next to him, a charming girl with a graceful figure, snow-white skin, and a pair of bare white jade feet was kneeling beside him respectfully, holding an ink block in her bare hands, and gently grinding the ink with her head down. The kneeling slender legs and curvy figure were looming in the thin gauze skirt, which was very tempting. Tick, tick. The water clock outside the window was silently calculating the time of the night. Nandong Huiyue put down the pen, picked up the rice paper on the table, and glanced at his handwriting, seeming quite satisfied. Are you ready? She suddenly asked. The charming girl kneeling beside her respectfully bowed her head and answered in a tender voice, yes. The voice was charming and captivating. Nandong Huiyue put down the rice paper in his hand, turned his head, stared at her for a few times, and couldn't help but reach out his hand, pinched her delicate chin, and lifted her cheek. This is a naturally charming and seductive face, with watery eyes and charming expressions. No matter who looks at it, they will be soft all over. You should know his role in this palace. If you succeed, this palace has a reason to give you to him. If you fail, this palace will give you away tomorrow. Remember, this palace will not force him, but will create opportunities for you. His determination is also very firm, and he is very henpecked. So, you can only rely on yourself tonight. The girl bowed her head and said in a tender voice, yes. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside. Yu's voice came from the door. Your Highness, young Master Luo is here. Nandong Huiyue stood up and greeted him with a warm face. Sir, please come in. The pearl curtain rustled. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and entered the house, bowing and paying homage. Greetings, Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue stared at his delicate and indifferent face and smiled. Sir, you are welcome. Come. Please sit down. I have a few questions to discuss with you. Luo Qingzhou followed her to the table and sat down, not looking away. A snow-white jade hand stretched out from the side, picked up the teapot, poured tea for him, and said softly, Young master, can Huadu ask you a question first? The voice was charming and soft, and every word was soft. While speaking, the sandalwood mouth exuded fragrance, which was intoxicating. Nandong Huiyue sat down, looked at the two with a faint smile on his face, and did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou held his breath and refused directly. Sorry, Miss Huadu. I'm stupid and can't answer. Huadu pouted and said aggrievedly, Sir, I haven't asked yet. Luo Qingzhou said directly, Anyway, no matter what the lady asks, I can't answer. Huagu. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Sir, you treat a delicate woman like a flower and jade like this. I'm afraid you are too cruel. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I came to talk to your highness tonight. Not to others. Your highness. Can you let her leave? Nandong Huiyue looked at the girl next to her and said lightly, Sir asked you to leave. The girl lowered her head, bit her pink lips, raised her jade hand, and gently untied the silk ribbon around her slender waist. She slowly took off the veil on her body, revealing her jade white and smooth shoulders and chest skin, and said shyly, My lord, I have taken off my dress, can you look up? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, lowered his head, and took out a roll of rice paper from his wide sleeves, presented it with both hands, and handed it to the princess, saying respectfully, Your Highness, in addition to Tai Gong Lu Tao and Sima Bing Fa, I also have Wuzi Bing Fa. Written on this rice paper are the 3 chapters of Wuzi Bing Fa, mapping the country, estimating the enemy, and treatment of diseases. Your Highness can take a look first. If your Highness is satisfied, I can write the rest of the chapters. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, reached out to take it, put it on the table, and slowly unfolded it. In the past, those who plan for the country must first teach the people and be close to all people. There are 4 kinds of discord. If there is discord with the country, you cannot go out to the army. If there is discord with the army, you cannot go out to the battle. If there is discord with the battle, you cannot go to the battle. If there is discord in the battle, you cannot win. Seeing this, her eyes sparkled, and she immediately sat up straight, held her breath, and continued to look down. When governing a country and an army, you must teach them etiquette, encourage them with righteousness, and make them have shame. If a woman has shame, she will be able to fight in big battles and defend in small battles. However, it is easy to win, but it is difficult to defend. In the study, there was silence. Only the occasional beeping sound of the burning oil lamp. Hua Gu, who was sitting beside him with her head down, waited patiently for a long time, thinking of what the prince had just said to her. She bit her pink lips, raised her head, looked at the handsome scholar in front of her, and said in a delicate voice, Sir, Shut up. Nandong Huiyue suddenly raised her eyebrows and glared at her angrily. Get out. Hua Gu. She was stunned for a moment, and clearly felt the anger of the princess. How could she dare to hesitate? She hurriedly stood up, picked up the veil that fell on the ground, and retreated in panic. Nandong Huiyue lowered her head. Her eyes were fiery, and 2 excited blushes appeared on her face. She continued to look down. After reading the chapter of Tudwa carefully for a long time, Fong raised his head and said, Sir, please have tea and snacks. There are books on the table. You can read them at will. If you need anything else, just call Yuewu. I have to finish reading these chapters first. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Your Highness, please do as you please. Don't worry about me. Nandong Huiyue was not polite anymore, and continued to look carefully, remember, and think. The night passed quietly. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, there was a click sound of something breaking on the roof. Yuying and the guards outside the house suddenly changed their faces. When they were about to check, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, Don't pay attention to it. Yes, Your Highness. Yuying's cold voice came from outside. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, glanced at the curtains drawn in front of the window, and then glanced at the young man kneeling in front of her. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, and she continued to bow her head and read carefully. At the same time, a red bead inlaid on the eaves of the roof had been broken for some reason. On the eaves, there was a moon-white figure standing there silently, motionless. The guards below could clearly see her, but they couldn't see her. Before they knew it, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. In the study, the heating was still overflowing and the smoke was curling. Nandong Huiyue frowned, read word by word and thought for a long time, finally raised her head, looked at the young man in front of her with fiery eyes and said, Sir, what's next? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and saluted, Your Highness. It's late. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while, suddenly stood up, walked to the side, knelt down, picked up the ink block, began to grind the ink, and said respectfully, Sir, please hurry up. I can't sleep at night. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, I haven't thought of the next one yet. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, Sir, I will write a memorial tomorrow morning. I dare not guarantee whether the mother and daughter will be convicted. But I can assure you that even if they are convicted of treason, they will be safe and sound. Luo Qingzhou raised his head, reached out, and picked up a piece of clean rice paper from the side. Slowly spread it on the table. Picked up the wolf hair. Dipped it in the ink she had just ground. And said, Your Highness, I just thought about it carefully. And suddenly I came up with it again. I will write it for Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue forced a smile on his face, bowed his head slightly, and said respectfully, Thank you, sir. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and wrote. In the study, the atmosphere was harmonious and pure. On the eaves of the roof, the moon-white figure still stood there, bathed in the white moonlight, motionless. Outside the palace, under the big tree not far away, there was also a slender figure standing there, shrouded in shadows, motionless, and I don't know how long it has been standing. Chapter 252. This is against the rules. Tick, tick. The water clock outside the window was still silently calculating the time. The night faded away quietly. In the study, Luo Qingzhou wrote quickly, like flowing clouds in water. The eldest princess, wearing a fiery red dress, knelt beside him, with her red sleeves adding fragrance, her white hands grinding ink, and watching quietly. The two occasionally spoke, questions and answers. The atmosphere was harmonious. That night, Luo Qingzhou wrote out Wu Zibing Fa and Tai Gong Lu Tao one by one. Before I knew it, it was the next morning. The sky outside the window was bright. A few crisp bird calls came from the garden outside. Luo Qingzhou put down his brush and ink, blew the ink on the paper dry, stood up and bowed, saying, Your Highness, it's already dawn. I have to go out of the city today to move my mother's grave, so I can't accompany you any longer. Nandong Huiyue's eyes were finally taken back from the brush and ink on the rice paper. The thoughts between her eyebrows gradually dissipated. She looked up at him and was about to stand up. Suddenly, her legs went numb, her body tilted, and she was about to fall to the ground. Luo Qingzhou was quick and supported her. Then she supported her arm and helped her sit on the chair next to her. Then stepped back and bowed, saying, Your Highness, I am sorry for the offense. Nandong Huiyue frowned, rubbed her legs and said, Sir, don't be polite. I should thank you. Then she apologized. I didn't know you were going to move your mother's grave today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to disturb you last night. After a pause, she said to the outside, Yuying, you take 50 silver-armored cavalrymen to escort you out of the city to move your mother's grave. Let you rest in the carriage all the way and don't disturb you. Yuying's voice came from outside immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and was about to refuse. But Nandong Huiyue said again, Sir, don't be polite. I am doing this for your safety. Mo City is not peaceful now, and the outside of the city is even more turbulent. Recently, there are monsters in the city. You are both a teacher and a friend to me, and I don't want you to get into trouble. Luo Qingzhou had to bow his hands to thank him. Nandong Huiyue then slowly stood up, bowed deeply, and said with his hands clasped, I saw you writing furiously last night. Every word was like a pearl. Every sentence was exquisite. I was so excited that I had all kinds of questions in my mind. I wanted to ask you for answers, but I was afraid to disturb you. I wonder when you will have time to answer my questions. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, Your Highness, if you need me, I can come again tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, sir. Nandong Huiyue thanked him sincerely and said, Don't worry, sir. I will spare no effort to help you get that done. Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Qingzhou clasped his hands and left. The bee curtain made a sound. Yuewu led him out in front. Nandong Huiyue looked at the bee curtain that was still shaking gently at the door, frowned and thought for a while, walked to the table and sat down, and looked at the elegant writing on the rice paper again. Sister, sister, why are all the good things in this world yours? She stroked the words on the rice paper and muttered to herself. At the palace gate, 50 warriors wearing silver armor, riding war horses, lined up neatly, led by a girl in a black dress carrying a bow and arrow, waiting silently at the gate. When Luo Qingzhou followed Yuwu out, the girl in black dress bowed coldly on the horse and said, Mr. Luo, please get on the carriage and rest. Luo Qingzhou saw that she was the same as those silver-armored warriors, and immediately felt a bloody momentum that only existed on the battlefield, which was daunting. He bowed and walked towards the carriage. Yuwu stopped at the door and said, Mr. Luo, If you have any problems, you can tell Ying. She will help you deal with it. Luo Qingzhou nodded and got on the carriage. Just as he was about to go in, he suddenly saw a familiar and thin figure standing under a big tree not far away. In the shadow of the big tree, he was like a sculpture, motionless. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately jumped off the carriage and walked over quickly. The figure turned around and was about to leave when he saw him coming. Luo Qingzhou immediately quickened his pace and said, Chan, the son-in-law wants to tell you about what happened last night. Xia Chan stopped. Luo Qingzhou came behind her, stretched out his hand to hold her cold little hand, squeezed it in his palm, and said distressfully, You stood here all night last night? Xia Chan turned her back and did not respond. Let's go. Let's talk in the carriage. Luo Qingzhou did not say anything and directly pulled her to the carriage. Xia Chan followed behind him and struggled slightly at first, but after feeling the warmth of his palm, she soon stopped moving and let him lead her to the front of the carriage. Luo Qingzhou got on the carriage first, and when he was about to pull her up, Yuewu, who was standing at the door, suddenly said, Mr. Luo, this is the carriage of His Highness. Without His Highness's permission, others cannot get on. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage directly, looked at her and said, In this case, then I will walk. I wrote a book for His Highness last night and did not sleep all night. If I fainted on the road and could not remember the rest of the article, I hope Miss Yuewu could write it for His Highness at that time. After speaking, he pulled the girl beside him and walked towards the street in front. Yuewu's face changed slightly, and she shouted quickly, Mr. Luo, don't Yuewu. Yuewu was wrong. Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, What's wrong? Yuewu pointed to her mouth with a bitter face, and said with a wrong face, My mouth was wrong. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and saw that it was already late, so he didn't dare to waste time with her anymore, and immediately pulled Xia Chan back and got on the carriage. Go! Ying led 50 silver-armored cavalrymen, surrounded the carriage, and slowly drove away. In the carriage, Luo Qingzhou sat with Xia Chan, holding her cold little hands in his palms, rubbing them gently, and looked at her and said, Silly girl, why do you have to stand outside all night? Did you follow your son-in-law just after he went out? Xia Chan turned sideways, turned her face away, looked away, and didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou helped her massage for a while, and told her everything that happened last night, in addition to writing books for the princess. There was indeed a woman named Hua Gu who tempted me, but I didn't fall for it. I sat at the desk and wrote all night. I didn't look around, didn't say anything, and didn't do anything else that would let the young lady down after listening. Xia Chan was silent for a while, then turned her pretty face, stared at him with cold eyes and said, Then, woman, is she pretty? Luo Qingzhou thought about it carefully and said, I saw her last time. She was indeed good-looking, but I didn't dare to look at her last night. Chan, don't get me wrong. When my son-in-law said she was good-looking, he meant that she was just okay. Compared to you, she is naturally a million miles away. Compared to Bailing Well, she is almost as ugly as Bailing. The morning sun rises from the green hills. The golden sunlight sprinkles the earth. At the gate of the Qin mansion, Song Ryue, wearing a plain white dress, was standing there with a gloomy face, looking at the empty alley not far away. Many maids and nannies stood by, lowered their heads, and were silent. Under the steps, the carriage and the people who moved the tomb had already been waiting with their heads bowed. The last few people held firecrackers, wreaths, paper money and other items needed for worship. On the ox cart was a brand new stone tablet that had just been carved yesterday. On the stone tablet, there are several lines of small characters. In addition to the small characters such as Qingzhou's mother Lin, there are other names. Qin Wensheng walked out of the house, looked at the alley, and asked, Hasn't come back yet? Song Ryue had a cold face and did not answer. Qin Wensheng comforted, It's okay. He is more anxious than anyone else about his mother's affairs. There may be other things with the princess. Wait a little longer. Aren't Weima and the others still out? Song Ryue suppressed her anger and said, Weima knew that the boy hadn't come back yet, and she was afraid that I would be angry, so she pretended not to get up. That girl didn't sleep all night last night, and she coughed in the morning. It was all because of that boy. Qin Wensheng frowned and asked in confusion, Why didn't Weima sleep last night? How can her body bear it? Song Ryue turned her head and looked at him. Qin Wensheng saw that her eyes were not right, and said in a daze, What's wrong? Then his heart skipped a beat. as if he suddenly understood something. And his face changed slightly, saying, "Have you slept together? That kid was not here last night. So you couldn't sleep?" Song Ryue sneered. "You should ask your precious daughter and that daring kid." Qin Wenjung frowned and said with a heavy face, "Why so fast?" This is not in accordance with the rules." Song Ryue couldn't help rolling her eyes and said sarcastically, "Since the kid came into the mansion, what else in our mansion is in accordance with the rules? Have you ever seen a son-in-law who is worshipped like an ancestor by us like this? Humph. There are other things. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you will be angry to death. The women in our Qin mansion, from top to bottom, are about to be wiped out by that daring kid. And all of them are ruined." Qin Wenjung was stunned for a moment. "Is it so serious?" Song Ryue snorted coldly, "Master, I didn't mean to slander that kid. You can go down and ask him, and you will know." "Humph. That kid used to be afraid of me. But now, he is spoiled by you, and is not afraid of anyone. I am afraid that he will tear off the tiles, and shit on our heads." Qin Wenjung's face darkened when he heard it. "He dares." Song Ryue glanced at him and immediately instigated, "Master, it's time to give him a good beating, so that the kid doesn't think he can do whatever he wants in our Qin mansion. If we don't establish our authority in front of that kid now, I am afraid that when he passes the autumn exam, he will go even further. At that time, he will not only ignore us, but may also bully your precious daughter. It will be too late to regret it then." The more Qin Wenjung listened, the more frightened he became. His face changed for a while, and he suddenly said with a sullen face, "It's time to give him a good beating. If he doesn't be beaten, he won't become talented. And if he doesn't be beaten, he won't be filial. When he comes back later, I will teach him a lesson. Don't stop me." Song Ryue was immediately delighted and said immediately, "Master, you can teach me. I promise not to say a word." At this time, a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. Then, the heavy and orderly sound of horse hooves, stepping on the bluestone slabs, came over with a majestic and powerful aura, as if knocking on people's hearts. And every sound was frightening. Qin Wenjung and Song Ryue were stunned for a moment, and immediately turned their heads to look, and their faces suddenly changed. Dozens of strong warriors wearing silver armor, riding armored war horses, holding silver spears, led by a girl in a black skirt, surrounded by a beautifully decorated carriage, walked in from the entrance of the alley coldly and majestically. The Princess Silver Armored Cavalry. Qin Wenjung seemed to know these warriors. His pupils shrank immediately. He hurriedly walked down the steps and bowed to pay his respects. These silver armored cavalry were only for the princess. Could it be that the princess had come? He was feeling uneasy. Song Ryue was also startled. She hurriedly took the maids and nannies beside her and hurried down the steps. She bowed and stood behind him, feeling terrified. Why are they here to confiscate the house? The maids and nannies and the servants holding the grave-moving objects were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they trembled. During this period of time, the 4 major families had all been confiscated and everyone was arrested. The whole Imo city was buzzing with rumors. Now it wouldn't be their turn for the Qin mansion. Right? The cavalry stopped. The carriage surrounded in the middle also stopped. The girl in black riding on the silver-armored cavalry said coldly, "Mr. Luo, we're here." Qin Wenjung and Song Ryue were stunned and looked up. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and a tall figure in a wide Confucian robe walked out of the carriage. Then, another familiar figure holding a sword walked out. Several pairs of eyes met, and they were all stunned. There was silence for a few breaths. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly took Xia Chan out of the carriage and bowed. "Father-in-law. Mother-in-law." The muscles at the corners of Song Ryue's eyes twitched fiercely. She walked forward, secretly poked her master with her elbow, and whispered, "Master, knock it down. He dared to let us pay homage. He is rebellious." Qin Wenjung raised his head and glanced at the silver-armored cavalry that shone coldly in the sun, and then looked at the young man surrounded by the cavalry. He was silent for a while and whispered, "Ryue, you have always been the one who makes the decisions about family affairs. I will not overstep my authority. Go." Song Ryue. There was silence again in the field. Brother-in-law. At this awkward moment for both parties, Miss Qin Er, wearing a plain white dress, came out of the door with Chior and Zhuer. Chapter 253. A different son-in-law. Early in the morning, not long after daybreak, there was another piece of gossip-inducing news in the inner city of Imo City. Today, the son-in-law of the Qin family will move the grave of his biological mother. Not only did the head and mistress of the Qin family bring the daughter of the family to pay tribute in person, but the team was also escorted by the princess's silver-armored cavalry. The street from the inner city to the outer city was suddenly surrounded by a crowd. Everyone was wondering and wanted to see what kind of son-in-law could get such a great honor. Unfortunately, the silver-armored cavalry surrounded the carriage, and the son-in-law was sitting in the carriage, so no one could see his face. But the vendors and pedestrians on both sides of the street were still talking enthusiastically. It's ridiculous. The Qin family mobilized the entire mansion for a lowly son-in-law. And I heard that they were going to move the son-in-law's mother's bones to the Qin family's ancestral tomb. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What virtue does that son-in-law have? I heard that he is just a scholar, and his family background is low. There are really strange things every year, and there are especially many this year. That's right. In one night, the 4 major families in RMO city were gone, and the Qin mansion did such a ridiculous thing again. I heard that there are monsters running directly to the streets recently. There are really many strange things. In the carriage, Luo Qingzhou can clearly hear the discussion outside. Miss Qin Er sat opposite, looking at him softly. Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue sat in another carriage. Originally, the 4 people could sit in the same carriage, but Song Ryue, contrary to her usual behavior, took the initiative to let the 2 of them sit in a carriage alone. Of course, Chior was sitting in the carriage to serve. Chior sat at the door very sensibly, staring at the door curtain, motionless and silent, as if she wanted to turn herself into a wooden man who could not see or hear. When passing by the Jubao pavilion, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but lift the curtain and take a look outside. Just in time, Dao Jie, Chu Xiaoxiao and Wu Kuei were standing at the door waiting, ready to set off. As the silver-armored cavalry led the way, they had to wait patiently on the side of the road for the time being. Zhou Boyo stood at the end, with new nail marks on his neck. When Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain and looked at them, their eyes also happened to look at him. Unfortunately, they didn't know the people in the car. Several people seemed to have heard the news from the vendors next to them. After the silver-armored cavalry surrounded the carriage and passed by, they dared to discuss it in a low voice. This son-in-law is so grand. If you don't know, you would think the princess is on tour. I just took a look and the boy looks like a weak scholar. I don't know how he got to know the princess. Wu Kuei sighed, and his face showed envy. Sister Dao carried a broadsword and looked at the team that was gradually moving away and said, he must have some skills. Otherwise the Qin family would not risk being gossiped and laughed at by moving his mother's grave in such a grand manner. The Qin family has a title, and will not break the rules for no reason. Chu Xiaoxiao said excitedly. Sister Dao, I just saw the son-in-law and his wife. The son-in-law is so handsome, and his wife is also very beautiful. She looks so gentle and virtuous. She is indeed worthy of being the daughter of a wealthy family. That guy must have accumulated blessings for several lifetimes. Otherwise how could he be a son-in-law? And even be like this? Look at other sons-in-law. Stop talking. Get in the car. Sister Dao glared at the 2 and walked towards the carriage. Wu Kuei and Chu Xiaoxiao were stunned for a moment, and suddenly reacted, and looked at the taciturn young man behind them. Zhou Boyo smiled bitterly and said, it's okay. Such sons-in-law are rare, and you can't find one in 100. Most of them are like me, and I don't have anything to feel bad about. Wu Kuei patted his shoulder and comforted him. That's right. There's no need for us to envy such sons-in-law. And envy is useless. Just live your own life. Several people got on the carriage together and continued to struggle in the black woods outside the city. Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, Sister Dao, is that Brother Chu with Sister Qian now? Why don't they come together? Sister Dao was silent for a moment, and said, maybe. Chu Xiaoxiao said with envy, that Sister Qian Dao is a very rich noble daughter. If Brother Chu is with her, maybe he will become a son-in-law. Zhou Boyue, who had been silent since getting on the car, suddenly said, that Brother Chu is not simple. I'm afraid he won't wrong himself. Wu Kuei also said, he is a genius. He broke through 2 levels in 2 days. How could he degenerate and become a son-in-law? Chu Xiaoxiao said, that's possible. Sister Qianao is not only rich, but also has a great figure and appearance. The few people chatted and soon left the city and drove towards the Blackwood Forest. On another road, the girl in black skirt led 50 silver-armored cavalrymen, surrounded by the Qin family team, and was slowly driving towards Zixia Mountain. After leaving the city and walking to the wilderness, the sound of music sounded. In the carriage, Miss Qin too said softly, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. My sister should have come today. Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay. Isn't Miss Qin Tu here?" Qin Weimao looked at him softly. "Brother-in-law. Xia Chan should be here too." Following behind. "Right." Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain, stuck his head out, and looked behind. On the ox cart behind, Xiao Dai and Zhuer were sitting there, talking in a low voice. At the end of the team, a thin figure in a light green dress was holding a sword, walking alone. "Chior, let the carriage stop for a while. We will go sit with Daddy and Mommy." Miss Qin Tu's gentle words suddenly came from the carriage. Chior lifted the curtain and shouted to the outside. The carriage stopped. Soon, the whole team stopped. Luo Qingzhou lowered the curtain and looked at the weak girl who had stood up. "Brother-in-law, let Xia Chan come up." Miss Qin Er looked at him tenderly and said, "Weimo has something to say to Daddy and Mommy. See you at the foot of the mountain later." After that, with Chior's help, he got off the carriage. Luo Qingzhou was stunned in the carriage for a while, then followed him down and walked to the back. He walked through the crowd, walked to the lonely girl, held her cold little hand directly, and forcibly led her to the carriage. The team continued to move forward. On the ox cart, Zhuer opened her eyes wide and said in surprise, "Xiao Dai, your master seemed to be holding Xia Chan's hand just now. Am I right?" Xiao Dai sat aside and said proudly, "You are not mistaken. My master just held Sister Xia Chan's hand." Zhuer opened her mouth, was stunned for a while, and then said, "Why didn't Xia Chan draw her sword? This is not right." Xiao Dai couldn't answer either. Zhuer said again, "When did your master become so brave?" Xiao Dai thought about it, shook her head, and still couldn't answer. Zhuer frowned, and the expression on her face began to become serious. Between the 5 fingers of her right hand, a flying knife kept turning. Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide and looked at the flying knife in her hand, full of envy. "Sister Zhuer, who taught you to use a flying knife? I want to learn it too." Zhuer glanced at her and said unhappily, "Why did you learn it? Are you a heartless man like me? Are you willing to do it?" Xiao Dai looked confused. Who is the heartless man? He. It was almost noon. The team finally arrived at the foot of Zixia Mountain. Luo Qingzhou took Xia Chan down from the carriage. Qin Wenzheng and his wife also helped Miss Qin Er down from the carriage in front. Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai walked in front, leading the group to climb up the mountain. Miss Qin Er was weak, and a sedan chair was prepared for her, but she refused. With the help of Zhuer and Chior, she walked up the mountain step by step. About half an hour, the group finally climbed halfway up the mountain. Luo Qingzhou walked quickly to the grave, picked up the wooden sign from the soil, and put it back in front of the grave. Next, burn paper and burn incense. Qin Wenzheng and Song Riyue both came to the grave, bowed slightly, and burned a stick of incense. Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai knelt in front of the grave, burned paper, burned incense, and then kowtowed. Song Riyue turned her head and looked at her daughter beside her. Qin Weimao's face turned red, and he hesitated for a moment. After Xiao Dai stood up, he went over and knelt with the boy next to him, burning incense and paper. Then he kowtowed with a red face, touching his forehead to the ground, and whispered, "Aunt Lin, my sister is ill and cannot come to kneel down to you in person. Weimao came today on her behalf. I hope Aunt Lin will not blame me." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her. When she kowtowed 3 times and raised her head, he whispered, "Weimao, thank you." Qin Weimao's cheeks flushed when he heard this title. He lowered his head to burn paper and did not dare to answer. After the worship, the grave was dug. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Er back. The Qin mansion servants waved shovels and hoes and began to dig the soil. Soon, the coffin was exposed. Xiao Dai cried red eyes. When the coffin was fully exposed, Luo Qingzhou personally stepped forward and lifted the coffin from the pit with the Qin mansion servants. The music sounded, and the ghost money flew. The way down the mountain was not easy. 2 rows of people carried the coffin carefully. Luo Qingzhou walked at the back, scattering paper and whispering, "Mother, let's go to a better place, it's warmer there." In the arms of Miss Qin Er, she helped him hold the wooden sign with the mud-stained grave of Qingzhou's mother written on it, lowered her head, followed the coffin, and walked down the mountain carefully. Luo Qingzhou looked at her weak back and her long black hair falling on her snow-white clothes, and a firm look appeared in his eyes. The sound of music gradually faded away. The dug grave had been filled with soil again. The forest wind blew by, and the ashes in front of the grave flew everywhere. The incense stick stuck in the ground had burned out. leaving only the still warm ashes. The grass next to it suddenly moved, and a little wild rabbit with gray fur quietly showed its head, sniffed, and looked at the fruits used for sacrifice in front of the grave. But it didn't dare to go over. In front of the grave, I don't know when, a moon-white figure appeared silently, standing there quietly, motionless. After a long time, after the team down the mountain went away, she disappeared from the spot, as if she had never been there. The little wild rabbit hiding in the grass, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately jumped out of the grass carefully, and jumped to the tempting fruits in front of the grave. Crack, crack. In front of the silent grave, the crisp sound of the little wild rabbit enjoying the fruit soon rang out. Qin's ancestral grave. There are mountains, water, and villages. It's really a good place to go. Chapter 254. Goodbye. Never see you again. Next to the Qin family's ancestral tomb, the land had been selected long ago, and the new tomb had been dug. After the team arrived, sink the coffin, cover the soil, plant pine trees, erect the monument. The whole process was completed quickly. Then, put out incense and candles as offerings, and worship again. After the work was done, it was already Shinshur. Under the escort of the silver armored cavalry, the Qin family returned to the city, which attracted a lot of onlookers and escorts again. Stopped in front of the Qin mansion. Luo Qizhou got off the carriage, bowed to the black-skirted girl on the horse and the 50 silver armored cavalry, and said with a folded hand, "Thank you, Miss Yuying and everyone. This time I escorted Qizhou to move my mother's grave. Qizhou will definitely remember it in my heart." Yuying sat upright on the horse, bowed slightly in return, and said lightly, "You are welcome. Sir, we are just following orders. Now the mission is completed. Goodbye." After that, he left with the silver-armored guards, stepping on the heavy and orderly horse hoof sound. The Qin family servants also returned the hired ox carts and other items one by one. "Let's go back to the mansion," Qin Wenjun said, and walked up the stairs with a dignified look. Song Ryue hurriedly followed him and whispered, "Master, those silver-armored guards have left." Qin Wenjun turned his head and looked at her and said, "Oh, then you can start." Song Ryue. The couple looked back together, said nothing, and went straight into the mansion. Luo Qizhou and Miss Qin went up the stairs. The two looked at each other, and it seemed that they had something to say, but neither of them spoke first. Jewel couldn't help but say behind her, "Miss, you didn't sleep all night last night. Go back and rest for a while." Qin Weimo was silent for a while, looked at the boy next to him and said, "Brother-in-law, you are also tired all day. Go back and rest." Luo Qizhou glanced at the mud on her white dress and said softly, "Second miss. I will come to you after I take a shower and change clothes." Qin Weimo said softly, "Yes." Chior and Jewel supported her and entered the mansion. When her weak back disappeared at the corner of the courtyard, Luo Qizhou retracted his gaze and said to the girl, who was still standing under the big tree not far away, "Chan Chan, you can come over." Xiao Dai hurriedly said beside him, "Sir, I will go back to prepare hot water for you first." After that, she ran into the mansion with a thump thump thump. Not long after, Luo Qizhou and Xia Chan entered the mansion together. A team of guards surrounded a carriage and came in from the alley and stopped at the door of Qin's mansion. Then, Nandong Yufeng, dressed in a golden python robe, got off the carriage. When housekeeper Zhou saw him, he immediately sent someone to notify the master and his wife, and then hurried down the steps to greet him. At this time, it was already evening, and the sun was setting. Luo Qizhou returned to the courtyard. Xiao Dai was busy boiling water in the kitchen. After saying "Lo" to the little girl, he went into the house. After thinking for a while, he walked to the table and sat down, spread out a piece of rice paper, ground ink and picked up a pen, and began to copy the Sima art of war. Today, the princess gave him enough face. The silver-armored cavalry personally escorted him to move his mother's grave. This is the only case in the whole Imo city. This can also be regarded as a great honor for his mother. Therefore, he had to finish what he promised to the princess quickly. After copying a few chapters, Xiao Dai had already boiled water. After dripping the refining potion into the tub, he began to take a bath. After taking a bath, he changed into clean clothes. He went out and walked towards Meixiang Garden. Looking up, the sunset in the sky was about to set. When he arrived at Meixiang Garden, he suddenly found that the gate was closed and locked. He was stunned for a moment, and when he was wondering, Beiling's voice suddenly sounded behind him, "Son-in-law." The second young lady left. Don't you know? Luo Qingzhou turned around suddenly, looked at her and said, "Where did she go?" Bailing looked at him and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou reacted immediately and asked quickly, "When did she leave?" Bailing said, "She just left. She should still be at the gate. If you chase her, you should still see her." When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he ran out immediately without any hesitation. Bailing looked at his back with complicated eyes, and suddenly shouted, "If you regret it, it's not too late now. You can pack up and go with the second lady." Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at her and said, "Are you leaving?" Bailing was slightly startled when she heard this, and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more and ran away. Bailing looked at his quickly disappearing back, and was stunned for a while, then sighed and murmured, "Son, you are so stupid, so greedy." When Luo Qingzhou ran to the gate, a weak girl in a plain white dress and a snow-white fox fur was preparing to get on the carriage with the help of Chior and Zhuer. Song Ryue was standing on the steps. When she heard the footsteps, she turned her head to look at him and hurriedly shouted, "Wei Mo." Miss Jean turned around and froze in place. The curtain of the carriage opened. Nangong Meijia's beautiful and arrogant face appeared in the window. She looked at the boy on the steps coldly and said lightly, "Wei Mo, let's go. Since she can't bear to leave here, why do you have to be sentimental and wishful thinking?" Qin Weimo turned around and looked at the boy on the steps. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou looked at her gently and suddenly said, "Second miss, you should have told me." Qin Weimo lowered her head slightly. "Humph." Song Ryue suddenly snorted coldly, "What's the point of telling you? Can you still go with her?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Second miss, I will go. But not now. Maybe in a few days. Maybe next year." Qin Weimo raised his head, looked at him softly and said, "Brother-in-law, it's okay. Weimo will wait for you there." After a pause, she whispered again. This time Weimo went there not only for treatment, but also for other things. So he had to go. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of the Qin family's resignation, the Qin family's retreat from Maching, and the Qin family's treasures coveted by the entire Maching family. Second Miss Qin went to Kyoto in advance, probably for other tasks. Treatment should be just a cover. If her disease can really be cured in Kyoto, it will definitely not be delayed until now. Yeah. He nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He glanced at the carriage in front of him, and didn't dare to delay them any longer. He took out 2 small white porcelain bottles from his sleeves, walked down the steps, handed them to her, and whispered, "Second miss, there are 2 drops in each bottle. Use it when you cough up blood. 1 drop at a time. Don't use more than that. Remember? Don't let others know about this." Qin Weimo took it with his hand, his eyes full of tenderness. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou stepped back a few steps, bowed his head slightly, and said with a bow, "Second miss, please get in the car." Nandong County King's carriage was waiting in front, and the princess was also staring at him coldly in the carriage. He couldn't delay their time because of himself. Qin Weimo turned around and got on the carriage with the help of Chior and Zhuer. Just as she was about to go in, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him and said, "Brother-in-law, let Chior stay. Let her and Xiaodai serve brother-in-law together. Okay?" Chior blushed immediately, lowered her head, and said nothing. She didn't even bring clothes. Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse, but Miss Qin smiled softly and said, "Brother-in-law, Chior will live in Meixiang Garden, and you can move there, with Xiaodai and Chior serving you. I believe you won't go anywhere else. Right?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, staring at the expression in her eyes for a few seconds, and then he realized that elsewhere should refer to the brothel, or other women's place. And Chior, I'm afraid she is not just a little girl serving him. She may also have other missions. Chior, you must serve your son-in-law well. Miss Qin's mouth moved slightly, and she gave another reminder and got into the carriage. Zhuer followed. Chior stood beside the carriage with a red face and lowered her head, and did not speak, as if she had known and accepted this task a long time ago. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to say anything. The carriage slowly drove away. Miss Qin poked her head out of the window and waved at the steps, saying, "Dad, Mom, Weimo is leaving first. Remember to take good care of your brother-in-law." Song Ryue spoke quickly and said directly, "Don't worry. Mom will take good care of him." Luo Qingzhou, 1 maid is not enough. Is the whole family going to be mobilized? He felt that Miss Chin Air's last sentence should be changed to remember to monitor your brother-in-law. He suddenly found that Miss Chin Air's heart suddenly became smaller today. She was not like this before. Even if he went to the brothel, she would help to conceal it. At most she would just mutter a few words with a faint look. Now she is so blatant that she mobilized the whole family to monitor him. Brother-in-law, take good care of my sister. Bailing and Xiaochan, dad and mother, and my second brother, are all handed over to my brother-in-law. Miss Chin Air was reluctant to leave and waved at him. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and waved at her, and suddenly said, "Second miss, if your body can't hold on any longer, you must write back." Second Miss Chin said, "Will my brother-in-law go to Kyoto immediately?" Luo Qingzhou said, "He will." The carriage accelerated and soon left the alley. When walking on the street, the curtain on the other side of the carriage opened, and Nangong Meiju looked out of the window and looked at the alley. Second Miss Chin murmured, "Brother-in-law, goodbye." She murmured in her heart, "Bitch. Never see you again." At the gate of Chin's mansion, Luo Qingzhou looked at the empty alley for a while, then turned around and prepared to go back to the mansion. Song Ryue hesitated again, and then said coldly, "Listen to Weima. Move to Meixiang Garden tonight. It's big and more comfortable there. She probably won't come back to live there after she leaves." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "Yes, mother-in-law." Song Ryue looked at him and moved her lips, as if she wanted to warn him a few words. But she didn't dare to speak. So she turned her head to look at her master and moved her lips quickly a few times. Lip language, master. Weimo is not here. Not quickly. Qin Wenzheng pretended not to see it, put his hands behind his back, and turned to enter the mansion. Song Ryue was timid when she saw him leave. She didn't dare to stay alone with this kid any longer, and immediately followed him in a dejected manner. After the two entered the mansion, Luo Qingzhou went up the steps. Xior was wearing a light yellow dress, with two light blushes on her face. She lowered her head and followed him, thinking about the days of living with her son-in-law in the future. Her heart suddenly bang 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 beat quickly. The lady said that she would serve her son-in-law with Xiaodai in the future, and let her son-in-law study well at home. When Luo Qingzhou took her to the Meixiang Garden, he stopped. Xior quickly took the key, went forward and opened the gate, and said softly, "Sir, the house has been cleaned up. Would you like to go in and take a look first?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and walked in. The peach blossoms in the courtyard were in full bloom. The beautiful girl who once stood under the peach tree was no longer there. Chapter 255 Miss Chin's Letter. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's the new year. Since Miss Chin left, Luo Qingzhou has been studying at home and practicing at the bottom of the lake. At night, his spirit leaves his body. He practices his spirit under the moonlight and tells stories and teaches the Dharma to big sister and little sister. In addition, every other afternoon, he will go to the palace for 2 hours to serve the eldest princess and fill in the gaps in the eldest princess with his own strengths. The days are full and overflowing. The passage at the bottom of the lake has been open for more than 100 meters. The terrain is steep and goes down all the way. There are more and more skeletons on the road. In addition to those of monsters, human skeletons have also been found. At the same time, some rusty weapons and rotten armor have also appeared. Obviously, there was a fierce battle underground. This made Luo Qingzhou more and more suspicious that the legendary treasure of the Qin mansion might be hidden deep underground, and it might be related to those monsters. But when it can be completely opened, that's unknown. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Luo Qingzhou was taken into the palace by Yuewu, and heard the news of the verdict from Kyoto from the eldest princess in advance. The crime of treason was not established, according to the re-examination of the Ministry of Justice. The Song family had no other evidence of treason except those anti-poems, and the origin of those anti-poems was also questionable. However, because the Song family directly admitted in public that those anti-poems were written by them, the final verdict was still to execute the whole family, the Zhang and Wang families, because the family members had direct contact with the criminals of the Song family. The heads of the two families and important members of the family were sentenced to beheading or exile. As for Chunghua Mansion, when Nangong Huiyue said this, he glanced at the young man in front of him and continued, because the participant was just an outsider. He was not sentenced. He was only fined Luo Yinyan's salary for 5 years, and the title of Wang's lady was revoked. At the same time, Luo Changtian, the eldest son of Chunghua Mansion, was demoted by 1 level. After listening, Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Nandong Huiyue picked up the teapot, poured him a cup of tea, looked at him meaningfully and said, "Sir, the emperor has just ascended the throne for 3 years and ruled the world with benevolence. He will not destroy the entire big family in Maching because of a few anti-poems. What's more, these families also sent a lot of treasures to bribe the nobles and those favorites in Kyoto. Of course, more importantly, the eldest son of Chungwa Mansion has a special relationship with the emperor. The emperor personally participated in the review of this case." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and bowed, saying, "Thank you for telling me, Your Highness." Nandong Huiyue picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, looked at him and said, "Sir, even if they really rebelled, as long as the emperor said a word, he could change their life and death. This is power. Power can decide. The life and death of others can determine the survival of certain families, and can even turn black and white upside down and change the world." Luo Qingzhou raised his head, looked at the sky outside the window, stood up and saluted, saying, "Your Highness, it's getting late. I should go back." Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes, slowly put down the teacup in her hand, looked up at him and said, "Sir, after the new year, I will leave here. I don't know when I will see you again after this separation. I know that this small MO city can't accommodate you. With your talent, you will definitely pass the autumn exam next year. Then maybe it will be the time for you to start to shine. However, there are always some people and things that are not satisfactory. Sir, no matter what difficulties you have in the future, you can come to me." At this point, she paused and said, "Even if it means committing a capital crime, I will protect you." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a moment and said, "Yuewu, take you back home?" "Yes, Your Highness." Yuewu's respectful voice came from outside the door. Luo Qingzhou took his leave and left. Just as he reached the door, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, "Sir, Miss Qin Air has left. Are you lonely? Huagu has been waiting for you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. But I have a wife and maids at home, so I am not lonely." Nandong Huiyue smiled slightly and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou went out. Nandong Huiyue sat at the table for a while, then stood up, dragged her fiery red skirt, walked to the window, and looked at the Yuannong Tower in the distance. Luo Qingzhou left the palace and got on the carriage at the door. As soon as he sat down, a wisp of fragrant wind blew. Yuewu walked in, sat down opposite him, and asked, "Mr. Luo, can I sit inside and talk to you?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her round buttocks that had already sat down, and did not respond. The carriage started moving. Yuewu was silent for a moment. "A little sad, Mr. Luo. We are leaving tomorrow. Did His Highness tell you?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head, lifted the curtain, and looked outside. There was no one behind the carriage, perhaps knowing that it was not dangerous for him to come to the princess. Xia Chan had not followed him for a long time. That girl seems to be very busy recently. In addition to practicing another set of faster swordsmanship, she seems to be meditating and practicing internal skills. "I don't know where her skills come from," Luo Qingzhou asked once. But she didn't answer. As for Bailing, he hasn't kissed that girl's little mouth for a long time. Ever since Miss Qin left, that girl has been very wary of him and never let him get close. Every time she saw him, she ran away and was indifferent to his hints. Luo Qingzhou was a little depressed. Recently, he has been practicing internal energy and has a lot of temper. Apart from smashing stones in the lake channel every day, there is really no place to vent. He couldn't help but go to Lingshan Moon Palace last night and hinted to the girl, "Can you give the young lady one chance to sleep with you this month?" The girl said directly, "No. There will be no chance in the future. Didn't the son-in-law say last time that he would divorce my young lady after you pass the autumn exam? Humph. You still have the nerve to sleep with my young lady? Dream on." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but say, "It was obviously your young lady who said she wanted to divorce me first." The girl said directly, "My young lady has the right to say it. But you, son-in-law, have no right to say it. Anyway, son-in-law, don't think about sleeping with my young lady in the future. Go find your 2 maids." Luo Qingzhou returned in anger. Since he moved into Meixiang Garden, Xiao Dai has slept with Chior. The 2 little girls have a good relationship and have endless topics to talk about. Every time he went to spy, he saw 2 little girls stripped naked and sleeping together. How could he disturb them? While he was thinking about it, Yuewu said again, Master, do you really not want Huagu? Huagu is so beautiful and gentle. And she has a special liking for you. She reads your poems and stories every day. And thinks about you every day. Luo Qizhou looked at her and said directly, I am a son-in-law. And I am not qualified to take the initiative to ask for concubines and maids. If Miss Yuewu feels sorry for her, she can ask for her herself. Yuewu was stunned for a moment, raised her hand, and touched her mouth. The carriage stopped at the gate of Qin's mansion. After Luo Qizhou got off the car, he found that new couplets had been posted on both sides of the gate, and red couplets were also posted on the door. Butler Zhou was holding a large string of firecrackers, and placed them under the tree outside the gate. Seeing him coming back, Butler Zhou hurriedly said, Son-in-law, the master and the lady are waiting for you to reunite. Come in quickly. The slave is going to set off firecrackers. New Year's Eve came unexpectedly. Yuewu opened the curtains in the carriage and stared at the festive scene in a daze. She was dazed for a moment and suddenly said to the young man who walked up the steps, Mr. Luo, can Yuewu stay for dinner before leaving? Luo Qizhou looked back at her and said directly, sorry, I didn't cook your meal. Yuewu. Luo Qizhou ignored her and walked into the mansion quickly. The curtains were lowered and the carriage slowly drove away. Butler Zhou took a look and lit the firecrackers. Crackle. The noisy sound of firecrackers announced the beginning of the reunion dinner. Luo Qizhou went to wash his hands and went directly to the side hall for dinner. Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue had already sat down. Miss Qin also sat next to them. Bai Ling and Xia Chan stood behind her. Bai Ling holding a flower in her hand, and Xia Chan holding a sword in her hand. One on the left and one on the right. One pink and one green. Both cute and lovely. After Luo Qizhou entered the room, he bowed and saluted, Father-in-law, Mother-in-law, Mississippi. Qin Wenzheng said gently, Qingzhou, come and sit next to Jianjia. Luo Qizhou walked over, took a look at the cold white figure, moved the stool outward, and then lowered his head to sit down. Qin Wenzheng picked up the wine pot, poured a glass of wine, put it in front of him, and said with a smile, Qingzhou, this wine is fruit wine, not intoxicating. Drink a few glasses with your father-in-law. Song Ryue moved her lips, but did not speak. Luo Qizhou picked up the wine glass, put it in front of himself, and said, yes, father-in-law. Qin Wenzheng looked at his daughter again and said, Jianjia, do you want a drink? Miss Qin shook her head slightly. Qin Wenzheng poured himself another glass, picked it up and said, Qingzhou, come, let's drink a glass first. I wish you a high school entrance examination next autumn. Thank you, father-in-law. Luo Qizhou picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Bai Ling stood behind him and looked at him. When she heard the word autumn exam, she pouted and tore the innocent petals fiercely in her hands. After drinking, the family of four ate in silence. After dinner, Luo Qizhou stood up and was about to leave with Miss Qin when Song Ryue stood up and took out a letter from her arms and said coldly, Wei Mo sent it back from Kyoto. Specially written for you. Then she added, it was only written for you. Luo Qizhou hurried over and took it in his hand. He looked closely and saw that the envelope was already open. I didn't peek. It was Mayer who opened it accidentally. Song Ryue snorted and turned away, looking aggrieved. Mayer, who was standing behind her, lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, and dared not say a word. Luo Qizhou didn't dare to say much. He took the letter and retreated with Miss Qin. Chapter 256 Brother-in-law. Wei Mo misses his mother. Night falls. On the street outside, the sound of firecrackers and children playing can be heard. On both sides of the river, fireworks rise into the sky, blooming brilliant colors in the night sky, illuminating the entire Mo city. The excitement of New Year's Eve blooms vividly and exquisitely outside. But in the Qin mansion, it is still deserted. Miss Qin is gone. Young Master Qin is not here. Young Master Qin is in seclusion again. Most of the maids and servants have been sent away. Reunion night? Not reunion. Only one son-in-law. Miss Qin, who is not dumb but better than dumb, came out to wander around the mansion. At this moment, this couple who don't look like a couple are walking on the corridor one after another. No one spoke. When they arrived at Meixiang Garden, Luo Qizhou stopped and said, Miss, I'll go in first. Bai Ling immediately turned around and said, Son-in-law, are you sure you want to go back first instead of sending my young lady back to the courtyard first? Xia Chan also turned around and looked at him with cold eyes. Okay. Luo Qizhou had to bite the bullet and continued to move forward. To be honest, it was really embarrassing to walk with Miss Qin. There was nothing to say. Bai Ling pouted and said, "Humph." Luo Qingzhou stared at her mouth. Bai Ling's face changed, and her pouting mouth immediately pursed up again. She quickly covered it with her hands, ran in front of Xia Chan, and complained, "Chan Chan, son-in-law wants to shiver at my little mouth again. You should punish him." Xia Chan looked back again. Luo Qingzhou looked away without looking away. Soon, they arrived at Lingchan Moon Palace. Miss Qin still didn't say anything and went straight into the courtyard. Xia Chan followed in. Bai Ling stopped at the door and turned around and said, "Son-in-law, do you want to come in?" Luo Qingzhou stopped outside, shook his head, and raised the letter in his hand. "I have to go back to read the letter." After that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Bai Ling hurriedly said, "Son-in-law?" Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, "What?" Bai Ling secretly glanced at the letter in his hand, and two sweet dimples suddenly appeared on her face. Smiling like a flower, "Son-in-law, come in and watch Chan Chan practice sword. Chan Chan has learned new sword moves recently, which are very beautiful." Luo Qingzhou said, "Next time, I will go back to read the letter first." Bai Ling hurriedly said again, "Son-in-law, that you can try to ask my lady tonight if she wants to have sex with you." Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her and said, "Are you sure?" "Bai." Ling blushed and said shyly, "Not sure." Then he quickly said, "But you can ask. Maybe the young lady will agree?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and replied, "Okay, I'll go ask. By the way, Bai Ling, please hold this letter for me first, and give it to me when I come out later." Bai Ling immediately stretched out her hand with joy and said, Ah. When Luo Qingzhou approached her, he suddenly grabbed her little hand, pulled her hard, and pulled her directly into his arms, and then kissed her on her little mouth. Bai Ling raised her little face, and her little fists weakly beat his chest, struggling to the death. After a moment, Luo Qingzhou let go of her, his body stiff, and said, "What are you doing?" Bai Ling blushed and cried, "Son-in-law, you are bad. You are timid to others again." "What?" Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed, looked behind her, and whispered, "Take your hand out. Xia Chan is here." Bai Ling's face changed, and she immediately took her hand out of his clothes. "That I'll go back first." Luo Qingzhou waved and left quickly. "It's that girl. Very skilled. I don't know what the second lady wrote in the letter." He quickly returned to Meixiang Garden, took off his shoes with Chiyo's service, entered the study that once belonged to the second lady of Qin, and sat on the beauty couch impatiently, took out the letter, and unfolded it under the light. The familiar beautiful small handwriting appeared in front of him. Brother-in-law, Weimo missed his mother, his father, his sister, and everyone in the Qin mansion. Brother-in-law, are you okay? How is your study going? Weimo originally promised to help brother-in-law with questions after the new year and study hard with him, but Weimo broke his promise. "Sorry. Weimo is doing well here. Brother-in-law, mother, you don't have to worry. Sister Meijia's mansion is so big, bigger than our 3 Qin mansions. In addition to studying every day, Weimo also listens to Sister Meiju and the maids in the mansion talking about Kyoto. By the way, brother-in-law, Weimo met a friend when he went out with Sister Meijia yesterday. Brother-in-law, guess who it is? Su Qingwan. Do you still remember me? The woman who came to your window in the middle of the night and forced you to write a poem. Her home is in Kyoto. We talked for a long time. Brother-in-law, your poem Ode to Plum Blossoms has spread throughout the literary world in Kyoto, and everyone is looking for you. I heard that many academies want to recruit brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is really amazing. He hasn't even come to Kyoto yet, but the literati and talents in Kyoto are all known. Mother is also amazing. By the way, brother-in-law, there is also the Shui Tiao Gu Tu you wrote in Mo City. Brother-in-law, do you know how popular it is in Kyoto? I heard that all the brothels and entertainers in Kyoto are singing this poem. Everyone says that the one who can write such a fairy poem must be a banished fairy from heaven, and it is impossible for mortals to write it. Brother-in-law, are you? Tell Weimo the truth. Mother, Weimo loves you. Brother-in-law, Weimo wants to discuss something with you. Weimo wants to publish the romance of the West Chamber and dream of the Red Chamber that brother-in-law tells, and then cooperate with bookstores to sell them. Or Weimo can open a bookstore himself. Brother-in-law, there will be many people who like it. We will live in Kyoto in the future. We need money, And we can't always rely on Sister Meijio. Wayemo wants to buy a yard in Kyoto before brother-in-law comes. Then live with sister and mother. Of course, Wayemo wants to publish a book mainly to earn some reputation for brother-in-law in Kyoto first. Brother-in-law. Reputation here is very important. Brother-in-law. Don't worry. Wayemo will not write brother-in-law's name. The name will be Luoemo. Okay? In fact, it's okay to write Uemo. Wayemo loves mother. But after all, it's brother-in-law who wrote it. So let's write Luoemo. Brother-in-law. After Wayemo left, mother didn't bully you again. Right? Probably not. After all, mother is kind-hearted, has a good temper, and always loves brother-in-law in her heart. Is my sister okay? Have you talked to my brother-in-law? What about Bailing and Xia-chan? Is the relationship between Xia-chan and my brother-in-law better? Brother-in-law. Xia-chan is so pitiful and cute. You must treat her well. By the way, brother-in-law, are you satisfied with Chiyo's service? Brother-in-law. Don't be embarrassed. Wayemo has already told Chiyo that she will be my brother-in-law's maid in the future. So if you want her to sleep with you, just tell her. Did the princess embarrass my brother-in-law again? Probably not. My brother-in-law is so talented and powerful. No one dares to embarrass my brother-in-law. Except my mother. Everyone is afraid of my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. You should be nice to my mother and love her like Wayemo loves my mother. Understand? Brother-in-law. Time flies fast. When brother-in-law takes the autumn exam, Wayemo gives him a surprise. By the way, Sister Meijiao had a fight with someone outside 2 days ago. The 5 people on the opposite side were burned in the eyes and face by Sister Meijiao with lime powder. His Royal Highness was very angry and asked her why she used such a despicable method as spreading lime. Other people in the mansion are laughing at Sister Meijiao, saying that Sister Meijiao is a lime woman. Brother-in-law. Who did Sister Meijiao learn from? Wayemo misses his mother. Brother-in-law. Wayemo still has a lot of things to say to brother-in-law. But for a moment, he doesn't know what to say. Next time, Wayemo will write again. Brother-in-law. Rest. Wayemo, who loves mother. Luo Qingzhou finished reading the letter, was stunned for a while, and read it again. It seems that Miss Jean Eyre is living well in Kyoto. She should not cough anymore. Miss Jean Eyre was really good at predicting things. She knew that her lovely mother would definitely peek at the letter. So, young master, do you want to take a bath? Shidia's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, raised his head, looked at the sky outside, and said, Okay. Xiaodai and Chiyo quickly brought the bathtub and placed it behind the screen. After pouring hot water into the bathtub, Luo Qingzhou dripped another drop of refining potion into it. Then he took off all his clothes and got into the tub and immersed himself in the water. Although he had lived in Meixiangxiuyuan for a long time, and although Miss Jean Eyre also said that Chiyo would be his maid in the future, he still didn't let Chiyo come in when he took a bath. He didn't want anyone to know about his cultivation. Xiaodai came in with a towel, stood behind him, helped him massage his back, and stretched her neck to peek into the tub. It was a pity that the water in the tub turned red, but the red was fading quickly. Not long after, Luo Qingzhou had absorbed all the medicine in the water, and it seemed as if there was a strange heat flowing through his internal organs and acupoints. Sir, it's the new year, Xiaodai reminded him in a low voice while rubbing his back. Luo Qingzhou said, Oh! Xiaodai pouted her lips. Sir, you said it yourself. After the new year. You will. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, Isn't it still the new year? Today is New Year's Eve, and the new year hasn't ended yet. The little girl was immediately happy when she heard it, and said with a red face, Sir, so you won't regret it? Luo Qingzhou said, Does this young master look like a person who doesn't keep his word? The little girl pouted her lips and said, Yes, young master has lied to me several times. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. After taking a bath and carrying the tub out, he returned to the study. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly felt a heat rising in his abdomen, and his whole body quickly became hot. When refining the internal organs, all the internal organs are running fast. The temperature of the whole body increases, and the fire is strong. Sometimes the flesh and blood of the whole body are like being roasted by flames, which is extremely uncomfortable. At this time, you have to find a way to relieve the fire. Could it be that the drop of refining potion just now has an effect? Luo Qingzhou immediately returned to the bed, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, began to breathe, and circulated the internal energy to calm the internal fire. After a stick of incense passed, not only did he not calm down, but he became more and more restless. No, it couldn't be because of those glasses of fruit wine? At the reunion dinner tonight, he drank at least 5 glasses of wine at the enthusiastic invitation of his father-in-law. The wine tasted sweet, and there was no alcohol. At the time, it felt like juice. But now thinking about it, it seems a little wrong. If there really was no alcohol or other effects, and it was just sweet juice, the father-in-law would definitely not enjoy drinking it so much. No. He felt more and more hot and uncomfortable, and he could not concentrate on running the inner strength. Who knew that at this moment, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open. Then, Chior stuck her head in, with 2 blushes on her face, and said shyly, "Son-in-law, do you want me to accompany you tonight? I don't know if it was the order of Miss Chin-er, but this girl would come to ask every night." Although Luo Qingzhou was a little depressed during this period, he thought that Xiao Dai was here, and Xiao Dai had been booked for a long time, so he was embarrassed, and would refuse seriously every time. But tonight, after Chior asked, she saw that he didn't answer, thinking that he would be rejected again as before. When she was retracting her head to close the door, a faint voice suddenly came from the bed. "Yes. Come in." Chior was stunned. The voice suddenly said again, "Wait a little longer. Wait until Xiao Dai falls asleep." Chapter 257, Worship him as your master. The night was getting darker. Luo Qingzhou's body was getting hotter and hotter. He must not leave his body at this time. If his soul was gone, his body would have no support, and the hot air in his body would not be able to circulate, which would be even worse. He got up to blow out the oil lamp and close the window. Only a thick red candle was burning on the candlestick in front of the window, adding a touch of dim light to the whole room. It was so hot. He took off his clothes and pulled down the curtain. He sat cross-legged, circulated his internal energy again, calmed his mind, and carried the hot air, preparing to flow repeatedly through the acupoints around his body, and then slowly expelled it from the pores. If it was just the internal heat brought by refining the internal organs, this method would still be very useful. But obviously, the heat in his body tonight was not only from the refining internal organs potion, but most likely from those cups of strange fruit wine, with some medicinal materials added. It is very likely that the father-in-law thought he was weak and wanted to replenish him. Normally, there would be nothing to worry about. But now he is refining his internal organs, and he already has a serious internal heat. He just took in the internal organs refining potion while taking a bath tonight, and his energy is being released rapidly. As a result, he has now drunk a tonic medicine. All the energy is mixed together and exploded. How can he bear this? Squeak. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Then it closed again. A pair of small feet wearing snow-white silk stockings stepped on the soft carpet on the ground, looming in the skirt, and walked towards the inner room. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore, and waited for the end of the practice. Since he has become a person in this world, there is no need to be fussy and stick to the previous rules. It is right to adapt to the local customs and adapt to the environment. Moreover, if the maids in the mansion do not become maids, there are only 2 places for them to go. One is to leave the mansion, and the other is to die alone. These days, it is good to have a full meal. There are people starving to death on the street every day. Who wants to go out to starve and be bullied when they can live in the mansion without worries about food and clothing? That's why many maids use all kinds of tricks and try their best to become the maids of rich families and concubines. This is their wish. So Luo Qingzhou feels that he doesn't need to feel guilty, and he doesn't need to be bound by the morality of his previous life. Because here, these are all natural and consensual. The bead curtain rustles, and the fragrant wind blows. A graceful figure holding a piece of white cloth walked to the bed. As soon as she put it on the bed, Luo Qingzhou grabbed her little hand and pulled her onto the bed. Ah! With a cry, the delicate body came into his arms. Soft and petite, fragrant, with a hot little face, trembling eyelashes, delicate and cute. Luo Qingzhou's body stiffened. "Why is it you?" The girl hugged his neck tightly, her face blushing as she said, "Sir, didn't you ask me to sleep with you?" Luo Qingzhou? "Sir, wait a minute. I'll spread the things out. Tomorrow I'll let you and the eldest lady check it." The girl lowered her head shyly and spread the white cloth. Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly. "Do you want to show it to the eldest lady?" "Yes. The eldest lady is the legal wife. If the maid is not clean, she will not admit it. According to the rules, she will be driven away. The little girl seemed to know a lot about these things. Luo Qingzhou, thinking that tomorrow morning, the master and servant would get up from the bed with weak legs, and then take the blood-stained white cloth to Lingshan Moon Palace, and show it to Miss Qin in front of Beiling and Xiachan. Thinking about that scene, Luo Qingzhou shuddered and trembled with embarrassment. Sir, it's done. Ah? Didn't it start yet? Wu Ai said the white cloth was spread out. Oh that. Xiao Dai. We said it would be after the new year. But it's still the new year. Otherwise, The little girl shyly got into the quilt. Xiao Dai, can you not show it to the young lady? The little girl hesitated and stammered without responding. The room was quiet. Outside the house, Chioro was wearing a thin nightgown and was boiling hot water on the stove, preparing for the two to wash their bodies later. Xiao Dai had missed him for so long and coveted him for so long. As a good sister and elder sister, she certainly wouldn't get there first, as that would be too disloyal. And she knew in her heart that Xiao Dai was incomparable to her son-in-law. The relationship between the two of them had probably long surpassed the master-servant relationship, and even her daughter couldn't compare. So, she didn't need to have any other crooked thoughts. Just be honest. Serve her son-in-law well, and get along well with Xiao Dai. Gulp gulp. The water in the pot boiled quickly. She reached out to lift it, but suddenly she was scalded with awe. At the same time, a cry of pain came from the room, which happened to overlap with her awe. She quickly took a rag and wrapped it around the handle. After pouring the hot water, she went to get another pot of water and put it on the stove. Then, she sat in the living room, pricked up her ears, and continued to eavesdrop with a red cheek. It was early in the morning. The noise finally stopped. Chioro counted on her fingers, and it was 2 hours. After a while, she went to knock on the door with a red face and whispered, Sir, do you want me to bring the hot water in? Okay. Luo Qingzhou had nothing to be shy about. After Chioro brought the hot water in, she shyly glanced at the bed and immediately left. After Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai finished washing, they went to bed. The little girl soon fell asleep with a face full of satisfaction and happiness. She finally succeeded. The young master was finally hers. No, she was finally the young master's. Luo Qingzhou looked at the curtain above his head. Not sleepy at all. He rested for half an hour. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and his soul left his body. He couldn't just enjoy himself. Continue to practice. His soul floated to the top of his head, and his eyes gently stared at the little girl's sleeping face that still had a blush for a while. And then he flew through the roof and flew into the night sky, flying under the moonlight, practicing in the dark night. Luo Qingzhou arrived at the Yuanyang building very quickly. On the eaves of the building, the moon-white figure and the red figure had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he saw him coming, the red figure immediately called out sweetly, Brother, brother, you are here. Are you here so early today? Has sister-in-law gone to bed? Luo Qingzhou floated down to the roof and said, She is asleep. The red figure glanced at the moon-white figure on the eaves, and deliberately said, Brother and sister-in-law have a really good relationship. Every time he comes out, he makes sister-in-law fall asleep. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Change make to coax. Isn't it better? The red figure giggled, Same. Brother, can I listen to a few more chapters of the story tonight? I have a gift for you. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. What gift? The red figure smiled mysteriously and said, Brother, tell the story first. I feel that I am about to break through recently. I must listen carefully tonight. Luo Qingzhou didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the moon-white figure on the eaves and asked for her consent. Sister Yu, do you want to listen to a story or a scripture tonight? The moon-white figure was silent for a while and said, Story. The red figure glanced at her and didn't speak again. Okay. Luo Qingzhou sat on the roof, holding his breath and concentrating. While practicing in the soft moonlight, he began to tell a story. Buddha is the mind, and the mind is Buddha. Both mind and Buddha have always needed things. If you know that there is no thing and no mind, then you are the true Dharmakaya Buddha. Dharmakaya Buddha has no shape, and a round light contains all things. No difference, no sameness, no existence, no non-existence. Hard to give up, hard to take, hard to hear and see. The inner and outer spiritual light is the same everywhere, and a Buddha country is in a grain of sand. A grain of sand contains the universe, and a body, mind, and all things are the same. As soon as the opening poem was read, the moon-white figure suddenly turned around and said, Slow down. Read it again. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately slowed down and started again. Sister, this poem sounds so mysterious. Is there a method of cultivation or a way to enlightenment hidden in it? The red figure humbly asked for advice. The white figure frowned slightly, thought for a long time, and then said, I can't understand it for the time being. However, Buddhism and Taoism are interconnected. The poem says that a grain of sand is a country. A grain of sand is a world. And the body and mind are all profound ways to realize the Tao. Luo Qingzhou stopped talking, seeing that the two people were asking and answering each other, and the conversation was getting more and more profound. He soon couldn't understand it. Go on, the white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou continued to talk. The traveler looked back and saw a painting of bringing shoes on the aqueduct hanging on the back wall. The Dragon King said, This immortal is Huang Shigong. This boy is Zhang Liang of the Han dynasty. Shigong was sitting on the aqueduct and suddenly lost his shoes under the bridge. So he called Zhang Liang to fetch them. The boy hurriedly fetched them and knelt before him. This happened 3 times. And Zhang Liang showed no arrogance or neglect. Shigong then loved him for his diligence and gave him the Book of Heaven at night, asking him to help the Han dynasty. Later, he was able to plan and win a victory thousands of miles away. Speaking of this, the red figure frowned suddenly. His eyes flashed, and a hint of contemplation appeared between his eyebrows. He repeated in his heart, This happened 3 times. And Zhang Liang showed no arrogance or neglect. Shigong then loved him for his diligence and gave him the Book of Heaven at night, asking him to help the Han dynasty. As expected, he made plans and won the battle thousands of miles away. Then she thought to herself, Sir, did you not agree to my request? Could it be that I was too arrogant and didn't treat him with sincerity like Zhang Liang did, picking up his shoes and putting them on 3 times? Then she looked at the figure telling the story in front of her and thought to herself, I kept calling this guy brother, so he was willing to pass on his skills. Otherwise, I will meet you again tomorrow and worship you as my teacher? With his talent, he is indeed qualified. But alas, if he was a little older, if he was not my senior sister's husband, she would not have so many concerns. She was so confused that she couldn't listen anymore. Luo Qingzhou talked for 3 chapters in a row, but she was confused and didn't understand anything. She kept thinking about becoming a disciple. At the beginning, her senior sister always asked her to worship this guy as her master, but she would rather die than surrender. She didn't expect that now she would take the initiative to worship her senior sister's scholar mortal husband as her master. It was really ridiculous to think about it, but for the sake of the great cause and her own ideals. What is this humiliation? Let's stop here today. Luo Qingzhou stopped talking. After a moment, the red figure came to his senses. She quickly took out a palm-sized oval jade from her arms and handed it to him, saying sweetly, Brother, this is a communication treasure. You can input internal force or soul power and write on it with your fingertips, and it can be transmitted instantly. Brother, take it. Sister has another one here. When the time comes, sister can use this to contact you. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously reached out to take it, took a closer look, and was secretly amazed in his heart. Is this the phone of this era? The red figure explained to him again how to use it, and reminded him, Brother, this thing is very valuable. There are only a few pieces in the whole Dian. Brother must keep it well. Don't let others steal it. When she said others, she looked at someone on the eaves with a meaningful look. Luo Qingzhou looked at it carefully for a while, and then said, Since it is so valuable, I don't want it. Who knows if there are other positioning things on it? Although this little girl Xiaoya has been calling him brother sweetly, he has always been very vigilant about this girl and can't easily believe her. Brother. Yes. You want it? The red figure began to act coquettishly. She was about to leave, and she felt that she was about to break through. If she couldn't contact this guy in the future, wouldn't the previous brother in socks and other investments be in vain? That won't do. No. Luo Qingzhou refused directly. At this time, the white figure standing on the eaves, who had been silent, suddenly said in a cold voice, Take it. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and looked at him. The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and said lightly, There is no trickery. She won't track you at any time. In addition to sending messages, this thing can also block fatal blows for the body. Sister. Thank you, brother. Luo Qingzhou put it away immediately. Chapter 258 Taking a Concubine. At dawn, Luo Qingzhou returned to Meixiang Garden with a message. Before leaving, he asked the 2 for 2 days off and decided to sleep well for 2 nights to conserve his energy so that he could increase his efforts to open a path and search for treasures at the bottom of the lake during the day. If there is no treasure, just treat it as training. If there is a treasure, it would be better. The soul returned to the body. The little girl beside him was white and tender, soft and delicate, curled up in his arms like a kitten, with two cute little feet on his thighs. Luo Qingzhou touched her, then hugged her and fell asleep. The sky soon brightened. The sun shone through the window lattice. The sound of birds chirping rang out in the yard. Not long after Luo Qingzhou fell asleep, he felt an itchy nose. After sneezing twice, he opened his eyes in a daze. Only then did he realize that the person in his arms was holding a strand of hair and scratching his nose. "Young master, get up quickly." Xiao Dai saw him wake up and whispered. Luo Qingzhou was really sleepy, so he stroked her delicate and smooth shoulders and said, "Sleep a little longer. There's nothing to do today anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, looking at the little girl's blushing face and embarrassed eyes, he suddenly woke up and sat up. "Are you going to the eldest lady?" The little girl nodded shyly and said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou woke up instantly. On the stool at the head of the bed, there was a soft white cloth with a striking bright red color on it. That was the innocence that the little girl dedicated to him last night. "Can I not go?" Luo Qingzhou begged. The little girl flattened her mouth, blinked her eyelashes, and felt a little aggrieved. "Go!" Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately lifted the quilt and got out of bed, saying, "Hurry up and get dressed. Go early. Maybe you won't meet other people on the road. Maybe Bailing and Xia Chan are not here." This cloth represents the innocence of the little girl, so she must want more people in the mansion to know, especially the eldest lady who is the legal wife. Only when the eldest lady sees the cloth with her own eyes and admits it, her position beside him in the future will be legal, and will be recognized by other people in the mansion. Otherwise, everyone may talk about her behind her back or doubt her. In particular, if she gets pregnant in the future, she will not attract rumors. So this rule and process are very important, necessary, and indispensable to this little girl. This is also a kind of respect and protection for her. Although a little shameful, Luo Qingzhou washed up with a sad face, put on the Confucian robe and shoes with Chior's service, and then dawdled and went out personally with the white cloth. "Xiao Dai, can you wrap the bloody thing inside? It's really a bit." The little girl blushed and said nothing. Chior on the side hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, no, it must be exposed outside, just to let other maids in the mansion see it. In this way, everyone will recognize Xiaodia's identity in the future, and will not talk nonsense in private." "Ah, son-in-law, why are you shy? Xiao Dai should be shy." Chior couldn't help laughing. Luckily, Meixiang Garden is not far from Lingshan Moon Palace, and no one else was met on the way. When it was almost time, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, "Chior, what happened last night?" Chior pretended not to understand, and said with a puzzled look, "Son-in-law, what happened?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at Xiao Dai next to him, and said nothing. "Forget it. Since it's done, there's no need to think about it anymore. Anyway, Xiao Dai has been his for a long time. With their relationship, this matter should have been done long ago. Otherwise the little girl would never feel at ease." Came to the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace. Luo Qingzhou suddenly became timid again, hesitating and not daring to go in. Seeing this, Chior went forward and knocked on the door. Squeak! The courtyard door opened, and Bailing appeared in a pink dress, with two shallow dimples on her face ready to speak. And her eyes suddenly saw the white cloth held in someone's hand. The blood on the white cloth was particularly eye-catching in the morning sun. "Who's?" Bai Ling was stunned for a moment and asked. Xiaodia's face turned even redder, her head lowered to her chest, her two little hands tightly grasping the hem of her skirt. She was nervous and afraid, shy and uneasy. "I don't know if Sister Bailing, Sister Xiachan, and the eldest lady will be angry. And will they not acknowledge her?" Xiao hurriedly whispered Xiaodia's. Bailing was stunned, and said with surprise, "Ah, you are sleeping with your son-in-law now? I thought you had already done it before entering the mansion." Then she stared at someone with a strange face and said, "Son-in-law, this is not like you. You are so timid. You shouldn't do it now." Luo Qingzhou was originally feeling ashamed and embarrassed, but after hearing her say this, he immediately raised his head and said unhappily, "Don't slander your son-in-law." "Humph!" Bailing pouted, went into the house, and then started shouting, "Chan Chan, come and see. Your son-in-law came to give a gift to the eldest lady early in the morning." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to bite the bullet and bring the two little girls into the courtyard. Xia-chan was wearing a light green dress and was practicing sword in the yard. When she heard Bai Ling's words, she had just put away her sword. Her black hair and soft skirt were still swaying behind her. In front of the stone table in the yard, Miss Qin, wearing a snow-white dress, was sitting quietly reading a book. Luo Qingzhou walked over with his head down, holding a white cloth in his hand. For a moment, his cheeks were hot, and he didn't know how to speak. In theory, this white cloth should be okay for Chior to see, and there is no need to show it to this young lady. But after all, the two are still nominal husband and wife. According to the rules, she should be allowed to check it herself. Miss, this is Xiaoda's white cloth. Xiao Dai and the son-in-law had sex last night. Please take a look. Chior saw that the son-in-law was unreliable, so she had to step forward and bowed her head respectfully. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. The son-in-law and the eldest lady have been married for so long, but they are still so unfamiliar and cold when they meet. No wonder. Qin Jinjia raised her head, glanced at the blood-stained red cloth, and nodded slightly. Xiao Dai saw it and felt relieved. Luo Qingzhou also breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to leave, Bai Ling hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, Chan hasn't seen it yet." Xia-chan held the sword and stood under the eaves, looking at this place with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou had to raise the white cloth in his hand. Xia-chan glanced coldly, then glanced at the girl beside him, without saying a word, and continued to practice sword. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer and hurried to leave. Bai Ling suddenly said, "Son-in-law, you have to show it to madam." As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's face changed immediately. Chior also whispered beside him, "Son-in-law, you really have to show it to madam. Madam's place is very important, and it will be related to Xiaodia's status and salary in the future." "Haha. Son-in-law, I'll go with you." Bai Ling saw that he looked ugly, and suddenly her face was full of excitement, and she wanted to go to watch the fun. Luo Qingzhou held the white cloth and walked out of the courtyard awkwardly. Seeing that she really followed him out, his face suddenly sank and threatened, "Don't think about coming back later. Come with me to Meixiang Garden." Bai Ling smiled, not afraid at all, hugged Xiaodia's arm, and said, "Son-in-law, don't bluff. Xiao Dai and Chior are here. I'm not afraid of you." Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to argue with her anymore, and secretly thought about how to face the terrible mother-in-law later. After the few people left, the sword dance in the courtyard continued for a while, and then stopped. Xia-chan stood there for a while, and then went into the house alone and went to her room. After a while in the dim light, she walked to the bed and took out a locked brocade box from the innermost quilt. Then, she opened the brocade box and carefully took out a piece of white cloth from it. After the white cloth was unfolded for 3 layers, another piece of white cloth stained with blood appeared inside. This was what Bai Ling helped her take back from the hands of the nanny. She took it out tremblingly, unfolded it slowly, stared at the blood on it, and couldn't help but think of that painful and warm night. The Qin mansion became lively. Luo Qingzhou held the blood-stained white cloth in his hand and walked in the mansion with his head down. Chior walked to the front quickly. When she saw the maids, she would turn around and say, "Master, hold it up higher." Then she said to the maids, "It belongs to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was yours last night." When she saw the male servants, she immediately said, "Master, hide it quickly. After all, it was a girl's thing, and it must not be seen by other men except the master." Every time the maids stopped by and cast gossipy eyes, Luo Qingzhou felt his cheeks burning. The rules of this era are too weird. How can such a thing be taken out and shown to people everywhere? It's like 2 dogs and bitches parading in the streets. It's so embarrassing. But although the little girl next to him looked shy, she looked very proud every time the maids looked at her. Some maids who were close to her even laughed and teased, "Xiao Dai, congratulations on getting what you wished for." Luo Qingzhou secretly said, "It turns out that the little girl coveted his body, and everyone knows it. Well, as long as the little girl is happy, as long as she is satisfied, it doesn't matter. In fact, strictly speaking, this little girl is his first woman, so of course he must respect her and pamper her." Thinking all the way, he soon came to the courtyard where his mother-in-law lived. Chior went in first to report. Not long after, Mare came out to greet him, looked at him and Xiao Dai with a complicated look, and said, "Son-in-law, the lady asked you to go in." Luo Qingzhou held the white cloth and walked to her side and whispered, Miss Mayor, how is your mother-in-law feeling today? Mayor said coldly. I don't know. Song Ryue was wearing a plain white dress, and was twisting her waist and arms in the yard to exercise. After hearing Chiyo's report, she immediately sat on a chair in the yard and looked cold. When Luo Qingzhou held the white cloth and brought Xiaodai to her, her eyes looked at the blood-stained white cloth. Chiyo reported respectfully, Madam, I was outside the door last night, and Xiaodai did sleep with the son-in-law. Xiaodai blushed and knelt down directly, kowtowed and worshipped. Song Ryue glanced at her, paused, and then said in a gentle voice, Get up, since you have already had sex. From today on, you are a member of my Qin family. In the future, the regular money will be issued according to the standard concubine, and the clothes and jewelry can be worn as concubines. However, you are still just a maid for the time being. I have no objection to him taking you as a concubine. After all, you have a deep relationship, and you are loyal to him and the Qin family. But you have to wait a little longer. Wait until you go to Kyoto and wait for Weimo Xiaodai. You are not in a hurry, right? Xiaodai was immediately moved and happy with tears in her eyes, and kowtowed, Madam. I am not in a hurry. It is enough for me to be the maid of the young master. Song Ryue said. Get up. We will talk about this matter when we go to Kyoto. Xiaodai wiped her tears and stood up. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay, and bowed to leave immediately. Song Ryue rolled her eyes and said, Why are you in such a hurry? You're leaving right after you came? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and stopped where he was, not daring to say anything. Song Ryue said coldly, What did Weimo write to you in the letter? Is it convenient to read it out? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, took out the letter from his pocket, and handed it over respectfully. Song Ryue snorted coldly, You don't need to show it to me, and I don't want to see it. Weimo wrote to you. Do you want to reply too? Just reply here before leaving, and I'll add a few words later. After all, she's my daughter, and I miss her too. Luo Qingzhou. Why? Don't you want to? Song Ryue rolled her eyes and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and suddenly heard her say in her heart, This kid wants to take a concubine. He must get my consent. I have his handle now. He needs me. I'm not afraid of him. And Xiao Beiling is here. I don't think he dares to do anything to me. Luo Qingzhou replied respectfully, Mother-in-law, I haven't decided what to reply yet. Let's talk about it when I think about it. Song Ryue endured it and said coldly, It's better to hurry up. Weimo is still waiting eagerly. It's you who is still waiting eagerly to see the content of my reply. Right? Luo Qingzhou secretly complained in his heart and said respectfully, Yes. I will think about it seriously after I go back later. Song Ryue snorted and had to wave her hand and said, Okay. Go. Go back and think about it quickly. When Luo Qingzhou was about to leave with the white cloth, a maid suddenly walked in from the door in a hurry and reported, Madam, the princess sent a message to ask the son-in-law to go over. As soon as this was said, Song Ryue's eyebrows twitched immediately, and her eyes looked at someone. She wanted to scold him for being ignorant and always being summoned by the princess, but she didn't dare to. So she had to say coldly, Go and come back quickly. Today is the first day of the new year, and your second uncle and fourth uncle will come to pay New Year's greetings later. In theory, you should also serve tea to your father-in-law and me with Jinjia. Yes, mother-in-law. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and retreated. After leaving the house, he folded the white cloth in his hand and handed it to Xiaodai. Then, he walked to the living room. Why did the princess come to summon him at this time? Chapter 259 Mother-in-law's Fear. In the living room, Yuewu was wearing a green dress and drinking morning tea. Qin Wenzheng was accompanying her. The two occasionally chatted awkwardly, and the rest of the time they lowered their heads to drink tea. The atmosphere was slightly relieved until Luo Qingzhou came in. Yuewu stood up and said apologetically, Mr. Luo, I'm really sorry to bother you on the first day of the new year, but your highness is leaving today, and I want to say a few words to Mr. Luo and give him a gift. I hope you can go to see him. Qin Wenzheng was secretly shocked when he heard this. This girl Yuewu represented the eldest princess, but she was so respectful in front of this kid. The eldest princess wanted to see this kid, not directly ordering and summoning, but requesting and hoping, and even giving this kid a gift in person. This news shocked him. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Father-in-law, I'll go out first. Qin Wenzheng came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Go quickly. Don't keep the princess waiting for a long time. Luo Qingzhou followed Yuewu and left. Just as he walked out of the gate, and was about to go down the stairs. The black-dressed girl named Ying suddenly rode up on horseback and said coldly, "Yuewu, come back with me. Mr. Luo doesn't need to go." Yuewu was stunned when she heard this and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Ying didn't explain, glanced at the young man on the stage, turned his horse's head, and said, "Let's go. His Highness is waiting." Yuewu's face changed, thinking something had happened, and hurriedly apologized, "Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. You go back to the mansion first." After that, he hurried down the stairs and rode on the white horse. Then, the two girls hurried away with the carriage and guards. Luo Qingzhou stood on the steps, stunned, and turned back to the mansion. If it were someone else, he would have scolded him long ago. This is not a joke. At this time, in the hall, Qin Wenzheng was sipping his morning tea while thinking about something. Song Ryue came out from behind angrily and said, "Master, that kid keeps running to the princess all day. Why don't you say anything to him? Today is the first day of the new year, and the second and fourth masters will come to pay New Year's greetings later." Qin Wenzheng frowned and said, "The princess summoned him. How dare he not go? You dare to ask him not to go?" Song Ryue pouted and sat down on the chair next to her, saying, "Master, I'm just worried that he will be kidnapped by those vixens. I'm also thinking about the Qin mansion and Wei Mo." Qin Wenzheng glared at her and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Trouble comes from the mouth. Who is the vixen?" Song Ryue said unconvinced. "Master, I'm talking about the one named Yuwu, not the one named Wei Mo. I mean the princess. Didn't you see that Yuewu always stared at that boy, wishing she could eat him up right there? When Wei Mo is not here, we have to be careful." Qin Wenzheng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. When Wei Mo is not here, there are naturally other people watching him in the mansion. It's not your turn to worry. And that boy and the princess, since we have recognized him, we must believe him and not always be suspicious." Song Ryue instigated again. "Master, now that Wei Mo is not here, that boy must be even more presumptuous. Master, as the head of the family, you must establish your authority in front of that boy. Otherwise he will be unscrupulous. It's time to teach him a lesson." Qin Wenzheng thought about the attitude of Miss Yuewu towards the boy just now, turned his head and looked at her and said, "This task is handed over to you. Anyway, you have scolded him so many times before. You are the most majestic in front of him, and he is afraid of you. You just hit it hard later, and I will sit next to you to support you." Song Ryue, "Master, Madam, the second master and the fourth master are here with their families to pay New Year's greetings." At this moment, a servant came running in hurriedly. The two stood up quickly. Qin Wenzheng immediately ordered, "Prepare to set off firecrackers," and asked the kitchen to prepare lunch immediately. "Go and call Jianjia and Chuaner out." Song Ryue also immediately ordered the maid next to her, "Go and put out the candies, snacks, melon seeds, etc., and take out the New Year's money wrapped last night." After a pause, she said, "Let Xiu'er and Xiaodai come out." The maids and servants immediately left in a hurry. Not long after, Butler Zhou had walked into the yard with a large group of people. Master Qin Er and Master Qin Si walked in the front. Following behind were several wives and concubines, and then young men and women holding many little boys and girls. A group of people came in lively. "Brother, sister-in-law, Happy New Year. We are here to wish you a Happy New Year. Uncle, aunt, nephews and nieces are here to wish you a Happy New Year. Grandpa, grandmother, grandnephews and nieces are here to wish you a Happy New Year." A large group of people, young and old, all walked in with smiles on their faces. Master Qin Er and Master Qin Si both had grandchildren, which made Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue look envious, and they felt a little sad just thinking about it. But this is not the time to feel sad. "Okay, come on. Here, Xiu'er, Shaner, bring your brothers and sisters to get the New Year's money." Song Ryue hurriedly went to give out the New Year's money one by one with a smile on her face. Qin Wenzheng exchanged a few words with his brothers, sat down, and started to drink tea and chat. The spacious living room was suddenly filled with people. The adults sat and chatted. The young people gathered together to laugh, and the children played and made a lot of noise. Crackle. The sound of firecrackers suddenly rang out in the yard. The children rushed out excitedly, but were stopped by the servants in the corridor respectfully, and were not allowed to get close. "By the way, where are Chuaner and Jianjia?" Mr. Qin Er asked suddenly while drinking tea. Qin Wenzheng immediately looked at the maid next to him and said, "Go and urge them again." Mr. Qin asked curiously. Brother. That's son-in-law. Qin Wensheng immediately frowned and said. His name is Qin Zhou. He is already a member of our Qin family. Don't mention son-in-law or not in the future. Mr. Qin smiled embarrassedly and said. Brother. I just want to ask. Why didn't he go to Kyoto with Weima? Are you planning to take him? Next year. He will go with us then. Qin Wensheng lowered his head and drank tea. Saying lightly. On the other side. Song Ryue was chatting with the wives of the second and fourth masters of Qin. What? Sister-in-law. You are planning to give that boy a concubine. Are you crazy? He is a son-in-law. Look at the son-in-law of Zhou Lan's family. What kind of life is he? That's a son-in-law. Yes. Sister-in-law. You spoil him too much. This is not okay. No matter how talented he is. His background is there. And he is married into your family. It's too against the rules for you to do this. Song Ryue immediately said. Your eldest brother spoils him. I asked him to teach that kid a lesson. But he refused. Humph. Sooner or later. He will be spoiled and ride on our heads and shit. Sister-in-law. This won't do. In this case, you can't teach him a lesson for the sake of Jinjia and Weima. So we will help you teach him a lesson later. We are his aunt. And it is our duty to teach him a lesson. Yes. Sister-in-law. Don't worry. We will know the limits later. How can you treat a son-in-law like this? If you continue like this, it will really be a rebellion. You must be punished. At this time, the servant came in and reported. Master. Madam. The second young master didn't let me in, saying that it was a critical moment these days. Qin Wensheng's expression froze. And he immediately said, Okay. Don't disturb him anymore. Are Jinjia and the others here? As he asked. The hall suddenly became quiet. Even the children playing in the corridor gradually quieted down. In the courtyard, a tall, handsome young man in a dress and a beautiful girl in a white dress came side by side. Behind them, there were several pretty girls. Is that Sister Jinjia? She's so beautiful. I think I've only seen her once. I saw her a few years ago. She never comes out when we come here. Sister Water. Sister Jinjia is more beautiful than the fairies in the paintings. Is the man next to her Sister Jinjia's husband? He looks so good. And he's a perfect match for Sister Jinjia. I heard he's a scholar. And he's very talented. The young generation was whispering in the corridor. Someone enthusiastically called out Sister Jinjia and Sister Jinjia. But no one responded. Miss Qin had a cold look on her face and walked into the house as if no one was around. The voices in the house also quieted down. Luo Qingzhou followed behind, feeling everyone's curious eyes. And he was no longer too nervous. After all, he had been completely numb in the morning. The two walked to Qin Wensheng first. The maid hurriedly brought tea. Father-in-law. Have some tea. Luo Qingzhou took the teacup and handed it over. Qin Wensheng took it, took a sip symbolically, and said curiously, Qingzhou, didn't you go out? You're back so soon? Luo Qingzhou said, just back. He bowed to the two middle-aged men next to him and called, second uncle, fourth uncle. Okay. Okay. Both nodded with smiles on their faces, but didn't say much. In their opinion, no matter how much the young man was valued by the eldest brother, he was just a lowly bastard and son-in-law. There was really nothing to say to him, and they couldn't bring themselves to get close to him. Luo Qingzhou took the teacup again, bowed and handed it to Song Ryue, saying, Mother-in-law, please have some tea. Song Ryue still gave him face in front of so many people. She took the teacup, took a sip, handed him a red envelope, and said lightly, Qingzhou, in the new year, don't slack off. Continue to study hard, and strive to pass the autumn exam. By then, I will earn some face for you and my Qin family. Luo Qingzhou took the red envelope with both hands. With a respectful face, yes. Mother-in-law. Song Ryue pointed to the woman next to her and said, this is your second aunt and fourth aunt. They have something to say to you. After saying that, she glanced at him and immediately added, I don't know what they are going to say, but they are all your elders. If they say something you don't like, don't take it to heart. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, yes. The two women squinted their eyes and looked at him, secretly praising him in their hearts. He is indeed a handsome man, gentle and elegant. No wonder the eldest brother and sister-in-law dote on him so much. Then, both of them had cold faces and were ready to give him a severe beating. At this moment, Butler Zhou suddenly ran in hurriedly, Master, Madam, the princess is here. As soon as these words came out, the hall and the corridor suddenly became silent. Qin Wenzheng thought he had heard it wrong, and was stunned for a moment, and asked, "Who is here?" Butler Zhou immediately said anxiously, "The princess. The princess is here." She also brought a lot of silver-armored cavalry, and they were so mighty that they filled the streets outside. "They are already getting off the carriage." Swoosh! Qin Wenzheng suddenly jumped up from the chair, as if he was stabbed in the buttocks. The second and fourth masters of the Qin family, as well as Song Ryue and the two ladies, all changed their expressions, and stood up from their chairs in a hurry. "It's over. Are they here to confiscate our property?" someone whispered, and everyone in the hall turned pale and trembled with fear. "Quick! Go out and greet them." Qin Wenzheng reacted and immediately led everyone out in a hurry. Who knew that at this time, the eldest princess in a red robe had already walked in from the gate with her guards. The silver-armored guards who surrounded her walked with clanging steps, and the iron armor and weapons on their bodies shone coldly in the sun, which frightened everyone in the Qin family. Qin Wenzheng saw this and bowed in a hurry. The second and fourth masters of the Qin family, who did not have titles behind them, as well as the women and young men and women, all knelt directly on the ground, their foreheads touching the ground, their faces turned pale and trembling with fear. The whole courtyard knelt down instantly. However, at the back of the crowd, there were still a few people who did not kneel. Nandong Huiyue stopped, looked at Qin Wenzheng, then looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and finally looked at the figure standing under the eaves. "Master Qin, you are welcome." Nandong Huiyue retracted her gaze and said calmly, "I came here today to ask for something." Qin Wenjing's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please tell me. If I can do it, I will die." Nandong Huiyue's eyes passed over the crowd and looked at the figure wearing a Confucian robe under the eaves again, and said majestically, "I want to take someone from your family as my teacher. I wonder if Master Qin can agree." When these words came out, not only Qin Wenzheng was startled, but also the other members of the Qin family, who were kneeling on the ground, were all startled, with shocked faces. The eldest princess wants to take a teacher? And it's someone from their Qin family. Nandong Huiyue bowed directly to the figure under the eaves and said loudly, "Sir, Huiyue came to become my disciple today, and I hope you can agree." When these words came out, everyone looked up in astonishment, looking everywhere for the Qin family member who actually asked the eldest princess to become his disciple in person. The muscles on Qin Wenjing's face twitched continuously, and he suddenly turned sideways and looked at the eaves behind him, following the eldest princess's gaze. Song Ryue knelt on the ground and shivered, and turned her head and looked directly at the frowning boy under the eaves behind her. The couple almost instantly thought of the same person. Song Ryue was really scared this time, thinking of the fact that she was about to instigate others to beat up the boy just now, and thinking of her slightly bad attitude towards the boy in the morning. She trembled immediately. "Sir, Huiyue is willing to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Just ask for your agreement." Nandong Huiyue said another sentence that frightened everyone in the Qin family. Chapter 260, The National Treasure Presented by the Princess. The courtyard was completely silent. After Nandong Huiyue finished speaking, everyone in the Qin family had a buzzing in their heads. They were shocked and confused. Who was the gentleman that the princess was talking about? Who in their Qin family had such a terrible ability that made the princess come to worship her in person, and even kneel down 3 times? You know, the princess is now the most powerful person in the Great Yan Empire. Under one person, above 10,000 people. She has a fiefdom, an army, talents, and many followers. At the same time, she is the only sister of the current emperor. Such a person actually condescended to come to their Qin family and worship someone in their Qin family as a teacher? Just as everyone's mind was buzzing with doubts, a voice suddenly came from under the eaves. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I am a commoner. How can I bear your kneeling? This is a crime of disrespect. Your Highness must not do this. As for becoming your disciple, what virtue and ability do I have to be your teacher? I dare not agree to this. I hope your Highness will take it back." At this time, everyone in the Qin family turned their heads and looked at the young man who bowed and clasped his hands on the eaves. Neither humble nor arrogant, and they were all stunned. It was him, Jianjia's husband, the son-in-law who looked honest, weak and taciturn. How could it be him? The second and fourth masters of Qin, and the rest of the Qin family, were all extremely shocked. They never dreamed that the person the eldest princess wanted to become her disciple was this son-in-law, who was born in a humble family and was still just a scholar. It was incredible. Unbelievable. Sir. Nan Donghuyue bowed her hands and said respectfully, there is no order of learning. The one who is more accomplished is the teacher. Sir. You are so talented. I admire you very much. I am willing to be your disciple. And I hope you will not refuse. After saying that, she bowed slightly and was about to kneel down. Qin Wenzheng, who was standing in front of her, suddenly changed his face, hurriedly stepped forward a few steps, knelt down first, supported his hands, and said in a trembling voice with a pale face, Your Highness, you must not do this. If he knelt down, the Qin family would immediately be at the forefront of the storm. Even the current emperor could not bear the kneeling of the eldest princess, let alone these little people. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately walked out from under the eaves, walked quickly to her, bowed his head and said respectfully, Your Highness, there is no need to do this. Nan Donghuyue stared at his eyes, then stepped sideways a few steps, avoiding Qin Wenzheng who was kneeling on the ground with his hands raised, ready to stop her, bent his knees, and was about to kneel down again. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stepped forward and offered his hand to support her, who knew that Nan Donghuyue seemed to really kneel down this time, and her arched hands just fell into his palms, and her knees were about to kneel down. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly grabbed her hand and supported her body and said, Your Highness, if you insist on kneeling down, I will never write the unfinished things again. Nan Donghuyue paused, straightened up, looked at him and said, Sir, I am sincere, and I have no intention of teasing or threatening you. Isn't this threatening? Luo Qingzhou let go of her hand and refused again with a firm attitude, Your Highness, I will never agree to this. Nan Donghuyue stood there without moving or speaking, staring at him. There was a dead silence in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou sighed secretly in his heart, and had to look up and look at her and said, Your Highness, the story will not end. If Your Highness has other confusions and puzzles in the future, you can send someone to find me, and I will do my best. Nan Donghuyue finally smiled, as if she was waiting for this sentence. She nodded with a burning look in her eyes and said, Okay, since you really don't want to, I won't force it anymore. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just go to me, and I will do my best for you. When the Qin family heard this, their eyes changed again when they looked at the young man. This little son-in-law is going to heaven. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. At this point, what else can he say? Whether he said that sentence just now or not, his relationship with the princess could not be cleared. The other party came to worship in front of so many people today, which obviously meant this. He and the Qin family were now forcibly tied to the other party's big ship. In the future, whether it was calm or stormy, they would not be able to get off, unless they landed, or the ship was destroyed and everyone died. The scheming and decisiveness of this eldest princess, as well as her strong character of being able to bend and stretch, really made him feel a chill down his spine. Yuewu, bring the gift I prepared for you. Nan Donghuyue ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Yuewu agreed, and immediately came forward with a sword in her hand and handed it to Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou stared at it. The hilt and scabbard of the sword were both golden, shining in the sun, flashing a noble and charming luster. There was also a phoenix flying high carved on the scabbard, spewing flames from its mouth. Majestic. Sir, this sword is my golden phoenix sword. It was forged by the late emperor for me. Seeing the sword is like seeing the person. Sir, please accept it. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can take this sword to the army or to the Fire Moon country to find me. No one dares to stop you. The Qin family looked up, all with eyes wide open, shocked. The eldest princess actually took out this sword, which represents her supreme power in the Fire Moon country. How did this kid do it? Luo Qingzhou saw that things had come to this point, and he did not refuse. He took it respectfully with both hands and thanked him. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. When the eldest princess saw him accept it, the smile on her face became more cordial. She glanced at the snow-white figure under the eaves, and said with a bow, Sir, then I will not disturb you for the new year. Goodbye. After that, she reached out and held his hand, and stuffed a note into his palm. Then, she turned and left. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he bowed and said, Take care, Your Highness. The heavy footsteps and the sound of the rubbing of armor gradually faded away, and soon they were out of the gate. The courtyard was still silent, until the sound of horse hooves outside the gate gradually faded away. Qin Wenzheng, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head, took a look, and then stood up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, his legs suddenly softened and he almost fell. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly supported him. Qin Wenjing's face turned pale, and he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He looked like he had survived a disaster, and said in a trembling voice, "Qingzhou, you did the right thing. If the princess had knelt down just now, I'm afraid that everyone in our Qin family, young and old, would be finished. Alas." He paused for a while, then looked at the people who were still kneeling on the ground and trembling, and said, "Get up. Why are you still kneeling? His Highness has already left." Everyone looked up, and looked at the young man next to him, and the golden sword in his hand, with complicated eyes. Seeing the sword is like seeing the eldest princess. They are afraid. Qin Wenzheng also glanced at the sword in his son-in-law's hand, and he was frightened and itchy at the same time. He wanted to take it and touch it, and then pull it out to take a look. This sword not only represents supreme power. It is said that the previous emperor found many refining masters to refine it, and many rare materials were added to it. It is estimated that it is at least a magic weapon. Father-in-law, do you want to see it? Seeing his fiery eyes and fingers eager to move, Luo Qingzhou immediately handed the sword in his hand to him. Qin Wenzheng was startled and stepped back hastily, waving his hands and saying, "No, no, Qingzhou, take it yourself. This thing is the personal belongings of the eldest princess and the national treasure of Huiyue country. Don't let others touch it. This is a crime of disrespect." The second and fourth masters of Qin also stood up and surrounded them, saying with a smile on their faces, "Yes, Qingzhou, this thing was specially forged for the eldest princess by the late emperor. It not only represents the eldest princess, but also represents the late emperor. Don't be disrespectful. Take it back and put it on the table in the main hall. Keep it well. Wipe it every day. Don't let it fall in dust. And don't let anyone steal it or damage it. That's a capital crime." When Luo Qingzhou saw that he was holding this sword, everyone seemed a little scared. So he had to walk through the crowd and walk under the eaves and said, "Help me take it back first." "Yes. Okay, son-in-law." Bai Ling immediately stretched out her hands happily. Luo Qingzhou waved the sword in his hand in front of her, handed it to Xiao Dai, and said, "Put it in my room." Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, and quickly took it in her hand with trembling hands, and said in panic, "Oh." Qiu'er beside her hurriedly said, "Xiao Dai, let's go. I'll go with you. Be sure to hold it well. Don't drop it." The two little girls immediately held the sword and left with a nervous look on their faces. Qin Wenzheng hurriedly ordered, "Zhou Tong, take 2 guards to follow." "Yes, master." Butler Zhou immediately took 2 guards and carefully escorted the 2 little girls away from behind. This sword is the treasure of the entire Qin family, and the gold medal of immunity from death. And there is no room for any mistakes. Bai Ling was furious. The smile on her face froze, and her outstretched hands also shrank stiffly, her chest heaving and glaring at a bad guy who deliberately teased her. Luo Qingzhou turned around, ignored her, and looked into the yard. At this time, the other people kneeling in the courtyard stood up one after another. However, the shock and fright on his face still did not fade away, especially his mother-in-law. Her legs were weak, and she couldn't stand up. Mayor and another maid helped her up. "Let's go. Go into the house." Qin Wenzheng looked at her with a complicated expression and led everyone into the house again. Master, my stomach hurts." "Master, me too." When Master Qin Er and Master Qin Si were about to follow them into the house, their 2 wives were holding their stomachs with weak legs and pretending to be in pain, and they didn't dare to follow them in. Song Ryue, who was supported by 2 maids, suddenly brightened up and took the opportunity to say, "Let's go to my backyard." So, a group of maids and nannies immediately surrounded the 3 ladies with weak legs, and left in a panic. "Why do you have stomachaches, brother? Could it be that the tea and snacks are not right, and someone has poisoned them?" Mr. Qin Si immediately became alert and his face was solemn. Qin Wenjing's face suddenly sank, glanced at him, and scolded unhappily, "It's New Year's Day, and you keep saying unlucky words. Why don't you poison you to death?" Mr. Qin Si's mouth twitched, and he didn't dare to say anything. He lowered his head and followed into the house, muttering in a low voice, "Brother, what you said is unlucky." Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin followed into the living room together. At this time, the eyes of the Qin family, whether elders or juniors, looking at him were not right. Come! Come! Qingzhou, come and sit down. Jianjia, come and sit down too. Come and tell your fourth uncle how you know the princess. The fourth master of the Qin family did not dare to sit down first. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately smiled. The second master of the Qin family also changed his previous coldness and smiled kindly. Chapter 261 Battle with Chanshan. The lunch was very sumptuous. However, Luo Qingzhou had no appetite. After eating a few bites, he excused himself to go back to study and left. He was not used to the sudden enthusiasm of the Qin family. The behavior of the eldest princess this morning really raised his status in the Qin family to the extreme. No one mentioned the word son-in-law anymore. When everyone faced him, they were all smiling or respectful and cautious. The younger generation of the Qin family was very envious. But the elders of the Qin family knew very well what this meant. They were tied to the eldest princess. With the eldest princess's attitude towards those nobles, and the reform she had been trying to promote, she and her followers would probably become the object of the nobles' resentment. But things have come to this point, and it is useless to think too much. With the power and strength of the eldest princess, she might succeed. By then, their Qin family would naturally rise to the top. During the meal, Qin Wenzheng, the second and fourth masters of the Qin family, and several elders all issued death orders. Anyone who dared to tell others about what happened today would be expelled from the Qin family or thrown into a well. The younger generation of the Qin family, as well as the maids and servants, were all silent and dared not discuss it anymore. Although it was impossible to conceal it, as long as they did not take the initiative to admit it, there might be room for maneuver. It is estimated that even if the news spread, no one would believe it. Who would believe that the dignified princess would come to the Qin mansion to become a disciple and give away a sword? Unless you see the sword with your own eyes. Luo Qingzhou walked all the way to the Meixiang garden. Thinking about this matter all the way, he suddenly remembered that the princess had secretly given him a note. What would be written on the note? Back to the Meixiang garden. After entering the study, he closed the door and opened the note. The note read, Chunyuan Alley, Baiwa Garden. After writing 5 chapters of the story, you can send it there, and someone there will send it to me. If you have any other needs, you can also tell the owner there. The scenery there is very beautiful. If you have nothing to do, you can go there to relax and enjoy the scenery. There will be someone to accompany you. Spring Garden Alley? 100 Flowers Garden? Luo Qingzhou secretly remembered these 2 names. The princess should leave today. He has not finished writing stories of the 3 kingdoms, and has not had time to write Sima's Art of War. Especially Sima's Art of War. He promised the princess in person. After thinking about it, he put away the note, walked to the table and sat down, spread out the rice paper, ground the ink and picked up the pen, and began to copy Sima's Art of War. It took about half an hour. Chior knocked on the door outside and said, Son-in-law, do you want some snacks? Luo Qingzhou got up, moved his wrist, walked over and opened the door and said, No. By the way, Chior, where is the sword given by the princess? Chior heard this and quickly pointed to the table in the middle of the living room. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the room and looked there. The precious sword named Golden Phoenix was covered with gauze and placed there neatly. There was a fruit plate in front of it, and even sandalwood. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and asked, Who told you to put it like this? Chior blushed and said, Son-in-law, we don't know where to put it. Butler Zhou said that this sword is very precious and represents the eldest princess. It must not be neglected and must be put away properly. So shall I and I. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. Without saying anything more, he walked over to take down the sword and observed it carefully. The sword looked very long, and it seemed much heavier than Xia Chan's sword in his hand. The hilt was made of unknown material. It looked like metal, but it was very soft to hold. The scabbard was gorgeous and noble, engraved with a flying golden phoenix and several strange symbols. Luo Qingzhou touched it with his tentacles, and it was also very soft, like it was made of some leather, and it was very comfortable to hold in his hand. Clang! Luo Qingzhou suddenly pulled it out. Golden light flashed. A dark golden white sword blade was exposed, with a shallow blood groove engraved in the middle. The blood groove was crooked and engraved with dense patterns like tadpoles. The blades on both sides were very sharp and as thin as cicada wings. Zheng. Luo Qingzhou pulled out all the blades and found that this sword was at least a foot longer and 2 fingers wider than Xia Chan's sword. At the same time, the hilt can be held with both hands. Xia Chan's sword seems to be light and agile, and this golden phoenix seems to be heavy and fierce, although the overall weight is not much heavier. The wide blade and unusual length, as well as the dark gold luster, look fierce. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the slender fingers and delicate figure of the eldest princess. He didn't know whether she deliberately wanted to forge such a sword, or the late emperor forged it without discussing it with her, or maybe this sword was just for show. However, it is said that the eldest princess has a blood moon spear, which is very heavy. Maybe the eldest princess is going for the brave route. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, put down the scabbard, held the sword, went out of the house, went down the steps, and came to the courtyard. He held the sword tightly in his hand, stood still in the courtyard, and carefully recalled the sword moves that Xia Chan used every time she practiced sword. Chior stood under the eaves and asked curiously, "Sir, can you also dance with a sword?" Luo Qingzhou raised the sword in his hand, posed, and said, "Yes." Chior smiled and said, "I heard that many scholars would wear swords when they went out. I also heard that in the previous dynasty, other people could not carry swords when they went out. Only scholars could wear swords when they went out. I guess there are many scholars who can dance with swords." Luo Qingzhou wanted to say that they were all pretending. Shua. He thrust out a sword. Then, the second sword. The third sword. At first, the speed was very slow and a little unfamiliar. But gradually, it started to get faster. The girl in the light green dress in his mind seemed to be teaching him sword skills. In his mind, it was clear that the skirt was flying and dancing with the sword. He followed her movements and became more and more proficient. Under the eaves, Chior looked at her with a smile on her face at first, thinking that the son-in-law just thought it was fun and wanted to swing the sword a few times casually. But she didn't expect the movements to be more and more beautiful and faster. At the same time, even though she was standing under the eaves, she suddenly felt a fierce momentum coming towards her. The petals on the ground began to swirl with the figure. The figure in the wide Confucian robe moved faster and faster, his sleeves whirring, his clothes fluttering, his sword flashing, his eyes like stars. Chior opened her eyes wide and watched motionlessly. Shua! 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 Luo Qingzhou danced a few more moves before stopping. His face was not red. He was not out of breath, and his robe was covered with pink petals. He raised the sword in his hand, and was observing the blade carefully, when he suddenly heard a very slight strange sound behind him. He turned around with a swish and stabbed with a sword without any hesitation. Jung. There was a buzzing sound. It was a stone that hit the tip of his sword. Or rather, he turned around and stabbed a stone flying towards him. He was stunned for a moment, and looked up at the gate of the courtyard. Xia Chan, wearing a light green dress, stood there, holding a sword in her hand, looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her blankly, thinking that he had just imitated her movements and must have been seen by this girl. His cheeks suddenly became hot and he said, "Miss Xia Chan, when did you come?" Xia Chan held the sword and stood there with a cold face. Without responding, Luo Qingzhou picked up the stone from the ground and said, "Did you throw it?" After saying that, he suddenly threw it back to her and said, "Give it back to you." Zheng! With a flash of cold light, the flying stone was split in half and fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou didn't even see her draw and put away the sword. He only heard a sound. Obviously, she drew and put away the sword too quickly, and the two sounds seemed to be made at the same time. Luo Qingzhou was secretly shocked. I haven't seen this girl take action for a few days. It seems that her sword is faster. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to show off his skills again. When he was about to take the sword back to the house, Xia Chan suddenly walked down the steps and walked towards him, saying coldly, "Stab me." "Ah?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her blankly. Xia Chan stopped in front of him, holding a sword in her hand, looking at him coldly and said, "Stab." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Xia Chan, although you are very fast, this is too close. Right? I'm afraid, eh?" Before he finished speaking, the person in front of him suddenly disappeared. Bang! Then, a small foot suddenly stretched out from behind and kicked him hard on the buttocks. Luo Qingzhou turned around suddenly. "Stab me." Xia Chan stood behind him and said coldly again. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate anymore, holding the sword in his hand tightly, and stabbed forward with a swish. Xia Chan's body slightly turned to avoid his sword, and the scabbard in her hand, at some point, had already been against his throat. Luo Qingzhou immediately retreated, holding the hilt with both hands, and suddenly rushed over, swish and chop directly down. Xiaochan suddenly appeared on his right side, and the scabbard in her hand once again quietly pressed against his throat. Luo Qingzhou was secretly shocked. This girl is so fast. I don't know what kind of martial arts she has practiced these days, but she is obviously more powerful than before. Luo Qingzhou paused, looked at the little girl under the eaves, and said, "Chior, you go out first. Close the gate, and go to play with Xiao Dai. You are not needed here." Chior was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Oh, okay." She didn't dare to ask more, and immediately went down the steps, walked out of the door quickly, and closed the gate. "Is Sister Xiaochan teaching me to practice sword?" she said secretly in her heart. In the courtyard, the afternoon sun lazily fell on the two of them. The breeze blew, and the petals flew. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl in front of him, and suddenly his temperament changed, becoming fierce, clenching his fists and said, "Chan, you know my secret. Thank you for not telling others. Today, I decided to use my real strength to compete with you, so that you know how powerful I am. If there is any offense, please don't blame me. Okay?" Xiaochan looked at him coldly, took 2 steps back, clenched the sword in her hand, and said, "Okay." Luo Qingzhou carefully placed the sword in his hand on the stone table next to him. Then, he walked over and stood 3 meters away from her. His eyes condensed, his whole body tensed, and he clenched his fists, reminding her, Chan, be careful. The fist of the son-in-law is not vegetarian. One punch. You may cry for a long time. Xiaochan, heh. Luo Qingzhou felt that he was despised by this little girl, and decided not to hide it anymore. He bent his knees, arched his body slightly, and the internal force in his body surged. The fascia and muscles of his whole body were tense, ready to eject and pounce on him. Who knew that at this time? Xiaochan suddenly said coldly. No. Sprinkle. Lime. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 262 Warmth in the Study. Swoosh. The duel begins. The duel ends. As soon as Luo Qingzhou started to move, before he could throw his fist, the sharp tip of the sword had already touched his neck. A hint of coldness, chilling the skin. Start again. He put away his fist and stepped back a few steps. He then bent his body, clenched his fist again, stared at the figure in front of him, and said, Start. As soon as the words fell, he swooshed and rushed out like a sharp arrow. But the figure in front had disappeared. The back of his neck felt cold, and the sharp tip of the sword had already touched his skin. He froze in place, and his raised fist fell down weakly. Come again! The side of his neck felt cold, and the tip of the sword was against it again. Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't help but said, Chan, can you be a little slower? At least, let me punch out once first. Right? Xiaochan put away her sword and said coldly, You are too slow. Luo Qingzhou said dejectedly, I admit that I am slow. But can you let me punch out a few times? Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable. Heh. Xiaochan clenched the sword in her hand. Her pretty face was cold, and she didn't mean to give in at all. Luo Qingzhou sighed, not wanting to be humiliated again. Put away his fist, went over to pick up the sword, and went back to the house and said, I won't play with you anymore. It's boring. Xiaochan stood in the courtyard, looking at his back, paused, and suddenly said, I let you. Luo Qingzhou walked to the eaves, turned his head and looked at her and said, Let me not play with you either. After that, he went into the house. The sword was sheathed and put into the storage bag. Then he went into the study and closed the door. The house became quiet. The courtyard was also silent. The breeze blew, and petals fluttered on the peach tree. The girl under the tree held the sword and stood there blankly for a long time, then lowered her head, put the sword into the sheath, and turned to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, the window of the study suddenly opened. Luo Qingzhou's voice came from the window. Xiaochan, can you grind ink? Xiaochan paused, was stunned, turned her head, and was about to shake her head. Luo Qingzhou said again, I want to write something. No one helps grind ink. I can't handle it alone. If you can, come in and help the son-in-law. Xiaochan hesitated for a moment and nodded. Come in quickly. Luo Qingzhou shouted. Xiaochan clenched the sword in her hand, went up the steps, and walked into the house. She stopped at the door of the study. She looked at the shoes at the door and began to hesitate again. Squeak. The door opened. Luo Qingzhou appeared inside and said, "Take off your shoes and come in." "What are you waiting for?" Xia Chan glanced at him. Then at the spotless snow-white carpet in the study, and the furnishings full of the scent of books, lowered her head slightly, and said hesitantly, I won't go in awe." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly squatted down, picked up one of her legs, and skillfully helped her take off her shoes, revealing a slender little foot in snow-white silk stockings. "You? What do you mean you? It's not like your son-in-law didn't help you take off your shoes under the bridge that night." Luo Qingzhou took it for granted, picked up her other foot, and helped her take off her shoes. Then he pulled her in without saying anything. Then he closed the door. Xia Chan stood at the door, holding the sword tightly in her hand, with two light blushes on her pretty face. She bit her pink lips and wanted to fight back and cover up with a cold look. But the other party had already turned around and walked to the desk in front of the window, sat down with his back to her, and urged, "Come on. I want to write." "Oh." Xia Chan was immediately discouraged, and walked over carefully with a pair of slender feet, looking at the books on the bookshelf, the incense and hand warmer on the desk, smelling the smell of ink, feeling the smell of books in this space, and then looking at the elegant figure in Confucian robes sitting in front of the desk. Her inferiority complex suddenly became stronger. Walking to the desk, looking at the inkstone and ink block representing the literati and talented women, she was at a loss and panicked. She had never touched these things before, and didn't know what to do at all. Luo Qingzhou reached out and picked up the ink block, brought the inkstone in front of him, and gently ground it in it, while lowering his head and saying, "Look, if you grind it slowly like this, you will soon grind out a lot of juice. Don't stop. Make the juice even, not too thick or too thin, and add water appropriately." A faint scent of ink suddenly came to my nose. Xia Chan lowered her head, said "Oh" in inferiority, hesitated for a moment, and put the sword in her hand on the windowsill next to her. Luo Qingzhou put down the ink block, pushed the inkstone in front of her, and said, "Sit down and grind it. Take your time first. Don't rush. You will be proficient in a while." Xia Chan did not sit down, but stood by, reached out and carefully picked up the ink block, and began to grind it slowly in the inkstone. At first, it was very unfamiliar and nervous, but slowly, it became proficient. "Yes, just like that. Continue," Luo Qingzhou praised, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and began to continue writing the unfinished seam of Bingfa. The pen tip is gentle, and the ink falls freely, like flowing clouds in water. In a short time, a long chapter has been written. Xia Chan silently grinds the ink while peeking. Her eyes are infatuated, and the coldness on her pretty face has become extremely soft without knowing when. And it seems that even she herself does not notice it. In the room, the heating is overflowing. The cigarette smoke is curling, and it is particularly warm. The dripping water under the eaves is dripping. Time passes silently. An afternoon passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The ink block in Xia Chan's hand was almost gone, and her white little hands were already covered with black ink. Luo Qingzhou finished writing Sima Bingfa and wrote 2 chapters of 3 Kingdom story before he stopped writing. He put down the pen, rubbed his wrist, looked up at her and said, "Are you tired? It took so long." Xia Chan shook her head. Her dark eyes glanced at the rice paper in front of him with several pages of densely written small characters, and whispered, "You are tired." Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly, lowered his head to blow dry the ink, and carefully rolled up the rice paper. Then he stood up and said, Chan, I remember I promised you last time that after the mission that night was completed, the son-in-law would take you to eat delicious food. Remember? Let's go tonight. Okay?" Xia Chan hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Okay." She suddenly remembered something, put down the ink block in her hand, picked up her sword from the windowsill with her other clean hand, and said, "I'll go back." After that, she turned and left the room. After putting on her shoes at the door, she walked out quickly. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, hurried to the window, stuck his head out and shouted, Chan, it's okay for the 2 of us to go. Don't tell Bailing." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Chan suddenly stopped under the eaves. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction of her gaze. Under the peach tree in the courtyard, a pink girl in a pink dress was standing there pretty, holding a freshly picked peach blossom in her hand, and her watery eyes were looking at him. Luo Qingzhou, Wu Wu, the girl under the tree, suddenly cried, rubbing her eyes with her two little fists, turned around and ran out of the yard, crying as she ran, "I don't want to care about the bad son-in-law anymore." Wu Wu Xiaochan turned her head and looked at the window. Luo Qingzhou. Xiaochan held the sword and walked away quickly. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window awkwardly for a while, then picked up the rice paper on the table and put it into the storage bag. Then he washed his hands and went out. Xiaochan returned to Lingshan Moon Palace, entered the room, walked to the closet, and took out the purse from the innermost. She first took some silver from the purse. After thinking about it, she took some more, hesitated for a while. Then, she put the whole purse on her body. When Luo Qingzhou arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, pouting her lips and tearing the petals in her hands. She tore off a piece and said, "Stinky uncle." Tearing another piece, she said, "Bad uncle. Stinky uncle. Bad uncle. Stinky uncle. Bad uncle." Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and watched for a while, then walked in and apologized. "Bai Ling, uncle was wrong. Uncle didn't mean that. Stinky uncle. Bad uncle. Lustful uncle. Liar uncle." Bai Ling suddenly stood up, quickly tore off the petals, then turned around and continued to rub her eyes with her little fists. Wu Wu ran into the house. When Luo Qingzhou followed her in, she had already run into the room and closed the door. In the room, there was a Wu Wu cry, full of grievances. Luo Qingzhou had to raise his hand and knock on the door. Just after knocking twice, the door suddenly opened. It turned out that the door was not locked, but just ajar. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he opened the door, walked in, closed the door again, and then apologized and explained, "Beiling, I shouldn't have said that just now, but it's really not what you think. Last time Xiaochan helped me, I promised to take her out for a good meal. I know that you must leave someone to look after the young lady, so I asked Xiaochan not to tell you, mainly because I was afraid that you would be angry. In fact, I thought about it. Next time, I will take you out alone. Or tomorrow. Okay?" Wu Beiling was still lying on the bed, crying very sadly. Luo Qingzhou had to walk over and said, "Beiling, don't cry. How about we all go out together later? Will the young lady go out with us?" Beiling immediately said, "The young lady will not go out." Wu Luo Qingzhou sat down on the bed, touched her raised buttocks and said, "Bai Ling." "Ah!" Bai Ling screamed, turned over hurriedly, covered her buttocks, opened her eyes wide, looked at him with a frightened face and said, "Uncle, why are you touching my buttocks?" Luo Qingzhou saw that she didn't cry at all, and even her eyes were not red, and couldn't help but laughed and said angrily, "What are you talking about? Uncle wants to be coquettish with you." Bai Ling. The room was full of pink, covered by curtains, and fragrant. A man and a woman sat on the soft bed, looking into each other's eyes, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Bai Ling felt a little panicked and immediately got up to run away. Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist, caught her back, and put her on his lap. "Uncle, don't be coquettish, Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth. Beiling sat in his arms, twisting and struggling, with a begging expression on her face, and slowly hugged his neck with her arms. The kiss lasted for a long time before it stopped. Luo Qingzhou let go of her mouth and said, "What are you doing?" Beiling's face was flushed, and she looked at him with blurred eyes and said, "No, don't shiver." Luo Qingzhou was as stiff as iron. His hand slid down along her slender waist, and just as he was about to put it into her pink skirt, he suddenly looked at the door. At some point, the door had been opened quietly, and Xiaochan was standing there, silent. Luo Qingzhou's hand froze, and he hurriedly took it away. "Xiaochan is here," he whispered. The girl in his arms woke up, turned her head, looked at the door, and quietly took it out of his clothes. Then she suddenly jumped off his lap, clenched her two little fists immediately, rubbed her eyes and started to whine, complaining aggrievedly, Chan Chan. My uncle, he was coy to me again. Whine, luckily I would rather die than surrender. And didn't let him succeed. Whine." Chapter 263. The Girl Waiting in the 100 Flowers Garden. It was evening. The streets were bustling. The vendors were shouting and pedestrians were walking around. People who were buying vegetables, shopping, and eating were talking in groups of 3 or 2, making a lot of noise. Luo Qingzhou finally went out alone. Beiling ignored him, Xiaochan also went to the backyard to practice sword. Luo Qingzhou had to sneak out from the back door and put on a mask in the alley. He wandered around the streets for a while. He went directly to Chunyuan Alley. Chunyuan Alley was only about 3 streets away from Qin Mansion. Not too far. Entered the alley. After seeing that there was no one around, he took off the mask on his face, put on a wide Confucian robe, and concealed the aura of a warrior. He suddenly became the weak and elegant scholar he usually was. He searched from house to house. In the deepest part of the alley, he found an ancient mansion with peeling paint on the door. There were a few big characters written on the plaque above, 100 Flowers Garden. Dong! 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 He went forward and knocked on the door. At the same time, he took out 2 rolls of rice paper from the storage bag. After knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door. Is he not here? He waited for a while. And when he was about to leave, a childish and timid voice suddenly came from the door. Who? Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, My last name is Luo, and I'm here to deliver something. Luo? Is it Mr. Luo? The voice inside the door suddenly became excited. Squeak. The door opened immediately. A little maid in a yellow dress appeared in the doorway, staring at him with her big, lively eyes, and then said excitedly, It's Mr. Luo. Please come in. My young lady is playing the piano in the pavilion. If she knew that you were here, she would be very happy. Luo Qingzhou was slightly surprised. Do you know me? The little maid nodded with a smile on her face. Yes. There are many portraits of Mr. Luo in your lady's place. They are all painted by the young lady herself. They look very much like the young master. I recognized him at a glance. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, Who is your young lady? The little maid smiled and said, You will know when you go in. Please come in. Luo Qingzhou looked inside. He didn't go in, but raised the scroll in his hand and said, I'm here to deliver something for His Highness. Let your young lady come out for a while. I have something else to do. I'll leave after delivering the things. The little maid immediately pouted and said, Sir, if you don't come in, my young lady will be very sad. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a few seconds and guessed. Your young lady is called Hua Gu? The little maid opened her eyes and said, Sir, how did you know? When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he didn't dare to go in anymore, and hurriedly said, Go and call her over. I have something else to do, and I'm leaving soon. The little maid saw that he was urging her so urgently, so she had to say unhappily, Okay, wait a moment. Young lady. After that, she hurried away. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door without taking a step in, secretly thinking about the eldest princess's intentions. Could it be that the eldest princess had not given up and wanted the Huagu girl to get close to him? Or was it just to let the Huagu girl live here and pass on stories and news to her? Not long. A slim young girl in a bright red gauze dress came hurriedly over with the maid. The girl had a slender figure, a slender waist, a majestic chest, straight and slender legs, pink skin, a beautiful appearance, and a natural charm between her eyebrows. When she walked, she was like a delicate flower facing the wind, with a variety of postures. This girl was the girl named Hua Gu. Mr. Luo. Hua Gu came closer, looked at him with sparkling eyes, and said in a soft and seductive voice, Except for me and Xiao Huan, there is no one else in the mansion. It's getting late. Why don't you come in? I'll make some dinner for you, and I'll accompany you to play in the garden for a while. Okay. Luo Qingzhou handed over the 2 rolls of rice paper in his hand and said, Since it's getting late, I naturally have to go home to have dinner with my wife. Miss Hua Gu, take the things and give them to His Highness when the time comes. You should know that the things inside are very important and must not be lost. Hua Gu Shen. Her face darkened. She stretched out her delicate hand to take it, and said aggrievedly, Young master, do you hate me so much? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Miss Hua Gu, you are too kind. We have only met twice. How can you say that you hate me? I do have a wife waiting for me at home. I'm sorry. Seeing that he was about to leave, Hua Gu hurriedly reached out and grabbed his wide sleeves, and said in a trembling voice, Young master, don't be afraid. I won't be shameless like before. I just want to talk to you, chat with you, and stay with you for a while. I have no other intentions. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said nothing. Hua Gu raised her beautiful little face. Her watery eyes were full of charming and pitiful colors, and she pleaded softly, Young master, please. I don't know if the thin rope on her chest was not tied well, or if there was too much material there, The thin rope suddenly loosened, revealing a touch of tempting Snow White and ravines. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and glanced subconsciously. While he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a familiar chill. His mind suddenly came to his senses. He quickly took her hand off his sleeve, stepped back 2 steps, and said seriously, "Sorry, Miss Wagu. I am a scholar. I know the rules of propriety. I know the rules of conduct. It is really inconvenient to go in. Goodbye." After saying that, without any hesitation, he turned around and left. Wagu stood at the door, staring blankly at his back as he walked away. Then he sighed inaudibly and turned into the house. Luo Qingzhou strode towards the alley. Halfway through, he suddenly turned his head to look at the corner of the wall next to him, and said in surprise, "Hey, Chan, aren't you going to come out? When did you come?" Xia Chan leaned against the corner of the wall, with her arms folded across her chest, holding a sword in her arms, and looking at him coldly. There was silence in the alley for a moment. Luo Qingzhou said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Xia Chan stood there, still motionless. The sword in her arm seemed to be ready to move, and the aura around her became colder and colder. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to pretend anymore, and had to explain. "Don't get me wrong. I didn't come here secretly to date another woman. The man just now was the eldest princess's man, named Wagu. I once begged the eldest princess to help save Xiaolu and her mother, and the reward I gave her was stories and military strategies. The things I wrote in the study this afternoon were for the eldest princess. I was going to ask you to come over to deliver the things tonight, but you did it yourself. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied Bailing." Xia Chan stared at him coldly for a while before saying, "Where did you look at her just now?" Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "My face. She was talking to me, so of course I looked at her face." Oh, and her skirt." Xia Chan stared at him coldly, "And her hair moved without wind." "Chest," Luo Qingzhou said embarrassedly. Xia Chan said nothing more and turned away. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed and said, "In fact, I just took a look and didn't see anything, and I didn't mean to do it. No one is perfect. And you just saw that the son-in-law had firmly rejected her temptation, didn't you?" Xia Chan ignored him, walked out of the alley, and continued to walk forward. But just after crossing a street, she suddenly stopped again, looked around, tightened her sword, and a hint of nervousness appeared in her eyes. She was lost. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked to her side and said, "Let's go. Uncle will take you to dinner." Xia Chan's pretty face was still as cold as ice. "No. Then you stand here by yourself. Don't blame Uncle if you get lost. When you are sold to the mine by human traffickers, you will be forced to dig every day and be exhausted." Luo Qingzhou turned and walked towards the street on the left. After walking for a while, he turned his head to look. The girl was indeed holding a sword, silently and pitifully following him. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately stopped, turned her pretty face away, and looked away. Luo Qingzhou seemed to hear her voice. "Humph. Chan, come. Stay with Uncle. Uncle needs your protection. There are so many people here. It will be troublesome if you get separated later. Give this girl a way out." Xia Chan hesitated for a while, and then walked over with a cold face, her eyes still staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou pretended to be afraid of her, turned his face away, avoided her sight, and continued to walk forward with a guilty look. Xia Chan then retracted her gaze and followed him silently. Chan, do you want to go to the restaurant or eat at the stalls there?" Luo Qingzhou asked as they walked to the entrance of an alley. A tempting aroma floated from the alley. Xia Chan stopped and took a look at the snacks on the stalls in the alley. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Is the restaurant expensive?" As she said this, she subconsciously touched the purse around her waist. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be too expensive. The environment in the restaurant is good, quiet, and the food is a little cleaner. Here, there are many people and it's noisy, so the food may not be so clean. But as for the taste, sometimes the food in the restaurant is not necessarily better than here." Xia Chan thought for a while, looked at him and said, "Then restaurant." She took a look at his clean robe and his elegant and graceful appearance, and thought to herself, he is a scholar. He likes quietness, and cleanliness. Restaurant should be more suitable. "Okay. The son-in-law will treat us tonight. Eat whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou walked in front, looking for a better restaurant on the streets on both sides. Xia Chan followed behind, took a look at his handsome and beautiful profile, and muttered to herself, no. No. She said she would support him. So she wouldn't let him pay. Moreover, she always bullied him secretly, making him so pitiful every time, and taking away so many of his things every time. So it was only right to treat him to a meal. Luo Qingzhou quickly found a restaurant. Just as the two were about to go in, several figures suddenly walked out of the restaurant. One of the figures was very familiar to Luo Qingzhou. The man was also stunned when he saw him. The two stopped where they were, staring at each other, and neither spoke. Luo Yu, what's wrong? Do you know this person? One of the tall young men in a blue robe asked. His eyes fell on the young man outside the door, looking him up and down several times. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his Adam's apple moved a few times. Luo Yu moved the corner of his mouth, and smiled faintly. Brother Ming. He is the scholar I told you about. The bastard of my Chunghwa mansion. Luo Qingzhou. Then he sneered, of course. He may have changed his surname now, and become a servant of someone else's family. Chapter 264 Flying Sword Kills People. A slave of the Qin family? Another young man in a white robe holding a folding fan said with a sneer on his face. A son-in-law can indeed be called a slave. In addition to working hard to sow and plant crops every night, he also has to do all kinds of miscellaneous work. I heard that he has to serve tea and water to his mother-in-law, massage her back and wash her feet, and even warm the quilt. As soon as these words came out, the other two young men laughed. I'm afraid it's not as simple as warming the quilt. The people in the mansion, regardless of gender, age or young, will probably ha ha ha. The strong smell of alcohol emanated from several people. Judging from their clothes, they were either rich or noble, and judging from their figure, temperament, and aggressive momentum, they all seemed to be warriors. Luo Qingzhou ignored it, and prepared to take Xia Chan in from the side. The blue-robed young man surnamed Ming suddenly opened his arms to stop him, staring at him with fiery eyes, with a meaningful smile on his face. The other three young men also lined up, and smiled at the door next to them. The young man surnamed Ming suddenly smiled and said, Little brother, don't be anxious. I heard from Luo Yu that you married into the Qin family, betrayed Chunghwa Mansion in order to curry favor with the Qin family, and even falsely accused them together with the Qin family, and even wanted to kill your father, mother, and brother. Is this true? After a pause, he smiled again. Don't be afraid. What I, Ming Xianqing, admire most is people like you who are brave and knowledgeable, who don't recognize the 6 emotions, and are ruthless. How about following me in the future? I guarantee that you will have a better future than being a son-in-law. The young man in a white robe immediately smiled and said, Boy, this is the son of the city lord's mansion. If you follow him, you won't have to take the imperial examination in the future. Serve Master Ming well. When the time comes, whatever you want. It's just a matter of Master Ming's words. Ming Xianqing immediately waved his hand and said, Hey, brother Bai. Don't talk nonsense. What service or not? I hit it off with this little brother at first sight, and I just want to treat him as a confidant. Haha. I was talking nonsense. I apologize. The young man in white robe laughed. His body tilted, and he seemed to be a little unstable. The other two young men also smiled ambiguously and echoed, Yes. Yes. Confidant. Confidant. Be careful. Luo Yu, who had been concentrating on the cold girl, suddenly changed his face and took a step back. His clothes and robes fluttered. His skin and flesh were tense, and he was ready for battle. Ming Xianqing and the other three young men also woke up immediately. Several people felt a piercing chill almost at the same time. At the same time, several guards suddenly jumped out from both sides of the street and drew their swords from their waists, standing in front of several people, staring at the young couple in front of them. In front of Luo Yu stood the burly female guard, who was said to be from Kyoto. In front of the restaurant, the situation was tense. The people in the restaurant and the pedestrians on the street were all curiously watching. The sword in Xia Chan's hand was not unsheathed. Luo Qingzhou's hand, at some point, had already grasped her cold little hand holding the sword, and the expression on his face was still as calm as before. Chan. Let's go! After a few breaths of confrontation, he took the girl beside him and prepared to leave. Luo Yu suddenly said in a cold voice, Luo Qingzhou, that night you were disrespectful to my mother, uttered foul language, and colluded with the Qin family to slander me. Chung Guofu. I, Luo Yu, will remember this account. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you follow the Qin family and became a servant of the Qin family? Let me tell you, the Qin family can't protect you. I, Luo Yu, will let you know the price of betrayal when the time comes. Luo Qingzhou paused, turned his head and looked at him. Still with a calm face, people do. God sees. Luo Yu, those dirty things you and your mother did, sooner or later, will definitely pay the price. After that, he did not stay any longer, and took Xia Chan away directly. It is useless to talk now, and the real revenge is definitely not a verbal dispute. Luo Yu stared at the background of his retreat, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and clenched his fists. Chan, I'm sorry, I can't invite you to the restaurant to eat delicious food tonight. After walking away, he let go of the girl's hand beside him, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand, looked at him, and said slowly, Chan, help you. Kill them. Luo Qingzhou looked at her eyes, stunned, reached out and stroked her head, and said softly, not tonight. So many people on the street can see it. Don't make trouble for the time being. Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand, lowered her head slightly, pursed her lips, and seemed a little sad. I don't know whether I feel sorry for him or blame myself for not being able to help him kill those bad guys who insulted and laughed at him immediately. Chan, let's go. Although we can't go to the restaurant, we still have to eat. Let's go to the alley and eat something. Luo Qingzhou took her and walked into the alley next to him. He carefully found a snack stand, walked in, and sat down in a position close to the wall. Boss, give me 2 big bowls of wontons and 2 baskets of buns. Luo Qingzhou called the boss. Okay. Wait a minute. The boss agreed and immediately started to prepare the wontons. Xia Chan followed and sat down next to him. Luo Qingzhou leaned against the wall, slowly closed his eyes, and said, Chan, I'll rest for a while. Don't let anyone get close to me, let alone touch me. You are not allowed to touch me either. Can you do it? Xia Chan looked at him, stunned, and said, yeah. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, stopped talking, and stopped moving. Xia Chan stared at him closely, listening to the movements around him. Suddenly, she saw a slender black flying sword slip out of his arms. Like a loach, it slipped silently along his body to the wall behind him, and then flew into the night sky and disappeared. The customers at the stall were all eating with their heads down, and no one noticed anything unusual. Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand, moved the small stool under her buttocks, approached him, and looked around with cold and vigilant eyes. At the entrance of the restaurant, the 5 young men who drank a lot of wine were all helped away by their guards and servants. Some got on the carriage, and some got on the sedan chair. Some walked with support. Luo Yu left in the carriage, in addition to the burly woman who accompanied him in the carriage. The driver was also a strong warrior. On another road, Meng Xianqing, the son of the city lord's mansion, sat in the sedan chair with a white-robed young man, and was excitedly discussing the son-in-law of the Qin mansion just now. I just observed him carefully. That boy has a handsome appearance, a slender figure, good skin, and most importantly, long legs and a round butt. He is very much what I like. Brother Ming, you are really interested in that boy. Of course. When Luo Yu told me about it, I was eager to see him. Now that I see him, he is indeed as good as his reputation. In one word, smooth. Brother Bai, help me think of a way to get that son-in-law. We need to think about this matter carefully. The Qin family is not easy to mess with. According to Luo Yu, the maid next to that boy is also not easy to mess with. What's more difficult is that the boy seems to have climbed up the high branch of the princess. Humph. I'm afraid he is just a dog of the princess. The princess is probably just giving face to the Qin family. After all, the Qin family is the first to support her policy of suppressing nobles with practical actions. How could a person like the princess look down on him? A mere bastard and son-in-law? That's right. The boy is probably a communication tool between the princess and the Qin family. Anyone can be replaced. The two chatted in a low voice for a while, both drunk and dozed off. Ming, brother Ming, I feel dizzy. I'll sleep for a while. Okay. I'll sleep for a while too. Ming Xianqing was about to close his eyes when he suddenly felt a palpitation. Then, with a ding sound, the jade pendant hanging on his neck suddenly flashed and instantly turned into a light shield, protecting his whole body. Shoo! The young man in white robe, who was sleeping with his eyes closed beside him, suddenly lowered his head and rolled down from his neck. Puff! Blood spurted out. Assassin! There is an assassin! Ming Xianqing was wrapped in a light shield. With a whoosh, he jumped out of the sedan door at the fastest speed in his life and fell to the ground drunk. The guards of the city lord's mansion, who followed behind him, drew their swords with a clang and protected him in front of him. Sedan! Inside the sedan, Ming Xianqing climbed up from the ground, still in shock, his face pale and trembling. The two guards immediately stepped forward and used the knives in their hands to push open the door curtain, and were immediately shocked by the scene inside. A headless corpse was sitting inside, with blood gushing from its neck. The head rolled to the bottom of the feet. The ground was already a pool of blood. However, there was no one else in the sedan, and there was nothing unusual. Where is the assassin? A moment later, the young man who had already walked to another alley in a sedan chair was dozing off in the sedan chair when his head suddenly tilted and fell to the ground. Another young man, who was supported by a servant to go home, had just walked to the gate when his head suddenly tilted and fell off his neck. Sir, the wontons are here. Luo Qingzhou leaned against the wall, still resting with his eyes closed, when the boss brought 2 large bowls of steaming wontons and placed them on the table. Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand and stared at the approaching boss with cold eyes. At this time, Luo Qingzhou moved, slowly opened his eyes, and whispered, Chan, let's eat. Xia Chan looked at him. Eat quickly. We have to go back to take a bath and sleep later. That do you want to go together? I mean take a bath. In the lake. Xia Chan stared at him blankly and did not answer. Then I'll call Bailing All. Chapter 265 Son-in-Law. The medicine is here. Ouch. Luo Qingzhou was hit by a punch and pressed the table by the way. Pa! The 2 bowls of wontons on the table suddenly fell to the ground, smashed into pieces, and the soup spilled. The boss saw this and hurried over to clean up, saying, Sir, it's okay. I'll give you 2 more bowls later. Luo Qingzhou covered his eyes and stood up and said, Chan, can you not hit the son-in-law's eyes next time? Xia Chan looked at the spilled wontons on the ground, a little at a loss. The other diners around heard the noise and looked over, all laughing secretly. Boss, I'm sorry. Luo Qingzhou took out a silver ingot and put it on the table. He didn't let the boss find it, nor did he continue to sit down to eat. He immediately pulled the girl, who was in a daze and regret, away. In the eyes of others around, he seemed to be running away because of shame. After walking out of the alley, he whispered, Chan, don't blame you. The son-in-law did it on purpose. Do you know what an alibi is? Xia Chan was stunned for a moment and looked at him in confusion. Luo Qingzhou said, I deliberately overturned the table and wontons to let the boss and the guests next to us notice us, just to prove that we ate there just now and didn't go anywhere else. Forget it. Let's go. Go home to take a shower and sleep. Luo Qingzhou held her little hand and didn't let go. Xia Chan glanced at the hands they held together and didn't struggle, and followed him silently. Luo Qingzhou bought a few strings of candied haws on the street and gave her one. Returned to Qin Mansion. Luo Qingzhou first sent her back to Lingshan Moon Palace. Just as she was about to leave, Xia Chan suddenly said, Here, Bailing. 1 string. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and deliberately said, Why should I give it to her? She's so naughty, so I won't give it to her. If she was as obedient and cute as Chan, I would give it to her. Xia Chan didn't say anything else, but stretched out her finger and pointed at a big tree next to her. Luo Qingzhou's face froze, and he turned his head to look. A pretty girl in a pink dress was hiding behind the big tree. Her pink skirt and hair were blown by the wind. Looming behind the tree, a small hand that was exposed clenched into a fist. Ha! Chan, your uncle is joking with you. Here, this is for Bailing. Lingling is so beautiful and cute. It's only right to give her 2 strings. You help your uncle give it to her, and tell her that your uncle likes her the most. Luo Qingzhou stuffed 2 more strings out, turned around and ran away in shame. Xia Chan stood there, holding 2 strings of candied haws, looking at his back. Her cheeks puffed up slightly. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. Lewd son-in-law. Talking bad about me behind my back again. Hateful. Bai Ling came out from behind the tree angrily and came to her, muttering angrily while stretching out his 2 hands. Xia Chan glanced at her and handed her a string of candied haws. Bai Ling immediately said, 2 strings. The stinky son-in-law clearly said 2 strings. Everyone heard it. Lingling is so pretty and cute. It's only right to give her 2 strings. Xiaochan only gave her one string, then held the sword in one hand and another string of candied haws in the other hand, and coldly entered Lingshan Moon Palace. Bai Ling was immediately angry and said, Chan, you are so stingy. Last time, the son-in-law gave me candied haws, and you asked me for money? This time. Before she finished speaking, Xiaochan suddenly stopped. Bai Ling reacted immediately and dared not say anything more. She took the candied haws in her hand, turned around and ran. While running, she stretched out her pink tongue and quickly licked all the candied haws on the string one by one. Then she turned around and said, Chan, it's all my saliva. If you ask me for money again, I will give it back to you. Xiaochan stood there without moving. After a long time, Fong murmured, I spent his money. She looked at the candied haws in her hand and suddenly walked to the kitchen. Boil water, take a shower, change clothes. Then, go find Bai Ling. Bai Ling has returned to the room and is hiding inside, eating candied haws and fiddling with a few petals on the table. Xiaochan pushed open the door. Bai Ling stood up hurriedly, hid the candied haws behind her back, and said with a bitter face, Chan, I'm poor and have no money. Xiaochan was silent for a while, and her pretty face hidden in the dark was quietly stained with 2 blushes, and whispered medicine. Is it ready? Bai Ling was stunned and said, What medicine? Xiaochan looked at her and said nothing. Bai Ling suddenly reacted, Chan, haven't you been practicing sword hard recently? Why do you want to? She suddenly stopped talking and said embarrassedly, Wait a minute. I'll get it for you. She lowered her head and opened the drawer. Plum Fragrance Garden. After Luo Qizhou went back, Xiao Dai and Chior were embroidering in the room. When they heard the noise, they hurried out to ask him if he had eaten. Luo Qizhou said, No. The two immediately went to help him heat up the food and boil water. After Luo Qingzhou finished his meal, he went directly to the backyard and practiced the plum blossom flying boxing for an hour. After sweating all over, he returned to the room to take a bath and dripped another drop of the refining dirty potion into the bathtub. He only had 1 bottle of refining dirty potion on him. After it was used up, he would have to buy more. However, he had no gold coins left, and he would need to go out of the city to hunt monsters. As for the next few days, he decided to practice and open up the way at the bottom of the lake. After taking a bath, he ground ink in the room and wrote 2 more chapters of the story of the 3 kingdoms. Just after he finished writing, the door was pushed open. Chior poked her head in and asked softly, Sir, are you going to sleep with me tonight? Luo Qingzhou put away the rice paper, turned around and looked at her and said, No need. Chior said blushed and added, whispering, Sir, tonight is my turn. Luo Qingzhou deliberately said with a stern face, It's too late. Chior, don't even think about it in the future. Chior pouted and admitted her mistake. Sir, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have something to do these 2 days. I need to have a good rest. No need. Oh, then sir, have a good rest. Chior quickly closed the door. Xiao Dai was standing behind her eavesdropping. After the door was closed, the 2 girls looked at each other and returned to the room. Xiao Dai quickly comforted her, Sister Chior, it's okay. The next time the young master asks me to sleep with him, I will secretly take your place. Chior smiled and went over to pick up the belly band on the bed, sat down and continued to embroider, and said with a smile, Don't do that again. Otherwise the young master will really be angry. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. My young lady is still in Kyoto. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment and whispered, Sister Chior, will the second young lady, will she really do that with my young master? Chior pondered for a moment, raised her head and smiled. Yes. No one can stop it. Xiao Dai said nervously. Then what about the eldest young lady? Chior's smile faded slightly, and after a while, she whispered, The eldest young lady's personality is indeed not suitable. It was the eldest young lady who came here to propose this matter in person. When the son-in-law passes the exam, everything will come naturally. There is no rush. Oh! Xiao Dai sighed secretly. Although she had never come into contact with the eldest young lady, she didn't know why she was reluctant to let her go. Perhaps it was because the eldest young lady was the young master's first real wife. Or perhaps it was because of the eldest young lady's consent that she and the young master were able to leave Chunghwa Mansion and come here to live a good life. Strictly speaking, the eldest young lady is still her and the young master's benefactor. Otherwise, She and the young master would still be suffering in Chunghwa Mansion. The little girl was thinking wildly, thinking that the young master would separate from the eldest lady in the future, and perhaps their relationship would become very bad. And she felt uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou returned to the bed. His soul left his body, and began to practice the thunder fist in the room. He asked for leave for these 2 nights, so he didn't have to go to the Yuannong Tower anymore. He decided to have a good rest for a few nights, to recuperate, and then increase his efforts to open up the secret passage under the lake. If there is really a legendary treasure underground, he will naturally not miss it. His current cultivation speed is indeed very fast, but compared with those geniuses and those who are born with rich cultivation resources, there is still a gap. Moreover, he is not only short of money now, but also lacks the guidance of cultivation techniques and martial arts masters. He still needs a lot of things. Boom, boom, boom. The soul floated in the air in the room and began to punch the thunder fist heavily. In the room, there was a sudden gust of cold wind. The soul can clearly hear the sound of punching, but the ordinary body cannot hear it. He didn't care and punched faster and faster. He practiced for an hour. It was almost dawn when he finished his training and his mind returned to his body. Lying on the bed, after thinking about the training plan for the next few days for a while, he closed his eyes, calmed down, and soon fell asleep. The night outside the window became more and more intense. A silver moon rose above the branches, and the moonlight in the yard was as white as frost. In the next room, Xiao Dai and Chior talked for a while. Then he packed up his things, took off his clothes, and lay on the bed. The 2 little girls lay together. Xiao Dai, I heard you scream last night. Hee. Oh, I didn't scream. That wasn't me. How did it feel? Humph. I won't tell you. If you want to know, go and ask the master. The 2 little girls played in the quilt for a while, and then fell asleep sweetly. Outside the window, it was late at night. I don't know how long it took. A figure suddenly appeared silently in the courtyard. She stood quietly under the peach tree for a while, then walked under the eaves, stood by the window of the study, and listened to the movement inside. After a long time, the window suddenly opened, and then quickly closed again. Tick, tick. In the silent night, there seemed to be only the sound of dripping. At this time, there was a figure in front of the desk inside the window. She silently looked at the ink block and inkstone on the table for a while, and then looked at the rolled rice paper on the table for a while, then bent down and took off her shoes. Inside the snow-white silk stockings were the slender and delicate girl's jade feet. With her skirt swaying, she walked silently to the inner room and stood by the bed. On the candlestick at the bedside, the red candle shed tears and burned silently. Chapter 266. Tick, tick. The dripping water under the eaves seemed to be urging something. Inside the house, a faint fragrance floated. The breathing on the bed gradually became heavier. The figure who had been standing by the bed for a long time slowly stretched out his hand and stroked his dark blue eyes. While stroking gently, he murmured in a low voice, "Does it hurt? Tonight punishment. Chan Chan. Okay? Woo." Outside the window, the night wind sobbed. The peach tree in the courtyard suddenly swayed, its branches and petals flew. The whole yard was filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. The moonlight was bright and cold like snow. On the eaves of the Yuannong building, the moon-white figure stood there alone, looking at the darkness in the distance. I don't know if he was practicing in the moonlight or thinking about something. He didn't move for a long time. Until dawn, the night quietly retreated. On the green hills in the distance, the morning sun quietly revealed half of its cheek, secretly observed the world for a while, and then revealed all of it. The golden sunlight soon filled the earth. The quiet city had become lively before he knew it. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, the windowsill was already full of sunshine. There were freshly picked flowers in the vase, which drifted in through the cracks in the window with the morning breeze. The house was full of flower fragrance. Birds were singing in the courtyard. Xiao Dai was driving away sparrows in the yard again, and said angrily, "Stinky sparrows, stop chirping and disturb the young master's sleep." Chior was pressing the cool well water by the well, and her clear eyes looked at her with a smile, and the smile on her face was as bright as the sun. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed for a while before sitting up, thinking about last night's dream. No, it was not a dream. After a long pause, he got up and dressed, opened the window, and the fresh air and the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard came to his face. Xiao Dai was sweeping the floor with a broom bigger than her. Chior heard the noise, looked at him in the window, and hurriedly said, "Sir, wait a moment. I'll be here soon." Xiao Dai stopped sweeping the floor. Her eyes were clear, and she looked at him with a smile on her face and said, "Young master, do you want Sister Chiao to serve you? Or do you want me to serve you?" Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and said, "Let's do it together. Young master is not picky." "Humph. Young master is so greedy." The little girl wrinkled her nose, ignored him, and continued to sweep the floor with a broom. Chiao quickly brought hot water. After serving him to wash, comb his hair, put on shoes and socks, she went to the kitchen to bring him freshly made breakfast and fresh fruits. After Luo Qingzhou finished breakfast, he read in the study. The two maids knew that he needed quiet, so they left the courtyard, went into the house, and continued to make clothes. Chiao had already put on white pantyhose under her light yellow skirt, which should have been just made. The bellyband that Xiao Dai wore that night was actually not a bellyband, because the cloth covering the belly was gone. The two girls seemed to be very talented in making clothes, and they made all kinds of bold modifications and attempts, and they all looked very good. Luo Qingzhou read for a while, said "Hello" to the two, and then went out. When passing by Lingchan Moon Palace, he hesitated for a moment, but did not stop, and continued to walk forward. After entering Yueyetingyu Garden, he observed the surroundings, walked to the corner, went into the water, and entered the bottom of the lake. In the secret passage at the bottom of the lake, he was only wearing a pair of shorts. He first practiced Thunder Fist in the stone room for a while, sweating all over, and then absorbed a drop of spiritual liquid, and then went to the middle passage. It was winding and steep down. Boom! Then, he urged his internal force to warm his internal organs, and through the various acupoints of the 5 internal organs, he began to breathe in and out while bursting out power, and continued to practice and open the way. With one punch, stone chips flew and air flow rushed. It continued until noon. The terrain in front was still extending downward, and the temperature was getting higher and higher, and there were more and more bones on the ground. In addition to the bones of monsters, there were more and more human bones. He took a break at noon. He ate beef and fruit and drank half a pot of water. Then, he continued to practice and open the way. The energy of the drop of spiritual liquid burst out in his body, and his physical strength was still very abundant. A day passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, he opened up a road of more than 10 meters again. Not only did he find the skeletons of monsters and humans on the road, this time, he also saw a dark red 3-leaf grass. And he didn't know what kind of plant it was. He touched the leaves and felt a lot of heat coming through his fingertips. He thought that this 3-leaf clover might be a medicinal herb or a spiritual medicine. But he didn't rush to pick it. Anyway, it seemed that he was the only one here for the time being. So he let it grow here first. And then, he would go to the Jubao Pavilion to find spiritual medicine books and read them. His refining potion was almost used up. In 2 days, he would continue to go out of the city to hunt, earn gold coins, buy potions, and continue to hone his fighting skills in the Blackwood Forest. He met Luo Yu last night. Unexpectedly, the other party was not only safe and sound, but also continued to mix with the son of the city lord's mansion. So he felt a sense of crisis again. The eldest princess left Mo City, and the prince of the southern kingdom also left. Now in the entire Mo City, the most powerful is naturally the city lord's mansion. If the city lord's mansion wants to deal with the Qin family, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, before leaving, the princess came to the Qin mansion with great fanfare. Although the news of becoming a disciple may not have been spread, and even if it was spread, no one would believe it. But the fact that the princess came to the Qin mansion and had a close relationship with the Qin mansion could not be concealed. So the city lord's mansion should not act blatantly. After all, the princess is still on the front line, dozens of kilometers away. But it is easy to dodge an open spear. But it is difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. So, he must continue to make himself stronger. Even if not for the Qin mansion, it must be for himself and for revenge. He and Luo Yu have torn their faces. So, Luo Yu will never show mercy to his men again, and will definitely take action as soon as there is a chance. And he will never let the other party get into the Dragon and Tiger Academy as he wishes. The eldest lady should have returned from Kyoto. It is estimated that after those things, she will be much more honest. The only thing she hopes now is that Luo Yu can pass the exam of the Dragon and Tiger Academy and then enter Kyoto, just like her eldest son, and enter the court in the future, with power and glory. Therefore, he would never let her succeed. the more she longed for, hoped for, loved, and wanted to possess something, the more he would destroy it completely, including her beloved son. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw the last punch, left the secret passage, and entered the bottom of the lake. After taking a bath at the bottom of the lake, he went ashore. He then entered the bamboo forest. His soul left his body, flew to the roof of the moon viewing tower in the center of the lake, and continued to practice his soul in the sunset and sunset glow. The night soon enveloped him. He felt his whole soul warm and comfortable, and even without the protection of the mask's fluorescence, he could not feel the coolness of the evening breeze. Shua! He practiced flying swords for a while, then flew into the bamboo forest, and his soul returned to his body, returned to the Meixian garden. After dinner, he continued to practice the plum blossoms flying fist in the backyard. Then he took a bath and soaked in medicine. During the day, he went to the bottom of the lake to open up a road and temper his internal organs. And at night, he practiced boxing and soaked in medicine, and then had a good sleep. For 3 consecutive days and nights, he did not go anywhere. He did not leave the house, and his soul did not go to the Yuanyang Tower again. 3 days later, his internal organ refining potion had been used up. At the same time, the passage in the middle of the underground tunnel had been opened up nearly 50 meters forward. He saw more bushes, bones, and rotten armor and weapons. The space in front was getting wider and wider. He could already clearly feel the breath flowing from the front, and could also smell the smell of grass and trees. And there was a ray of light in front. Obviously, the road was about to be opened. On this day, he even encountered a 1-meter-long spotted centipede, which came out from the cracks in the stone in front and almost bit his hand. He punched it to pieces. I don't know if the breath of the centipede was poisonous or its body was poisonous. After killing the centipede, he felt dizzy. He didn't dare to stay in the cave for long, and immediately went out to take a bath at the bottom of the lake, and went ashore and returned to Meixian Garden. He slept in the house for a whole afternoon before he felt that the symptoms disappeared. In the evening, he went to the bottom of the lake again, picked up the broken body of the centipede, put it in a bottle, and took it back. Then he held his breath, ground it into powder, mixed it with lime powder, and put it in another bag. The high-intensity road opening practice in the past few days did not make him tired, but instead made him accumulate more energy. At the same time, he was full of energy and eager to move. So after taking a bath this night, when Chior asked him at the door again, "Young master, do you want to sleep with me tonight?" he replied, "Yes. The moon is very round tonight, and the wind is very calm. I don't know if Sister Yu and Sister Yu are still waiting for him in Yuanyang Tower." Although he didn't go for 4 consecutive nights and felt a little guilty, he had his own things to do after all. He couldn't tell them stories every day, even if it's 996. There are weekends. And the two of them also knew that it was the new year, and he had a wife to accompany him at home. Let's see later. If there is still energy, then go out. Squeak. The door opened. A pair of slender feet in snow-white stockings, faintly visible under the light gauze skirt, stepped on the soft blanket and walked in shyly. Chapter 267, the second Mrs. Contribution. Huh? Sir. What's wrong? Nothing. Humph. Did you think it was Sister Chior, but found out it was a slave? So you were disappointed? No, don't think too much. I'm very happy. Humph. Sir. Sister Chior has made up her mind, and she won't let you get away with it now. Ah? Why? Because Sister Chior is the second Mrs., and Sister Chior is afraid that you will. Don't hesitate. Then don't dawdle. The room soon became quiet. In the early hours of the morning, after Luo Qingzhou coaxed the person in his arms to sleep, he still felt very energetic. Then, his soul left his body. First he rose to the sky, observed the entire Qin mansion for a while, and then patrolled the surrounding streets and alleys. After seeing nothing unusual, he flew to the Yuanyang Tower. However, when he flew to the Yuanyang Tower, he found that Sister Yu and the younger sister were not there. I don't know if they haven't come yet, or if they won't come tonight. He floated down to the roof, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and waited while bathing in the moonlight to practice his inner strength. Half an hour later, the two figures still did not come. Luo Qingzhou did not wait any longer, got up and left, returned to the mansion, and returned to his mind. Tomorrow, he had to go out of the city to make money and hone his fighting skills, so he might as well come back and rest for a few hours. He hugged the little girl's smooth body and closed his eyes. Go to HL. Unfaithful man. At the same time, in a courtyard of the prince's mansion in the southern kingdom of Yujing, Zhuer flashed a cold light in her hand, and the flying knife shot out quickly, and with a puff, it hit the bull's eye in the corner of the wall. In the study, Miss Jean Eyre, dressed in a plain white dress, had not fallen asleep yet. She sat in front of the desk, reading the necessary books for the imperial examination seriously. Her black hair was like ink, and her beautiful and gentle face was still a little pale. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. Zuerfang came to the room and urged her to go to bed again. Miss Jean Eyre put down the books and finally stood up from the table. But her body suddenly softened, and she was about to fall to the ground. Zhuer was quick-witted and hurried forward to support her. She couldn't help but trembled and said, "Miss, don't stay up late anymore. It's not worth it. Maybe they are hugging Chior and Xiaodai and sleeping beautifully now, and they won't think about you at all." Qin Weimao supported the table, sat down slowly, and said softly, "Zhuer, I'm fine." After a pause, she looked at the books on the table and murmured softly, "Brother-in-law must be very hard, compared with my brother-in-law. What is this? But miss, your body." "Zhuer, don't worry. I will definitely hold on until then." Outside the window, there was a breeze. The rain fell silently, and soon it was dripping, and soon it turned into a heavy rain. The small flower pond in the yard was soon filled with rain. The pear blossoms on the tree fell all over the ground. Miss Jean Eyre fell asleep. Zhuer also fell asleep on the couch outside, thousands of miles away in Emo's city. In the Qin mansion, Luo Qingzhou also fell asleep contentedly, holding the still blushing person in his arms. The night sky of Emo's city was a clear night sky. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. After Luo Qingzhou got up, he was still energetic and refreshed. After dinner, he sneaked out from the back door, changed into a black suit in the alley, put on a mask, and released his restrained aura. He walked onto the street, feeling the awe and avoidance of pedestrians. He felt more and more the necessity of becoming a powerful warrior. He went out early today. When he arrived at the Jubao Pavilion, only Sister Dao was sitting there on the top floor, eating breakfast and snacks. When she saw him appear, Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little surprised. Luo Qingzhou walked over and sat down opposite her. He naturally took a piece of dessert from the plate in front of her, put it in his mouth, and said, "Sister Dao, your expression seems to be not very welcoming to me." Sister Dao looked at him for a while, and said indifferently, "In addition to the cost of leaving the city later, remember to give an extra gold coin." Luo Qingzhou said, "Why?" Sister Dao glanced at the dessert in his hand and said, "The money for the dessert." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, looked down at the half piece of dessert in his hand, and couldn't help laughing. "This also costs money? Sister Dao, you are too. It's too stingy. And just a snack. You are sure to have a gold coin instead of a copper plate? It is more expensive. I will give you half a gold coin later." Sister Sword stared at him for a while, and pushed the plate in front of him, saying, "Eat. Just joking with you. Just now, I said, Sister, I didn't find it. You are quite humorous." Luo Qingzhou, at this time, there was a sound of upstairs suddenly on the stairs, jumping and then watched with both eyes and excitedly, "Brother Chu. Really you? Why are you here?" Luo Qingzhou greeted him with a smile. Not long, Wu Kuei, a short middle-aged man, and Zhou Buiyue came up one after the other. When they saw Luo Qingzhou, they were both a little surprised. Luo Qingzhou took the initiative to greet them. Sister Dao then said, "Xiao Xiao and Zhou Buiyue have both broken through, and now they are both in the bone refining realm." Luo Qingzhou showed a look of surprise on his face, and congratulated him. Chu Xiaoxiao was about to break through at the beginning, and he was not surprised at all that he broke through now. But he didn't expect Zhou Buiyue to break through so quickly. With his treatment in the Zhou family, he was afraid that he would not get any help, and all the cultivation resources would probably have to rely on himself. Under such circumstances, he was able to break through to the bone refining realm quickly, which was indeed not simple. At this time, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly said with envy, "By the way, Brother Chu, Sister Dao also broke through. Sister Dao is now in the same state as you, both in the organ refining realm." Luo Qingzhou was even more surprised when he heard this. Sister Dao picked up the knife from the corner, put it on her shoulder, and said calmly, "Let's go. It's time to set off." Several people followed her downstairs. Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, it seems that going to the Blackwood Forest frequently and dealing with those monsters and warriors is not only about honing combat skills, accumulating experience, and making money, but also promoting cultivation. Only by repeatedly exercising and releasing in such a highly tense environment can the body be truly tempered. If he wants to break through the realm of warriors, he can't just hide at home to practice. The Blackwood Forest is still a good place for him to practice. Brother Chu, is that Sister Qiandao your lover? Will she come again in the future? In the carriage, Chu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, then said, no. She seems to be from Kyoto and has gone back. As for whether she will come again in the future, I don't know. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed. What a pity. Sister Qiandao is so beautiful, and I feel much better every day when I see her. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. The carriage quickly left the city and galloped on the main road. When they arrived at the Blackwood Forest, there was also a carriage coming out of another small road and stopped on the road not far away. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage behind Sister Dao and looked over there. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 268 Great Harvest and the Second Young Master's Fear. Chunghua Mansion. Luo Yu, behind him, followed the burly female guard. What happened that night did not seem to have any impact on him. He still went out of the city to hunt. Luo Qingzhou watched silently, without showing any other emotions on his face. So impressive. Wu Kuei also looked over there, and said sarcastically with envy and jealousy, you have to bring guards with you when you come out to practice. You are worthy of being the noble son of Chunghua Mansion. Chu Xiaoxiao asked curiously, will this work? Dao Jia also looked at the two people and said lightly, until the moment of life and death. His guards will definitely not take action. There should be an effect. Otherwise, he would not come here so often. It seems that this second son Luo is determined to get a place in the Dragon and Tiger Academy this year. Zhou Buiyue, who had been silent all the way, suddenly said, his current cultivation should have reached the level of a martial artist. And he is not short of skills and other cultivation resources. There should be no suspense about his Dragon and Tiger Academy exam this year. Wu Kuei couldn't help but sigh, who let him have a good background and a good father and mother. Even if we work harder, I am afraid we will never catch up with him in our lifetime. Several people whispered, with envy and sighs in their tone. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and turned into the woods. He didn't go to the forest again, but went deeper into the Blackwood Forest. He has now reached the level of refining internal organs. So even if he encounters a mid-level monster, he still has the strength to fight. Even if he can't win, escaping should be no problem. The further you go in, the greater the chance of encountering a monster. He slowed down his pace and began to search carefully in the forest. At this time, he could only walk on the ground, and could no longer jump from the big trees as before, because the trees here are taller and the branches are denser. At the same time, there are more types of monsters and more poisonous creatures. Many monsters and poisonous creatures will hide among the branches and leaves of the high trees to hunt or rest. Once they hear any movement, they will suddenly attack. In midair, his reaction speed and ability to deal with the enemy are definitely not as good as on the ground. So, he can only surge forward step by step. In addition to observing and being alert to the surroundings, he must also pay attention to the top of his head at all times to prevent mid or sneak attacks. However, after searching for a whole morning, he found nothing. He only saw a pool of fresh blood and traces of fighting on the road. Obviously, someone has hunted a monster here. He walked for a while. He stopped by a bush, carefully observed the surroundings for a while, then sat on the ground, took out food and water, and had a simple lunch. After a short rest, when he was about to continue looking for monsters, he suddenly heard a fight coming from the woods on the right. Then, the fighting sound got closer and closer. Luo Qingzhou stood up and looked, and suddenly saw a familiar figure being besieged by two men. He had also seen those two men, one tall and one short, wearing black tights, with similar eyebrows. They should be a pair of brothers. That day, the two besieged Qin Gongzi together, and were scared away by him using lime. Today, the man they besieged was still Qin Gongzi. Today, Qin Gongzi did not wear a mask on his face. I don't know if he has never worn it, or if he took it off because he was afraid that it would affect his performance during the battle just now. The three of them were fighting fiercely while moving quickly. The trees around them were crackling, and the air was running wildly, making a great sound. The air waves of the three people quickly spread out. Luo Qingzhou looked up and immediately climbed up a big tree next to him. He carefully observed the tree and continued to climb up. hiding among the dense branches and leaves. Only then did he look down from a high place and stare at it. The three of them were fighting fiercely. Fighting for their lives. And their cultivation had long been exposed. The second son of Qin had obviously reached the level of a martial artist. The short young man was also at the level of a martial artist. The tall young man was at the level of a bone refiner. And he had been cooperating from behind, and did not dare to get close. Boom! 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 The three of them chased each other, dodged each other, and quickly approached. Luo Qingzhou took out the bag of lime powder mixed with poisonous centipedes from the storage bag, and slowly sprinkled it from mid-air. A thin layer of white powder fell from between his fingers, and soon dispersed and hid in the air. The airflow around the three people swirled, and most of the powder was blown away. But a few powders were swept into the airflow, mixed with oxygen, and were heavily inhaled into the noses of the three people. The three people seemed to have been fighting for a while. At this time, they were all sweating, breathing heavily, and their movements and speed seemed to have slowed down. Luo Qingzhou continued to quietly sprinkle in the air bit by bit. Give me back the monster. Haha. Today we brothers not only robbed your monster, but also took your life. Boom. 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 The three of them continued to move forward while fighting. When passing under the big tree where Luo Qingzhou was hiding, Qin Chuan's punch missed and hit the trunk of the big tree. The thick trunk was immediately shattered like cotton wool, and with a click, it fell directly. Luo Qingzhou hugged the branches above tightly, and his muscles were tense. Fortunately, when the big tree fell, it was stopped by a big tree next to it, and it happened to be placed on the thick branches of the big tree, and it was tilted there. The three people under the tree did not look up, and continued to chase each other and move forward. When they moved forward more than 10 meters, the man in the refining state suddenly felt weak under his feet and reacted half a beat slower. Qin Chuan punched him in the chest with a bang, and he was directly knocked out. The short man also suddenly felt something wrong with his body, felt dizzy and weak in the legs. His face changed immediately, and he cursed, "Despicable and shameless thing. You actually poisoned." He did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately punched back and ran to the tall man who fell to the ground. Wanting to help him up and escape together, Qin Chuan stood there for a while, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. With the cultivation of the three people, it would not be so easy to be hit. But the three of them had just fought for a long time, and the speed of blood circulation in their bodies was very fast. Under heavy breathing, they inhaled too much poison powder at once, which directly entered the blood and internal organs. At the same time, due to the excessive consumption of physical strength and internal strength, the defense of the three people was greatly weakened. That's why they reacted so quickly. The tall man who was hit in the chest by Qin Chuan's punch had several broken ribs. He felt dizzy, and his legs were weak. For a moment, he couldn't stand up from the ground. The short man immediately helped him up and prepared to evacuate. Qin Chuan chased after him in anger, "Give the monster back. Otherwise, no one can leave." The short man pretended not to notice him chasing him. When he was 3 or 4 meters behind him, he suddenly waved his hand and threw a ball. The ball burst with a puff sound, emitting a large amount of red powder. Qin Chuan was well prepared. The moment the ball flew over, he had stopped and punched it. The air wave was like a tide, instantly opening the red powder. But during this pause, the man had already run more than 10 meters away. Qin Chuan's face was full of hatred. Just as he was about to continue chasing, he suddenly felt dizzy again. His face suddenly changed color, and he secretly said in his heart, "I am poisoned too. If you are not afraid of losing your life, keep chasing. Grandpas are waiting for you." The short young man supported the tall young man, turned back and sneered, pretending to be calm, and at the same time, his head became more dizzy. When he finished speaking and just turned his head, a large pile of lime powder suddenly flew out from behind the big tree next to him. The short young man's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly put down the tall young man next to him, retreated quickly, and punched out with a bang, and the air wave rolled, instantly knocking the white powder out. The tall young man just fell to the ground, and a figure suddenly flashed from behind the big tree next to him, with a cold light flashing in his hand, and with a swish, he instantly cut off his neck. "Second brother." The short young man saw this scene, and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared suddenly, and pounced on the sneak attacker with a ferocious face. The tall young man sat on the ground, opened his eyes wide, covered his neck, and a lot of blood gushed out from between his fingers. Soon, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and died completely. While running away, Luo Qingzhou continued to sprinkle wisps of white powder silently. "Stop right there." The short young man's face twisted, and he suddenly jumped up and punched him in the back. But suddenly his eyes blurred. His head was dizzy, and the power flowing into his fist stopped instantly. Bang! Because he was in the martial arts realm, his punches were still fierce, and his speed was not comparable to Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to avoid it, and was punched on the back, and was directly knocked out, falling heavily in the bushes in front. The short young man fell to the ground. His legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. He was angry and horrified, and when he was about to desperately step forward to kill the despicable attacker, the other party suddenly jumped up from the bushes again. The short young man was startled, knowing that he was now exhausted and poisoned. How could he dare to hesitate? Bit his tongue hard, let himself wake up, and turned and ran. Leave the monster, who knew that at this moment. Qin Chuan, who was unwilling to let the monster be taken away, suddenly rushed over from the side and punched him on the shoulder with a bang. The short young man was directly knocked out. However, he was a martial artist. As soon as he landed on the ground, he immediately jumped up and was about to run away. Puff, puff, puff. Another series of lime powders were thrown at him. The short young man was shocked and angry, so he had to punch again. Puff. As soon as he broke the lime powder with a punch, his feet suddenly softened, and he was tripped by a vine lying on the ground and fell to the ground. At this moment, a large bag of lime powder suddenly fell from the sky. With a puff, the bag broke open, and a huge amount of lime powder fell down, turning him into a lime man on the spot. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and jumped up. Just as he was about to continue to run away, a cold light suddenly flashed behind him, and a sharp warrior dagger swished directly pierced into his back. He suddenly stiffened, tightened his buttocks, opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth and screamed "Ah!" Bang punched back, but hit nothing. The sharp dagger was already inserted into his back, but the person holding the dagger was no longer there. Boom! There was a loud bang. At this moment, a huge fist with a purple lightning suddenly hit him from the front and hit him directly in the face. The short young man raised his head and sat on the ground. The dagger inserted into his back swish again, and the entire handle was immersed in it. Ah! He let out a scream for the last time, and a cold light flashed in front of him. Another dagger instantly cut his throat, and then retreated at the fastest speed. Boom! 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 He suddenly jumped away. His face twisted, and he used up the last bit of strength in his body to hit the front 3 times fiercely. However, he still hit nothing. Huff huff. He stood there, panting heavily. Blood spurted out from his neck, and the back of his buttocks was stained red. He stared with his eyes wide open, opened his mouth, and stood for a few more breaths. Then his legs softened and he fell to the ground, completely dead. A great martial artist died of suffocation. After a while, Luo Qingzhou Fan walked out from behind a big tree not far away. He approached carefully, picked up branches on the ground and threw them at the corpse a few times, and threw a few piles of lime powder over. After seeing that the other party was really dead, Fong walked over and began to search his body. He found a storage bag. This storage bag felt better and looked bigger. He put it away immediately and walked to the body of the tall young man again. He touched him carefully and found a storage bag. But this storage bag, like his storage bag, was the cheapest and smallest storage bag. He was very excited to get 2 storage bags at once. He stood up and looked at the second Sun Qin, who was sitting under the tree and drinking the detoxification potion in a hurry. When the second Sun Qin saw him, he raised the storage bag in his hand without any hesitation and said in a trembling voice with fear on his face, "Here, don't kill me. Don't poke my butt." Chapter 269 The Secret of the Son-in-Law. Swoosh. Luo Qingzhou ignored him, turned around and flew out, disappearing into the dense jungle. Qin Chuan looked at his back as he left, leaned against the tree for a while, and then put away the dagger in his other hand. After a while, he felt the discomfort in his body gradually subsided. He supported the big tree behind him, stood up slowly, and rested for a while, and then felt that he had recovered a lot of physical strength. That kid helped me last time, and he helped me again this time. When he killed those 2 people, he showed no mercy. But he didn't even look at me. The key is that I helped Meiju teach him a lesson last time. It seems that his relationship with Meiju is not simple. Meiju kept saying that this kid bullied her, and wanted to cut him into pieces. But when I wanted to help her destroy this kid that day, she stopped me. Yes, that kid must like Meiju. And he knew that I might have a close relationship with Meiju. So he helped me. It's a pity. I guess this kid doesn't know that Meiju is gone. And even less does he know that Meiju is a princess. So it's impossible for her to look down on him. Qin Chuan felt that his guess was almost right. And he couldn't help shaking his head, feeling a little sympathetic to the kid. Seeing that his physical strength had almost recovered, he took another look at the two corpses and left quickly. It's a pity that the monsters that he had worked so hard to hunt are gone. But since it was taken away by that kid, forget it. After all, that kid helped him twice. Just treat it as a reward for him. Not long after he left, a figure jumped down from a big tree not far away. Luo Qingzhou just walked away and turned back. Qin Urge was poisoned, and his internal strength and physical strength were exhausted. He must not be at ease to leave him alone there. Now that he saw that the other party was fine, he left with peace of mind. He did not continue to walk into the depths of the Blackwood Forest, but turned back and prepared to go home directly. Just now when he was on the big tree, he took a rough look at the contents of the two storage bags. There was actually a monster in one storage bag. The monster was a huge monster wolf. Judging from the luster and hardness of its fur, it was probably close to a mid-level monster. I don't know if there is a monster pill hidden in its body. There are at least 2,000 gold coins in the two storage bags. There was no time to check the other things. But such a harvest is already very rich. He finally had enough money to continue buying the dirty refining potion, his own storage bag, plus the storage bag he picked up in the Blackwood Forest last time, plus the 2 storage bags today. He now has a total of 4 storage bags. He decided to ask Sister Dao later if the storage bag could be sold. In this way, he could buy more dirty refining potion, and perhaps use it until he breaks through to the martial artist realm. He touched the storage bag that was obviously of better quality, and the space inside was twice as large as his previous storage bag. But he never liked second-hand things. Who knows what others used to store? So he decided to sell this storage bag as well, or go to the treasure pavilion to see if he could exchange it for a new and better storage bag. Thinking about things in his heart, his eyes were still vigilantly looking around. Not long after, there was another fierce fight in front of him. He quickened his pace and looked over to see a man and a woman besieging a young man. On the ground next to him, there was a corpse of a monster. The young man was of medium build and ordinary appearance. He was someone he knew. The young man named Zhou Boyue. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward and hid behind a big tree to watch the man and the woman. The man punched and the woman used a knife. Each move was fierce. Zhou Boyue seemed to be defeated and slowly retreated. Zhou Boyue was in the bone refining realm, and the man and woman also seemed to be in the bone refining realm. Luo Qingzhou carefully observed the surroundings for a while, and saw that no one else was hiding. He waited patiently for a while, and saw that both sides had consumed most of their physical strength. Zhou Boyue was already injured and about to collapse. He was about to go out to help, but Zhou Boyue actually punched the man away with a bang, and then his clothes exploded pop. At the same time, his whole body quickly grew bigger, and the muscles on his chest, arms and legs bulged, and his whole body suddenly became extremely fierce. You forced me to do it. He was 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over his body. The whole person became tall and fierce, like a monster. At the same time, his cultivation seemed to have changed. He suddenly became a refining state. He roared suddenly, pounced out like a beast, and with a bang punch, he actually bent the sword in the woman's hand. And at the same time, the huge fist hit the woman's chest heavily. Crack! The woman flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away. Her chest was broken, her heart burst, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. She died on the spot. The man was horrified when he saw this scene and turned and ran away. Zhou Boyue laughed grimly, sprinted suddenly, jumped up, and punched him in the back with a bang, smashing his head directly. The man had almost no power to resist, fell to the ground, and died instantly. Bang! Zhou Boyue's feet landed heavily on the ground. His chest heaved, and he panted heavily for a while. And then his body shrank quickly and returned to his original size. He was slightly pale, naked, took out clothes from the storage bag, and put them on again. At this time, he looked at a big tree not far away and said coldly, "Brother Chu, come out." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, walked out from behind the big tree, and looked at him with complicated eyes. The two looked at each other, and were silent for a long time. Zhou Buoyue forced a smile on his face and said, "Brother Chu, we will each take half of the monster. And we will also take half of the things on this couple. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "I am not here to steal your things, nor to take advantage of your misfortune. I just happened to pass by." After saying that, he was ready to leave. After walking more than 10 meters away, Zhou Buoyue said, "Brother Chu, thank you very much." Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at him, and suddenly asked, "Brother Zhou, excuse me, when did you break through to the refining organ realm?" Zhou Buoyue smiled faintly and said, "Not long after Brother Chu broke through. I broke through. When I was outside, I would always hide a realm. Brother Chu, can you keep this a secret for me?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay." Zhou Buoyue bowed and said, "Thank you. If Brother Chu needs me in the future, please let me know." Luo Qingzhou glanced at him, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Zhou, with your current skills and talents, why are you always beaten and insulted by your mother-in-law?" Zhou Buoyue was silent for a while, and smiled bitterly. "I am willing. Every time she beats me and scolds me, I will remove all my temper and defense. Let her beat and scold to her heart's content." After a pause, he slowly said, "She paid for my parents and buried them. And she also helped my sister to enter the academy. Although she has a bad temper and looks down on me, she always responds to my family's affairs and me. Moreover, my wife treats me very well, and I love my wife very much. So, I regard her as my mother. There is nothing wrong for a mother to teach her son, right?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "Then why do you think that you are a warrior? Perhaps you will be nice to you. You are actually happy. Very happy. Brother has been married, and has a person he likes. If you have someone you want to protect, you will definitely understand." After he walked away, Zhou Buoyue's tense skin gradually relaxed, and the dagger in his sleeve was put away. He quickly walked to the two corpses and began to touch the things on them. The world of warriors is really wonderful. Even the people around them are hiding their own secrets. Luo Qingzhou walked on the road, sighing in his heart. If it weren't for what he saw with his own eyes today, who would have thought that the ordinary young man who was taciturn and always beaten by his mother-in-law had quietly broken through to the refining state? Like him, everyone has their own secrets, and everyone has something to protect. So, they are all working hard to practice and make themselves stronger. He will continue to work hard. After leaving the Blackwood Forest, he found Sister Dao in the woods outside. Sister Dao was carrying a knife, walking with a pair of strong and powerful long legs, wandering in the woods, frowning, as if thinking about something. Hearing the movement behind her, she immediately clenched the knife in her hand and turned around. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously glanced at her feet and said, "Sister Dao, I think, want to die." Sister Dao took the knife from her shoulder with a swish sound, gritted her teeth, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Sister Dao, don't get me wrong. I mean, I want to ask, does Jubao Pavilion accept second-hand storage bags?" Sister Dao was stunned when she heard this, frowned and said, "Yes." "What? Did you pick up something good in it again today?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the woods and said, "Sister Dao, let's go out and talk to the carriage. I have another demon wolf here. You can help me see how much it is worth later." Sister Dao's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she immediately carried the broad knife and walked out of the woods. She stared at him with complicated eyes for a while, and couldn't help but say, "Robbed?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Can the affairs of warriors be called robbery? Isn't it all based on strength and ability?" Sister Dao's expression froze. After a moment, she nodded and said, "That makes sense." Chapter 270. What a pity. There is still no demon pill in the huge demon wolf. However, the fur, blood and flesh of this demon wolf are of good quality. The coachman Su Qi and Sister Dao carefully checked it again, and both offered a price of 1,500 gold coins. After Luo Qingzhou accepted it, he took out an ordinary storage bag and said he wanted to sell it. Su Qi took it in his hand, touched it, took a look, and said, "This storage bag has been used for a long time, and the material is also the most ordinary. The storage space is shrinking every year. It is estimated that it will not be usable in a few years. I will give you a maximum of 3,000 gold coins." Luo Qingzhou did not rush to take out the remaining storage bags, because he had not counted the things inside. After the two sides agreed on the price, Luo Qingzhou got on the carriage and went back to the city with Su Qi first. Sister Dao still stayed here waiting to be hired. After selling the demon wolf and a storage bag, plus the gold coins he picked up in the Blackwood Forest today, and the remaining gold coins on him, Luo Qingzhou now has a total of 6,600 gold coins. For him, this is definitely a huge sum of money. However, when he saw the price of the refining potion on the counter of Jubao Pavilion, he found that he was still very poor. A bottle of refining potion costs up to 800 gold coins. But there is only a small amount of potion in each porcelain bottle. Although he felt distressed, he did not hesitate and directly spent 6,400 gold coins to buy 8 bottles of refining potion. These 8 bottles of refining potion are probably enough for him to practice for a month. He also has 2 ordinary storage bags, a storage bag of better quality, a few warrior daggers, and other things. He will sell them later. Anyway, the refining potion must not be less. Even if it has only a little effect. Even if it can only increase his practice speed for 1 or 2 days. He will never be stingy. After buying the potion, he searched for some illustrated books on spiritual medicines in the store and read them carefully. However, he did not find the clover in the secret passage at the bottom of the lake in the book. At noon, he bought a lot of beef and returned to the Qin mansion. After lunch, he cooked the beef and put it in the storage bag. Then he went into the study and closed the door. Then, he took out today's harvest. First, he opened the ordinary storage bag, and the gold coins in it had been taken out, and some silver was also taken out. The rest, in addition to other daily necessities such as food, clothes, quilts, etc. There were 2 bottles of refining potion. This was a pleasant surprise. Luo Qingzhou took out the refining potion, put it in his storage bag, and opened another storage bag of slightly better quality. When he looked in, he first saw clothes, food and other daily necessities. Then, he saw 2 metal balls in a brocade box. Luo Qingzhou had seen this kind of ball today. When the short young man escaped, he threw such a ball at Qin Urge, and the ball suddenly exploded, spraying a cloud of red smoke. In addition to hindering and scaring the enemy, it is probably poisonous. In addition to the 2 balls, there was also a golden wooden block about half a foot long and as thick as a wrist. Whether it was the bark on the surface or the wood inside, the wooden block was golden, as if it was forged from gold. Luo Qingzhou didn't recognize them. Not far away, there were several bottles of trauma medicine and some gauze and other medical supplies. Apart from these, there seemed to be nothing else. Feeling secretly disappointed, Luo Qingzhou searched carefully again, and suddenly found a few books in a corner. This discovery immediately excited him. In the storage bag last time, he found Shaking Mountain Tyrant Fist, and he hoped that this time, he would not be disappointed. I hope there are internal skills or other skills for the martial artist realm. With excitement, Luo Qingzhou immediately took out all the 4 books and couldn't wait to read them. After seeing this, the excitement on his face froze, because the names on the 4 books were Jade Picture, XX Picture, 72, Jade Foot. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a few seconds, and first opened Jade Foot Illustration 2. It turned out that he had seen it before, and it was exactly the same. Then, he opened the others. Sure enough, there were wonderful illustrations in them. It's okay. There's another one. The name is a very powerful cultivation method. Luo Qingzhou quickly opened the last one. Then, his eyes lit up. It was indeed a cultivation method. Luo Qingzhou flipped through the catalog and got excited. He couldn't wait to open the first page. There was an illustration. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately opened the second page. He closed the book, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and calmed down the disappointment in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes, opened the window, and threw the 4 books out of the window like garbage. It was simply polluting his eyes, and made him very disappointed. He put away the storage bag and things. He left the room, told Xiao Dai and Chior, who were sewing clothes in the next room, and then went out to the bottom of the lake in Yueyetingyu Garden to continue practicing. Not long after he left, Chior came out of the room, went out of the house, stood in the corridor, unfolded the suspender underwear she had just made, and looked at it in the sun. As she was reading, she suddenly noticed something out of the corner of her eye, turned her head, and looked at the ground next to her. Huh? How did my uncle's book fall here? She hurried over, picked it up from the ground, glanced at the window next to her, and wondered, Did my uncle throw it out? She looked down at the sunlight. Illustration of jade feet? She murmured, and then turned the page. After a moment, she immediately ran into the house and shouted, "Shall I? Shall I? Come and see. My uncle gave you a hint. For books. All for you to read." Shall I immediately put down the clothes in her hand and said with a distressed face, "Sister Chiu, I only know a few words." Chiu flipped the book, looked at it carefully, and said with her head down, "It's okay. There are pictures on it. I will read those words to you." "Yeah. Thank you, Sister Chiu." So, the two little girls began to read the book in the lazy afternoon sunshine in front of the window, eagerly learning new knowledge. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Qingzhou went down to the bottom of the lake and continued to cultivate. That night, he was out of his body again and went to Yuanyang Tower. But the moon-white figure and the red figure were still gone. For several consecutive nights afterwards, he did not see the two figures again. After the Chinese New Year, time passed quickly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, in addition to opening a path at the bottom of the lake to practice, Luo Qingzhou also went out of the city to the Blackwood Forest 5 times. He only encountered a monster once, but the other party ran away. But that time was a mid-level monster, which not only allowed him to hone his fighting skills, but also made him lie down at home for 2 days. The letter to the second lady was sent out in the 3rd year of junior high school. During this month, he also went to the 100 Flowers Garden several times and gave all the later chapters of the story of the 3 kingdoms to Hua Gu. Of course, he went with Xia Chan. The secret passage at the bottom of the lake has been opened. Going out of the cave, there is a huge cemetery in front. Luo Qingzhou explored twice and found nothing else except the weeds and many graves on the ground. At the front of the cemetery is a dead end. There is no way to go around. Luo Qingzhou felt that he had worked so hard to open the road for so long, and he might have chosen the wrong passage. Perhaps one of the other 2 roads was the road to the treasure. There was no way. He decided to continue practicing while opening up the road on the right. But one day, he suddenly found something unusual. He forgot the time while practicing underground that day. He was ready to leave when it was dark. But just when he came out of the passage on the right, a white shadow suddenly jumped out of the passage in the middle that he had opened. He was startled and looked carefully. It turned out to be a rabbit. The little white rabbit looked a little cute. When it saw him, it did not run away. It just tilted its head, opened its eyes wide, and stared at him curiously, as if it was seeing a person for the first time. Luo Qingzhou looked at the living little white rabbit and was secretly puzzled. The passage in the middle was dead and lifeless. At the end was a gloomy cemetery with nothing but graves and weeds. There was not even a tree or a flower. And there were dead ends all around. How could a rabbit suddenly run out from there? He hesitated for a moment and decided to go and see. Swoosh! He grabbed the little white rabbit's long ears and lifted it up, then entered the middle passage. The little white rabbit stared at him with wide eyes, looking at him in horror, as if it was scared silly. Its body was soft, and it hung there obediently without struggling. Luo Qingzhou carried it and walked quickly through the passage. Not long after, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in front. Then, a scent of flowers floated from the front with the wind. Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he became more suspicious, because he had come in to explore several times before. It was always dark in front. There was no light at all, let alone this kind of wind with the scent of flowers. Did he take the wrong road? There was another road in the middle? He was puzzled, stopped, and carefully observed the front and back in this passage, confirming that this was the passage he opened and walked before. There was a thick layer of stone dust on the ground. What happened? He immediately picked up the rabbit in his hand and continued to walk forward. He slowed down his pace and looked ahead vigilantly, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. If there are rabbits, there may be other animals. If there are other animals, there may be other creatures. The possibility of monsters is greater. After all, many monster skeletons are buried in the passage here. The light in front is getting bigger and brighter. The fragrance of flowers in the air is also getting stronger. Swoosh! Who knew that just as he approached the exit, a figure suddenly rushed over from the light in front and pounced directly on him.